Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry returned as a professor in the era of Albus and Minerva. Here is short summary. Sent back to 1957 with newfound power, Harry takes a job at Hogwarts. As he befriends younger versions of Albus and Minerva, old enemies stir, and history is his to rewrite. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry James Potter dodged a curse. He flung himself through a door, slammed it shut behind him, and sealed it with a quick colloportus. He took a moment to get his bearings, but just then the room started to spin. At least he knew where he was. He was in the spinning room with a lot of doors in the Department of Mysteries. He tried to mark the door he'd come from, but it vanished in a blue blur of candle light. The room stopped spinning and Harry looked around quickly, shaking himself to get rid of the nausea. Well, he knew where his attacker was. Guessing by the pounding behind one of the doors, she was still unable to get through. Harry paused to think for a moment. There were 12 doors. No, 13. There had been 12 during his fiasco in his 5th year, but since then one had been added. During Harry's Auror training, he and his co-workers had studied all of the rooms in the Department of Mysteries. Harry knew which doors led where, or, as well as he could with them moving occasionally, and knew about the contents of each room. Except the 13th room. Nobody ever mentioned the 13th room. Harry knew the others could see the door. He'd often see people stare at it and then look away quickly, as if frightened they'd be caught looking. Harry had always wondered what was inside, but something told him never to ask. So if Destra Jones, the unbalanced criminal Harry was assigned to detain, was in the time room, 3 doors to the right would be the 13th room. He bore that in mind as he tried to pick a room for regrouping. Just then, Jones burst through the sealed door. Harry swore as the door slammed shut behind her and the room started spinning again. She aimed a curse at him, but it landed 5 feet to his left due to the spinning of the room. Was her vision bad? Maybe Harry could use that to his advantage, but not just now. The room stopped and Harry picked a door at random and dove through it. The door snapped behind him and Harry locked it and sealed it. The crack between the door and the frame vanished as the surfaces between them became one. What? That had never happened before. Maybe he'd done the spell more powerfully than usual. Harry leaned against the door and looked around the room. Oh no, he groaned. He'd never seen this room before. Doors moved around occasionally, and sometimes things were added or taken from rooms, but there were never new rooms. Harry was behind the 13th door. Oh no, he needed to get out of there. This was not the moment for exploration. Alohomora. Alohomora. Aloha. Shit. Not only did the spell fail to open the door melted into the wall. There was no door anymore. He pressed his ear up against the wall where the door had been. He could hear Jones on the other side making muffled incantations. He reached up to push his hair out of his eyes. He was sweating. Harry James Potter had been the boy who lived, he'd been the chosen one, and then the master of death, and now he'd moved on and become an Auror for the Ministry of Magic. He may have been an Auror, but, he thought to himself, he was doing a shit job of it at the moment. He was trapped by his adversary in the unknown 13th room of the Department of Mysteries. This witch was dangerous, and it was Harry's job to put her away, but right now he wasn't being very useful. If his superiors saw him just sitting there listening to a wall with a dark witch on the loose, they would not have been thrilled. Okay, so maybe they would have overlooked it because he was Harry Potter, but Harry wasn't pleased with himself. But that's not why he was sweating. He was sweating because it had become eerily warm in that particular room. And the door had vanished. The room was becoming so warm that Harry decided he'd remount his effort to escape. He'd rather deal with Destra Jones than risk combusting. He'd already decided that the room was not the best place to be, but his urgency for escape was rising with the temperature. He backed away from the door. Reducto. Nothing happened. Reducto. He pushed with all of his magical might and concentration, but the door didn't budge. He exhaled in frustration. He ran his hand through his damp hair, and looked around at the room for the first time. Now that he looked, nothing in the room looked dangerous at all. In fact, at a glance, if Harry hadn't known better, he would have guessed it was being used as storage for some elderly lady. As he looked closer, he started noticing specific objects around him. There was a table with a set of wizard chess. In one corner were bowling pins and a bowling ball. On a rack were several impressive hats, and there was a stack of old vinyl musical records but no player. There was a stack of rubber ducks collected on the floor, a brightly colored box of sweets, which reminded Harry fleetingly of Dumbledore, and the largest time turner Harry had ever seen. Perched against one wall was a lightning model broom which had been designed specifically for Harry by a particularly cocky craftswoman. It was the best broom on the market, 0 to 200 in 10 seconds, and on the spot turning. The handle was a dark, glossy green to match Harry's eyes, the twigs were jet black to match his hair, and on the end of the handle was a gold lightning bolt where the model name would be. It was marketed as the chosen broom and sold to all of the major Quidditch teams. Harry got one for free and rode it, despite how much his friends made fun of him for it. It was, after all, an excellent broom. All in all, the contents of the room looked like a random collection of possessions, junk that one could find at most any second-hand or antique store. There were only a few objects that stood out. A few were the broom and time turner, and another was a pensieve, which was quite rare, and a large bottle of gold potion labeled, Felix Felicis, Luck Potion, in messy blue handwriting. There were actually only two objects in the room that Harry didn't recognize. One was a large, shimmering red egg nestled in a box. It was too large to be an ostrich, and too small to be a dragon. The other object was an anvil-sized, sky-blue crystal perched on the top of a tall shelf across the room. Deciding that his situation was dire, as his robes were becoming unbearably warm, he justified commandeering any useful objects to get himself out. It took all of 10 seconds for Harry to scan the room and pick out what could be useful. He grabbed the bottle Felix Felicis and, on a whim, took a small swig. Next, he grabbed the giant time turner and placed its long chain around his neck. He didn't use it. The Department of Mysteries wasn't exactly in normal space, and Harry didn't want to end up floating around one of Jupiter's moons, but he thought he might be able to use it later to catch Destra Jones. Having had a swig of Felix, he decided to try cursing the wall where the door was again. He tried Reducto a few times, but it didn't work. Without a great deal of thought, and mostly out of frustration and wanting to smash something, he pointed his Holly and Phoenix wand at the bowling ball, levitated it, and wordlessly shot it at the wall where the door had been. It bounced off with an almighty thud, but something, Felix, told Harry to try again, so he did. He lifted the ball from the ground again with magic, sent it to the back of the room so that it had more room to gain speed, and shot it with full force at the wall. Instead of the thud from before, the wall cracked. When the ball fell away, there was a web of fractures about 2 feet in diameter. Harry wondered how a bowling ball could damage what magic could not, but wasted no time in sending the ball flying at the wall a third time. When the ball fell away, Harry could see a small hole in the wall, maybe 3 inches in diameter. Bits of white paint and chips of fiber drifted to the floor. Then Harry noticed that the white paint was browning around the edges of the holes. No sooner had he made this revelation than a creeping hand made entirely of flame clawed its way through the hole. Harry's breath caught in his chest. Fiendfire. That's why the room was getting so hot. Destra had conjured fiendfire. He knew the counter curse, but the Felix Felicis in him said to retreat. Was there another door? He backed up, never looking away from the new hole in the wall. He knew he wouldn't trip over anything. He had Felix's help with that. The fiery hand from the door had grown into an arm, and the fire was burning the hole larger and larger. Harry didn't trip over anything, but he did walk into the towering shelf at the back of the room. The shelf wobbled, off balance, but Harry didn't look away from the door. The giant, shiny blue crystal pitched forward off the shelf and dropped squarely over Harry's head, cracking his skull. Harry crumpled under the hundreds of pounds of weight of the crystal, which then fell to the floor and shattered. Harry landed in a bed of shards that shredded his back. The time turner swung in an odd arc as Harry fell. The way it landed caused the hourglass it to start spinning, but Harry didn't notice. His skull was cracked fatally, and blood gushed from beneath his hair, contrasting with the glittering blue crystals. Not even the roaring of the fiendfire could wake him. He didn't even notice when the crystal shards started growing. As if every second was 100 years, each piece grew and reconnected with others around it. They grew upwards and across the floor and around Harry, squeezing him into a cocoon of shimmering blue. The crystal continued to climb and spread around the room. Soon all the objects in the room were encased as well. A room full of junk trapped like bugs in a piece of amber. A bit of crystal lodged itself in the time turner, ceasing its revolutions, and the crystal, now a giant spire twisting towards the high ceiling, stopped growing. Harry James Potter disappeared from the Department of Mysteries on February 28 in the year 2019. Reports would say that he had been consumed by fiendfire cast by Destra Jones. Destra Jones was put away for 30 consecutive life sentences for the murder of the Wizarding World's hero, and the 13th room was never mentioned, nor seen again. Harry drifted backwards in time with the giant time turner around his neck, and a giant blue crystal encasing him. The crystal and all of its contents also began to drift in space, traveling slowly over London and then north. Nobody saw it. Of course, it was traveling backwards in time, so it didn't really intersect with the normal timeline. Even if someone had caught a glimpse, they would have thought it was just an extra shiny piece of sky. Time travel was usually quite rapid, but this crystal was just drifting backwards slowly. The time turner was quite unnerved by the fact that it was drifting rather than just traveling. Not only that, but it was moving in time and space, and then it gave the inanimate object version of a startled jump and wondered how it could possibly be thinking at all, as it was a time turner. Preposterous, it thought Britishly. As it happened, objects all around Harry were having similar moments. The bowling ball had just been wondering if it would be thrown against a wall again before it realized that it was sentient. The bowling pins were trying to figure out where the bowling ball was and weren't bothered much by their own thoughts, but the broom was using its aloof thoughts to calculate how sentience could help its future. The vinyl records all wished they could play, and the rubber ducks passed the strange time by pretending the crystal was water. Even Felix Felicius was counting its blessings that its bottle had not broken when Harry fell. Only two masses in the crystal remained unaware. One was the fiery egg. No curious thoughts passed through its inanimate shell, nor did it wonder why everything was blue. It was silent. And it was waiting. The other silent object was the 37-year-old man, his body broken and lifeless. All of the objects chattered on inside their little minds, and none of them noticed the lifeless Harry. Just as the time turner thought it couldn't possibly go back any further, the crystal stopped moving. The time turner felt relief as they stopped moving in time as well. After that, it felt nothing at all. Its consciousness vanished. All of the objects' minds vanished. And Harry's mind kicked into overdrive. His whole life began to flash through his memory, jumbled and out of order. Things from his early childhood that he never remembered as an adult came back to him. His parents, their death. He remembered saying goodbye to his children and his godson at the Hogwarts Express. He saw it all as if he were living it. He was living under the stairs, picking spiders off Dudley's old socks. He watched Dumbledore's funeral from his little white plastic chair, heard the Phoenix song, and felt the vacant part of his life where his mentor had been. He was at his first day of work as an Auror, packing his Auror's bag with his faithful invisibility cloak, a set of replenishable potions, money, a sneakoscope and more, and then attaching it to his belt to always wear. Then he was wielding a giant, ruby-encrusted sword into the mouth of the basilisk, the Phoenix song filling his heart with bravery. And then the joy and spirit of the Phoenix was replaced with anguish as he remembered his last conversation with Ginny. He couldn't do it anymore, couldn't pretend that he loved her, as much as he wanted to. He said he was sorry. Though she would yell, but she simply sighed, said she was glad he was going to get to finally explore, and that this would have been easier if he'd figured it all out sooner. Figured what all out sooner? Harry thought, pitched into confusion. And then he was sailing through the air on his Nimbus 2000, diving, and then nearly swallowing the snitch to win the game. And then he was locked in a duel with Lord Voldemort. They circled each other like lions, never looking away. Then each of their trademark spells erupted from their wands and Harry knew he would win. Albus Dumbledore had told him so, and then He was at the birth of his son, Albus, so named to try and fill the void Harry's old mentor had left. He was watching from the turrets of Hogwarts while Fawkes ended his song, flying away from the castle for, Harry knew, the last time. And then he was saying goodbye to his children and apparating to his new apartment. They wanted to stay with Ginny, and besides, he didn't have enough time to take care of them properly with his job. Ginny was a busy woman, too, with her Quidditch career, but she had taken up with a retired player who wanted nothing more than to raise her children. Harry planned to see them some weekends. He was in Voldemort's dark, wet Horcrux cave and Dumbledore was slowly turning in a circle, whispering words to the walls in a mysterious language. He stopped and pointed his wand. There, for a moment, on the rock glowed a bright, shining blue, no, bright, shining white arch, and Harry cheered, "You've done it." Through his chattering teeth, Dumbledore turned immediately and the glow disappeared. "Harry, I'm so sorry, I forgot," he said and pointed his wand instead at Harry. The dampness and chill in his robes vanished immediately to be replaced by warmth, like the clothes had been sitting in front of a fire for hours. But not just that. Suddenly warmth spread through Harry's actual, physical, dead, limp limbs. Tickles of blue magic raced up and down his form, piecing his cracked skull back together, replenishing his blood, charging his magic. The other objects felt the spark of magic, too. Bent twigs in the lightning broom repaired themselves, and the bowling ball's surface shone more brightly. The vinyl records suddenly found themselves as if they'd never been played. Harry's memories did not stutter. He dreamt on, unaware of where he was, unaware of the passage of time. Harry slept, and the crystal remained still in a forest for 10 years, almost undisturbed. Almost. Armando Dippet, headmaster of Hogwarts, was walking through the Forbidden Forest on the night of December 10, 1955. He had been doing this a lot for the past 10 years. He had to. He was drawn to the forest and what lay within it. He, like another, younger and less foolish man, believed himself to be the only one to discover it. Tom Riddle had felt the crystal in the forest as soon as it had landed there in his 6th year, a decade or so previously. He sought it out immediately, and realized that he could amass great power from it. Without noticing or attracting the attention of its sleeping occupants, Tom took power from the shining blue light. The first time he approached the crystal, the whole thing turned black and dull. He soon realized that this was what he had been looking for. He could use the crystal to siphon torn pieces of his soul from his body into other objects to make his Horcruxes. He loved the feeling whenever he approached the crystal and turned it black with a new ripped part of his soul. The blue was familiar and made him uncomfortable, though, and the blue always returned when his soul had moved on to the Horcrux. Unlike the rising Lord Voldemort, Professor Dippet had never actually found the massive crystal until this night in December. He had spent nights searching it out, feeling its power drawing him. He greedily craved the power. On this cold night he found it. Breaking through the woods into a clearing, the light changed from the reflective white of snow, to a glowing blue. There, the crystal towered between the snowy trees, blinking blue at Dippet in the moonlight, untainted by the dark force that once fed on it. Dippet walked, hypnotized through the snow towards it, his eyes glowing with greed. He could feel its power, much greater than his own. He wanted it. Armando Dippet was a great educator, but was never a great wizard. He knew nothing of light and dark powers except that one was good and one was bad. He knew nothing of magical energy, except that it powered his spells. He knew nothing of the consequences that were involved with messing with powers greater than he. He was a good man, and full of life. Those two things would be his downfall. Armando Dippet raised his wand in one hand, and reached out with the other hand for the nearest spire of blue crystal. He touched it, stiffened in shock, and died. In the castle, Albus Dumbledore, Transfiguration teacher, sat bolt upright in his bed, the puff on his nightcap swinging. In that very instant, he had been made headmaster of Hogwarts and he wanted to know why. His fingers were tingling with the magic that had awoken him. The castle was telling its new headmaster where he needed to go. Dumbledore stepped out of his purple silk sheets wearing his matching purple silk pajamas, and picked up the Elder Wand. He transfigured his pajamas into thick robes as he dashed out of the bedchamber that was no longer his. He knew he was now to call the headmaster's tower his. He sped through passageways behind tapestries and hallways until he reached the entry hall. The front doors flew open of their own accord, as if the castle wanted to impress its new master. Dumbledore's graceful figure darted across the field of snow, and there he stopped very suddenly. He closed his eyes. The air was still and silent, but his long auburn hair blew as if by a warm summer wind. He breathed in and out through his nose, opened his eyes and took off once more across the smooth powder and disappeared into the trees of the forest. Dumbledore came very quickly upon the towering object of Dippet's 10-year search. Dippet himself lay at the foot of the crystal like a child about to make a snow angel. Dumbledore halted far enough from the spiraling tower of crystal that he could see its entirety. Once more, he closed his eyes and stood still. Though no wind could penetrate this deep in the forest, Dumbledore's hair swirled around him and his robes billowed. While his eyes were shut, lights danced within the crystal unlike during either of its two previous encounters. Dumbledore, however, was unaware of this, as his eyes were shut. When he opened his eyes, the crystal had gone back to normal, but, had there been an observer, they would have seen that Dumbledore's eyes had taken on the intrigued blue dancing of the crystal. They did not betray greed, as Dippet's had, but were awestruck. Dumbledore drifted towards the crystal, and carefully placed his hand upon it. Instead of trying to draw energy from the crystal, he looked as if he were trying to feed it with his own energy. And then he stopped, inexplicably, and looked mildly disappointed. He turned around, and walked out of the forest and back to the castle, floating Armando Dippet beside him. Meanwhile, Harry, unseen by any of the observers of the crystal, was still reliving memories, and 6 of the objects in the crystal had woken up. The bowling ball woke with a start, searching around itself for a threat. One of the Muggle records, whose name had worn off its round black surface, was analyzing its instincts. A particularly well-crafted felt woman's hat was enjoying gazing through the beautiful crystal. The lightning broom was checking over its sleek frame for damage. Harry's wand was curiously noticing the aura radiating off of the egg, and the egg knew that its time had come. Harry, still flitting through his memories, was at his 37th birthday party, cutting a slice of cake for Neville. Neville had grown very handsome since they had met last, thought Harry distractedly. Harry was in his crib, watching Voldemort turn his wand on his mother. Harry was on the back of a dragon with Hermione and Ron. Harry had taken to talking to Luna. They were on a long walk in the park, and between telling stories, each would point out men they thought were attractive. Luna exclusively liked men whose ears stuck out enough to let in whizzbats. Harry stood immobile, watching as Dumbledore's visage was aflame with green light from Snape's wand. And then the freezing spell was broken and Harry could move. And he could move. More specifically, he could move his legs. Harry's head and shoulders were still encased in blue crystal, but the crystal was receding as he watched. However, at the moment, the world was distorted and blue around him, and he couldn't breathe. He kicked out with his legs, but was unable to free himself. Great, he thought. I've been killed and brought back to life, only to suffocate. Later he would wonder how he knew so certainly that he'd died. Several feet above his head, the dark mass of the bowling ball freed itself from the crystal, and dropped onto the crystal surrounding his head. With a crunch the crystal cracked, and Harry could breathe, but was unable to move for several more minutes. The moment he was free, he jumped up, still standing on a shrinking island of blue crystal, and looked around hastily to get his bearings. The crystal was shrinking, leaving behind a large patch clear of snow. By the light of the remaining crystal and the reflective snow, he could make out the trees surrounding him. He was in a clearing that looked familiar. How could he forget? It was the clearing in which Voldemort had temporarily killed him. He looked around to see if he was reliving another memory, but, seeing the crystal, he knew he was not. On high alert, he looked around keenly, crouching low to the ground. He spotted 3 sets of footprints. 2 led into the clearing and stopped at the edge of the snow by where the crystal had been, and 1 led away. 2 people had been there recently, and only 1 had departed on foot. After deeming that there was no immediate danger, Harry inspected his situation. He patted himself down. He still had all of his important body parts, and his Auror's kit. He found the time turner around his neck. It had been cracked by the crystals wedged in its cogs. Scattered around him were the former contents of the crystal resting in the snow, and beyond them the trees of the forbidden forest. He was near Hogwarts, the only home he ever had. He blinked. Harry's thoughts were wiped, and instead he was just feeling. Around him was glowing red, and he felt an overwhelming love for something near him. He knew it was close. He felt something touch his consciousness, but he blinked again and he was, again, observing the objects around him through his locks of black hair. He looked around the clearing, uneasily wondering if someone was tampering with his head. He blinked. Harry was heavy and powerful, but had no eyes. He had no touch, no smell. His only sense was an aura of intention and perception which spread out around him, paranoid, searching for danger, but none appeared. So he blinked and he was peering through his glasses into the dark. He wondered if out-of-body experiences were normally symptoms of being stuck in a glowing blue crystal. But, he reasoned, he was Harry Potter and had faced much worse. He blinked. He was long and wiry and filled with energy. He was confident that he could do anything, go anywhere. He could fly, he could soar, he could. He blinked, and stooped to find his wand. It was sitting by the egg, which was much closer than he remembered. He picked up his wand, and blinked. And he understood all of the magic around him. He was small, but this part of his soul, for he now understood that these perceptive auras were part of his soul, stretched wide, and was stretching wider. Most relevantly, he understood his own magic, and how it must have changed in the crystal. He felt his soul, and he felt how it had bubbled, not ripped, but grown, into 7 parts, and how 6 of them now rested in the objects around him. They were still a part of him, but they allowed him to grow and expand and change. It was like having 7 whole souls that were connected by magic. He knew which objects were now a part of him, and that each of them represented a different function of his soul. And they gave him power that he never knew existed. He could feel the world around him, and he knew that he was not in the world that he had left, or the time, anyway. He blinked. So he had changed. His out-of-body experiences were different parts of his soul. He stooped once more, and looked at the egg closely, with new recognition in his eyes. Come out, he chuckled. When the egg did not respond, he scooped it up and sighed. As he touched it, he felt a brief flash of playful defiance. The creature in the egg clearly had control over that part of his soul, that aura, said a voice in his head that sounded a lot like Luna's. He shrunk the rest of the objects in the clearing except for the broom and put them into his aura's bag. The crystal was gone, except for the part still lodged in the broken time turner around his neck. Harry removed the time turner and placed it in his bag. He swung the invisibility cloak out of his pouch, and draped it over himself. He climbed onto his broom, part of his soul, briefly feeling the comforting sensation that he could handle anything, and soared off into the night to meet the future, or, unbeknownst to him, the past. The news spread quickly through Hogwarts of Professor Dippet's death. People even seemed to know before Dumbledore announced it at breakfast. It came as a surprise to few. Dippet had grown quite old and was known to sleepwalk all the way out of the castle frequently. Albus Dumbledore, the well-loved Transfiguration teacher, head of Gryffindor House, Quidditch referee, and deputy headmaster extraordinaire, had been made headmaster. He hired a fiery young woman, Minerva McGonagall, to fill his former roles. The night after Dumbledore found Dippet, he returned to the clearing where the crystal had been. He had a much more difficult time finding it that night. When he finally found himself upon the clearing, the crystal was missing and the snow was glittery and smooth. Dumbledore returned glumly to the castle, but frequently paced his office contemplating what he had seen. Occasionally his eyes would light up blue as they had on that night. Meanwhile, Harry was hidden deep in the Forest of Dean with his bag of soul objects. He would not call them Horcruxes, rightly, as they were not, and the other miscellaneous objects that rode with him back in time. Harry set up camp and began a routine living off his surroundings. After 2 weeks of living in the forest, Harry was still trying to ignore the changes that had happened to him. When he used basic magic to gather food and hunt or start fires or build shelters, he pretended it felt the same. He pretended that the sensations of directing the magic weren't completely different, clearer and more powerful. He ignored how every time he felt happy or anxious or proud the feeling seemed to come from somewhere else. Despite Harry's ability to conjure fire and shelter, it was January and he was cold and beginning to tire of the hard living in the forest. He wanted to know why the world felt different. And he was getting tired of killing deer. He shrunk all of his possessions into his bag, including his broomstick. He would apparate. He used his wand to change his appearance so that no one would recognize him. He was not ready to rejoin his life as an Auror and the man who lived several times, and once more, and did not want people alerting the ministry of his whereabouts. After lengthening his hair, and turning it dirty blonde, hiding his scar, changing his eyes to brown, and making himself taller, he disapparated silent, and reapparated in Diagon Alley silently. He paused, wondering at how silently he'd managed to appear until he remembered he was ignoring his new powers. Having sorely missed the taste of real food, he made a beeline to the leaky cauldron. He ducked through the bricks and into the pub. He sat down at the bar. A man he'd never seen was serving drinks. "Where's Hannah?" asked Harry. His voice rasped from disuse. "Hannah who?" asked the scruffy bartender. "Hannah Longbottom. Is she sick?" "I do not know a Hannah Longbottom, and Mrs. Longbottom does not frequent the pub." "Oh," said Harry, not wanting to put off his new acquaintance. "Are you new?" he asked. "I should like to ask you the same question. And I thought this pub was world famous, not tear brag, or nothing." "I've been here fair near 50 years, he replied, clearly offended. Sorry," said Harry quickly. "I am new. In town." He knew bartender wouldn't be able to call his bluff, as no one would recognize him. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "I'm Will, but folks around here call me Willie." "Hello, Willie," said Harry, puzzled. He felt something within him instinctively reach out and touched Willie's aura. His instincts told him that whatever he was doing would be a good way of acquiring information. His mind blanched at the contact, but he became fascinated at what he was seeing. He learned that Willie was telling the truth. When he said, "Mrs. Longbottom," he pictured a young woman with a horrible vulture-topped hat. Through this silent exchange, Willie stood transfixed by Harry, staring at him hungrily. Harry didn't notice, though he did notice that he seemed to grow hungry or warm and flustered every time he paid too much attention to the vinyl record. Harry retreated into his own head, and Willie snapped out of his trance, slightly flustered. "What's your name, then?" he asked. He filled himself a glass of water and downed it and filled it again. "I'm Harry," said Harry. It was a common enough name that he didn't worry about being recognized, plus he had a sneaking suspicion that, for the first time in his life, he wouldn't be recognized anyway. He contemplated his new information. Not you. A woman in her mid-30s sat down next to Harry. Willie leaned into the bar and winked at her. "What's your name, sweetheart? Is there anything I can getcha? Fire whiskey, maybe?" Quote. "My name is Mrs. Rosemerta, and no." Harry was startled by Willie's sudden change in demeanor, and wondered offhand if Mrs. Rosemerta was a sister of Madame Rosemerta. "Well, there might be something you can get me, darlin'." Harry cringed and covered his face. Mrs. Rosemerta bristled and looked like she was about to retort. Somehow, Harry felt responsible for Willie's behavior, so he intervened. Excuse me," said Harry, "I'd just like some steak and kidney pie, if you've got any." "If I've got any, I've got any." Willie tore his eyes away from Rosemerta's beasts, muttering dramatically, and retreated into a back room. Rosemerta took the opportunity to storm off, muttering something about wanting a bar that was a bit less sticky. Willie returned a minute later with a bowl full of Harry's old favorite, and a giant bowl for himself, too. He sat down and began eating with animistic vigor. Harry moved a stool down in order to avoid the flecks of food flying at him, and felt the bowling ball's aura creep out towards his own pie before he dug in, sensing for poisons or any other unwanted substances. He finished his pie. He ate quite rapidly. The record shifted uncomfortably, dimly aware that it had definitely caused Willie's behavior with Rosemerta and maybe his new appetite, though maybe not his table manners. Harry decided it was time to leave. He left his money on the counter, and headed towards the door, only stopping to pick up a daily profit. "That profit's weeks old, that is," shouted Willie through a mouthful of food as Harry walked out the back door. "Not a problem," called Harry, as he absent-mindedly flipped to the front page. He made to take out his wand, but he felt his magic touch the bricks before he could get there. The bricks opened. Harry paused, frowning, before going down Diagon Alley searching for a bench on which to sit while he read the prophet. He found one and glanced at the front page. Armando Dippet kicks it. Read the headline. Harry chuckled. He had never gotten used to how blunt the wizarding world was sometimes. He did a double take. Armando Dippet. Wasn't he the headmaster of Hogwarts before Dumbledore? He read through the article. It was an obituary. Harry looked at the date. It read, December 12, 1955 CE. Harry stared. By weeks old, Willie must have meant thousands of weeks old. He stood up and tucked the relatively useless artifact in his bag. He only kept it because he reasoned that some collector might want it. He went searching through the alley for a current prophet. He found a boy selling newspapers next to Ollivander's shop, and conjured a canute from his bag to pay. He was starting to enjoy his wandless powers. He wandered off with the newspaper, and again, flipped to the front page. He looked first at the date. It read, January 5, 1956 CE. He took a deep breath and walked back to the boy selling the newspapers. Excuse me, son, but I believe I've been confounded. Could you give me the date? Sure thing, sir. It's the 5th of January. A hand, the year. The boy stared. 1956, sir. Something rose up inside of Harry. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Unbidden, the bowling ball's aura stretched out and enveloped that of the boy's, shaking the truth from him. The boy recoiled. Harry took control of himself, but the damage had been done. The boy was looking at him fearfully, shaking. Harry panicked, and did the first thing he thought of. He reached out to the boy with the part of him he felt when he was happy, the had aura, which stopped the boy's shaking. Harry wordlessly obliviated him, and disapparated silently before the boy regained his bearings. Harry was horrified with what he had done. He wanted to get back to his own time. Back in the Forest of Dean, he stretched out his magic. He focused completely on his wand and his magical core and willed himself to move rapidly forward in time. He thought of freezing himself and hiding himself away, but he had no guarantee that he would be found at the right time. As a last resort, he pulled out the broken time turner, but as he did, he touched the crystal. Suddenly he was hit by a rush of memories from his old life. He remembered his days in the future, and realized that they were purposeless and empty. He didn't do anything that any other witch or wizard couldn't do. His talent and life was being wasted. He was Harry Potter, however, and certain things had been expected of him. He was locked in his profession, and he would never be able to live up to his childhood years. His friends might miss him, sure, but they had each other, and their children. His own children had Ginny, who had proven herself a perfectly competent parent. In the past, he wasn't famous. He wasn't even sure his parents had been born yet. He was free to start himself a new life. He abandoned his futile attempt at rejoining his future, and began worrying about the present. He knew he should give the 50s a chance. Harry knew that he had a lot of work to do before he could come in contact with a wizard again. He sat under a tree making his plans, a hand on his chin. He needed to explore and practice controlling his auras. He needed to practice making his auras undetectable to others, and keep them from affecting others. He needed to start his magical education from the beginning, taking into account how his magic worked. Eventually, he needed to make himself an identity to rejoin the wizarding world. Also, he needed to shave. As Harry had first suspected, being in the crystal must have caused specific parts of his soul to grow into each of the 6 objects. He started his new magical education by giving himself over to each of his parts individually to sample the effects. He found that he could focus on one part, if he kept a physical distance from the other objects. Eventually he learned to focus on each without the physical distance. First he started with the hat because it seemed the most innocent. He put it on and spent a day thoroughly enjoying building snowmen and conjuring birds and bewitching them to fly in happy formation. Clearly, he thought, he had discovered the part of his soul that was joy and freedom. Next, he ran wild in the woods for several days while in contact with the Muggle vinyl musical record, his instincts taking over. He snapped out of it after he had fed several times on raw, hand-hunted meals, and some of his say, Instincts started taking over. He did not explore the possibilities on that front, but he understood that the record represented his basic instincts. Harry practiced his flying skills on his broom, his confidence and connection with the object allowing him to soar to new heights, so to speak. He could now maneuver better than any flyer ever had, or would, on any broom. He believed his ego and confidence and pride resided in the broom. He spent a very twitchy night after connecting with his inner bowling ball. He was plagued with thoughts that someone had locked him in the crystal to kill him. He feared that he would never be able to leave the forest. He jumped at every crack of a stick. He dreamt of Voldemort killing his parents for the first time in years. He felt angry, and paranoid, and fearful. Though he had known that all of these were a part of him, it took some adjusting to their new potency. His wand guided him through all of his magical endeavors. He realized that it was his magical core. He spent a few days focusing on all of the magical auras of the trees and animals around him. He realized that in magical beings, thought and intention was connected to the magical aura. He felt where spells had been cast, and he was able to cast wandless spells more powerfully than any spells he had ever cast before. He no longer needed to route magic through his body. In his body resided the seventh part of his soul, which beat his heart, digested his food, took in and released air. Harry found that he could function normally if he stayed attuned to each of his pieces in moderation. The only object that he did not explore was the egg. He tried, but it remained silent at his touch. It did not take his consciousness into itself as it had on his first night in the past, though he felt a powerful and strange aura within it. He felt like whatever was inside was hiding the part of his soul from him so that he couldn't get inside, but it didn't feel hostile. He left it alone after a while, not wanting to disturb it. He was confident that it would open up, literally and figuratively, when Harry needed it. Dusk was falling as Harry Potter, officially known as Harry Crockett, according to the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts Bank, apparated into Knockturn Alley from his flat in London. After magically creating himself an identity, he proceeded to invest all of the 1,000 galleons of his Auror's kit money in various wizarding businesses that he knew would do well. He had never been very good at history, but he knew which broom companies did well, and which stores lasted. Wizards were usually in need of venture capitalists. He made a lot of money very quickly, and after a year and a half, no one could possibly guess that he'd been living in a forest. Harry spent some of his money on his modest flat in London, and more on robes and other clothing items. He had tried to conjure his own clothing, but they always ended up blobby and wrong. He didn't have a clear enough understanding of fashion and clothing design to know what he wanted to conjure without seeing it first. He purchased a large quantity of swishy black robes and cloaks, some robes and cloaks of various colors that the shopkeepers said looked good on him: green, to match your eyes, deer and blue contrasts with your hair, and dark red too. A few scarves, black gloves of leather, dragon hide, and silk, a large collection of very warm socks, and some new boots. He deposited the rest of his money into Gringotts, not needing to spend any on magical supplies. He could conjure those. He made an effort to appear normal, and worked at reincorporating himself into the wizarding community, mostly through consumerism. He had learned to control his auras so that if he was concentrating, others wouldn't feel their influence. His physical appearance was as pottery as it normally was, but he had kept his scar hidden, and, after his initial disguise, had decided that he liked being taller. He now stood at about 5'10", had a shock of black hair, and his green eyes sparkled behind his glasses. He could have fixed his eyesight, but his glasses comforted him, somehow, and reminded him that he was human despite all his changes. His time was fairly unstructured. He received the occasional owl from his business correspondence to which he needed to respond, but he spent most of his time honing his magical and aura-related skills in empty fields and unoccupied woods. On this particular summer day in 1957, however, he was visiting Knockturn Alley to prove a theory. He could have proven it from anywhere using his magic, really, but to err on the side of caution, he decided to do it the old aura-free way. Though he believed his magic would be unmatched if it came to a duel, his theory involved someone whose magic was advanced enough that he believed he was risking detection. So, he shielded himself up with his newly invented branch of aura occlumency that he had been practicing for the past year, and apparated into the dusky alley. Peering through the darkness, he located Borgin and Burke's, the dark arts shop, and slunk towards it. Before entering, he glanced through the window and chuckled. He had been right. There was no bell on the door, but the door squeaked eerily as Harry entered. Harry intentionally panned his gaze very slowly across the room before resting it calmly on the man behind the desk, who clearly looked like he was trying to intimidate the non-existent customers. Harry calmly grinned as he met the red eyes. Harry was sure that no one had ever grinned happily at Lord Voldemort before, let alone calmly, but Harry was unworried and feeling strangely sentimental about his old foe. Voldemort, for his part, kept the shock off his face well at having someone react to him so normally, but Harry could tell from his body language that he was unnerved. Voldemort smiled back at Harry, and wrinkled his nose, for he still had a nose, indulgently, as if Harry's smile had just made his gosh darn day. "How do you do, sir?" he asked, mockingly cheerful. Very well, chuckled Harry, "and how are you today, Mr. Riddle?" "Finn, how did you know my name?" Voldemort asked suspiciously. "Your name tag," said Harry, smirking. A name tag appeared on Voldemort's robes. "I'm not where OH, said Voldemort, looking down at his chest, and then glaring up at Harry, embarrassment and suspicion making his eyes glow red. Harry was enjoying the conversation. There was just something immensely satisfying about messing with the young and comparatively helpless version of the guy who killed you and everyone you considered family. Harry wasn't thinking of revenge. It was more out of sport or amusement. He had already taken his revenge when he killed Voldemort and his Horcruxes when he was 17. He had no need for stressful vengeful thoughts. He didn't think that messing with Voldemort was going to stress him out, though. He thought it would be lots of fun. He was right. "So, what's a talented young man like you doing in a place like this?" he asked, and winked, just for good measure. Voldemort widened his eyes in disbelief, but answered darkly, "Biding my time." "Biding your time," repeated Harry, incredulous. He'd known Voldemort had an ego, but he didn't know it was big enough to use supervillain cliches like, "biding my time." "Till what?" asked Harry. Voldemort had been staring dreamily off into space, but snapped back to reality at Harry's words. "I'm going to be the defense against the dark arts teacher next year at Hogwarts," he said, mumbling the words, defense, and against. Harry's stomach lurched unpleasantly. "No, you're not," he said, before he could stop himself, smiling just a little. "What did you say?" asked Voldemort, feigning deafness for the sake of drama. I was asking about," he searched around frantically, "this object." He pointed randomly, and his finger landed lamely on the hand of Glory. Wow, Harry thought, Draco must have had really bad taste if it took over 50 years for this to sell. "That," said Voldemort coldly, "is the hand of Glory. Who are you?" "My name's Harry Crockett," replied Harry, with a grin that drew fully on his concealed hat aura. Voldemort gave Harry what he could only describe as the evil eye. Harry proceeded to ask Voldemort about nearly every item in the shop, testing his tangibly limited patience. He left without buying anything with a wink and an overly cheery smile, which he had to fake this time, just to irritate Voldemort. Harry apparated back to his flat, and set down his bag. His stomach was still riling uncomfortably, and Voldemort's statement kept echoing in his mind. "I'm going to be defense against the dark arts teacher next year at Hogwarts." And then Harry knew what he wanted, and what was bothering him. Harry, wanted to be the defense against the dark arts teacher. Though Harry knew that Voldemort wouldn't get the spot, the thought of anyone but Harry, and especially Voldemort, taking the job made Harry squirm. He knew that Hogwarts was where he belonged, and teaching defense against the dark arts was what he was meant to do. He wondered why he had never thought of it before. Now that he had figured out his destiny of choice, all that was left was to actually get the job. Harry looked through his unread stack of profits until he found the job advertisement, published earlier that summer of 1957. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is in need of a professor for the defense against the dark arts. Room and board will be provided. Pay will be minimal. What do you expect? It's a teaching job. Express interest by owl addressed to Albus etc. Dumbledore, Headmaster. Harry searched through his apartment for a quill and parchment, but gave up and conjured some. Professor Dumbledore, I am interested in filling your defense against the dark arts position for the coming school year. Harry wrote some of his qualifications, including his ability to form a fully corporeal Patronus, and finished off the letter. If this is satisfying, I'm available for an interview at your convenience. Best regards, Harry Crockett. Harry rolled up the letter, sealed it with wax weirdly poured out of his finger. He'd intended it to be red wax, but it came out sky blue and Harry found himself too lazy to change it. Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Harry thought. The man who taught and mentored him. The man who kept him on his path. The man whom he had watched die. If all went well, Harry would be seeing him soon. Behind him, he heard a soft crack. He whirled around searching for the source of the noise with his eyes, and reached out with his auras. All of his auras. All 7. The egg. The egg. Harry darted over to the aura bag, and carefully snatched the red egg out of it. He inspected it with his eyes, and closed his eyes and, to his surprise, felt sensations coming through his aura from within the egg. From within it, he felt a radiating and indefinable love, but the aura wasn't as accessible as his others. Using his eyes, he saw a crack. As he watched it, the crack grew and spread and branched, until there was an island of shell wobbling precariously on. Then, and without warning, violent orange flames consumed the egg, and hid it from view. Harry was momentarily shocked, but began to grin in awe as he realized that he could still feel the aura. The flames faded into a gray pile of ashes. An ugly gray head with greasy yellow and red feathers came poking out of the ashes. Harry's grin widened, and his heart filled up with emotion. Well, he said, barely containing his excitement, welcome to the world, Fox. Dusk was falling as Harry Potter, officially known as Harry Crockett, according to the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts Bank, apparated into Knockturn Alley from his flat in London. After magically creating himself an identity, he proceeded to invest all of the 1,000 galleons of his Aurors kit money in various wizarding businesses that he knew would do well. He had never been very good at history, but he knew which broom companies did well, and which stores lasted. Wizards were usually in need of venture capitalists. He made a lot of money very quickly, and after a year and a half, no one could possibly guess that he'd been living in a forest. Harry spent some of his money on his modest flat in London, and more on robes and other clothing items. He had tried to conjure his own clothing, but they always ended up blobby and wrong. He didn't have a clear enough understanding of fashion and clothing design to know what he wanted to conjure without seeing it first. He purchased a large quantity of swishy black robes and cloaks, some robes and cloaks of various colors that the shopkeepers said looked good on him, green, to match your eyes, deer and blue contrasts with your hair, and dark red too. A few scarves, black gloves of leather, dragon hide, and silk, a large collection of very warm socks, and some new boots. He deposited the rest of his money into Gringotts, not needing to spend any on magical supplies. He could conjure those. He made an effort to appear normal, and worked at reincorporating himself into the wizarding community, mostly through consumerism. He had learned to control his auras so that if he was concentrating, others wouldn't feel their influence. His physical appearance was as pottery as it normally was, but he had kept his scar hidden, and, after his initial disguise, had decided that he liked being taller. He now stood at about 5'10", had a shock of black hair, and his green eyes sparkled behind his glasses. He could have fixed his eyesight, but his glasses comforted him, somehow, and reminded him that he was human despite all his changes. His time was fairly unstructured. He received the occasional owl from his business correspondence to which he needed to respond, but he spent most of his time honing his magical and aura-related skills in empty fields and unoccupied woods. On this particular summer day in 1957, however, he was visiting Knockturn Alley to prove a theory. He could have proven it from anywhere using his magic, really, but to err on the side of caution, he decided to do it the old aura-free way. Though he believed his magic would be unmatched if it came to a duel, his theory involved someone whose magic was advanced enough that he believed he was risking detection. So, he shielded himself up with his newly invented branch of aura occlumency that he had been practicing for the past year, and apparated into the dusky alley. Peering through the darkness, he located Borgin and Burks, the dark arts shop, and slunk towards it. Before entering, he glanced through the window and chuckled. He had been right. There was no bell on the door, but the door squeaked eerily as Harry entered. Harry intentionally panned his gaze very slowly across the room before resting it calmly on the man behind the desk, who clearly looked like he was trying to intimidate the non-existent customers. Harry calmly grinned as he met the red eyes. Harry was sure that no one had ever grinned happily at Lord Voldemort before, let alone calmly, but Harry was unworried and feeling strangely sentimental about his old foe. Voldemort, for his part, kept the shock off his face well at having someone react to him so normally, but Harry could tell from his body language that he was unnerved. Voldemort smiled back at Harry, and wrinkled his nose, for he still had a nose, indulgently, as if Harry's smile had just made his gosh darn day. "How do you do, sir?" he asked, mockingly cheerful. Very well, chuckled Harry, "and how are you today, Mr. Riddle?" "Finn, how did you know my name?" Voldemort asked suspiciously. "Your name tag," said Harry, smirking. A name tag appeared on Voldemort's robes. "I'm not where OH, said Voldemort, looking down at his chest, and then glaring up at Harry, embarrassment and suspicion making his eyes glow red. Harry was enjoying the conversation. There was just something immensely satisfying about messing with the young and comparatively helpless version of the guy who killed you and everyone you considered family. Harry wasn't thinking of revenge. It was more out of sport or amusement. He had already taken his revenge when he killed Voldemort and his Horcruxes when he was 17. He had no need for stressful vengeful thoughts. He didn't think that messing with Voldemort was going to stress him out, though. He thought it would be lots of fun. He was right. "So, what's a talented young man like you doing in a place like this?" he asked, and winked, just for good measure. Voldemort widened his eyes in disbelief, but answered darkly, "Biding my time." "Biding your time," repeated Harry, incredulous. He'd known Voldemort had an ego, but he didn't know it was big enough to use supervillain cliches like, "biding my time." "Till what?" asked Harry. Voldemort had been staring dreamily off into space, but snapped back to reality at Harry's words. "I'm going to be the defense against the dark arts teacher next year at Hogwarts," he said, mumbling the words, defense, and against. Harry's stomach lurched unpleasantly. "No, you're not," he said, before he could stop himself, smiling just a little. "What did you say?" asked Voldemort, feigning deafness for the sake of drama. I was asking about," he searched around frantically, "this object." He pointed randomly, and his finger landed lamely on the hand of Glory. Wow, Harry thought, Draco must have had really bad taste if it took over 50 years for this to sell. "That," said Voldemort coldly, "is the hand of Glory. Who are you?" "My name's Harry Crockett," replied Harry, with a grin that drew fully on his concealed hat aura. Voldemort gave Harry what he could only describe as the evil eye. Harry proceeded to ask Voldemort about nearly every item in the shop, testing his tangibly limited patience. He left without buying anything with a wink and an overly cheery smile, which he had to fake this time, just to irritate Voldemort. Harry apparated back to his flat, and set down his bag. His stomach was still riling uncomfortably, and Voldemort's statement kept echoing in his mind. "I'm going to be defense against the dark arts teacher next year at Hogwarts." And then Harry knew what he wanted, and what was bothering him. Harry, wanted to be the defense against the dark arts teacher. Though Harry knew that Voldemort wouldn't get the spot, the thought of anyone but Harry, and especially Voldemort, taking the job made Harry squirm. He knew that Hogwarts was where he belonged, and teaching defense against the dark arts was what he was meant to do. He wondered why he had never thought of it before. Now that he had figured out his destiny of choice, all that was left was to actually get the job. Harry looked through his unread stack of profits until he found the job advertisement, published earlier that summer of 1957. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is in need of a professor for the defense against the dark arts. Room and board will be provided. Pay will be minimal. What do you expect? It's a teaching job. Express interest by owl addressed to Albus etc. Dumbledore, headmaster. Harry searched through his apartment for a quill and parchment, but gave up and conjured some. Professor Dumbledore. I am interested in filling your defense against the dark arts position for the coming school year. Harry wrote some of his qualifications, including his ability to form a fully corporeal Patronus, and finished off the letter. If this is satisfying, I'm available for an interview at your convenience. Best regards, Harry Crockett. Harry rolled up the letter, sealed it with wax weirdly poured out of his finger. He'd intended it to be red wax, but it came out sky blue and Harry found himself too lazy to change it. Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Harry thought. The man who taught and mentored him. The man who kept him on his path. The man whom he had watched die. If all went well, Harry would be seeing him soon. Behind him, he heard a soft crack. He whirled around searching for the source of the noise with his eyes, and reached out with his auras. All of his auras. All 7. The egg. The egg. Harry darted over to the aura bag, and carefully snatched the red egg out of it. He inspected it with his eyes, and closed his eyes and, to his surprise, felt sensations coming through his aura from within the egg. From within it, he felt a radiating and indefinable love, but the aura wasn't as accessible as his others. Using his eyes, he saw a crack. As he watched it, the crack grew and spread and branched, until there was an island of shell wobbling precariously on. Then, and without warning, violent orange flames consumed the egg, and hid it from view. Harry was momentarily shocked, but began to grin in awe as he realized that he could still feel the aura. The flames faded into a gray pile of ashes. An ugly gray head with greasy yellow and red feathers came poking out of the ashes. Harry's grin widened, and his heart filled up with emotion. Well, he said, barely containing his excitement, welcome to the world, Fox. Fox fluttered feebly in the pile of ashes. Harry stooped closer, transfixed. Harry was sure that there was more than one phoenix in the world, but instinctively he knew that this was Dumbledore's old pet Fox. He wondered how Fox had gotten into the Department of Mysteries. Harry attempted to connect with his aura that possessed the bird. The only thing he felt was gnawing hunger. Oh, he's hungry, thought Harry. What do you eat? Asked Harry. Harry felt the bird's own aura reach towards him confidently, and Harry received a very clear picture off a plant which he could not identify. Because he'd never seen the plant before, he knew he wouldn't be able to successfully conjure it. Okay, easy enough, said Harry, sarcastically. The small and grimy-looking bird before him appeared to sigh. Then, it burst into flames and disappeared. Fox reappeared a moment later with a smoking branch with red seeds in his beak. You want more of those? Asked Harry, a little alarmed at the small bird's disappearance. Fox kept staring at him. Harry concentrated, and then made a large pile of branches appear smoking and glowing on the table next to the baby phoenix. The phoenix cooed appreciatively, and tried to take a step towards them, but it tripped over a particularly large clump of ashes. Harry reached out to move a branch towards Fox, but, in another burst of flame, Fox disappeared and reappeared next to the pile of branches, and yawned towards them with his absurdly large beak. Show off, chuckled Harry appreciatively. As Fox ate, his feathers shone brighter, and his body became longer and more graceful. By the time he was finished, his beak didn't look nearly as absurdly large. He looked at Harry expectantly. Seriously, that was like 5 pounds of plant. But Fox's look persisted. Harry made another pile of branches appear. This time he conjured enough that he was sure that Fox wouldn't finish them all. The table was covered in smoking branches and crackling seeds heaped a half-yard high. Fox went to work, scooping them up and munching them happily. The occasional stream of smoke escaped through his beak. Before Harry's eyes, Fox's neck elongated, and his tail feathers grew several feet behind him. He acquired a luscious gold and red plume on his head. He stopped when only a third of the branches were left on the table. Fox was fully grown, and his stomach was slightly distended. Eyes bigger than your stomach, teased Harry, looking pointedly at the leftover branches still on the table. The rest of the pile of branches went up in flame, and Harry jumped back in alarm. Fox whistled in amusement, and Harry's heart filled up with his song. I guess they don't keep anyway, do they? Said Harry, smiling. Harry tried again to connect with the aura that resided within the bird, but only felt pieces of intense emotion and flashes of Fox's consciousness. He could tell that in order to leave Fox with his free will, he would have to access his soul at Fox's convenience, rather than try to break through his barriers. He wasn't even sure that he could break through. Phoenixes were powerful creatures. Harry realized that Fox needed a perch. He immediately pictured the cage that Hedwig had occupied, but the idea of caging such a free-spirited bird repulsed him. Fox continued gazing at him, curiously cocking his head. "Where would you like to live, Fox?" Harry asked. Fox continued staring at Harry, but an image floated into Harry's head. It was oversaturated with fiery colors, but Harry could make out a perch before the image vanished. It looked exactly like the one that used to sit in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore. Back when Harry was in school, he had once wondered how Dumbledore acquired Fox. Now his mind was racing through all the possible situations that could lead to Harry's separation with the bird, part of his soul. Harry still didn't know what role Fox played in his soul, but Harry couldn't imagine how Fox would eventually come to be Dumbledore's faithful pet and no longer an intimate part of Harry. Fox cooed, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. He remembered the perch. He focused on the image Fox had sent him, and conjured the stand. It appeared where the branches had been. It was about a half of a meter high, and was made of elegant, dark wood. Satisfied, Harry gestured, "Here you go," to the bird. The perch burst into flames. "Picky, picky," said Harry, torn between irritation and amusement. Fox sent him the image again, and Harry studied it frantically before it faded. It seemed like Fox showed him the image for an even shorter time to test him. Harry squinted his mind's eye at the perch, and then realized what had been wrong. He needed to make it out of metal so that it didn't burn. He focused once more, and conjured the stand. This time, it was a rich gold. Fox crooned appreciatively, hopped into the hair, and landed gracefully on the perch. Harry was satisfied when it did not wobble or tip under his weight. "Anything else?" Harry asked, stroking the bird's head. It leaned into the touch. Fox turned his long neck and stared pointedly at the letter to Dumbledore on the table. "Oh," said Harry, "do you, deliver?" Harry had been wondering if he should get an owl to deliver the letter to Dumbledore. He delivered all his business letters by magic, knowing that his correspondents would think owls had dropped them there, but he knew that Dumbledore was experienced in detecting magic. Harry didn't want to rouse suspicion through his talents. The protections around Hogwarts were strong and Dumbledore's office well guarded, and though Harry knew that he could send a letter through any of the obstacles, Dumbledore would surely investigate if he found a letter in his office without the memory of letting in the owl who delivered it. Phoenixes were rare, but Harry would take attention as the owner, or companion, as he thought was more appropriate, of a phoenix over suspicion for his powerful and potentially dark magic. He thought briefly of Dumbledore detecting his aura and soul from within Fox, but the combination of his occlumency and Fox's own forceful personality would, undoubtedly, mask all but a trace of Harry's magic. Harry wasn't unduly worried. He was only worried about degrading his new friend, Fox, by having him deliver messages like an owl. Before he could voice these concerns, however, Fox swooped off the perch, spreading his wings. He took a lap around the room and scooped up the letter. "But it isn't addressed," called Harry. He magically opened the window just before Fox crashed through it. "And there goes part of my soul," he muttered, as Fox swooped off into the distance, Harry's scroll clutched in his golden talons. Harry stared dumbly out the window for several minutes. It had all happened so fast. He ran over the last few minutes, for it had only been about 10, in his mind. He tried to think back to what Dumbledore had said about phoenixes. He distinctly remembered the occasion on which Fox had lifted Harry and an assortment of other people out of the Chamber of Secrets. Phoenixes could carry immensely heavy loads. He knew their tears had healing powers which allowed them to regenerate, and that their tail feathers could be used in wands. Harry strained his memory, but could think of nothing else. He decided he needed to find a book on phoenixes. He summoned his bag to him, disapparated though the protections on his flat, and appeared in front of Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley with an intentional crack. In the bookstore, he found the section on magical creatures. He flipped through the titles: Dragons for Dummies, The Values of Vila, Having a Hippogriff, Fascinating Flobberworms, etc. He found fantastic beasts and where to find them, but it only had a brief chapter on phoenixes. Finally, he found a book called Philosophy of the Phoenix. He bought it. Harry exited the shop, and, since it was a nice summer day, decided to find a place to sit outside and read. However, as he passed the entrance for Nocturne Alley, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If Fawkes had just been born about a half-hour earlier, and had been mostly in Harry's presence, how did Voldemort ever get a wand with Fawkes's tail feathers for a core? Had Fawkes really just been born? Harry found a bench and flipped open the book, its new spine crackling. He looked through the table of contents until he found a chapter that looked promising. Life Cycle 69. Harry flipped to page 69. He scanned the chapter until he found the information he wanted. Phoenixes are able to regenerate after they die. For several days before they die, they wither, their feathers fall out, and their eyes dull. On their burning day, they burst into flame, and are reborn from the ashes. If the phoenix feels like it is in a threatening situation as it burns, it may choose to be reborn into an egg. This egg is gold, unlike the red eggs when phoenixes are first born, CPG 14. So Fawkes was able to regenerate himself into an egg, but had really just been born. Harry was struck with wonder as he remembered how wise the bird already was immediately after its birth. But Harry's problem was still unsolved unless. Harry slammed the book shut and tucked it into his bag. He tore down Diagon Alley, and ducked into Nocturne Alley. He raced along, and accidentally passed Borgin and Burke's. He stopped himself, nearly tripping over a hag, and turned around. He went into the shop. The door squeaked. Harry immediately met Voldemort's gaze. Voldemort took a moment to recognize him, and then his face contorted in anger. "It's you. Get out," he said, his voice too controlled. "No," said Harry, trying to provoke him. "I told you to get out, imbecile," said Voldemort, quietly, his eyes briefly turning red. Harry laughed at his use of the word, imbecile. He reminded himself that it was the 50s and that insults went in and out of style, but he had been under the impression that, imbecile, had been considered pompous for at least 100 years. "I'm a customer. Do you treat all of your customers this way, or is it just me? You know, they always say that boys pick on people they really like. Do you really like me, Tom Riddle?" asked Harry, flirting comfortably. The flirting finally crossed the line, and Voldemort had had enough. He reached for his wand, but only managed to raise it to stomach level. Harry had, with inhuman speed and agility thanks to his body aura, closed the distance between himself and the young Dark Lord. Voldemort was pinned against a shelf. Harry leaned in, and their chests touched. Harry's hand reached between them and grabbed Voldemort's half-raised wand. "Don't do that," Harry whispered in Voldemort's ear. As he touched Voldemort's wand, he knew immediately that it was not the yew and phoenix wand that he came to use in later life. He had done what he had come to do. "I'm watching you, Tom," he whispered, trying not to laugh at himself. He pushed off of the Dark Lord and turned around to leave. Just then, his strong and focused instincts kicked in, and he wordlessly cast a powerful shielding charm around himself before Voldemort's curse could reach him. It bounced off the shield and was absorbed into the ceiling. Harry snorted and said, "Be careful, Tom. There are powerful wizards about." As he left, he let down the occlumency barriers on his instinct aura to give Tom a dose of fight or flight as retaliation for the curse. He knew it was a little reckless to expose Voldemort to his powers, but after this close encounter, he was fairly certain that he was more powerful than the young Dark Lord. Voldemort's soul and aura was shattered while Harry's was 7 times a normal soul. Harry made sure that he bumped Voldemort with the right part of his aura before letting go of the door behind him. The door squeaked and slammed shut, and Lord Voldemort was horrified to find himself inexplicably afraid and aroused. He preyed on all of his Horcruxes that Harry had not noticed. Harry burst into a fit of laughter. He hadn't laughed this hard since his 37th birthday when Luna had explained to him that the candles on the cake were bombs planted by Lardenfluff beasts to blow up his cake. Harry had grown used to Luna's ludicrous magical theories, but he couldn't contain his mirth when Dean had blown up the cake with his wand, somehow managing to ignite Seamus's eyebrows, even though he was standing behind several people who all remained unscathed. Harry floated down from his high, and remembered his Phoenix wand problem. If Voldemort wasn't yet using the yew wand, then Harry's own wand probably hadn't been created either. He decided to check Ollivander's. The shop was just how he remembered it. The window held a single faded pillow with one wand upon it. He pushed inside the door. The shop gave him the same impression of a library as it had the first time he'd entered it. It was quiet and dusty. Only this time, with his own magical aura, he could feel all the wands sleeping in their boxes. He could feel their unused potential. He could feel their power and could compare them. He could even feel which ones would choose him. He felt Ollivander's presence hiding behind one of the shelves, waiting to spring out. Harry had reinstated his occlumency so that he could browse the area with his auras as he pleased. He tapped his foot in mock impatience, and Ollivander swung out from behind a shelf dramatically. "Ah, yes, you are a newcomer, or did my father sell you your first wand?" he asked, with the air of someone who was trying to be creepy but hadn't quite gotten the knack yet. None of those, actually. I guess he doesn't remember every wand he's ever sold, thought Harry. Ollivander looked slightly abashed, but did not interrupt. "Do you have any phoenix tail feather wands made of holly or yew? Can I see them?" Ollivander peered at Harry, his eyes narrowed. The effect was much more impressive when Ollivander had acquired long gray eyebrows. Ollivander sighed, looking contemplative, and summoned several boxes. Harry moved to open one, but Ollivander smacked his hand away, clearly trying to gain some control over the situation. He showed Harry the contents of each box, and Harry frowned and motioned for the next after each one. Soon, Ollivander had run out of wands. A tangled heap of wands was now piled on the spindly chair as it had on the day Harry received his wand. Clearly Mr. Ollivander thought Harry looked disappointed, because Mr. Ollivander cut through his thoughts. "Sir, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. One cannot be satisfied if he is choosing the wand himself. I urge you to try them out." "I'd agree, but I'm not here to buy anything." Mr. Ollivander looked offended, and was about to say something indignant when flames roared into being above the back of the spindly chair. When the flames faded, they could both see Fawkes perched on the chair looking rather pleased with himself. Mr. Ollivander forgot to be upset about the fire near his wands. "My word, a phoenix in my shop!" exclaimed Ollivander. "Hello, Fawkes," said Harry brightly. "Is this your bird, sir?" stuttered Mr. Ollivander. "He's currently choosing my company," replied Harry, thinking that the ownership implied in Ollivander's statement was a little inaccurate. "He is quite a beautiful specimen," said Ollivander in awe. Fawkes was indignant about being called a specimen, but Harry could feel his pleasure at the compliment. "Quite intelligent too," replied Harry. "I'm pretty sure he can understand you." "Indeed," said the young Ollivander. Slightly taken spoke again, but this time addressing Fawkes directly. "It is an honor, Fawkes," he said solemnly, bowing. Harry thought that bowing was a little overdramatic, but Fawkes whistled, clearly satisfied with Ollivander's new respect. "I apologize, I have never had the pleasure of meeting a phoenix," continued Ollivander. "We wandmakers," he said, his eyes going wide with practiced mystery, "use the tail feathers of phoenixes as the magical core for wands, but I knew not the true value of your species. I shall never again use feather of a phoenix, nor the hair of a unicorn without first acquainting myself with the giver. Might be good to make sure the phoenix has the right temperament, too," said Harry practically. Fawkes whacked Harry in the face with his tail. Harry thought he was being reprimanded for an insensitive comment, until Fawkes kept his tail in Harry's face. Then Harry was just confused. Then, Harry's mind's eye was saturated in warm colors, once more, and Harry could see two long feathers drifting downwards, side by side. Harry understood. Really, he thought. Fawkes swished his tail, and Harry could see that two of the feathers had already dislodged. Harry stroked the tail, and pulled out the two loose feathers. Feathers had already begun to regrow in their place. Ollivander stood open-mouthed. "These are a gift from Fawkes," said Harry, keeping the sudden swell of emotion he felt for Fawkes off of his face. He silently conferred with Fawkes for a moment and then amended, "You may have them on the condition that you make them into a holly wand and a yew wand. Will you be back to purchase them?" Ollivander asked, his eyes wide. Harry chuckled. "One will be bought soon, I'd wager. The other you'll see. It might be good for you to remain curious." He paused. "Do we have a deal?" Mr. Ollivander nodded vigorously. Harry blew gently on the feathers, and they floated gracefully, albeit more accurately than feathers normally fly without the aid of magic, to land in Mr. Ollivander's palm. With that, Harry swished out of the shop, Fox on his shoulder. Ollivander stood behind the counter, his mouth hanging open. He glanced down at the feathers, and glanced back up to watch Harry walk down the alley, but he was gone. Harry apparated back to his flat silently with Fox gripping tightly to his shoulder with his talons. Harry's emotions were raging. His love for the bird was rivaled only by his admiration for and curiosity about him. When they arrived, Fox took a lap around the room, dropped something on Harry's head, and landed on the perch. Harry stooped to pick up what Fox had dropped. It was a thin letter addressed within black ink with loopy handwriting. Harry recognized the writing as Dumbledore's. He tore it open and slipped out the single piece of paper within it. He read it, taking joy in seeing the loopy handwriting for the first time in over 20 years of his memory. Dear Mr. Crockett, thank you for submitting your candidacy for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I am holding position interviews tomorrow in my office at Hogwarts. Would you be available at 10 o'clock? I have another appointment at 11, and couldn't possibly be persuaded to miss my lunch after that. I do hope this isn't too short of a notice. Also, please tell your Phoenix friend that he is welcome to transport himself directly into my office to save the trip. I look forward to meeting the man who has won the loyalty of such a magnificent companion. Yours, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grand Sorc. CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed. Of Wizards. Harry quickly jotted down his response, Professor Dumbledore, I will be at your office at 10 tomorrow. Thank you. Best, Harry Crockett, feeling strange being quite so distant and formal with his old mentor. Fox, Harry said, Dumbledore said, but Fox had already taken off, scooped the letter out of Harry's hand, and vanished in a ball of flame. I guess he got the message, muttered Harry. He stood around lamely for several minutes until he remembered the Phoenix book in his bag. He summoned it, and settled down in an armchair to read. The book covered everything from dietary maintenance to mythology. While reading through, Harry was especially interested to learn how especially rare phoenixes were. Though phoenixes cannot die involuntarily and may choose to live forever, the population rarely increases due to their independent nature. They rarely seek mates, and females usually choose to lay only 1 or 2 eggs in their lifetime, after which they usually choose to burn and not be reborn. In the dietary section, Harry found out that phoenixes normally foraged for themselves and ate a number of different plants, but the smoking plant that Fox had eaten earlier that day was fairly rare and accelerated the phoenix's regenerative process. Harry wondered how Fox had found a sample so quickly. Next, Harry read about Phoenix's temperament. He read that, and Dumbledore's words came back to him, Phoenixes are very loyal when they do decide to forego their independence. They feel a strong empathetic bond to their human companions, you have no idea, Harry told the book, are Phoenix mates, to the point where if their companion should die, the Phoenix may choose not to be reborn. Male Phoenixes often burn with their female mates after the females lay their egg. If the male did not burn with the female, he would become exceptionally wrought with grief and would revive his mate with his own tears. Harry read about all the theories behind Phoenix teleportation, which were vague enough that Harry was sure they hadn't been proven. He briefly studied a map of the Phoenix anatomy, and read with interest the various known uses for the feathers. The tail feathers were very powerful, and were used as wand cores, which Harry already knew, and specific very potent and powerful potions. The body feathers were occasionally sold at ridiculously high prices as quills. Fox returned when Harry was still deeply immersed in the book. How was Dumbledore? Asked Harry. From within Fox, Harry could feel a powerful positive emotion. He assumed that it meant something along the lines of, he seemed very well. Harry decided he needed to prepare for his interview. He knew that he would be the most qualified magically, and that at least one of his competition would be rejected on principle, but he worried that his history might not check out as well as the other competitors. He still hadn't interacted with anyone regularly enough to have a rehearsed story, and he needed to prepare. He had his basic story laid out. He had been homeschooled by overprotective parents, and had been working as a venture capitalist ever since. He was experienced in defense against the dark arts because many people had become attracted to his wealth and suspicious of his activities. He had made sort of a hobby out of privately bringing down crime organizations. He hoped he wouldn't have to get that far, however. He rather hoped he'd just get the job on default without being asked too many questions. He went to bed that night feeling prepared, and woke up a little nervous. He ate breakfast in the morning in his apartment. His apartment was very simple. His closet stood on a wall and was filled with his rather glorious robe collection, but the main decor was made up of stands for each of his sole objects. There was a hat rack for the hat, angled broom stand for the broomstick, a shelf for the records, and so on. But now all of the stands were empty. He had packed all of his important possessions into his bag. He was very protective of them and took them everywhere. Fox had been out finding food and exploring the surrounding countryside. The only objects left in the room were the random and unaffected contents of the crystal, the box of sweets, the rest of the hats, and the rest of the records, the rubber ducks, the luck potion, and the bowling pins among other things. Harry spent several minutes trying to select his robes for the day. His first thought was black, but that would be what Voldemort wore. He then thought of his deep red robes, thinking of Gryffindor's colors, but then realized that the red was the same red of Voldemort's eyes. He then thought of green robes to match his own eyes, but he also didn't want to look too Slytherin. He eventually decided on modifying a pair of his black robes, adding sky blue to look both serious and upbeat. He snapped his fingers and his 3-inch cuffs, collar and hems became blue. Harry was nervous. He hadn't expected to be, but he was anxious to see the young versions of more people that he had known. He had woken up early out of nerves, and hadn't been able to get back to sleep. He could have calmed his nerves with his body aura, but he usually tried to be honest with what he was feeling, like normal people. It was still only 8 in the morning and Harry's interview with Dumbledore wasn't until 10 o'clock, but Harry was getting antsy. Knowing Fox would know where to find him, Harry apparated to Hogsmeade. It was a Tuesday morning and the town showed signs of stirring. Various shops were opening, and a small trickle of early shoppers was making its way lazily through the streets. The day promised to be beautiful. Most of the shops were the same. Wizards valued longevity, apparently, and resisted change. Harry walked past Honeyduke's, which was just opening, and got an idea. He went in, and, when he felt that no one was looking, he disappeared. Not thinking it necessary to pull out his invisibility cloak, he had cast a disillusionment charm on himself. He quietly paced behind the counter, and slipped down the stairs. He found the trapdoor to the secret passageway, and lowered himself down it. It was just like old times. Except older. As he walked down the passageway, the memories of his time at school there came back to him. He stopped and took a moment to rifle around in his Auror kit bag. At last he found what he was looking for, the Marauder's map. He still had it with him. He always kept it with him as a reminder of the Marauders, all of whom were dead after the war. He thought it made a sad kind of sense that all 4 of them had died at the hand of Voldemort and his minions. "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good," said Harry, tapping the map with his wand. He decided he needed to start using his wand again if he were to spend time in the close proximity of so many witches and wizards. He cast a bright ball of blue light that illuminated the dark passageway, and conjured a chair in which to sit and study the map for a few minutes. It was still only about 8:45. As he studied the map, his eyes alighted on familiar names of teachers already preparing for the start of term in a week. Each time, he felt little happy tugs at his heart. He saw Horace Slughorn in his chambers, and McGonagall at breakfast sitting next to Dumbledore. Hagrid was at his usual place in the table. All of the same ghosts were floating around. Harry saw the Fat Friar, the daughter of Ravenclaw, the Bloody Baron, Nearly Headless Nick, and Myrtle. It took Harry a longer time to recognize these, as their full names were fully spelled out, rather than their nicknames. Harry noted that the Whomping Willow was not yet on the map, nor was the passage leading from it to Hogsmeade. Then Harry noticed Tom Marvolo Riddle enter through the front gates and head directly for the Forbidden Forest. Harry wondered vaguely what he was up to and hurried to the end of the passage. As he approached Hogwarts, he could feel its immense power touch his magical aura. The castle was awake. Still disillusioned, Harry climbed out of the back of the hunched-over witch and hurried along the quiet corridor. He made it down to the entryway without meeting anyone, but then, as he dashed through the entrance hall, the double doors to the Great Hall opened and Albus Dumbledore and Rubeus Hagrid strode through, conversing. Harry froze, eyeing Dumbledore and Hagrid. Hagrid looked about 30 years old. He didn't have a full beard yet, though he did have quite a mane of hair. His face and hands were smoother and paler. Harry next looked at Dumbledore and couldn't look away. While unmistakable, Dumbledore was not the silver-haired 80-year-old man Harry had expected at all. He thought he'd seen memories of Dumbledore during the 1950s, but had clearly been more focused on other things at the time. His neat, wavy auburn hair fell just past his shoulders, and when he pushed it back with his hand, Harry saw a suggestion of freckles on smooth skin leading down his long neck. Harry's eyes went wider and wider as he looked from Dumbledore's proud, albeit slightly damaged nose, to his close-cropped beard over a powerful jaw, down to a little tuft of chest hair sneaking up from the midnight blue tunic under his open robes, and back up to his dazzling blue eyes. If Harry hadn't known better, he would have thought Dumbledore wasn't a day over 40. No wonder he lived so long, thought Harry. But Professor, you know the Geon, squids, armless. It hasn't never touched one of the merfolk. Why are they so stuck on killin', asked Hagrid. I do, indeed, know that the squid prefers to keep to herself and does not pester the merpeople. I fear they have begun to see the conquest of the squid as a challenge, similar to how wizards have named dragon slayers heroes at times, replied Dumbledore. This jeu terrible, boomed Hagrid. I agree with you entirely, said Dumbledore, calmly. I will see if we can come to an agreement regarding the squid. I am impressed that you discovered this before it was too late. However did you manage? Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. Just doin' my job, sir. Saw she. Add little cuts on, tentacles. Think she'd be doin' it herself. Dumbledore and Hagrid were halfway across the entry hall and about to pass Harry, when Dumbledore turned and looked straight at Harry. He quirked an eyebrow, and kept walking. Harry's heart jolted. Despite Hagrid's long stride, Dumbledore reached the door first and held it open for Hagrid. Hagrid walked through, but Dumbledore kept holding the door open. If Harry had been visible, his face would have been red. Sir? Asked Hagrid, clearly wondering why Dumbledore was standing holding the door open. It just gets so stuffy in there when there aren't students here to open the windows and doors, like they do, said Dumbledore, sentimentally. Harry took the opportunity, which he wasn't convinced was a coincidence, to dart through the door and run quickly across the lawn to the forest, leaving Dumbledore and Hagrid behind. Dumbledore closed the door shortly after Harry had made it through, and he and Hagrid strode off in the direction of the lake. Harry decided not to take any more chances. He took the invisibility cloak out of his bag and draped it around himself as he pushed deeper into the forest looking for Voldemort. When Harry found him, Voldemort was in the clearing where the blue crystal had landed. That brought up some questions for Harry, but they were answered quickly. Voldemort was talking to himself. That crystal was here. It must have been here. Someone must have taken it. Harry wondered how Riddle could possibly think someone had walked off with the mountain of crystal. Oh, they'll regret it. They probably don't know that I used its power. That I am the most powerful wizard alive. That I can't be killed. Ha ha, ha, ha ha. Man, thought Harry, if Voldemort's followers had ever seen him while he's by himself, I don't think he'd ever have risen to power. Too bad Flutube hasn't been invented yet. Harry also thought about what Voldemort was saying. Harry had always rebutted Voldemort's "I'm the most powerful wizard" claim with "Dumbledore's the most powerful wizard." Now, if Harry was honest with himself, he thought Harry, might be the most powerful wizard in the world. But Harry had been given his powers, whereas Dumbledore came upon them naturally. Dumbledore would also always be smarter than Harry, and while Harry's magical talent may have exceeded Dumbledore's, he wasn't sure that counted for anything. He decided that it was stupid to compare himself with Dumbledore anyway, and he'd already proven that he could beat Voldemort when he was 17. Listening to Voldemort, however, Harry realized that the crystal must have been what had given Voldemort the power to hide his soul in objects. If only he'd done it right, thought Harry, grateful that the crystal had given him his soul objects rather than Horcruxes. He was done listening to Voldemort's lunatic ramblings. It was 9:30 and Harry wanted to get back to the castle unnoticed and in time for his interview. He stole out of the clearing, marched to the end of the forest, and crossed the lawn. He could see Dumbledore squatting at the edge of the lake 30 yards away, and when Harry increased his hearing, he could hear a familiar screeching dialect. Despite the grating tone of Marish, it was rather endearing coming of Dumbledore's mouth, and Harry felt a swell of admiration. It was then that the air next to Harry burst into flames, and Fawkes appeared, swooping around him singing. Dumbledore and Hagrid both turned around to look. "Oh bloody hell, Fawkes," muttered Harry, and darted around the castle to where he knew he could not be seen from the lake even though he was wearing his invisibility cloak. As Harry ran, though, he was sure he heard, "Look, Professor. Albus, is that a phoenix?" "It is." It was then that Harry noticed that Fawkes had not followed him behind the building. Apparently, Fawkes had heard Hagrid's excited voice and had flown over to him and Dumbledore. Harry poked his head around the stone corner of the castle, and saw that Fawkes had perched on Hagrid's arm. Hagrid looked taken aback at having a phoenix perched on his arm. He held the arm out awkwardly, trying to keep it as still as possible. Harry saw Dumbledore reach out and pet Fawkes on the beak. From within his Fawkes aura, he felt a flash of deep emotion, which was quickly masked. "Fesser," said Hagrid again, who clearly wanted to know how and why he had a rare magical bird perched on his arm. "That, I believe, means that my 10 o'clock interview candidate is ready for me to see him." Harry noted that Dumbledore had said, "ready for me to see him," rather than, "here." Harry pulled his head back around the corner of the castle and dashed to the foot of the stairs in front the double front doors of the castle. He knew Dumbledore would be coming around the corner soon, and didn't need him to see the door open and close for an invisible person. He dissolved his disillusionment charm and hurriedly tucked his invisibility cloak into his bag. He had his foot on the first stair when Dumbledore and a bewildered-looking Hagrid rounded the corner. "Ah, you must be Mr. Crockett," said Dumbledore warmly, striding over to Harry and shaking his hand firmly. "How very nice it is to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too, Professor Dumbledore," replied Harry. Fawkes took this moment to hop from Hagrid's arm to Harry's shoulder. "Oomph," said Harry, as he landed. Hagrid looked between Fawkes and Harry. "Ease with you?" asked Hagrid, awestruck. "Yeah," Harry replied simply. He was happy that he didn't have to correct Hagrid's wording. "Mr. Crockett, this is Rubeus Hagrid, our gamekeeper, though I dare say he does much more than that. Hagrid, this is Harry Crockett, who will be interviewing for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher." "And I," he said, Harry and Hagrid both looking at him curiously, "am Albus Dumbledore." Harry grinned, and Dumbledore winked at him. Harry was pleased to see that Dumbledore's sense of humor had remained the same. Fawkes, not wanting to be left out of the conversation, craned his long neck around until he was staring straight into Harry's face. Said Harry, "this is Fawkes." "Lo there, Fawkes," said Hagrid. Fawkes whistled in response. "And on that very lovely note," said Dumbledore, "Mr. Crockett and I have a meeting. Do excuse us, Rubeus." "No problem, Professor. And thanks fair. Elpin, with the squid. You are very welcome, Rubeus. Have a nice morning." Dumbledore and Harry started walking up the stairs, but Harry felt a prod to his aura from Fawkes. They conferred for a moment, and then Harry turned around and spoke up. "Mr. Hagrid, I think Fawkes is hungry. Would you mind helping him find some food while I meet with Professor Dumbledore?" Hagrid stuttered. "Oh, course. I'd be, well, yay. Come. Or to me, ouse, Fawkes. We'll see what we ca do." Harry suppressed a wince, imagining Hagrid feeding Fawkes stoat sandwiches and rock cakes. Fawkes took off and followed Hagrid to his hut. "That was very kind," said Dumbledore's voice from beside him. "Hagrid will be ecstatic to hold the company of a phoenix." "I could tell they were getting along well," said Harry, "but I'm sure Fawkes will be back. I just hope that when he comes, he doesn't set your office on fire. He hasn't quite mastered the art of tact yet. He's really young." Harry wasn't willing to let on quite how young Fawkes was. He was a little embarrassed that Fawkes had ended up running errands for him within 20 minutes of his birth. Oh, I do hope so, replied Dumbledore. That is, I do hope he graces us with his presence. It would be an honor to have my office set fire upon by him, but I would settle for a visit, said Dumbledore. They made their way up to the gargoyles outside of Dumbledore's office. Phoenix, Dumbledore told the gargoyle, and it leapt aside to reveal the moving staircase. The passwords new. I had an extraordinary encounter with a phoenix just yesterday, he said brightly. Harry offhandedly wondered what Fawkes had done to make such an impression. He came to the conclusion that Fawkes could have sat still as stone and still made an impression. Once they were in Dumbledore's office with the door closed, Dumbledore offered Harry a seat across the desk from his own. And now, Mr. Crockett, said Dumbledore solemnly, but with his eyes twinkling, I must ask you why you were walking around the castle and grounds invisible. Harry shifted, embarrassed. He decided to tell a partial truth. Ah, he said, so you did know I was there. Thanks for holding the door. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. As it happened, I got here early and my dark detectors had, well, detected something dark moving into your forest. I followed it invisibly, so as not to worry anybody, and came upon a curious young man talking to himself. Some of the things he said were alarming. Dumbledore frowned. Could you describe this man for me? Asked Dumbledore. Yeah, he was wearing black robes, pale. Oh, and his eyes were red, said Harry. Harry had not actually seen Voldemort's eyes in the woods, but he decided it was a detail that would leave no doubt in Dumbledore's mind, which troubled youth was muttering to himself dangerously in the woods. I see, said Dumbledore. Thank you for your vigilance, Mr. Crockett. I shall look into this matter. He frowned, lost in thought for a moment, and then looked back up at Harry. I was impressed by the strength of your disillusionment charm, said Dumbledore. I'm impressed that you could see through it, said Harry honestly. And I admit, said Dumbledore, I didn't notice you returning to the castle until Fawkes appeared. And even then, I could not see you. I assume you switched methods of concealment. I did, said Harry, not yet willing to give up all of his secrets. Dumbledore pretended not to notice Harry's secrecy, and pressed on. And what other qualifications, besides magical concealment, would you say you possess? He asked. Try me, said Harry, grinning. Patronus, said Dumbledore simply. Harry accidentally conjured the Patronus a split second before his wand was high enough. Dumbledore didn't seem to notice. Harry was interested, but not surprised, to see that his Patronus had changed from a stag to the shape of a phoenix. Dumbledore nodded, satisfied. But he wasn't done. Name some dark creatures and the methods to achieve their defeat. Harry discussed how to get rid of Hinky Punks, Boggarts, Grindylows, and Kappas. What about werewolves? Asked Dumbledore casually. Harry smiled inwardly, knowing it was a trick question. Someone should probably just invent a way to help a werewolf retain their own mind during transformation. I'd look into it, but I'm not that great at potions. Dumbledore smiled. And, said Dumbledore, for the first time looking a little guilty, I could interrogate you about your spellwork, but after seeing your magnificent Patronus, I find myself oddly curious to see more for myself. Would you indulge me in a light duel? Harry lifted an eyebrow, flattered and slightly amused. He was curious what would happen next. I, of course, will understand completely if you would rather not. I will not require it of you. However, I feel an interrogation would be dull in comparison. Where would you like to duel, Professor? Harry asked. Dumbledore beamed at him. This space will do, replied Dumbledore, extracting his wand from one of his belt sleeves. He waved it, and the round room elongated, and all of the tables pushed themselves out of sight. Dumbledore's spell encased the portraits on the walls with a protective shell, transforming the room into an ideal space for dueling. Harry looked around in awe, slightly disoriented by the changes. Dumbledore misread his face. Do not worry. I promise I will not maim you, and I do hope you will lend me the same consideration. I am an old man, after all, he said with a wink. Professor, you only look about 5 minutes older than I do, he said, and Dumbledore gave him a mysterious smile. And as for the maiming, I don't think I could maim you, said Harry, truthfully. However, he meant it in the way that he would if he had said, I could never kill a puppy. Harry felt he was physically and magically capable of maiming Dumbledore, but not emotionally capable. I do promise, though, said Harry. Lovely, said Dumbledore, shall we? Harry nodded. I would like to rule out the use of unforgivable curses and dark magic, said Dumbledore. Harry nodded again. And for the first portion of the duel, I would like spells to be cast out loud, he continued. Harry nodded. I may amend this at a later juncture. Harry nodded. Oh, and to make this more interesting, I think we should refrain from using any shielding charms, shall we? Right, said Harry slowly. They both went to stand on the center of the long rug, which now bore the moon-shaped marks of an official dueling arena. They faced each other, and both bowed very low. They turned and paced to their ends of the rug, and turned to face each other. Dumbledore conjured a number 3 between them. It turned into a 2. It turned into a 1. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted. Accio wand, said Dumbledore, flicking his wand, which twitched nearly out of his grasp despite the charm. Harry had never thought of using the summoning charm to counteract the disarming charm. Rictusempra, said Dumbledore smiling. Harry jumped out of the way and the spell hit the wall and disappeared. Tickling spell, Professor. Harry sent the jelly leg curse at Dumbledore. Oh, I love that one, said Dumbledore, not bothering to block it or move out of the way. He wobbled and collapsed, however he muttered the counter curse and shot a spell at Harry that Harry didn't hear. It hit Harry squarely in the chest, and Harry started shrinking. He shrunk and shrunk until he was a speck on the floor. He guessed that Dumbledore had used Reducio, which was the reducing charm. Harry decided to use it to his advantage. Dumbledore would no longer be able to hear his tiny voice to block his spells. The only problem was his wand was still huge. He decided to use some wandless magic. Dumbledore hadn't said anything about wandless magic, only silent magic. Wingardium Leviosa, squeaked the tiny Harry. The giant Dumbledore, who had now gotten back to his feet, did not hear him, and couldn't see him. Harry's wand rose in the air and pointed at Dumbledore. A look of shock momentarily flashed across Dumbledore's face. Using his wand far above him, he charmed Dumbledore's hair purple, and turned his midnight robes into a flowery bathrobe. Langlock, squeaked Harry, magically sealing Dumbledore's tongue to the roof of his mouth, and then made his wand point down at himself. Engorgio, squeaked Harry, and he grew back up to slightly below Dumbledore's eye level. Dumbledore raised his wand, and shot bubbles out of it. They formed themselves into the words, as I have now become incapacitated, I believe it is time for wordless magic. Also, may I keep the robe? Harry laughed at the bubbles, but took too much time laughing. Dumbledore had already sent a spell zooming at him. Harry conjured a squashy pillow to protect himself. The pillow began sprouting flowers. Harry banished the pillow towards Dumbledore, who caught it. Dumbledore realized his mistake just in time. He dropped the pillow before the flowers could creep up his arms. He changed the bubble words to say, "That's about enough fun and games," and sent a hex at Harry, who, stupidly enough, was still reading the letters. The hex had been the full body bind. Harry's legs snapped together and his arms snapped to his sides and Harry keeled over. Harry's wand was pointing straight up uselessly. Then, Harry had an idea. He wordlessly sent billows of thick white fog out of his wand until it surrounded him. As soon as he was sure Dumbledore couldn't see him, he broke out of the full body bind wandlessly. He spread the fog through the whole room, and snuck up behind Dumbledore. He tapped Dumbledore on the shoulder with his wand, simultaneously conjuring ropes to bind him in place. Impressive, said Dumbledore, his arms and legs quite as trapped as Harry's had been in the full body bind. He hopped around to face Harry. This has been delightful. However, I do have another appointment in about 10 minutes and must rearrange the room so that he does not have any grounds to add to his preconceived notion that I am quite daft indeed. Harry chuckled. He removed the ropes on Dumbledore, but before Dumbledore moved, Dumbledore's down-pointing wand turned the floor under both of their feet to ice. Harry slipped and fell on his back rather ungracefully with an oomph, and managed to drag Dumbledore down with him. Harry looked over at Dumbledore like a puppy that had just been kicked. Dumbledore cringed. Oh dear. I apologize, said Dumbledore sincerely, this wand is a rather sore loser. Harry remembered that it was the Elder Wand, and understood Dumbledore's predicament exactly. With that wand, Dumbledore wasn't capable of losing a duel. Though, now that Harry thought about it, it was more like a tie. "No worries," said Harry, "mine has been known to do strange things as well." Dumbledore banished the ice, stood, and reached his hand down to Harry. They grasped hands and Harry allowed himself be pulled up. Fawkes took that exact moment to appear somewhere in the fog that Harry had conjured earlier. Harry and Dumbledore saw a patch of fog flash orange, and then they heard Fawkes crashing into things, whistling absurdly. Harry vanished the fog, and immediately spotted Fawkes sitting atop the frame of a portrait very close to the ceiling. He looked down and saw a sizable fire burning the dueling rug. Harry groaned. "I see you weren't joking," said Dumbledore, amused. "I hoped I was," said Harry, putting out the fire and repairing the rug. Dumbledore sighed and smiled. "Ah, children." Harry rolled his eyes. With a proud croon, Fawkes swooped down and landed on Harry's arm, making him lose his balance and nearly fall over. "And now, Mr. Crockett," said Dumbledore, as he removed and folded the flowery bathrobe, underneath which was a full set of midnight blue robes, "you'll have to excuse me. I really must rearrange my office. My other guest will be here momentarily. However, as a trip to Hogwarts would hardly be complete without both magic and a meal, as Fawkes has already discovered, and I must insist that you stay for lunch." "I would be delighted," said Harry. Dumbledore beamed. "Well, then, I trust you will be able to find something to do around the grounds until I am through. I assure you, my next meeting won't be nearly as enjoyable as this one has been, and as a consequence will not be as long. I will meet you in the Great Hall." "Yes, thank you. And thank you for the interview, sir," said Harry. They shook hands. Fawkes leaned down Harry's arm to put his head where their hands met. Harry was puzzled. Harry and Dumbledore looked at each other. "Man, what's with the FOMO today, Fawkes?" "What is FOMO?" asked Dumbledore. "FOMO is fear of missing out, but..." Fawkes fluttered to stand on Dumbledore's desk. He vanished in a burst of flame, and returned a moment later with his perch. "Oh," said Harry, turning red, "and it looks like he's interested in seeing your meeting. Fawkes, this is turning from FOMO into PHOMO. Phoenix observation, major overreach. And I would be a spoil sport indeed if I deterred him," said Dumbledore. Harry suspected that the vessel for his soul was becoming a little too attached to Dumbledore. However, he couldn't bring himself to worry. "Are you sure, Professor? He's really, I could probably..." Fawkes flipped upside down on the perch for a moment, and then reappeared in a burst of flame right side up. Flipping himself, the whole bird flipped. He flipped the bird. "Did you just..." "He's fine to stay. Good luck with your exploration," said Dumbledore, and Harry exited the headmaster's office. Phonixless. Harry rode the spiral staircase down, and passed between the gargoyles. He was walking down the corridor, when a door opened in front of him, and none other than Lord Voldemort stepped out. Voldemort closed the door, still facing the other direction, and began muttering inaudibly to himself. "So you're the 11 o'clock?" asked Harry loudly. "You," snarled Tom, spinning around. "Me," said Harry, grinning excitedly. "What are you doing here?" Tom snapped. "Oh, I was just up getting myself the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Now I think I'll go talk to myself in the woods a bit," replied Harry. It took a moment for Voldemort to understand what Harry had said. His eyes widened in rage. Before Voldemort could do anything, Harry strode over to where the door had vanished. It was the room of requirement. Clearly, Voldemort had been hiding the diadem. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, curses on all that is lost, the door's gone. Now I'll never know," Harry said dramatically. Voldemort blanched. Harry had caught him red-handed and Voldemort had no response for the moment. He almost looked guilty. However, he soon regained his composure, pulled out his wand, and held it over Harry's heart. He and Harry stood only a pace apart. "Have you been following me?" he asked, anger and fear dripping from his voice. "Let's just say that I know everything you have ever or will ever do, Mr. Riddle, but I have better things to do than follow you. You'll have people for that anyway, if you don't already." "Oh really, Mr. Crockett?" He spat. And did you know about this? Avada. Oh, no. You don't want to do that, said Harry smoothly. See, dear Albus Dumbledore will know if you use any unforgivable curses inside Hogwarts, and he won't be very happy about you eliminating the competition, will he? I thought not. Anyway, I'll catch you later. I'll still be around after your meeting if you want to try to maim me more legally. Harry walked down the hall and was around the corner before Voldemort could think of a retort. Voldemort was surprised to find snow on his shoulders, despite the summery air. Harry went downstairs, taking shortcuts through tapestries and finding invisible staircases. He was going over what he remembered of Dumbledore's meeting with Voldemort, and first, he remembered that Dumbledore had said it was a snowy evening. Harry chuckled, getting an idea as he exited the building, and pulled out his broom. He flew up above Dumbledore's tower and cast a darkening charm. Then he made it snow outside the windows. He knew from his memories that Dumbledore would play along with the new weather, and knew instinctively that it would infuriate Tom. He sat on the roof and enjoyed the summer day around his miniature storm. Then, he remembered that Fawkes would probably have vanished without a trace from Hagrid's hut. He flew down from the tower and landed outside Hagrid's hut. He knocked on the door, and Hagrid pulled it open. Mr. Crockett, sir, am so sorry. I lost. Bird. Was. Air. And then he was gone. Burst into flame. Did. Hagrid, calm down, said Harry, he's with Dumbledore. Oh, said Hagrid. He's having a meeting. Oh, said Hagrid. So, I heard that you keep the largest herd of domestic thestrals in Britain, said Harry. It took very little convincing of Hagrid and a pile of bloody meat conjured by Harry, and very soon, a skeleton-like black head poked out of the forest, sniffing the air. The thestral came out into the open, its leathery skin glinting in the sunlight. Harry reached out to pet it. You've seen someone die, then? Hagrid asked confidently. Yes, said Harry. Who? Asked Hagrid, a little too enthusiastically. My mother, said Harry, and a classmate. And my godfather, and a house elf I was very close to, a traitor, a friend, a foe, a very brave man who sacrificed his life to protect me, and my mentor. Also my owl. Blimey, I'm sorry, said Hagrid. Don't worry about it, said Harry, it was a long time ago. I saw me dad die, said Hagrid, unnecessarily trying to distract Harry from grief that he had already put behind him. Oh, said Harry, I'm sorry. But then Dumbledore took me in. Great man, Dumbledore. Not a half-bad wizard either, said Harry. They both heard a bang as the front door of the castle slammed shut. They both turned to look. Voldemort was striding out of the castle towards them. Crockett, he bellowed. Apparently he hadn't mastered his cool quite yet. This Tom Riddle, Mr. Crockett. Careful, warned Hagrid. Harry acknowledged Hagrid and turned to Voldemort. Oh, good, you didn't forget, he said. Dumbledore appeared at the top of the steps to the castle, Fawkes on his shoulder. Voldemort whipped out his wand. Crucio, he screeched. Come on, Tom. We talked about this, said Harry, walking towards Voldemort and sidestepping the curse. Voldemort kept sending curses at Harry, and each one missed. Harry was using a deflecting spell that made it look like Voldemort was simply aiming badly. Oh, come on. You're doing it all wrong, said Harry when he was 3 paces away. You have to aim first. Harry pointed his wand directly at Voldemort's face, and then fire. He shot a spell and it landed directly on Voldemort's nose, which immediately started shrinking and flattening. The nostrils became slits. That's a good look for you, chuckled Harry. I mean, your friends'll probably think you're very pretty if your preferred company is slithery blokes like you, anyway. This has been fun. Let's do it again sometime, but right now I have a lunch date with Dumbledore. He's behind you, you know. Tom spun around and spotted Dumbledore, leaning against a wall with his arms folded, eyes twinkling with an emotion Harry could not identify. Harry coughed, and Tom realized that he had let Harry out of his sight. Voldemort straddled himself so that he could see both Harry and Dumbledore. He licked his lips, realizing that he couldn't win against both of these wizards, let alone one. He huffed, and swished his cloak around him dramatically, and stomped off towards the gate. His exit would have been impressive, had he not looked over his shoulder every few seconds to make sure Harry hadn't raised his wand. However, Harry had lowered his occlumency once more and reached out with his record instinct aura. The moment after it touched Riddle, he spun around. "How are you doing that?" he demanded. "Doing what?" Harry asked. "Voldemort obviously didn't want to say, giving me a hard-on from 20 feet away without using your wand, and so did not have a response." He stuttered, being so weak. And with that he fled the premises. When he was gone, Hagrid started clapping. Harry turned his head to look at him. "Wah?" he asked in response to Harry's look. "Seems tear me, ol' Tom had to comin'. Nobody bested him at nothin'. He never took a manners class." "Then," said Harry, "thank you for showing me the Thestrals, Hagrid. I hope we'll be able to talk more." Welcome, Harry. Sure you'll get the job after the show." "Thank you, Hagrid. Enjoy lunch," he said, and Harry made his way back up to the castle where Dumbledore was still leaning on the wall. "And what was that, may I ask?" "I was defending myself against dark arts," said Harry. Harry and Dumbledore sat behind the staff table, with the heads of houses, who had all arrived early for school. Harry sat at Dumbledore's right, and they were eating lunch and talking. "Mr. Crockett, I have decided that it would be pointless not to tell you this in person. I would love it if you would be our defense against the dark arts teacher for the coming school year." "Thank you, Professor. I gladly accept. And, please, sir, call me Harry," said Harry. It was off-putting that Dumbledore kept calling him Mr. Crockett. Also, he wasn't used to the name, so he worried that he wouldn't respond immediately. "Of course, Harry. And in return, I hope you will call me Albus." "That's going to be fun to get used to," Harry thought. "Thank you," he said. "After lunch, since you are here, would you like to pick out your quarters and classroom?" "Very much, Professor Albus. As term starts in 2 days, most of the other professors will be arriving tomorrow to set up their classrooms, and the new professors will claim their quarters." "Are there any other new teachers?" asked Harry. "There is a new professor of herbology. His name is Mr. Bloom. And, of course, it will only be Minerva's second year." He gestured to his left, where a woman sat. She was in her early 30s, Harry guessed. Her hair was long and brown and cascaded down past her shoulders. It was lovely to see her looking so much less careworn. Harry suddenly realized that he couldn't wait to get to know her, now that they were peers. "Minerva, this is Harry. He is going to be our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Minerva teaches transfiguration," he said, and just loud enough for McGonagall to hear, he whispered, "Be careful, Harry, while a welcomed addition to our staff, she's also a menace." Harry blinked a few times. "Was that a joke?" "Only to you, Albus," said McGonagall. "Stop trying to set me up with the new teachers." Harry's eyes went wide. Dumbledore looked mock-offended. "I had no intention of setting you up with Mr. Crockett, here," said Dumbledore. He paused. Mr. Bloom, on the other hand, as obviously not interested in women, Albus, dear, and far too young for any men nearby who'd be interested. Harry was starting to get the impression that the working culture at Hogwarts was a little different from the culture at the Ministry. "It's a good thing I hired him for his teaching and herbology skills rather than his looks, then," said Dumbledore pointedly. Harry hadn't spoken though the entire exchange. He was, at this point, trying to keep his jaw from dropping. He wondered if his professors had been this candid in his time and kept it away from the students, or if they'd filtered themselves with age. He suspected it was a combination of the two. He just couldn't imagine his Dumbledore and McGonagall discussing their love lives. "So how about you, Crockett?" said McGonagall, pulling Harry from his image of the 120-year-old Dumbledore and the 70-year-old McGonagall discussing Snape's relationship potential. "Wah?" asked Harry. "Wife? Girlfriend? Extremely charming children?" asked Professor McGonagall impatiently. "It's just Fox and me right now," said Harry. "My wife and I divorced a few years ago," said Harry, "and she and my 3 children moved away." "Oh," said McGonagall solemnly, mirroring Hagrid's earlier response to the list of people Harry had seen die. "I really did have a crappy life," thought Harry, suddenly liking the 50s a lot more. "But, well, It was for the best, said Harry. The kids love their mother, and I'm happy. This is where I want to be, he finished, refraining from telling his old teachers his entire story for fear of oversharing. And we certainly want you here, said Dumbledore, seriously. Well, we know you want him here, Albus, said Minerva, smirking. I certainly do, Minerva, said Dumbledore, ignoring Minerva's intended meaning. He won a duel with Tom on the lawn not 20 minutes ago. Tom Riddle? Asked Minerva, her smirk gone. I've never seen anyone so much as leg lock him. Indeed, said Dumbledore. Harry dodged quite a few unforgivables, if I am not mistaken, and gave Tom something to remember him by. Harry, what did you do to his nose? Asked Dumbledore, his lips twitching up slightly. I just want people to be able to recognize him for the snake he is, Professor, said Harry innocently. Unfortunately, I doubt it will work. He will be able to reverse it? Asked Minerva. No, said Harry, I think he could if he wanted, but I'm pretty sure he won't. I just don't think altering his appearance will be enough to scare people off from him. However, it was highly amusing, said Dumbledore. What exactly did you do? Asked McGonagall, clearly a little envious of Dumbledore's praise. I changed his nose into a snake's, said Harry. I met him before, and he was very rude. I decided it was about time to teach him a lesson before he gave me any more trouble. I won't be teaching lessons that way at school. Tom has a talent for giving people trouble. I'm glad to see someone stand up to him. Anyway, Harry, if you have finished eating, I could show you around to the available staff quarters. Harry put down his knife and fork. His plate wiped itself clean. I look forward to working with you, Minerva, said Harry. Just as long as Dumbledore doesn't make you think he'll be doing anything else with you, said Minerva. Of course, said Harry smiling, while Dumbledore scoffed. And you, Albus, don't scare him away. He seems nice. Minerva, I'm sure I have no idea what you are talking about, said Dumbledore. Come on, Harry, what'll it be? He asked, striding quickly away from the staff table. Harry almost skipped to keep up with him. The dungeons are very quiet. But, no, you don't seem like a dungeon sort of person, unless it's just for a visit. There's the basement, very close to the kitchens. Do you have any tower rooms? Asked Harry. Fox likes a view. Ah, yes. I am inclined towards tower living, myself. We do have one unused tower, if you'll follow me. They walked past the house point hourglasses, which were now all in the 0 points position, and climbed the marble staircase. Eventually, Harry recognized where they were going. They had been climbing the complicated and twisted route towards the divination tower. He wasn't going to tell Dumbledore until he saw the room, but Harry thought there was no way he was going to be living in the future divination classroom. The curtains were oppressive, and the fireplace was stifling. The memories were atrocious. They arrived under the trapdoor, and Dumbledore stopped and looked up. It doesn't have a proper staircase. There's only a ladder. He waved his wand and the trapdoor flew open and the ladder unfolded. Dumbledore climbed up first. Harry didn't bother climbing the ladder. He levitated himself up through the trapdoor and alighted nimbly in the tower, smirking at Dumbledore, who was slightly out of breath. Okay there, Professor. Harry asked with mock concern. You sound like Minerva. Seems like the two of you have a thing. What kind of thing, Harry? Oh, said Harry. He turned red, unsure if he'd misunderstood the workplace culture, and even more uncomfortable with the lack of euphemisms in the 50s and wondering why he'd said anything in the first place. Well, there was quite a bit of, banter, and I mean she seemed really. I dare not presume to know the workings of anyone's heart, including mine, said Dumbledore. Classic Dumbledore, thought Harry. But she knows that I am unlikely to reciprocate any romantic affection or advance from her, as you heard her allude earlier. Harry nodded. Until Minerva had made the joke about nearby men who'd be interested in the new herbology professor. However, Harry had never given any thought to what Albus's romantic appetites might have been. Then Harry voiced to his old mentor what he'd only ever articulated out loud to Luna. I divorced my wife for the same reason, he said quietly. Harry still hadn't quite gotten used to the fact that to Dumbledore he was still a stranger, and he'd probably been acting a little too familiar. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, and was horrified when he saw his expression, which was something akin to fear. Harry cringed, but then Dumbledore spoke, slightly frantic. "Oh dear. I must ask that you please don't tell Minerva. She has a penchant for teasing me about men, and she'll be want to invent all sorts of things in her head about the two of us if she knows that you. It suffices to say neither of us will ever hear the end of it." Harry relaxed and laughed in relief. "You heard the way she talked about me and Mr. Bloom," Dumbledore finished. "Albus, keep your mitts off that new boy. He's too young for you," said Harry in a high Scottish accent. It was a remarkably good imitation of Minerva. "I do feel sorry for Mr. Bloom. He will have no idea what that is all about," said Dumbledore, smiling sheepishly. Harry and Dumbledore laughed. Harry let go of the tension that had built up in his body a moment earlier, irrationally worrying that he was going to meet scorn the first time he ever came out. "So what do you think of the room, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. His tone was more informal and friendly than it had been not 5 minutes before. Harry actually looked around at the room for the first time. It wasn't anything like he'd remembered. There were no musty curtains blocking out all the light. There were no armchairs nor poufs, and no teacups. There were many more windows than Harry remembered. Harry suspected that it was Professor Trelawney who had covered most of them up with curtains. Similarly, the roof sloped up to a point, while Harry remembered there being oppressive curtains hanging from the ceiling. The room felt airy, and the fireplace was empty. The room itself was round. The trapdoor lay at the very center. Harry imagined setting it up just like his flat in London with all of his sole object shelves around the outside. "It's perfect," he told Dumbledore. "When can I move in?" "As soon as you are able," said Dumbledore. "Excellent," said Harry. In his exuberation at finding such an ideal place to live, he forgot himself slightly. He began filling the room with the objects from his flat, transporting them directly. Around the room appeared the 6 shelves for his sole objects, and a shelf with the random objects that had come in the crystal with him. Last, he conjured a large wardrobe and put all of his robes inside it. "There, done," said Harry. "Not quite," said Dumbledore, hiding any wonder and surprise he may have had. He conjured a glorious king-sized 4-poster bed topped with a canopy of dark purple. The pillows and comforter were lilac-colored silk. "I do hope you like purple." His beard twitched into a smile. "What are these?" Dumbledore asked, walking over to the box of sweets. Harry inspected the sweets, looking at them closely for the first time in the year he'd carried them. They were Lemo drops. He laughed out loud. Dumbledore looked at him curiously. "Help yourself," said Harry. "Have as many as you want. Maybe I should keep some in my office. And speaking of your office, shall we go look for one for you?" "Absolutely," said Harry. They both dropped nimbly out of the trapdoor without aid of the ladder, and landed safely with the aid of magic. Harry banished the ladder and shut the trapdoor. He didn't bother adding any protective enchantments. Hogwarts was the safest place in the world, and Harry thought a locked trap door with no ladder would deter any unwanted visitors for the moment. "Do you have any idea where you would like your office, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. "Well," said Harry, trying not to give away his knowledge of the castle, "I would like to have it attached to my classroom, if that is possible. There is only one classroom like that, and none of the other teachers have claimed it. Would you like to take a look?" "Yeah," said Harry. They descended many staircases, and eventually came to the 2nd floor. They stopped outside the office that Harry knew would, in his day, belong to a slew of teachers, all with very different decorating preferences. Dumbledore opened the door. "After you, Harry," he said. Harry was reminded fleetingly of their excursions into the Pensive. The room was bare. Only a plain-looking desk and a rectangular wardrobe occupied it. On the other end of the room was a door that Harry knew led onto a staircase that descended into the 1st-floor classroom. He crossed the room and opened the door. He stepped onto the balcony over the classroom, and looked out, trying to imagine how he would decorate it. "Will this be suitable?" asked Dumbledore. "Exactly what I imagined," said Harry truthfully. "I'm only trying to decide what to put in it. It seems so plain." They stepped back into Harry's new office. "I would offer advice, but as I have already imposed my style on your bedchamber, I shall refrain," said Dumbledore. "No, said Harry, remembering the gigantic purple bed and hesitating just long enough to be doubted. It's lovely, really. Dumbledore gave Harry a knowing smile. Harry wasn't sure what it was that Dumbledore knew, but he knew something. Harry was still trying to work it out when Dumbledore spoke. And now, Harry, I have taken up too much of your time. I will allow you to become acclimated to your new space on your own. You are welcome to stay here tonight, if that is your wish, as it seems that you have already transported many of your belongings here. Dinner is served at 7. I will be eating in the Great Hall at that time, and I would be delighted to continue our conversation, if you choose to join me. Thank you, said Harry, I'll be there. Excellent, said Dumbledore, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. The air between their faces burst into flame, and when it cleared, Fawkes was standing on Dumbledore's hand, which was on Harry's shoulder. Harry felt the familiar swell of confusing emotion radiating from Fawkes, through Dumbledore's hand, and into himself. Blue eyes met green for an instant, and Dumbledore's lips parted questioningly. And then the moment passed, and Harry wasn't sure what had happened or even if it had happened at all. Dumbledore pulled his hand out from under Fawkes, said goodbye to Harry, and swept out of the office. Harry looked around his new office, unsure of what to do with himself. Fawkes fluttered down to the desk, and twittered unhelpfully. Harry decided to fix the furniture first. He transfigured the desk into a larger one made of dark polished wood. It had useful shelves that rose several feet above its surface. Then, he looked at the wardrobe. He spelled its doors open. Floating within it was a Dementor, tall and hooded. Boggart, yelped Harry, and slammed the doors shut. The wardrobe rattled. He chuckled and sighed at his reaction. He was surprised that he hadn't sensed the Boggart's presence. He must have been too preoccupied with his conversation with Dumbledore. Well, he thought, the Boggart can be one of my lessons. Harry conjured a comfortable swivel armchair. He was pretty sure that armchairs this comfortable hadn't been invented yet, but he didn't think anyone was going to call him on it. He sat down in the chair behind his desk. He decided that now that he had won his job, he had to do it. He began drawing up lesson plans starting with first year, and ending with 7th. He realized that he would probably have to amend them as he went depending on what the students had already learned. Having been a fantastic defense against the dark arts student, a teacher in his 5th year, and a professional after his school years, he had a very detailed base of knowledge and knew pretty well how to divide the work between the classes. Harry immersed himself in the task. He loved remembering all of his favorite spells that had come in handy so many times. Soon, he'd filled pages for each of the years, with animals to learn about, spells to practice, and facts to know. He looked at his watch. It was nearing 5 o'clock. He was shocked at how quickly the time had passed. He knew that dinner was served at 7, so he still had 2 hours. He decided to arrange his classroom more thoroughly. He went out of his second office door onto the balcony over the classroom and surveyed it closely. He decided that since he was going to teach his lessons practically, he needed to fix the space. He started by vanishing all of the desks and putting large pillows around the room instead. Next, he covered the wall without windows with mirrors, and protected them so that stray spells would not shatter them. These would help the class see everyone's progress, and keep the students looking around and on their toes. He descended the stairs, and looked around the room. In between each of the mirrors, he conjured a shelf. On each of the shelves, he displayed a dark detector. He spent a few minutes adding protective spells to them so that they would not be broken by spells. He made sure to do the same to the windows. He cast a spell on the chandelier so that it would not fall or break, and he fireproofed both doors and the cushions. As an afterthought, he cast a cushioning charm on the ground and walls, so that if anyone were to fall or be thrown against a wall, they would be able to get back up unharmed. Harry nodded, satisfied. All he had to do was think of something interesting to put in his office. Thinking of Dumbledore, he cleared a space on his paper-covered desk, and conjured a bowl there. He filled the bowl with some of the lemo drops from his stash upstairs, and cast a spell on the bowl to multiply the lemo drops so that they never ran out. He cast spells on both doors to make sure that no students could break into his office, and more spells that would let him know if someone tried. He left the office accessible to faculty, but made spells to alert him upon the entry of anyone but him. He could have cast spells to tell him exactly who was entering his office, but he had the Marauder's map to tell him that. It wouldn't do to get too lazy. Now, would it? He thought as he conjured a mailbox for the outside of his door, opened the door with magic, and attached the mailbox with magic. He also added a plaque to the outside of the door that read, Professor Harry Crockett. Defense against the dark arts. He looked around the office to see if he'd forgotten anything obvious. Like the bed. He didn't think of anything, but he was sure he would add things later. He still had an hour until dinner, so he decided to take a walk around the grounds. He was a little restless after spending several hours drafting lesson plans. Harry walked down the lawn, and found himself treading the familiar route to the Quidditch pitch. When he got there, he felt all the memories come back of the plays he'd made, the games he'd won. He craved the wind in his face and the ground far beneath him, so he took out his broomstick from his bag, enlarged it, and jumped into the air, making sure to use occlumency against his ego trapped within the broom. He zoomed around the stadium, faster and faster. He sped faster than any broom ever had in that time, and he left his day behind him. But as he flew, his heart began to ache. And as he left his day behind, he traveled closer to what he had been avoiding for a year. He had pushed it down with a new name. He had avoided it by avoiding witches and wizards. He had even avoided it with using occlumency on himself to save himself from thinking about it. But now, it crashed over him like a tidal wave. He, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the hero of the 21st century wizarding world, had been sent back over 70 years in time. He had been ripped from his life and shoved unceremoniously into the past. He had been torn from his friends and thrown in with people from another generation entirely. He circled lower and lower, gasping at the enormity of it all until he collapsed onto the grass on all fours. Luna's face, Neville's face, Ron's face, Hermione's face, his children's faces flashed in front of his eyes. He wouldn't see any of them again until he was an old man, if at all. He looked at the grass beneath him, and it looked back at him, innocent and green. Harry couldn't help but think of all the things he'd never get to do because he was in the past. Well, there was his job. He would never go back to his Auror's job. His Auror's job, where each accomplishment was unimpressive compared to his defeat of the Dark Lord. He thought of his friends. He'd never see his friends again. He would miss his real friends, though they seldom spoke except to reminisce about the defeat of the Dark Lord and the DA. And then there were the people who he had met after the war, who all wanted a piece of his purity and glory. And he would never again be called Harry Potter. He would never again be recognized in the streets and mobbed. He would never have to sign autographs for a greatness he had been destined to do since he was born. He wouldn't have broomstick models made to look like his face, or close-ups of his scar in The Prophet. He realized he was sobbing into the grass. His forehead was pressed into the ground, and his arms were around his middle, the only thing keeping him together. He looked up at the castle in front of him, tears rolling down his cheeks. He was free. Like he had never been in his life, he was free. He wasn't expected to be anything or anyone anymore. He didn't have to be an Auror. He didn't have to be a Potter. He didn't have to be a saint. He didn't have to pat the ministry on the shoulder, or send opinions to the prophet. He didn't have to be smarter than Ron but more cool than Hermione. He didn't have to be married to Ginny, or any woman, thank goodness. He was no longer Harry Potter, the boy who wasn't allowed to change. He was Harry Crockett, Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher in 1957. He was a broomstick, a bowling ball, a wand, a hat, a record, a phoenix and a man. He was standing up and smiling, wiping away his tears. He was going to be the best damn Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher Hogwarts had ever and would ever have. He was going to ask Dumbledore all the questions he had always wanted to and more. He was going to make a home for himself without all of the bullshit coddling. He was going to be the child he never got to be at Hogwarts or on Privet Drive. He was going to be the adult no one ever knew was behind the boy who lived. He was going to be late to dinner. He made sure he was clean, and headed back to the castle, a new skip in his step. Somebody, presumably Dumbledore, had arranged a smaller table around which the accumulated staff sat. Dumbledore sat between Hagrid and Minerva. Also at the table was Professor Slughorn, call me Horace, Emboy, who was head of Slytherin House, and next to him was Professor Phileas Flitwick, who was head of Ravenclaw House. To Harry's right was the very attractive Wister Bloom, the new professor of herbology and head of Hufflepuff House. Also present was Professor Binns. It took Harry until halfway through dessert to notice he was still alive, and even then it was hard to tell, the caretaker named Og, and Hagrid. Harry was listening to Wister talk animatedly about the adrenaline-inducing venomous tentacula encounter he'd had over the summer. Harry was listening, but he was paying more attention to Dumbledore, who kept watching Harry over his half-moon spectacles and looking away quickly to avoid eye contact. Harry hoped that Fawkes's strange behavior and his aura's blast of emotion hadn't ruined Harry and Dumbledore's budding friendship. Harry didn't have any other friends yet, after all. However, Wister clearly wanted to be his friend, or possibly more. Wister was a little shorter than Harry and had golden skin. He had dirty blonde hair that framed his eager face, and a sweet smile which Harry earned several times throughout the evening. He was modest and very enthusiastic about his work. He was the youngest professor. He was a year or two younger than Minerva. Harry thought that between the Wister and Minerva, they'd have the whole student population drooling. Ironically, Wister was having the same thoughts about Harry and Minerva. Harry found himself caught up in Wister's charm, but was inexplicably uncomfortable with reciprocating his flirtation, despite the implications that there were very different expectations for workplace relationships at Hogwarts than there were at the Ministry. Harry's thoughts were interrupted. You thought I was going to referee Quidditch games and teach the first years how to fly. Are you mad, Albus? Minerva asked incredulously, her voice carrying around the table. A little mad, yes, Minerva, but do you see an alternative? As a matter of fact, I saw one out my window just this afternoon. She raised her voice even higher, unnecessarily. Crockett. Harry, you fly incredibly well. Thank you, said Harry. Did you know that the last Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher also taught flight last year? It's a bit of a tradition. Minerva, said Albus, chastising her manipulations. Yeah, all right, I'll teach them, said Harry quickly, before she got going. He was not at all feeling manipulated. He loved flying and was pleased to be able to pass on his expertise. Lovely, exclaimed Minerva, at the same time as Dumbledore said, really, Harry, do not feel obligated. It wasn't part of your job description. And was it part of my job description, Albus? It was, actually, Minerva. You were to take on all of my duties when you arrived last year. However, you somehow managed to slink out of that particular duty, as well as taking on some others. You now seem to have taken on the role of my keeper, for example, said Dumbledore, smiling serenely. Minerva turned red and did not rebut. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said, meeting Harry's eyes for the first time during the meal. Harry took it as a sign that Dumbledore was ready to interact with him again and was glad. So, said Wister Bloom as he licked the last drips of melted vanilla ice cream off his spoon, you play Quidditch. I play keeper. Are you a chaser? We could play some time. Do some shooting practice, you know. I play seeker, said Harry, standing up. He saw the put-out expression on Wister's face and amended, but maybe we could sometime. Wister beamed like a schoolboy. I'm off to bed, said Harry. I've still got to fix up my dorm a bit. Good night, all. It's been great meeting you. Good night, Crockett, said Minerva. Night, Harry, waved Hagrid. Dumbledore nodded at him. Harry left the great hall and started up the marble staircase. Halfway up, he decided that it was too far to walk all the way to his tower, and he closed his eyes and concentrated. When he opened them, he was in the middle of the tower, the stands for his objects and his bed all around him. Fawkes's perch, too, was back in its place and Fawkes gripped it, surveying Harry. Outside it was night, but the full moon illuminated the grounds. Harry didn't light the room, but instead made his eyes adjust to the dark. He walked around the room and placed each of his objects on its stand, but decided that the room didn't look very natural. He conjured a record player and placed the record in it instead of leaving it sitting on its shelf by itself. He stored the other Muggle records on the shelf under the player. The hat was sitting on a glass head, but Harry transfigured the glass head into a many-pegged hat stand, and put the rest of the hats onto it. By the bowling ball, he put the bowling pins. Sorting through his other miscellaneous and non-possessed objects, he decided that the rubber ducks should live by the bath. Off to one side of the tower was a door, and behind it was a bathroom. The bathroom was luxurious and circular like its adjoining room. There was a large tub, and beside it, a separate shower. Above the sink was a large mirror. Harry placed the ducks by the bath, went back into his bedroom, and continued looking through the objects. He conjured a table, and set the ornate wizard's chess set upon it, and he conjured a cabinet and stored the pensive within it. He decided to add the Felix to his Auror's potion kit. He looked around the room and thought about adding drapes to the windows, but he immediately imagined it stifling hot and stuffy as Trelawney had decorated it. He would darken the windows with magic if he needed privacy or darkness. Just then, he felt a presence under the trapdoor. Before the visitor could knock or call out, Harry dashed over to the trapdoor and opened it. Beneath it, looking mildly bewildered, stood Dumbledore. He gazed up at Harry and neither of them spoke for a moment. Dumbledore simply stared up at Harry, searching his face. Harry stared back into the face of his mentor. Dumbledore broke the silence. "May I come up?" "Yeah," said Harry, and he backed away from the trapdoor. Dumbledore rose through it slowly, as if standing on an elevator, and stepped onto the solid stone floor of the tower as soon as his feet were level with it. He closed the trapdoor behind him and looked through the moonlit room. "I trust I did not wake you." "No," said Harry, just like it dark." Dumbledore didn't respond. Instead, he stepped closer to Harry. "Mr. Crockett. Harry, you may or may not know, but as headmaster of this school, the castle endows me with certain knowledge of the goings-on here. It very recently told me when someone apparated within the walls this evening, when such an occurrence should not be possible due to strong enchantments. I wonder if you could alleviate my worries about the possibility of a powerful dark witch or wizard roaming our halls." Harry shifted guiltily. He would surely pay for his laziness. He had known the moment he set foot in, or under, as it happened to be, the castle that it was deeply magical and had an almost sentient consciousness, but he hadn't realized that Dumbledore had such a connection with it. "That was me, headmaster," said Harry, knowing that Dumbledore already knew it was him and was testing his honesty. "I am sorry if I alarmed you." Harry could tell only by flicking out one of his auras that Dumbledore was painfully curious, but he showed no signs of it on his face. Dumbledore only nodded and said, "I am impressed. You must be a powerful wizard indeed." Harry was surprised at the compliment and equally surprised that Dumbledore didn't tell him off or warn him not to do it again. "Thank you, Albus," was all he could think to say. "I see that you've made some changes to your quarters." "Ah, chess. A magnificent game. You play often." "No," said Harry, trying to keep up. "I only just inherited the set from an aunt who passed away. I haven't played in years," he lied. "I see," said Albus. "May I have another lemo?" "Drop." "Of course. I don't eat them," he said before he could stop himself. Dumbledore looked at him, puzzled. If Dumbledore were any other man, Harry would have been sure he was asking himself, why does this man have an enormous box of sweets that he does not eat? But Harry knew that Albus Dumbledore could just as likely be finishing a game of solitaire in his head. Dumbledore chose a lemo, dropped from the box and stuck it in his mouth, beeping pensively. "What have you planned for your first lessons?" Dumbledore asked conversationally around the lemo. "Drop." Harry, taken off guard, responded, "Demonstrations, and a simple practical lesson." "Oh," said Dumbledore brightly. "What will you demonstrate?" "I hope to duel," said Harry. "Who are you going to duel?" asked Dumbledore. "Will you be my aide, Albus?" he asked, before he knew what he was saying. Originally, he'd planned to demonstrate on a dummy. Dumbledore smiled. "Why, of course, Harry. But, could we, perhaps do one demonstration for all of the students rather than for each class? For the first 2 weeks of school I'm afraid I need almost all of my time to answer owls from parents." "Of course," said Harry. "Thank you. Let me know if I can return the favor." "I will keep that in mind," said Dumbledore, "and now I will leave you to your rest." "Thank you for permitting my intrusion." "You aren't intruding, Albus." "Good night," said Harry as Dumbledore drifted down through the trapdoor. "Good night," said Dumbledore, and then the trapdoor shut softly. Harry donned his pajamas and climbed into bed. He looked out his window across the night. The lights in the headmaster's tower blinked on, and Harry thought he saw a purple-clad figure moving through the room. He turned on his side and soon fell asleep. Harry was at the top of the astronomy tower, frozen and invisible. Before him, Draco was pointing his wand at Dumbledore, failing to find the nerve to kill. Dumbledore was looking around, trying to get his bearings. And he was slipping down the wall. Harry heard a commotion from behind the door, and a horde of Death Eaters burst through it. Behind them came Voldemort. Voldemort sneered and pointed his wand at Dumbledore. Harry, please, said Dumbledore looking over at Harry, and a flash of green light erupted from Voldemort's wand. The dream changed. It became clearer and the emotions were stronger, and not his own. Harry was in someone's front yard. He had never been there before and knew his mind hadn't invented it. He recognized the 4 people around him. 2 were blue-eyed, auburn-haired teens whom he had seen in an old photograph. 1 was a little girl, whom he had seen in a painting. 1 was a sandy-haired boy, the thief. The 3 men were yelling at one another, and the girl was crying. Spells started flying through the air. A few seconds later the girl fell to the ground. Ariana! Ariana! No! Cried one of the men with blue eyes. He turned to Harry and embraced him, crying on his shoulder. The surroundings vanished, and Dumbledore looked up from Harry's shoulder. His gaze was real and sentient. It wasn't a figment of Harry's subconscious, nor, Harry knew, was the rest of the dream. Why are you here? Harry woke with a start, sitting straight up in his bed, looking through his window to the tower across the way. He realized that his oars were stretched out in all directions, exposed, caressing his surroundings. He reeled them in and threw up some occlumency barriers. He glanced at his watch which read 7:30. He dressed in his red silk robes, and headed down for breakfast. He left all of his objects in his tower, feeling that they were safe there, but he added an extra protection just in case. He took only his wand. He resisted his urge to pop straight down to the Great Hall, and walked down the long way. The day went by quickly. He was introduced to the other teachers who arrived, including the care of magical creatures, teacher Professor Kettleburn. Dumbledore ran the entire staff through safety procedures and rules. Harry was pleased to note that transfiguration is not to be used as a punishment, was not yet one of the rules. Harry sat through an unavoidable explanation of all of the processes with which he was already familiar, like the house point system and the Quidditch Cup and the scheduling and Hogsmeade visits. Harry sifted through the school's broom closet and used some of his magic to make the brooms safer and more reliable. After he was satisfied with the brooms, he went to his office and continued developing his lesson plans. He had barely any time to have any conversations because the day was spent in frenzied preparation. Evening fell, and all of the staff sat down for dinner together. Today, said Dumbledore, you have all worked hard to prepare for the arrival of the students. Believe it or not, despite how hard you have all worked, today will feel like a vacation compared with what is to come. Remember that we are all feeling the same strain, and therefore there will always be someone with whom to share a piece of your mind. He glanced at Harry. Harry hoped that Dumbledore was just being friendly, instead of hinting that he knew Harry had been in his dream. To a prosperous year, said Dumbledore raising his glass. A prosperous year, echoed everyone enthusiastically, and dinner began. Being their last night of freedom, Dumbledore had brought in several bottles of mead and fire whiskey and the faculty was making quick work of them. Harry was in an exceptionally upbeat mood, aided by the alcohol in his system. By the end of the main course of the meal, most of the staff was thoroughly tipsy, and by dessert, they were quite sloshed indeed. Some of the older, more solemn professors had already gone to bed, and only Harry, Wister, Slughorn, Dumbledore, Flitwick, Minerva, and Hagrid remained. Hagrid and Flitwick were singing enthusiastically, Flitwick's high voice contrasting with Hagrid's booming bass. McGonagall was red in the face talking to Slughorn, who was flirting shamelessly. Wister was whispering very inappropriate ideas into the ear of Harry, who was glancing around the table hoping no one noticed his blush. Dumbledore stood up, at last, with surprising grace for someone who had consumed so much alcohol. And now, he said, a little too loudly. It is time for bed. Have dreams of pleasant memories, and pleasant things to come. He frowned, and Harry hoped he hadn't been remembering his joint dream with Harry from the previous night. I will see you all in the morning. As you know, students will arrive at 6 tomorrow evening. Chairs scraped back, and teachers helped each other up. At the entrance hall, they parted ways. Slughorn headed off towards the dungeon. Hagrid went out the front doors. Wister headed off to his basement dorm, looking back wistfully at Harry. Harry took a step up the stairs, and slipped. Strong arms with slender hands caught him from behind and lifted him back to his feet. Catching drunken employee. 10 points, rumbled the voice behind him. I'll help you to your tower, Harry, said Dumbledore. It's on the way to mine, you know. I did know, said Harry thickly. I can see your house out my window. He felt Dumbledore nod behind him. In a burst of flame that nearly singed Harry's face, Fawkes appeared. A little late, Fawkes. I'm fine, said Harry, slurring his words. You can go back to bed, I'll be up in a second. Fawkes chirped, amused, and vanished. Up the stairs, then, said Dumbledore, concentrating. MMPH, said Harry, his head spinning. He didn't want to walk all the way up to the tower. He turned around, and put his arms around Dumbledore, drawing them closer. He held tightly, closed his eyes, and the two of them reappeared in Harry's tower. Harry's arms lingered around Dumbledore for a moment, and then Harry pulled away. Thanks, Fessor. Night, mumbled Harry, wordlessly and wandlessly vanishing all of his clothing except for his trousers. Dumbledore stood in the same spot, looking at Harry. Harry dimly made sure all of the protections on his auras were still in place. I can't get out, said Dumbledore. What? Asked Harry. Your protection spells, Harry. Oh, said Harry, and he felt around for his protections. He was too wasted to figure out how to lift them, however. Can I apparate you? Rumbled Dumbledore. Harry padded over to him on bare feet. He wrapped his arms around Dumbledore like he had before, pressing his bare torso against Dumbledore's clothed one. Ready? He asked. Without hesitation, Dumbledore put his hands around Harry's waist and nodded over Harry's muscled shoulder. Harry closed his eyes, and they reappeared in Dumbledore's chambers. Harry dimly registered the purple and silver decor. We have the same bed, said Harry, forgetting to untangle himself from Dumbledore. Indeed, said Dumbledore. Well, good night, then, said Harry, removing his arms from around Dumbledore. Dumbledore let his hands drop from Harry's sides. Thank you, Harry. Good night. Harry closed his eyes, and as he was vanishing, he thought he heard Dumbledore say, and please have pleasant dreams tonight. Everything around Harry was drunken and blurred. He and the other teachers were dancing feverishly to upbeat music. Hagrid twirled Harry and he spun across the room only to be caught by Wister, who ran his hands up and down Harry's sides seductively. May I cut in? Asked a deep voice. Wister glared but faded into the background. Dumbledore stepped into Harry's plane of view. Harry's hand met his, and the music changed to a slower waltz. Why am I in your dream, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, leading Harry to step in time with the music. This is my dream, then? Asked Harry. I find mine are usually sharper, even when I go to bed intoxicated, replied Dumbledore. Why am I here? He repeated, as he waltzed. I'm sorry, said Harry, trying to formulate his thoughts. I believe it's our magic. I saw part of your dream last night. I gathered as much, replied Dumbledore, lifting Harry easily, turning, and replacing him on the ground. What you saw was private, he said simply. The dream filled with guilt and they stopped dancing. Albus, I knew about that. And you know how I die. It won't be what you saw. Who are you? Whispered Dumbledore, gazing at Harry intensely. Unbidden, memories flashed through the dream. He was flying for the first time. He was in the Chamber of Secrets with Fawkes. He was standing in front of the mirror of Erisade. He was in Dumbledore's memory of Tom Riddle's job interview. The ribbon of memory broke. Who are you? Harry was in his bed drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding. His scar was burning. No, that was just a hangover. The morning sun streamed through his windows as Harry squinted across the room. It was past 11. He magically took away his hangover and stumbled into the bathroom. He ran himself a cold shower to wake up. He shaved and combed his hair while going over the dream he'd had. He'd given away a lot, but he wasn't worried. He could trust Dumbledore, and Dumbledore wouldn't confront him about it. He seemed to prefer puzzling things out himself. Harry dressed in black robes, pocketed his wand, and pulled out the Marauder's map. He had a suspicion that Dumbledore too had just woken up, and Harry didn't fancy an encounter. Dumbledore was pacing his bedchamber. Harry pocketed the map and headed down to the kitchens. Breakfast was over. He had several platters of breakfast food foisted upon him by the house elves, and he took them all back up to his office. He sat behind his desk, slowly eating his breakfast, or lunch, as it was now past noon, and contemplating his days to come. When he was finished with his food, he vanished the leftovers and began wandlessly making objects in the office float. He felt Dumbledore's presence approaching his door, and he didn't have the mental energy to evade a confrontation. He opened the door when Dumbledore was outside. Dumbledore hadn't bothered to raise his hand to knock. "Good morning, Harry. I trust you slept well." Dumbledore gave Harry a meaningful glance. "I thought you might want to discuss our duel before the students arrived." "Yeah," lied Harry, "I did. I was thinking we could duel on the Quidditch pitch. We would be the most visible, I think, and have the most room." "An excellent idea, Harry. And I have arranged so that the students have the afternoon off tomorrow." "I didn't know how long of a demonstration you wanted." "Brilliant," said Harry. "That gives us some flexibility." "Thank you." Dumbledore selected a lemo. Drop out of the bowl on Harry's desk. "I see you've arranged your office," he said, popping the lemo. Drop into his mouth. "Yeah," said Harry. "What do you think?" Despite the memories of Dumbledore interrogating him in his dream, Harry felt himself relax. It was Dumbledore, the man who was fascinated by all types of light magic. The man who had saved Harry's life time and time again. The man who he had trusted unconditionally in his own time. "I think you need another chair," said Dumbledore, conjuring one for himself. "Sorry, sir," said Harry. "No worries, Harry, but, I wonder, why do you keep calling me sir?" Harry flinched. "So much for relaxing. Albus, rather." "It won't happen again," said Harry, dodging the question. They fell into an uncomfortable silence. Dumbledore looked up and frowned at the scoreboard. "Harry, I would like to have a conversation with you over tea." "Sure, Albus. Whenever you'd like. How about today at 4? Unless you have a lot of work, but from the looks of it," he looked around at the objects still floating around the room, "I'd simply be taking your mind off of your anticipation." Harry swallowed, but put on an amiable smile. "Sounds perfect," he said, his throat dry. "Excellent," said Dumbledore, abruptly. "I will see you at 4 in my office." He turned on his boot-clad heel and left Harry staring after him. Harry needed to fly. He summoned his broom to him and it appeared immediately. Harry mounted it, and soared out his office window. He flew high above the forest and circled the campus like a hawk. He left campus and followed the snaking train tracks south. He pushed his broom to its maximum speed, which was somewhere above 300 miles per hour. When he started to see small clumps of buildings spread out beneath him, he made himself invisible. Then, beneath him he saw the train winding its way through the countryside and he dove. He dove faster than a freefall and pulled out of it in time to hover a foot above the train, then touched down lightly. He shielded himself from the steam coming from the front of the train, and crept to the end of the car. He disapparated and found himself in the train in an empty corridor, still invisible. He looked into the carriage windows, looking wistfully at the students in each one. He apparated to the roof of the last car and sat watching the countryside go by, the wind in his face. He thought about what he would say to Dumbledore. He didn't know what the conversation would be about, but he didn't want to do anything that would compromise his job before it had even begun. He sat for quite a while in thought, imaging different ways to put Dumbledore at ease without giving himself away. As he thought, Fawkes appeared at his side, humming over the rumble of the train. "What should I do, Fawkes?" he asked the bird. From within Fawkes, Harry felt a burst of emotion, leaping, swelling up inside him and making him gasp. And then he was cut off from the emotion again as Fawkes locked away his soul. Harry sighed, frustrated and confused. "You speak a nice language," said Harry. "I wish I understood it." Fawkes whistled solemnly, and took off. "Time to go," said Harry, looking at his watch, and he took off after Fawkes. They flew back to Hogwarts together in the afternoon sun. Harry was surprised that Fawkes could keep pace with the lightning broom. Harry and Fawkes arrived back at Hogwarts with 10 minutes to spare until Harry's tea with Dumbledore. Harry made himself visible once more, and stowed his broom. He climbed the stairs to the headmaster's office and chambers and told the gargoyles, "Phoenix." As he rode the spiral escalator, his stomach churned into knots. Fawkes kneaded Harry's shoulder reassuringly with his talons. He arrived at the top of the stairs and knocked on the heavy door. "Come in, Harry," said Dumbledore from within. Harry entered the room. Dumbledore had set up a low table by a window upon which was a tea set and biscuits. Dumbledore was standing behind his desk. If Harry hadn't known Dumbledore as well, he wouldn't have noticed that his eyes were moving a little more quickly than usual, but he did notice. Dumbledore was nervous. Or excited. "Please, Harry, sit down," he said, motioning to one of the chairs. Harry strode over to the chair by the window, glancing over his shoulder at Dumbledore, who followed him to the table and took his own chair. When they were both seated, Dumbledore poured Harry a cup of tea, and then poured his own cup. Harry trusted the Dumbledore in the future implicitly, but a tiny seed of doubt let his bowling ball aura reach out and test the tea for any truth potions or other unwanted additives. There were none. Harry felt a little guilty for his unjustified paranoia. "Harry, I admit that I asked you here today because I am very curious about you. I saw you as a puzzle, but I became too impatient to put the puzzle together myself when I started seeing more of the pieces. I knew when I first dueled you that you are a very powerful wizard. In fact, I have never met another wizard who could intentionally cast spells wandlessly. Oh, yes, I knew about that. And I don't think I've yet seen the full extent of your powers. You said that you were not educated at Hogwarts, but you know the castle well already. You have a phoenix as a companion, and stock sweets that you don't eat. You pulled me into your dream, and broke into mine. You claim to have seen both my past and my future, and you know how I die, but I know nothing about you but what I see before me." Dumbledore looked at Harry with a mixture of curiosity, awe, and frustration. Harry didn't know what to say. After his afternoon of flight and contemplation, he still didn't have an answer. And he didn't have an opportunity to come up with one. He sat in his chair, letting the silence to linger, but Fawkes had snaked his long neck up Harry's sleeve and grabbed his wand. He flew out of Harry's grasp, and onto the lap of Dumbledore, to whom he offered the wand. Before Harry could protest, Dumbledore took the wand from Fawkes's beak, letting his other hand rest on Fawkes's back. Upon Dumbledore's contact with the wand and bird, both auras flared around uncontrollably, causing Harry's and Dumbledore's eyes to flutter shut. Harry was looking out from his wand and he was out of control. He was all magic, and all of that magic was bare for Dumbledore to see. He could feel Dumbledore trying to understand Harry and what was happening. Harry had no choice but to entrust the secret of his magic to the other wizard in the room. Then, Harry was Fawkes, out of control. He was wild and his vision was in bright colors, and he was showing Dumbledore's aura this part of himself. He was showing him this blinding emotion, laying it out for the foreign presence to see, and he felt enraptured awe push back. Upon Dumbledore's contact with the wand and bird, both auras flared around uncontrollably, causing Harry's and Dumbledore's eyes to flutter shut. Harry was looking out from his wand and he was out of control. He was all magic, and all of that magic was bare for Dumbledore to see. He could feel Dumbledore trying to understand Harry and what was happening. Harry had no choice but to entrust the secret of his magic to the other wizard in the room. Then, Harry was Fawkes, out of control. He was wild and his vision was in bright colors, and he was showing Dumbledore's aura this part of himself. He was showing him this blinding emotion, laying it out for the foreign presence to see, and he felt enraptured awe push back. Harry jerked back to reality and snapped his eyes open. He reeled in his auras and threw up occlumency barriers almost audibly. No, that was his wand falling from Dumbledore's hand and clattering to the floor. His eyes were wide and staring at Harry. Harry summoned his wand to him, looking at Dumbledore fearfully. That, said Dumbledore, a look of sheer excitement spreading on his face, was extraordinary. He stood up and stepped towards Harry. Harry stood up and backed away, his hands in front of him. He'd never seen Dumbledore like this before, and in the context, it scared him. I understand. We all have auras. Our souls, and you. Harry threw his arms over his face protectively. I didn't mean to. Have. No, no, no. Multiple. Albus, please. Auras, said Dumbledore, backing Harry towards a wall, blue eyes twinkling. This is intriguing. This is different from anything I've ever encountered, or even imagined. How many more auras do you have? What do they do? However did you get them? Albus, don't. I can't, said Harry, frantically. Oh, Harry, said Dumbledore gleefully, I'll be able to answer the questions myself now that I know what I'm looking for, and if I become stumped once more, it seems Fawkes is willing to help me. Fawkes, you bloody traitor, Harry hissed to Fawkes. You don't have to hide from me, Harry, said Dumbledore seriously. But it will be so much more interesting if you try, he said, ignoring Harry's panic. He reached out and touched Harry's cheek. Harry felt a tingle run down his spine and backed up to the wall before his body's aura could connect with Dumbledore's. You can't understand, said Harry bitterly. It was the worst thing he could have possibly said, because Dumbledore misinterpreted it. Whereas Harry meant, it would monumentally turn my life on its end if anyone understood who and what I am. Dumbledore heard, you are incapable of understanding, and therefore took it as a challenge. We shall see, Harry. And thank you for teaching me these new tricks. Just then, Harry felt Dumbledore's aura stretch and meet his. Dumbledore was really too intelligent for Harry's comfort. He had learned to manipulate his aura from Harry's example. Harry jumped at the sensation, and let himself fall straight through the wall and several floors, away from Dumbledore's probing aura. When he allowed himself to land, he was in a corridor on the second floor. He stalked off moodily to office, distantly adding protective spells to his quarters. The castle below Harry's office erupted in noise. The great hall reverberated with juvenile chattering and the slapping of shoes on the stone floors. Harry cast a silencing spell on his office walls to block out the noise, but he knew he had to go to the feast. He drummed his fingers on his desk for a few more minutes and begrudgingly made his way downstairs to the feast. He regretted his procrastination the moment he entered the hall and looked at the staff table. All of the professors were already in place and the only seat left was next to Dumbledore. Harry contemplated turning around and going back to his office, but Wister saw him and waved him over. Harry groaned and shielded himself mentally and physically. No one would even be able to touch him. Albus and I saved you a seat, Harry, grinned Wister. Thanks, said Harry, thinly masking his chagrin. I'm excited to see the sorting process, said Wister. Yeah, it's interesting, said Harry. What's interesting, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, turning himself to face Harry. The concept of using a live hat to sort the students, said Harry. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but Harry was saved further explanation by the doors opening and the first year's filing in lead by Minerva. She placed a stool in front of the hall, and on it, the sorting hat. The great hall fell silent, and all eyes were on the hat as a rip near the brim opened like a mouth and the hat began to sing. Hello and welcome back you all. To start our year anew. It's lovely to be in the hall. Although I can't see you. And once again the task is mine. To sort you to your dorm. I think of no better time. To explain each house's norm. In Gryffindor, as customs go, they brave out more. No fear they'll know. For Ravenclaw, whose intellect? That's seen with awe. I will select. In Hufflepuff, are workers true. When going's tough, they stick it through. In Slytherin, the cunning are. To meet their ends, they will go far. And now it's time to pick and choose. Who in your line will fill what shoes? So try me on. I cannot bite. Don't be withdrawn. I'm always right. The hall burst into applause and cheers, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables and was still once more. Harry saw the line of first years relax a little. When I call your name, please sit on the stool and try on the hat. After you are sorted you may join your house table, said Minerva so that the whole hall could hear. Black, Andromeda. Harry looked closer and could almost recognize for himself that it was Tonks's mother. Andromeda fixed a confident look on her face and marched over to the stool. She placed it on head, and a moment later, it cried, Slytherin. Diggory, Amos, joined the Hufflepuff table, and Molly Weasley's red-haired, twin brothers, Pruitt, Gideon, and Pruitt, Fabian, joined Gryffindor. Later, the Muggle-born, Tonks, Ted, the future spouse of Andromeda, went to sit beside Amos Diggory in Hufflepuff. Harry also recognized Trelawney, Sybil, who, even as an 11-year-old, had massively thick glasses which fell off her face as she scurried off to the Ravenclaw table. Towards the end of the sorting, Harry's eyes were drawn to a girl in the line who had been previously hidden from his view. She was immensely short, even for her age, and wore a horribly pink cardigan under her black Hogwarts robes that was even out of place in the 50s. Harry knew who she was before her name was called. Umbridge, Dolores, was sorted into Slytherin. When the sorting was done, everyone cheered and Minerva put the stool and hat away. Dumbledore stood up and raised his hands to silence the hall. Another year has started, he boomed, and I would like say several words to you, but the only ones you could possibly hear now over the rumbling of your stomachs are, bon appetit. Dumbledore sat down, and the tables filled themselves miraculously with piles of food. Harry smiled in spite of himself. It had been years since he'd been to a Hogwarts feast. He helped himself to everything. Whatever has caused you to smile so radiantly? Asked Dumbledore from beside Harry. Harry hadn't noticed that he was being watched. His smile vanished. Haven't you had enough questions answered for today? He asked, exasperated. For today, said Dumbledore cheerfully. Do try the potatoes, Harry, they're magnificent. Harry glared at his plate and unconsciously made the potatoes vanish. Dumbledore chuckled and turned back to his plate. Between paranoid glances at Dumbledore, Harry examined the house tables. He didn't recognize most of the students. He suspected he wouldn't even recognize most the ones he knew because they were around 30 years younger than he'd ever seen them. He thought he recognized some future Death Eaters at the Slytherin table, and he noticed a surly-looking teenager at the Gryffindor table that had a scruffy mane of hair that looked a lot like that of Rufus Scrimgeour. He resolved to peruse the Marauders map later to both find people he knew, and eerily appear to know everyone's names. He decided that scary but non-threatening omnipotence was a good way to win respect and obedience from his students. As the feast wore on, Harry became caught up in an undesired conversation with Wister about broomstick models. Harry was lucky he'd read so many Quidditch books. He had detailed knowledge of when each broomstick was invented and didn't have to worry about talking about brooms that didn't exist. Despite Harry's affection for the topic of Quidditch, he was put off by Wister's over-flirtation. Though I like the Swiftstick for everyday flight, I find it doesn't get me up fast enough. The Oakshaft still does the job when I need endurance, but nothing gets me off my feet like the Clean Sweep 4, though I did get swept away by the shooting star propaganda, Wister said, gazing at Harry. Harry had to draw on his body aura to quell the blood flow that was turning his face red. Wister took a sip out of his goblet. Did you enjoy that, Harry? Asked Dumbledore from behind Harry. Harry turned and looked at Dumbledore, horrified. Excuse me. The sorting. Did you enjoy it? Oh, said Harry. Dumbledore raised his eyebrow. Yes. I enjoyed the sorting, said Harry. What house do you suppose you would have been in? Asked Dumbledore. Gryffindor, said Harry, automatically. At this point, he was willing to answer Dumbledore's questions if it meant not listening to Wister talk about how firm he liked his broom shafts. And why is that, Harry? Why would you be a Gryffindor? Harry thought for a moment, and looked straight at Dumbledore. A wise man once told me that it is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities, and the Sorting Hat knows that. Dumbledore contemplated Harry's face for a moment. He told you the Sorting Hat respects people's choices. I didn't know you'd heard of the Sorting Hat. No, said Harry quickly, that part was me. He took a sip of pumpkin juice, trying to look casual. Regardless, that sounds like a very eloquent and wise man indeed. I admit, I value both traits highly and strive to embody them, he said wistfully. Harry choked on his pumpkin juice trying not to laugh. Dumbledore saw and came out of his wistful gaze looking hurt. Albus, you are, wise, eloquent and noble, and I am pretty sure you'll only be more like that, said Harry seriously, but it would be especially wise, eloquent, and noble of you to stop snooping. Harry, wisdom comes with age, and as you said yourself, I only look 5 minutes older than you. As such, I cannot yet be expected to choose the wisest and most mature directions. We are who we choose to be, said Harry weakly, and thus I choose the braver and more interesting action, defying wisdom. As a Gryffindor and headmaster, all I can ask for is to be brave and interesting. Harry fell silent. Dumbledore was brave, interesting, and a very good arguer. We'll see how brave and interesting you are in the duel tomorrow, muttered Harry, before realizing that shit-talking probably wasn't his best tactic. Indeed you are a Gryffindor, said Dumbledore. I think we should change the rules of the duel. Albus, it's my class. Oh, I know, but you'll agree that we should do all of our magic visibly. Harry nodded grudgingly. That means no types of legilimency, Albus, said Harry. That means no types of occlumency, Harry, said Albus. Well, we'll see about that, muttered Harry. I'm sure you are familiar with the dueler's charm. Sorry. All of my duels have been of the non-recreational variety. It binds the duelers to an agreement and the charm indicates if either violates the agreement. It's quite standard, really. Oh, said Harry, weakly. Before Harry could think of an argument, the last of the desserts vanished from the plates. Sorry, Harry, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling, headmaster duties. He stood up and tapped on his glass with his spoon. I trust you all enjoyed the feast. I have a few start-of-term notices to announce. I will remind you that the forest is off limits to all students. Mr. Ogg would like me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors. Also, we have 2 new members of our staff this year. I would like to introduce you to Professor Bloom, who will be teaching herbology. Wister winked at Harry, stood up and took a bow. The hall erupted in cheers. And the lovely, mysterious and talented Professor Crockett, who is our new defense against the dark arts teacher. From his sitting position, Harry looked sideways up at Dumbledore incredulously before forcing a smile, standing and waving at the students. Professor Crockett has arranged a special defense against the dark arts demonstration for tomorrow afternoon which will take the place of your classes. Dumbledore tried to put his hand on Harry's shoulder, but Harry's magic made the long fingers slide off without so much as grazing Harry's robes. Dumbledore looked sideways at Harry. Harry bit back a smirk. Every little thing she does is magic, everything she did just turn me on, even though my life before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on. Harry woke up to his musical alarm. He'd picked one of his non-magical Muggle vinyl records at random, put it in the player, made the player work with magic, and set it to go off at 7. This morning, he'd woken up to the police. He let the song run as he dressed. Harry dressed in deep red robes with golden hems and began picking out which of his soul objects he would bring to the duel. To be at the top of his game, he needed some of them or he would be crippled, but he didn't want Dumbledore to be near any more of them than was absolutely necessary. He knew he would bring his wand. It was a necessary part of the duel and the center of his magic. The other object he decided to bring was the record. He wanted his reflexes sharp, and, though he hadn't experimented with the record much due to its other side effects, he thought it might lend him a clairvoyant edge if he did. He shrunk the record, protected it with magic, and put it in his pocket, then descended from the tower. He attended breakfast. All of the heads of houses were busy distributing schedules to their house members. Harry was able to eat quietly by himself while planning for his first lesson. He had received his schedule, and he was slotted to teach the first-year class first thing that morning. He finished his breakfast and went quickly to his classroom with 20 minutes remaining before the start of class. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and made sure all of the cushions were in place, and he waited. When he sensed the first students outside, he opened the door magically before they could even touch it. The 2 students filed in looking wary. Harry slammed the door behind them, invisible. The students looked around the room. Did you do that? I didn't do that. Don't joke with me. I didn't do it. Maybe it was the wind. They continued speculating nervously and sat down on the cushions. 3 more students arrived and Harry did the same thing with the door. Some of the students sat down looking nervous. Others walked around the room, poking at the dark detectors and windows. Most of them were chatting nervously. The door did the same thing with us. Have you seen Professor Crockett? He was at breakfast. Maybe he's in his office. Where's his office? I think it's behind that door up there. Does anyone know what time it is? Are we early? Should we go get him? We can't leave. Someone try the office door. I'm not doing it. Harry sat watching the exchange. All of the students were now present, and Harry was looking at the Marauders map, committing their names to memory. Ms. Dolores Umbridge got up from her cushion and put her hands on her hips. Professor Crockett is late. That's very irresponsible of him indeed. I'm going to get him from his office. Harry waited until she was past the blackboard and wouldn't be able to see its face, and then magically wrote on the board. 1. Trying the door to a room with unknown contents is not wise, especially since your other exit is locked. The students stared at the board. A few let out gasps, but none of them said anything. They all looked nervously at the squat girl climbing the stairs to Harry's office door. Dolores Umbridge reached out to the door, and when she touched it, she vanished. Harry had placed a disillusionment, silence, and immobilist charm on her. A few of the students screamed. He wrote more on the board underneath the first message. 2. Neglecting to convey a warning to an ally is foolish, even if she didn't deserve it. Harry disillusioned, silenced, and immobilized the rest of the Slytherins on the cushions for remaining silent when they knew of Umbridge's not quite peril. He could see on the Marauders map where each of the invisible students sat, and he could sense their presence. In sweeping the whole classroom, most of the students were terrified, but 2 were distinctly amused. Harry didn't have to look on the map to know that they were the Pruitt twins. They had put their red-haired heads together and were whispering excitedly. The other visible non-Pruitt students had stood up and were looking around the room bewildered. Harry wrote a third message on the board. Please stand on 1 foot. Harry felt the Pruitt's auras alight with silent amusement. The 2 other students looked around at each other. We'd better do it. I wish Professor Crockett were here. All of the students except the Pruitt twins tentatively stood on 1 foot and promptly vanished. The red-haired Pruitts, visible and not on 1 foot, both snorted as if to an inside joke and looked expectantly up at the board. 3. Do not trust objects unless you can see where they keep their brain. 5 points each to Gryffindor for Mr. F and G. Pruitt. The Pruitts grinned. All of the students reappeared mobile again. Harry apparated back into his office, removed his own disillusionment charm, and came through the door. He came face to face, or face to mid-torso, as it were, with a very flustered-looking Dolores. Good morning, Ms. Umbridge. Can I help you? I, stammered Umbridge. He wrote, the stairs and balcony are off limits. There will be consequences for any trespassers. When the class remained silent, he enlarged the words that said, 2. Neglecting to convey a warning to an ally is foolish, even if she didn't deserve it. After a beat, the Slytherins all lunged off their cushions shouting various warnings to Umbridge about standing on the balcony. As soon as Umbridge distinguished the meaning of the shouting, she nearly toppled down the stairs and took a seat on one of the cushions. Settle down, said Harry from the balcony, quieting the shouting Slytherins. He magically erased the board and the words, Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts, on the board, and as an afterthought, added, with Professor Crockett. Not that he was worried about them forgetting his name. That was you, blurted nearly everyone in the class. Harry twirled his wand in his fingers. Yes, he replied. Though you will have a thorough demonstration of defensive and offensive magic this afternoon in the context of a duel, I thought it would be prudent for you to experience a situation where you were in an unknown and potentially threatening situation. It is important to be accustomed to your fear and know how to override it. But, of course, he looked at the Pruitts and smirked, it seems I will have to try harder with some of you. Mr. Fabian Pruitt, would you care to tell me how you knew you weren't in real danger? Well, sir, said Fabian confidently, we knew the door was locked, but we checked the windows and they were all right. We thought that if something horrible was attacking us, it would have locked the windows. Indeed, said Harry. That was very smart of you to check the windows. They would prove useful as they aren't far from the ground. And why did you choose not to stand on 1 foot, Mr. Gideon? Well, actually, Sir, we sort of wanted to be vanished, said Gideon enthusiastically. But we were pleased when we got the right answer, of course, finished Fabian. Firstly, technically none of you were vanished. I used a combination of spells, but none of them was a vanishing spell. Can any of you tell me what I used? You, there, Ms. Black. I know you used a silencing charm on me, she said. I couldn't talk or make any sounds. That is correct, Ms. Black. 5 points to Slytherin. Anyone else? None of the first years had any more answers, so Harry answered himself. The spell that made you invisible was called a disillusionment charm. It's quite advanced and you won't be learning it until your 5th year. The spell that froze you in your place was the Immobilis curse. It's quite useful indeed, along with some simpler spells that work similarly. You might learn those this year. Today, however, we are going to start by learning how to get help in a dangerous situation. You haven't learned any magic yet, and would be no match for any dark witch, wizard, or creature, so it is important for you to know how to alert someone to your situation. Can any of you think of something that might accomplish this? Yes, Ms. Umbridge. Excuse me, Professor, but I think it would be better if we learned to defend ourselves first. I mean, there's no one here that's going to attack us. We're in a school. You certainly weren't going to hurt us. You're our teacher. You're harmless. Ah, Ms. Umbridge, Harry sighed. If you are willing to trust that none of your new classmates might want to try out their new spells at the exact moment they are passing you in the hall, you may leave this class and skip this lesson. As for me, my first defense against the dark arts teacher spent the year trying to kill me. I suggest that you have at least some means of conveying distress besides whining in case you find yourself in a similar position. Some of the students looked horror-struck. The Pruitts looked between each other and Harry with awe. Can anyone think of a way? One of the Slytherins raised his hand. Could you make a loud noise? Yes, thank you. That is one way to do it. However, can anyone tell me what a disadvantage of that would be? The boy raised his hand again sheepishly. I suppose it would be hard to make it last long enough for someone to find you. Exactly, said Harry. 5 points to Slytherin. Can anyone think of something that you would only have to do once? Something that would mark your position for longer. A Gryffindor girl raised her hand. Maybe some sort of symbol floating in the air above you. Very good, said Harry, but for now we're going to work on sending up different colored sparks with our wands, and making them stick in the air. Eventually, we will add sound so that more attention can be attracted to your spell. Harry lined all of the students up in front of the mirror, and asked them to produce sparks from their wands. Despite a well-chosen wand's tendency to shoot out sparks jubilantly with one wave, some of the class managed to mess up by trying too hard. Umbridge's robes caught fire when Andromeda's wand shot quite a few more sparks than she'd intended. Harry put them out with a glance. Umbridge's wand did nothing, on the other hand. Eventually, Harry managed to coach her until a few feeble sparks shot out the end. The Pruitt twins were sending sparks into the air, but, whether purposefully or not, each shot was accompanied by a deafening bang. He suspected it was intentional, though, because after Harry shot them a reproving glance, the noise subsided. Eventually all of the first years were able to make a stream of sparks shoot into the air all the way up to the ceiling. Next, Harry taught them how to change the color. The color is important. Generally, wizards who see red sparks will associate them with distress, whereas green might easily be celebration. The class went through the same process of trying to fix their sparks. One of the Gryffindor girls made streams of bubbles any time she tried to make green sparks, but could make red ones quite well. By the end of the class, Harry was very impressed with the improvement. All of the students had managed to create red and green sparks with an accompanying noise. Albeit, Umbridge's sparks were always mixed with pink, and some members of the class had only accomplished pops to go with the sparks, but the Pruitt twins managed to shoot showers of sparks that stuck to the ceiling with a deafening series of bangs. Harry awarded them another 5 points each. Your homework will be to practice your sparks and try to make them stay in the air above you. I will test your progress next lesson. I will see you all this afternoon. The students, who were chatting excitedly about the lesson, made their way to the doors, except for the Pruitt twins, who edged suspiciously to the window. Really, boys, said Harry, I think you'll find that the door will be a better way to exit the classroom. It is unlocked. No, said Gideon enthusiastically. Look outside. And Harry looked. It was clear what the twins were looking at. He could just make out the Quidditch field from the window, and over it, house-sized objects seemed to be moving. Dumbledore was setting up for the duel. Harry gulped. Despite Harry's confidence in his magic, he was nervous. He bolted down lunch in the effort of avoiding Dumbledore, and edged off to the Quidditch pitch. Dumbledore had finished setting up for the duel. Around the field were display boards. Harry was unaware of their purpose. The hoops on either end of the pitch had vanished. Around the entire stadium, Harry could feel protection in front of the stands. What do you think, Harry? Harry jumped and spun around. Only a few paces behind him stood Albus Dumbledore, who had apparently learned how to mask his aura and presence. 1 point Albus, he said, flourishing his hand. Harry glared and Dumbledore's smile faded slightly. What are the boards for? Asked Harry, changing the topic. Dumbledore drew out his wand and called, Lumos. His wand tip lit, and on each of the boards were the words, Lumos, Illumination Charm, Dumbledore. Clever, said Harry. Thank you. And shall we more specifically set the rules of the duel? Harry looked pained. Harry, I would like to apologize to you. I let my enthusiasm for new magic get away from me. While I happen to be very interested in your magic, I will restrain myself from attempting to magically invade your privacy. By no stretch of the imagination does this mean that I will cease trying to puzzle it out, but I want you to know that you need not see me as a threat. Harry felt so conflicted. He trusted Dumbledore, but then he would remember how it could mess up his life if anyone knew all of his secrets. The effect of this was a lot of flip-flopping. Looked repentant. Harry looked at Dumbledore intently. He looked like he knew that he had frightened Harry. He looked like he cared. Instead of being frustrated with and wary of Dumbledore's curiosity, he felt sorry for being so rude to Dumbledore, and grateful for his respect. Harry looked deep into Dumbledore's blue eyes, and he saw was innocent curiosity. He saw intelligence and kindness. He saw into the eyes the man who had saved him and had given up everything to protect him, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to stay upset with Dumbledore. He knew that he would always trust Dumbledore. He sighed and closed his eyes. All right, thanks, he said, looking back into Dumbledore's eyes. Let's figure out the rules, he said, hastily changing the subject. I think we'll both agree to not use unforgivable curses and dark magic. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. And I think our aim in the duel should be to harmlessly, incapacitate the other. Indeed, said Dumbledore. Are there any other parameters that you would like to add? Asked Harry. Nothing comes to mind, said Dumbledore, except that the duel will end immediately in the case of antecedents. Shy of that, I sincerely hope you won't hold back. Of course, said Harry. Then I will cast the charm. Asked Dumbledore. Harry nodded and Dumbledore continued. Then we hold hands like this. Dumbledore reached out to Harry as if to shake his hand. Harry let the hand hover in the air for a moment before taking it, keeping his aura buried as he did so. Dumbledore's hand was smooth and warm and his fingers wrapped gracefully around Harry's. This is similar in theory to an unbreakable vow. However, if one of the wizards breaks a rule, they lose the duel rather than dying. Now I will list the agreements, which binds me to the agreement, and after each one you say the words, I agree, to include you in the contract. Are you ready, Harry? Harry nodded. Dumbledore, keeping his eyes locked with Harry's, drew the Elder Wand and tapped their hands where they joined. In this duel I agree not to use dark magic. I agree. A ribbon of red light encircled their hands. Harry's hand tingled and twitched involuntarily in Dumbledore's. Harry looked back up to meet Dumbledore's unrelenting gaze. I agree to end the duel when one of us has been harmlessly incapacitated for 1 minute. I agree. I agree to stop dueling in the case of an injury or dangerous accident. I agree. The 3 ribbons of light danced around their hands, turned blue, and disappeared. Harry looked back at Dumbledore, his hand still tingling slightly. They stayed that way for several moments, their tingling hands clasped until they were interrupted by the distant rumble of feet and chatter of a crowd approaching. Harry withdrew his hand and looked away to hide his blush. Dumbledore blinked a few times and lowered his hand. Both of them stared in silence at points around the stadium as they listened to the crowd outside the stadium crescendo and begin climbing the stairs of the stands. They both looked up at the same time and their eyes met. Each nodded, and they walked in silence to the middle of the pitch. The stands filled quickly. The noise wasn't what Harry was used to on the pitch. The crowd was not clapping and cheering as much as talking and whispering excitedly in anticipation. It gave Harry the impression of being inside a beehive. "Ready?" he asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. "Sonorous," said Harry, and his voice boomed across the stadium. Across the boards was written, "Sonorous, voice magnification spell, Potter." Harry saw the board and panicked. The board knew his real name. He couldn't confund the board because then it would likely read, Confundus Charm, Crockett. He quickly reached out to it with his magic and bent it to his will. The name changed from Potter to Crockett. He glanced at Dumbledore and had the sneaking suspicion that Dumbledore, too, had just been looking at the board. His stomach lurched, but he focused instead on the spectators. "Good afternoon. Thank you, students, for coming to the demonstration. Professors, thank you for giving up your class time. As you may or may not have guessed, the demonstration will be a duel between me and your very generous headmaster. For our safety, we have cast a dueler's charm with a specific set of rules, but in a hostile dueling situation this would not be the case. Also, for your viewing purposes, Professor Dumbledore has added the boards around the stadium to tell you what spells we are using. The goal of our duel is to incapacitate the other for 1 minute. Please feel free to pick one of us to root for, but remember that I'm the one grading you." The observers in the stands laughed. "Neither of us will use any dark magic, but some of the magic may be very potent, and for that reason there are strong shields between you and the field. The purpose of the duel to your defense against the dark arts lessons are for you to witness the speed of the duel and the variety of spells used, and I would like you to pay special attention to our defensive magic. And now we will begin. I hope you enjoy it." "Quietus," said Harry, and "Quietus, voice quieting spell, Crockett," flashed across all of the boards. Dumbledore glanced at the board and narrowed his eyes for a moment before facing Harry. They stood several paces apart and bowed to each other, maintaining eye contact. They both turned around and walked 10 paces and turned back around. The boards flashed a countdown. 321, and there was a bang as the duel started. "Expelliarmus!" shouted Harry. "Protega!" said Dumbledore, each of their incantations flashing up on the board. "Levicolaportus!" cried Harry, momentarily forgetting that the spell hadn't been invented. Dumbledore was yanked into the air by his ankle, his robes falling over his head exposing his high-heeled buckled boots and a pair of loosely fit padded leather Quidditch trousers. Harry had always wondered what Dumbledore had under his robes. Dumbledore remained upside down, but vanished his obstructing robes so that he could see. Over his torso he wore a red-collared shirt with gold stitching. Harry noted that the two of them were both dressed in Gryffindor colors. With his vision no longer impaired, Dumbledore resumed shooting spells at Harry despite being upside down and in mid-air. Harry dodged most of them, but he was hit with a shielding charm that stopped him from moving in any direction or casting any spells at Dumbledore. Dumbledore took that moment to flip like an acrobat in the air and land gracefully on his two-booted feet. Harry knew that he could eventually figure out how to remove Dumbledore's shield around him, but decided that it would take too long. Instead he pointed his wand downward and carved a hole through the grass and fell into it. He carved a tunnel and walked along in it until he thought he was under Dumbledore. "Reducto," he said, as he pointed his wand upwards, blasting dirt and grass out from above him. He levitated himself out of the crater and found that Dumbledore had rolled to avoid the explosion just in time and was getting to his feet. Before Harry knew it, the sod around him was levitating and the grass roots were growing and elongating. The roots were floating closer and closer to binding Harry. Before Harry could react, thick rings of root constricted around his legs like iron, and Harry tripped and toppled over. Before he could be bound anymore, he transfigured the roots into water and the water sloshed into the ground. Apparently this had given Dumbledore an idea, for he quickly conjured a 6-foot orb of water and descended it onto Harry, encasing him within it. At least Dumbledore had had the forethought to also cast the bubble head charm on Harry's head so that he did not drown. Harry was stuck in the center of a hovering sphere of water, and he was gaining altitude. He couldn't believe it. This is exactly what Dumbledore had done to Voldemort in the Ministry of Magic. Harry's arms and legs flailed around him, and though he kicked and paddled, he could never get his head, hands or feet closer than a few inches from the edge. He tried casting spells, but his magic wouldn't break the surface. He thought of boiling away the water, but he would also end up boiling himself alive. He looked over at one of the display boards. The water was distorting his vision, but he could just make out that a countdown had started, signaling that he had less than a minute to escape. He could think of no solution. He gazed through the shiny blue surface of the water and down at Dumbledore, who was waving his wand in a complicated pattern. And a memory struck him. As he gazed through the shiny blue water, he felt oddly similar to when he'd woken up in the blue crystal. And with that memory, came one of the memories he'd witnessed during his 10-year sleep. He and Dumbledore were standing beside a basin full of glowing green liquid. Dumbledore was moving his wand in complicated pattern over the basin, muttering quietly. He stopped. This potion cannot be penetrated by hand, vanished, parted, scooped up, or siphoned away, nor can it be transfigured, charmed, or otherwise made to change its nature. Dumbledore raised his wand and conjured a crystal goblet. I can only conclude that this potion is supposed to be drunk. And Harry knew how to get out of the bubble. He pointed the wand at himself and removed Dumbledore's bubble head charm. Then, he let the water flow into himself. He gulped it down as fast as he could, and transfigured himself a pair of gills while he was at it. He had already drunk more than a normal person should, but his body aura allowed the water within him to be compressed, but eventually his body bloated comically. The diameter of the bubble had only been an inch or two taller than his height, so Harry's body was soon forced into a crouching position. Harry used all of his magic to make his stomach impossibly larger until he, himself, looked like a great balloon. He supposed he looked like his Aunt Marge had when he'd blown her up. And when the magic sphere could force Harry no smaller, the surface of the water broke, and Harry fell from the sky. He collided with the ground and his body sloshed against it like a gigantic fleshy water balloon. Harry opened his mouth and great waves of water rushed out of him, soaking into the grass. The countdown had stopped, but still read, Crockett, 3 seconds. He straightened up and cast a shielding charm around himself, still squeezing water out of his body through his mouth. He removed his gills, and since Dumbledore's spell had gone from the water, Harry vanished most of it from his system instead of continuing to vomit it up. He felt the bloated feeling leave him again. He was free from the water, albeit a bit soggy. He dried his red and gold robes with a quick spell. He looked across the field. Dumbledore was standing with his wand at his side, his lips parted slightly. As soon as he met Harry's eyes, however, he raised his wand and fixed a look of concentration on his face. Harry mirrored his gesture and spells flew between them once more. They danced farther apart and closer. Sometimes they were at opposite ends of the field, whirling and drawing up spells with both hands, and sometimes they were only 5 paces apart. The stadium echoed with the chant, Crock-Ket. Dum ble door. Crock-Ket. Dum ble door. Accompanied by clapping and stomping. Once, when they were merely feet apart, Dumbledore blossomed the beautiful bubble words from his wand. They reached out to Harry and Harry couldn't help but try to read them as they circled his head. They said something beautiful, something comforting. He was enraptured, hypnotized. He found himself still trying to decipher the words, his conscious thoughts slipping away, until the crowd around him began counting down from 10. He snapped out of it and conjured a great ring of fire that burned the letters. Harry wielded the fire like a lasso and sent it flying until it encircled the place where Dumbledore stood. The fire burned so high that Harry could no longer see Dumbledore. The display boards started counting down, but after only 30 seconds, Dumbledore flew over the 12-foot flames on the back of a great lion, his robes back in place, billowing behind him. The lion landed gracefully and started bounding a lap around the field, Dumbledore still on his back. Dumbledore raised his wand and moved it in great circles over his head. A great wind began to blow around him, tossing his wavy auburn hair dramatically over his intense features as he rode the lion. He continued his motion until he was as far from Harry as possible, and then the lion stopped. Dumbledore stopped moving his wand. His hair stopped blowing around him. He stood still for a moment gazing at Harry, and Harry looked back, a little nervous. Then the wind hit Harry with a force that didn't so much knock him over, as lift him violently into the air. The wind tore at Harry's robes, and his short hair whipped his face. His wand was whisked from his hand as he was pulled in all directions. He flew upside down and sideways. He hardly knew where he was, but then he was back on his feet in the middle of the field. The wind was gone without a trace. Harry spun around. Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen, and Harry's wand was missing. He looked up at the crowd and they were silent. He looked up at one of the display boards. It read a log of the spells they'd each recently cast. Unknown. Crockett. Unknown. Dumbledore. Unknown. Crockett. Animal transfiguration. Dumbledore. Unknown. Dumbledore. Unknown. Dumbledore. Disillusionment charm. Dumbledore. So Dumbledore was invisible. Fortunately, Harry didn't have to rely on his eyes to know where people were. He had his auras. He was missing his wand, and his body aura was relatively useless for this sort of thing, so Harry closed his eyes and began forming contact with his instinct aura. It could have been worse, though Harry. At least the instinct aura would give him the best reflexes once he found Dumbledore. Harry began panning out his instinct aura around him, but there was an unfortunate side effect. He had forsaken his ability for so long that getting in such close contact with the aura was making hot blood pool in Harry's abdomen, and his pants tighten uncomfortably. He mentally thanked whichever wizard had set robes as a trend rather than tights. Harry searched in vain for Dumbledore's aura. It was nowhere to be found. The headmaster had hidden it well, but then Harry thought to try to find places where he couldn't search. Harry tried finding holes in his magical vision. He swept the entire stadium except a yard directly behind him. Behind him was a Dumbledore-sized spot he couldn't see. Harry almost jumped in surprise. He scrambled to regain his wits, which became more difficult the longer he was in contact with his instinct aura, and focused in on his blind spot. He probed at it with his aura. He dug into it. He tore at it. Finally, he crushed it, and Albus's aura was exposed. Albus's aura mingled with Harry's raw instinct for a whirling moment of silence and then. "You found me," whispered a deep sing-song voice in Harry's ear. "Did you think you could stay hidden?" asked Harry, trying to keep his voice calm despite his breath quickening as he felt Albus's invisible breath on his neck. Harry didn't turn around. "No," said Albus. Harry felt an invisible hand slide down his arm. Harry shivered. What was he doing? "I hoped you'd find me. My only question is, what are you going to do with me now?" Harry could feel Albus directly behind him. He could feel his warmth through two sets of robes. "The aura you used was unfamiliar. Does it do to you what it's doing to me?" Albus sighed. Harry groaned and realized that he hadn't used any occlumency on his aura. His face, already flushed from accessing his instincts, turned deeper red. He threw up his occlumency around the aura, but the damage had been done. Albus pressed closer and Harry inhaled sharply. "It's so pure," he rumbled invisibly, breathing in the scent of Harry's hair. "It's so strong it makes me want to." "Albus," interrupted Harry before he lost himself in Albus's words, "I think it's time to duel again. I am going to walk away, and you can reappear, or I can make you visible." "Or I can make you invisible," said Albus. Harry could hear him smiling. "Bugger," said Harry, as he saw himself vanish below his eyes. He was invisible. He was no longer under the watch of the stadium. His body was on fire and the man behind him was not helping. No one would see if he was free to turn around, and Hi's brain was clouding over and he could only imagine how Albus felt. Albus had just been exposed to a completely foreign set of distilled, raw instincts, most of which, in the absence of hunger and danger, were screaming to F.K. Harry needed to save both of them. He closed his invisible eyes and envisioned a solution. A bell rung. And then he and Albus were sprawled across the ground, completely covered in icy cold yellow paint. They scrambled to their feet, both slipping and sliding. The paint had served to make them visible and to shock them out of their inadvertent erotic temptation. And now the two of them were completely yellow. The bell was still ringing and Harry and Albus looked around for the source of the noise. Their eyes fell on the display boards which read, Disillusionment Charm. Dumbledore. Disillusionment Charm. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. 0 seconds. Crockett. 0 seconds. Conjuring. Crockett. The bell stopped ringing and the stadium was silent. Harry was sure he'd be able to hear the spectators blinking in astonishment, had his ears not been filled with paint. Beside him, Albus stood contemplating the display board. Albus was the first to speak. A duel well fought, Harry, he said, extending his yellow hand. Yes, and you too, said Harry, thank you. It was a please, an honor, he said, taking Albus's proffered hand gingerly. Please don't fire me. The audience burst into wild applause and cheers and Harry jumped almost a foot in surprise. When he landed, he slipped in the pool of paint and fell. Albus, whose hand was stuck to Harry's by the drying paint, was pulled down on top of Harry. Harry's cheeks burned from embarrassment of his clumsiness. And once again, we end a duel on the ground. Don't worry, said Albus, reading Harry's mind. After a demonstration like that, a little fall isn't going to lose you their respect. And your respect, headmaster? Asked Harry, wincing. Please don't send me to Azkaban. Albus paused. Has never been higher for anyone, said Albus solemnly. They looked at one another as they lay in the pool of yellow paint. Here's your wand, Harry, interrupted Albus. He pulled it out of his pocket and accidentally smudged it with yellow. Oh, I am sorry, Harry, said Albus. I'll clean that off. Without looking at what he was doing, Albus began rubbing the wand with his saturated robes, effectively turning the whole wand yellow. Harry chuckled and the spectators thundered on. 2 yellow figures led a massive crowd through the doors of Hogwarts and into the Great Hall. 2 entirely yellow men dined at the head table smiling silently as the Great Hall roared enthusiastically around them. 2 yellow men went off to the base of a tower and ascended through a trapdoor. I owe you an explanation, said Harry, finally vanishing the yellow paint. It stung like ripping off a band-aid. Fawkes whistled at him from his perch. About what I did to you in the duel. Albus said nothing, his paint melting away smoothly. He looked at Harry, and smiled expectantly, patiently. After the duel, Harry found himself wishing to tell Albus all about his magic. He wanted to see his blue eyes alight with excited curiosity as they had with fierce competition. He wanted to share his magical secrets, at least, if not when he was from. Now that he trusted that Albus wasn't going to try to invade his mind in search of answers, he felt like he might guard his secrets less heavily and allow some of the burden to slide off his shoulders. But most importantly, it was not okay that he'd let Aura's erotic effect impact anyone else. He nodded and took a deep breath. I had an accident about a year ago and I've been like this since, said Harry. You were right. My soul is split into these multiple auras and they do different things. What you felt today he looked at Albus and blushed furiously at his intense gaze. Harry wished he was still covered in paint so that Albus would not see the blood rushing to his face. I didn't mean to, you weren't supposed to. Albus raised his eyebrows and Harry became more flustered. Albus, I'm sorry for doing that to you. I lost control, and I'll work hard to make sure I don't lose control again. I forgive you, he said simply. They were quiet for a moment. Harry wasn't sure what else to say, but Albus spoke again. You speak so strangely sometimes, Harry. It's as if you have a foreign accent, but it's more subtle than that. I promise it's got nothing to do with my auras, said Harry, trying to change the subject away from his 21st century language. Anyway, what you felt, that was the aura of my instincts. Albus's face betrayed no expression but his eyes twinkled with amusement. Your instincts are as potent as your magic. Harry winced. That's what the accident did. All of my characteristics sort of morphed out and grew. And they're separate, said Harry. They fell silent. Albus paced pensively over to Harry's stash of lemo drops and picked one out. The silence compelled Harry to continue. There are a total of 7 parts. One is in my body, he said distractedly. Albus was walking around Harry's room examining objects. He stopped in front of the bowling ball and pins. He picked up one of the bowling pins and held it out to Harry. What is this? Harry was caught completely off guard. That's a bowling pin, sir, Albus. Albus looked at him with blank curiosity. It's for. Harry paused and shut his eyes tightly, trying to switch from talking about his soul to talking about bowling. It's for a sport. A muggle sport. Albus shifted the pin in his hands until he held it like a beater's bat, smiling with his eyebrows raised. Harry smiled weakly and shook his head. Harry took the pin from Albus and set it up on one side of the room with the other 9. He conjured bumpers to make a short aisle and slicked the floor. He picked up the bowling ball, paying careful attention to his occlumency, and rolled it down the floor. He'd only ever bowled once during a ministry party, so he wasn't very good and only managed to knock over a few pins. You're supposed to knock them all down, said Harry. Unprovoked, the pins all fell over where they stood. Harry looked at Albus. With the bowling ball, Albus. And on your turn. Goodness, that does make more sense, said Albus, eyes twinkling. Harry suspected he'd understood before knocking over the pins. You can have a go if you want. Then, said Harry, retrieving the bowling ball and resetting the pins. He showed Albus the 3 holes for his fingers and then handed him the heavy ball. You aren't going to make me do it wrong, are you? He asked, piercing Harry with an unfamiliar gaze. Harry looked at him blankly. Stand back there. I don't want you to trip me. I bet you taught me this wrong, he said with uncharacteristic aggression. I'm not going to, didn't to, said Harry as Albus rolled the ball towards the pins. Apparently, Harry's occlumency hadn't been strong enough and his paranoia had affected Albus. Your bowling ball rather upset me, said Albus. Harry frowned. Yeah, it does that. Looks like I'm still not in control. It's probably best you don't touch it. Albus seemed to take stock of himself. I would say. Paranoia and fear. Yeah, and however did it get inside a bowling ball? I guess the same way all of my auras found their way inside different objects. Why didn't you tell me that? What other secrets are you hiding from me? Asked Albus, his eyes narrowing and his hand twitching towards his wand. Harry, can you make this stop, please? Here, try on this hat. Harry tossed him the elaborate lady's hat that contained part of his soul. Albus caught it suspiciously, but smiled as he worked the felt between his fingers. Content. Happiness. Joy. Wow, said Harry. You figured that out faster than I did, and it's my soul. It's so strong, said Albus, beaming. He swept the hat onto his head and conjured a mirror on Harry's wall. And may I say, what a remarkable hat. Harry rolled his eyes. He could feel his aura mingling with that of Albus's, and his own happiness intensified as they mixed. Albus continued bobbing around the room. He picked up a chess piece and replaced it. That chess set likes to play itself, said Harry. On. Albus watched the set for a moment, and the white pawn on the far left moved forward. Said Albus. That was always Armando's first move. The man loved chess. He took another lemo. Drop and put it in his mouth. He stopped at the record player and turned it on. Young teacher, the subject of schoolgirl fantasy. She wants him so badly, knows what she wants to be. Inside her there's longing. This girl's an open page. Bookmarking. She's so close now. This girl is half his age. Don't stand so. Don't stand so. Don't stand so close to me. Harry had been standing immersed in his own and Albus's joy, but at the chorus of the song he came back to reality. He lunged and shut off the record player, nearly knocking over Albus. That song hadn't been written yet. Albus looked at him questioningly. I really don't like that song. I'll have it stuck in my head for days, Harry lied, rifling through his album collection looking for anything labeled and anything pre-60s. I much prefer Elvis. He quickly pulled out a beat-up Elvis record and put it on the turntable instead of the Police, who didn't even exist as a band in 1957. The room crackled with the static of the record, and then Elvis Presley's voice began to grind out the lyrics to Hound Dog. I like American music. I believe Elvis will be remembered for a long time, said Harry over-enthusiastically. Albus didn't say anything, but peered down at the record over his long nose. Harry stood watching him until Hound Dog had finished playing, and all that was left was the scratching of the record player and record. Albus removed the arm and stopped the disc. Without looking up, Albus asked, "What is your surname?" Harry's heart began to pound. Crockett. Harry felt suspicion that was not his own flow through his aura. He snatched the hat off of Albus's head and banished it to the top of a wardrobe. I showed you my magic. Wasn't that enough? Please, just leave it alone, Dumbledore. And then Albus Dumbledore found himself alone in his study with a half of a lemo drop in his mouth. Expelliarmus! Shouted Cornelius Fudge as he waved his wand at another Hufflepuff second year. Instead of doing anything to the other boy, Fudge's own rather long hair stood up on end. It gave him the appearance of a dandelion. Remember, Mr. Fudge, it's Expelliarmus. And your hair, it's a good look for you. Now, Mr. Bones, he said, turning to the other boy, Edgar Bones, why don't you try? Edgar waved his wand in Fudge's direction and shouted, Expelliarmus. Fudge's wand soared in a graceful arc and landed in Edgar's outstretched hand. Well done, Mr. Bones. Keep practicing, both of you. Harry turned and poked through the other pairs, offering tips and guidance. His stomach rumbled. He had been skipping meals in order to avoid the Great Hall and Albus. He was horrified that he'd almost given away his secret of being from the future and almost blown his cover as Harry Crockett. He'd been tempted by the prospect of a friendship with Albus and had gotten too comfortable. He wouldn't let it happen again. He didn't need Albus. The bell rang. Good work, class. By next class 1 want you to be able to disarm me. Keep practicing. Enjoy your lunch. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws crowded out of the classroom. When they'd all left, Harry sagged onto one of the cushions, his stomach rumbling audibly. He'd been using his body aura to suppress his metabolism, but it had been days since he'd eaten. He decided to risk a trip to the kitchens. He crept through the halls using as many shortcuts as he knew. He was flying blind because he'd locked all but his body aura, including his wand, in his tower and had added protection to his tower that cut off his connection to the objects. He didn't want to take any chances of being compromised because of his auras. He darted down the hall in the basement to the portrait of the bowl of fruit and tickled the pear. It turned into a doorknob and he yanked the door open. Inside the kitchen was the usual chaos heightened by the lunchtime rush above. He scanned the room. His gaze halted on a figure on the other side of the room by the faculty table. Though he was bent over, Harry could tell the person was almost twice as tall as the house elves. It was Wister. Harry waded through the churning house elves to the head table. Avoiding Albus had been very isolating, and Harry found himself actually wanting to talk to Wister. Wister wasn't the sharpest tentacular leaf in the greenhouse, so Harry wasn't the slightest bit worried about Wister catching on to his time travel mystery. Hello, Wister, said Harry. Wister jumped and knocked over a luscious bowl of fruit salad, narrowly avoiding spilling it on his lavender cardigan. Several house elves scurried to clean up the mess. Oh, Harry. Why, hello. Where have you been recently? I've missed you at lunch. I've been finding the Great Hall a little too loud for me, Harry lied. Oh, said Wister. Do you want to have lunch with me instead? Yeah, okay, said Harry. They commandeered a few platters of food and a few goblets, and Wister levitated them out of the kitchens. Harry and Wister poked through the basement until they found an unused room with a table. Wister set the food down on the table, and conjured a pair of stiff wooden chairs. They sat down and began to eat. Harry found, as the meal went on and he sipped his drink, that he wasn't annoyed by Wister's conversation anymore. He felt relaxed, at ease and carefree. He found himself drifting contentedly and he didn't have any inclination to question it. He didn't notice when he took a bite of sprouts, his least favorite food, and he didn't mind the taste when he did. He just kept eating. He was particularly enjoying his beverage, which never seemed to need to be refilled, though he'd drunk copious amounts of it. He was hardly hearing anything Wister was saying, but for some reason he found the conversation intoxicating. His thoughts started to become fuzzy. Wister's voice reached through his fog to him. I'm going to tie you up, okay, Harry? That sounds nice, slurred Harry. You're a really great friend, Wister. Yes, I am a great friend. Just not yours, said Wister. Albus Dumbledore was sitting at the head table examining a particularly luscious bowl of fruit salad that had inexplicably poured itself on his lap. It was rare that house elves knocked food over in the basement kitchen. He vanished the spilled fruit, probably resolving to check on the kitchen after the meal, though knowing Dumbledore, he could just as easily have been mentally calculating the next move to an imaginary chess game against himself. He finished his meal slowly, and pensively sipped his goblet of pumpkin juice. When he was done, he set down the goblet, pinched the bridge of his nose and frowned, either because of some painful personal dilemma, or possibly the frustration of having his queen taken. Albus dabbed his mouth with his napkin, stood, and swept out of the hall. He turned to the stairs that led to the basement and stepped down them lightly, his robe sweeping the steps behind him. He strode down the low-ceilinged hall, tickled the pair, and opened the door. As he stepped in, the house elves began to rush into cramped lines. They took off their white, Hogwarts-stamped oven-mitt hats, and swept into identical bows. "Good afternoon," Albus called. "I was wondering if any of you noticed a disturbance here in the kitchen this afternoon." A female elf stepped forward. She had a matriarchal look about her, and had a black mitt hat rather than white. She spoke confidently. "No, sir, nothing was being wrongs with the meal today, sir. We is not having anything wrong. Did you see anyone in the kitchen who was not an elf?" "No, sir, there is not being anyone." A young elf stepped forward and interrupted. "Master Dumbledore, sir, Master Bloom and Master Crockett was being in here during lunch, sir." The elves looked at the young elf murderously. "We is sorry, sir. Rupee is being new, sir. He is not knowing his manners, sir," said the head elf. "Please do not punish him or let him punish himself," said Dumbledore. "Rupee, what were Harry and Wister doing in the kitchen?" "They is taking a goblet and knocking fruits over, sir. Then both Masters Crockett and Bloom are leaving with foods, sir." "Thank you, Rupee. Thank all of you." The house elves bowed. Dumbledore exited the room through the portrait. Back in the hall, he stood still with his arms at his sides, his face a mask. His eyes shone with the kind of disappointment that comes from realizing that someone new and interesting in your life was avoiding you, or maybe from losing an imaginary chess match. He blinked, but then the hall in front of him exploded into fire and Albus shielded his eyes. Albus barely had time to register Fawkes, before Fawkes had gripped his talons into the shoulder of Albus's robes and was dragging him insistently down the hall. They stopped in front of a closed door. Albus couldn't hear anything from within, but after casting a quick spell he learned that there was a silencing spell on the wall. Fawkes whistled urgently. Albus tried the door, but it was locked. He tried a few wordless spells on the door, but nothing happened. Fawkes disappeared and reappeared a moment later with a bowling ball gripped by the holes in one of his talons. He swung it forward and it crashed into the door. Albus got the idea, and before the ball hit the ground, he had it levitating. He shot it towards the door, and the door cracked under the impact. He shot it once more at the door, and this time it made a hole all the way through. Albus enlarged the hole with his wand and climbed through. The scene on the inside of the room was a startling enough sight. Harry was shackled against one wall making little uncomplicated sighs. Wister was in front of Harry with his back turned to the door. He was partially obscuring Harry from view. None other than Tom Riddle was sitting on a grand green armchair a few paces from the standing pair. His leg was crossed over one knee, and a greedy, amused smile played across his face. But it was what Albus heard next that brought a look of shock to his face. "Remove his robes," said Tom. Clearly, neither Voldemort nor Wister noticed Albus. The silencing charm had prevented any noise of his entry. Harry, on the other hand, smiled contentedly over Wister's shoulder at Albus and sighed. Albus's face tightened. He looked like he was going to use surprise to his advantage, until the air next to him burst into flames and Fawkes appeared whistling angrily. Voldemort and Wister whipped around to find the source of the noise. Voldemort leapt to his feet and drew out his wand when he saw Albus. Wister made a high-pitched squeaking noise and backed away from Harry. "Hello, Tom. May I ask what you are doing with these staff members?" "Dumbledore. Is it possible that not even you suspected that Wister here is working for me?" "Yes, I, Lord Voldemort, have infiltrated your school right under your nose." "Tom, I am sorry that you feel the need to do things like this." "I bet you're sorry, Dumbledore. You'll be even sorrier when I make Harry Potter here kill you." Fawkes took that moment to sink his talons into the back of Voldemort's robes, and he and Voldemort vanished in a whirl of flames. Wister made eye contact with Albus. Albus, I. The air around Albus crackled with magic. You what? You didn't mean it. He promised you things you couldn't refuse. Exactly. Albus. How did you? You have 2 minutes to get out of the castle safely. I, unlike you, do mean it. And that, unlike Tom's, is a promise you shouldn't refuse. Get out of my sight, he whispered dangerously. Wister took a moment to stare open-mouthed at Albus. Then the meaning of his words sunk in, and Wister ducked past Albus and hopped through the ragged hole in the door. Albus fell across the room to Harry. In an instant the shackles were gone, and Harry staggered away from the wall, swaying goofily. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Albus here. You missed the party. He collapsed onto Albus, Harry's arms wrapping around Albus's neck for support. Harry, said Albus weakly, searching Harry's green eyes. What has happened? Wister and I were having a party, and then he thought it would be fun to tie me up, and then Voldemort showed up to our party, and he had some ideas about how to make it more fun, Albus grimaced. Don't make that face. It was fun. You smell like lemo. Drops, Harry said. There was a rush of noise. Get off me, you imbecile bird, said a high cold voice from the room behind Harry. There stood Voldemort once more, with Fawkes flapping his wings madly around Voldemort's head, his talons clearly still stuck in Voldemort's robes. Albus pushed Harry off himself and stepped between him and Voldemort. Fawkes, silly, you tried to make Moldy Shorts go away, but it didn't work. We should trim your toenails so you don't get stuck on anyone else that ugly, giggled Harry. Silence, you bespectacled fool, snapped Voldemort, finally managing to throw Fawkes off himself. Be silent for now, anyway, he added in Parseltongue, smiling to himself. I'll want you to beg and scream for me later when I have you to myself. Mine is now over yet? Asked Harry, hissing and spitting in Parseltongue. Voldemort's jaw dropped, and Albus actually turned around to look at Harry. You understand me? Asked Voldemort, a slight pink tinge creeping into his icy features. Well, yeah, said Harry. I was going to save the surprise for a more dramatic time, but dirty talk like that shouldn't go unacknowledged. Saving the surprise? How did you know I speak it? How do you know so much about me? Who are you? Albus took that moment to begin sending spells at Voldemort. Voldemort conjured a shield in front of himself, and shot a few spells back at Albus. Albus hopped out of the way, accidentally leaving Harry exposed. Imperio, hissed Voldemort. The spell hit Harry dead on. Harry was already in a state of carefree floating, but when the Imperious curse hit him, even his fluffy happy thoughts left him. He was cut off from 5/7 of his soul and power source, was drugged, and under the Imperious curse. If he had been in a regulated duel, the incapacitated clock would have started counting down, and Harry would have had no thought nor intention to stop it. Come stand next to me, Harry. Just walk over and stand next to me. Address me as your lord. Yes, my lord, said Harry dreamily. Harry wobbled slightly, but strode over to Voldemort's side and faced Albus, expression as blank as his mind. On the other hand, Albus was involuntarily causing the air around him to crackle with magic. Both Harry's and Voldemort's hair began to stand on end. Dust swirled through the basement room, and the wind blew Albus's hair and robes forebodingly. The bare light bulb in the middle of the ceiling flickered. Harry, kill Dumbledore. Just use your wand and kill him. Of course, my lord, said Harry. Albus's face was calm and inscrutable. Harry reached into his pocket to retrieve his wand, but it wasn't there. It was locked away in his tower. I haven't got a wand, my lord, said Harry dreamily, looking sideways at Voldemort. You haven't got a. Well, this won't be nearly as satisfying if you don't kill him, so take mine. Take my wand. Kill Dumbledore with it. Take my wand. Kill Dumbledore with my wand. Harry took the wand from Tom Riddle's fingers and pointed it at Albus. Albus stayed where he was. Avada Kedavra, said Harry dreamily, waving the wand. Nothing happened. There was no flash of green light. Along with Harry's own wand, Harry's magical core was locked in the tower. He couldn't do magic without accessing it, and trying to access it wasn't the next thing that occurred to his compromised mind. No, instead Harry strode calmly back over to Albus, whose emotion was only betrayed by the magic crackling around him. He walked around behind him. Albus didn't move, but continued to stare into Voldemort's eyes as Harry reached around and pulled his long auburn hair back. He stood completely still as Harry threaded the wand around Albus's neck and started to pull on both ends, cutting off Albus's airflow. Voldemort watched Harry with confusion for a moment, but then a look of horror bloomed across his face. Stop! Came the order through Harry's mind, but it was a moment too late. The wand Harry had been using to garrote Albus cracked in two, sending sparks across the floor. Albus coughed lightly and turned to face Harry. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yepers, I'm good, Albus," Harry replied goofily. The imperious curse was gone and had been replaced by his loopiness. "A little too good, I dare say," he said to no one in particular. "Albus, yes, Harry, your antagonist has escaped." "Oh bother," said Albus, spinning around to face the door. Voldemort had fled. Before Albus could dash away, Harry grabbed the back of his robes. "Don't bother. It's not meant to be. You won't catch him. Harry, look what he's done. Think what he'll do. He's wandless now, but he'll get another one and you. 13.5 inches long. Phoenix feather. This phoenix, actually," said Harry, gesturing drunkenly at Fawkes. Albus stopped trying to leave. "Harry, what is going on?" "Nothing," he said, smiling and swaying like a child who'd been caught taking a cookie out of the cookie jar. "Oh, for the love of Merlin," said Albus, calm, but clearly frustrated. "I have half a mind to put you to bed with a dreamless sleep potion until the other potion wears off." Fawkes, apparently trying to be helpful, took off and slammed into Harry's back, knocking him into Albus. When Albus had caught Harry, Fawkes gripped onto Harry's shoulder and the three of them vanished in a whirl of flames and reappeared in Harry's tower, still embracing. "That was very thoughtful of you, Fawkes, however we are short one dreamless sleep potion," said Albus, putting Harry back on his feet. "Harry, could you remove your protection on the tower so I can go find you some?" Harry shook his head, smiling sheepishly. "Fawkes," asked Albus, "could you help?" Fawkes burst into flame and disappeared. "He's hungry," said Harry. "Silly Phoenix, tricks are for teachers. I assume you put up the extra protection so that I couldn't get in?" asked Albus. "You bet. It's funny, because now it's keeping you in here with me. You need to sleep, Mr. Crockett." "I thought you knew that's not my name," said Harry, suddenly finding himself drowsy. "I did figure that out, yes. However, I'm not going to take advantage of your condition by asking you lots of questions about it," said Albus, positioning himself so that he could catch Harry if he fell. You can take advantage of me, Albus. I didn't mind it during the duel. Harry, your current state of mind is endlessly amusing. However, I think it is time that you slept. Are you going to take off my robes?" Albus flicked his wand and Harry's robes were replaced with purple silk pajamas to match the bed. Tricky, said Harry as he staggered to the bed and pulled back the comforter. "You're a sharp one, Albus. Harry tried to climb into the bed, but lost his balance. Albus caught him, but one of Harry's flailing arms knocked into Albus's head, nearly sending his glasses flying. Albus, glasses askew," Harry said in a sing-song voice. "I see your eyes, so shiny and blue." Albus helped Harry into bed, and soon Harry fell still, breathing deeply. Albus perched himself on the side of the bed and removed his half-moon glasses. He massaged his temples and the bridge of his nose. He replaced his glasses and peered through them at the sleeping Harry. Harry was still wearing his glasses, so Albus lightly lifted them from his face. In doing so, his hand passed over Harry's magically concealed scar. Albus felt the trace of magic and froze. He set down Harry's glasses and picked up his own wand. He easily removed Harry's concealment charm. Albus reached down and brushed Harry's bangs away from his forehead to find a thin, lightning-shaped scar there. He pursed his lips and replaced the concealment charm. He threaded his fingers through Harry's hair, lost in thought. The minutes ticked by and turned into hours, and Harry slept on. Albus occasionally got up to get a limo. drop, but mostly sat vigilant over Harry. Fox came and went, and all Albus said to him was, "Shish, Harry's sleeping." Harry slept all afternoon and evening. When it became clear that Harry wasn't going to wake up soon, Albus paced quietly around to the other side of the bed and stretched out on top of the thick purple covers. He lay with his hands behind his head and his legs crossed, staring up at the canopy. Eventually he drifted from abstract thought into sleep. Both Harry and Albus slept through the night. Harry awoke first. The sun was shining through the windows onto his bed. He stretched, feeling well rested and content. He sighed and looked around himself. Upon seeing Albus on the other half of the bed, he started violently and fell off the edge of his bed. As he gazed over his own body, clad in unfamiliar purple silken pajamas, his memories of the previous night returned. The effects seemed to have mostly worn off, but Harry was still too cheerful to be horrified. Careful not to wake Albus, Harry stood up and crept into the bathroom to take a shower. The hot water helped to hold back the impending tide of uncomfortable and troubling thoughts. Ho, ho ho, it's magic. You know, never believe it's not so. It's magic, sang a voice from behind the bathroom door. Albus opened one eye and yawned. Leaning on my pillow in the morning, lazy day in bed, music in my head. Crazy music playing in the morning light. Ho, ho ho, it's magic. You know, never believe it's not so. Albus uncrossed his long legs, shook the pins and needles out of them, and crossed them the other way, gazing curiously at the door. He lay back and listened to Harry's off-key singing from the shower. He heard the shower shut off, and a moment later the door opened and Harry walked out. Albus studied him with wide eyes from the bed. Harry wore only a fluffy white towel around his waist and his black hair was dripping. He was slender and pale, but well muscled from spending years keeping up his oar training and a year living in a forest. He had no hair on his chest, but beneath his defined abs was a trail of dark hair leading under the towel. Over his heart was a dark, oval-shaped scar. He strode over to the wardrobe, still humming. He reached to undo the towel. "Good morning, Harry," said Albus quickly and loudly. "Albus." Harry spun around and caught the towel before it fell. "I forgot you were here." Good morning," he said, grinning sheepishly. Instead of going back to rifle through his wardrobe, he waved his hand and a set of yellow robes appeared over his body. "How are you?" he asked, striding over to pick up his wand. "Well rested, thank you," said Albus, swinging his legs off the bed. "And how are you?" He turned around to find Harry absent-mindedly looking around the rooms and shooting individual flowers out of the end of his wand. "Oh, I see," Albus grimaced. "Sorry, Albus, what was that?" "I asked you how you were this morning," Albus smiled, pulling on his buckled black boots. "Marvelous," said Harry. "Would you like to go flying with me? I suppose you won't let me do anything useful until this wears off completely." Albus chuckled. "It is not a matter of what I will or will not let you do, Harry. I am not your keeper. I am your employer and more relevantly your friend. I would suggest that you don't try to do anything useful. For example, I'm afraid that writing a lesson plan containing instructions on how to shoot flowers at one's enemies would be a waste of your time. Flying sounds like a pleasant diversion, however. Do you possess a broom?" "I possess a broom on so many levels, Albus. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean." Harry summoned his broom and allowed it to hang in the air between Harry and Albus. "Its poses said." The broom zoomed around the room erratically as Harry commanded it with his soul. Albus sniffed, his face expressionless. "I will meet you on the lawn in 15 minutes. I suggest that you don't talk to anyone on your way there." "Righto, Professor," said Harry. He magically opened the trapdoor when Albus was a meter from it. Harry twirled his wand showily. "Harry, will you be all right here by yourself?" "Really, Albus? You've nothing to worry." There was a bang and Harry was suddenly drenched in a thick clear liquid. "Bollocks. I'll clean this up." "Really, Albus? I'll be fine. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Albus grimaced and hesitated. Harry made a shooing motion and Albus grudgingly turned and dropped nimbly through the trapdoor with a last fleeting glance before he disappeared. Harry sat invisibly beside the lake with his invisible broom and Fox by his side. He'd cleaned himself of the liquid, intentionally doing so before he could register exactly what it was. When he was clean, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself and walked, not skipped, to the grounds. It was a sunny warm day, so many of the students were lounging around the grounds doing homework or tossing a frisbee. Harry found himself sleepily enjoying the weather himself. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up. Albus stood behind him. His auburn hair shone in the early afternoon sun. He wore a fresh set of plum robes and had a silver arrow broomstick over one shoulder. "Walk with me?" asked Albus quietly. Harry stood up, tucking his broom under his arm. Fox took off and circled overhead. "What's with you in purple?" Harry muttered in Albus's ear. "You can see me." "Well, you're not invisible or anything. What did you expect?" They passed a pair of students walking down the path and Albus waved his hand in front of one of their faces. The student didn't react. "I am invisible, actually. And as a consequence, I expected that you would not be able to see me," he smiled. "Obviously, I was mistaken." "Well, how can you see me, then?" "I'm Albus Dumbledore," he said simply, his eyes twinkling, and strode off down the edge of the lake leaving Harry behind. "You really are," said Harry, before skipping a bit to catch up. The two invisible men made their way to the empty Quidditch pitch and mounted their brooms. "I brought a snitch. I seem to recall that you play Seeker. It's my preferred position as well." He pulled the golden ball out of a pocket of his robe. "Oh, wicked," said Harry. "I'll give it a head start." He tossed it into the air. Its wings unfolded and the little ball zoomed off and disappeared. "I'll have you know, Harry, I was picked for the Quidditch team when I was a first year. I won't think any lower of you if you can't keep up." Harry snorted. Harry had been told he was the youngest Quidditch player in a century. He'd always wondered who the player a century ago had been. In spite of knowing that he was up against a possible equal, he wasn't worried. "Don't play easy," he said, his confidence flowing through his broom. "I'd never," said Albus as he kicked off the ground. Harry didn't take off and instead watched Albus from the ground. He flew remarkably well. His robes and long hair whipped behind him as he circled the stadium, and his glasses glinted in the sun. Harry watched his progress as he rose and dove, admiring Albus's grace and form. Then, behind Albus's broom blossomed words written in smoke. "It's hard to catch the snitch from the ground, especially when it's by the eastern goal posts." Albus sped off in the direction of the opposite goal posts. Harry saw the snitch and kicked off the ground. Albus was already halfway across the field. Harry smirked and leaned forward on his broom, shooting forward. If he hadn't already been affected by a disillusionment charm, he would have become invisible to a human eye due to his speed. Harry easily caught up to Albus before he reached the goal posts and slowed down to fly next to him. "Sorry, Albus. I couldn't quite read what you'd written," he grinned. Harry couldn't quite tell, but he thought he saw Albus roll his eyes. They both turned back to the goal posts, but the snitch had vanished. Harry sped back up and gained some altitude, scanning the stadium for the snitch. He flew clockwise around the perimeter of the field. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Albus was also gaining altitude, but was flying counterclockwise. They passed, and passed again. They passed a third time and Harry glanced over his shoulder at Albus. His stomach lurched as he saw that Albus had taken a steep dive. He wheeled his broom around and was soon diving alongside Albus. It wasn't a feint. He could see the snitch hovering close to the ground. Albus flew beautifully, but whether or not he was a match for Harry, his silver arrow was no match for Harry's lightning. Harry outstripped him easily and caught the snitch, pulling out of the dive to coast a foot above the ground. Albus was still diving. Harry thought he was going to crash into the ground, but at the last second, Albus pulled up impressively and came to glide beside Harry. Harry raised his hands in the air and imitated the sounds of a crowd with a breathy, "Ha! Let's even the playing field," said Albus. "It's time for me to get a futuristic broom like yours." Harry blanched. He couldn't know Harry had gotten it from the future. "I admit, I've never thought to use my own spells," Albus continued. Harry relaxed. So, Albus thought Harry had fixed the broom himself. Well, it made sense. He could have done it himself, and it was more likely that Harry had fixed his own broom than that he'd been born 33 years in the future, lived the life of a hero, had a broom designed specially for him, gotten stuck in a glowy crystal and sent back in time. I can fix yours for you here. Still coasting a few feet off the ground, he grabbed the broom shaft between Albus's legs and yanked it closer to himself. Beneath his fingers he felt the magic of the broom. He closed his eyes and felt out with his magic aura. He grabbed his own broom and, feeling through the magic, he changed each spell on Albus's broom to match the ones on his own. When he was done, he opened his eyes and looked back up at Albus, who was still mounted on the broom beside him, coasting forward. There. It should work like this one now, said Harry. Thank you, Harry. You're welcome. Oh, and Harry. Albus glanced behind himself, and Harry looked to see what he was looking at. Yes, Albus. About leveling the playing field. I don't want to give you the idea I'm not serious about outflying you, but. What do you Harry crashed headlong into one of the goal posts and fell a meter or two to land spread eagle onto the ground. He groaned. You complete ass. That sounds like a man who's recovered from a fool's flask potion, however foolish insulting your employer may be, said Albus, his blue eyes sparkling with amusement. He hovered a meter above Harry and the ground. And what do you make of this? Asked Harry. He lunged upward and swiped Albus's broom from beneath him. Albus toppled out of the air and landed in a heap of limbs on Harry with an, oof. You ass, said Albus. They played Quidditch for a few more hours. It turned out that they were evenly matched. Harry flew faster and more agilely than Albus, but Albus had uncanny strategy. It seemed that he could predict where the snitch would go before it got there. Eventually, after they'd caught the snitch 3 times in 5 minutes, they decided to turn the snitch invisible and give it a slight telltale ringing noise. Eventually they eliminated the ringing. As the afternoon wore on, Harry noticed that his drug-induced high had slowly been replaced with the natural high of flying. The wind in his face and the speed of his heart racing had done what sleeping had not. He felt his mind clear, which was good, as he was now flying with his eyes closed, listening for a faint whir of wings. It was difficult to distinguish sounds through the wind in his ears. Once, he'd accidentally grabbed Fox, who had been innocently circling the stadium. Fox had twittered irritably and flown off to perch on one of the goal posts. With his eyes shut to help his concentration, he sped around the stadium. Then, he heard it. The unmistakable whir of the snitch had flown right past his ear. He turned and followed it, trying to pick up its sound again. He heard it faintly from in front of him somewhere. He was as quiet as possible. He sped up and the whirring got closer, but then it dipped down beneath him. He followed it into a dive. He dove, listening to the sound of the snitch. All of a sudden, he realized that he was diving blindly at a rapidly approaching ground. He would surely crash. His eyes flew open. However, it was not the ground that he saw. Albus was rushing at him from below, eyes tightly shut, hand outstretched. Harry couldn't react fast enough. Arg, he said, a second before impact. Albus's eyes opened in shock, and the two collided. They fell to the ground, their descent slowed enough to be harmless by the brooms. They landed in a tangled pile of limbs and brooms. So I vote we tell the Department of Magical Sports and Games that silent and invisible snitch hunting with closed eyes should not be made an international sport, groaned Harry. Ah, but, said Albus ironically, shifting to reach his hand between himself and Harry. Harry cried out in alarm. Merlin, what are you? We've got the snitch. And, indeed, he pulled out the invisible ball. We seem to have caught it simultaneously when we collided. Oh, said Harry, taken aback. I suppose it has international sport potential after all. Harry laughed. I promise you, it'll still be Quidditch by the new millennium. Then he stopped talking, rather irritated at himself for making a reference to the future. Are you feeling better? Asked Albus. If by better you mean no longer absurdly happy, then yes. And if you mean remembering, he trailed off. He was, indeed, feeling more grounded, and now that he was no longer flying, the memories of the previous night came rushing back with full force and meaning. He remembered Wister tying him up. He remembered the Dark Lord appearing and asking him questions. He remembered answering. He remembered the Dark Lord ordering Wister to chain Harry to the wall, among other things. Harry remembered enjoying it due to the potion. He remembered trying to kill Albus, and shuddered to think what would have happened if he'd had his wand. Then he remembered inviting Albus to take advantage of him. He gasped and his eyes met Albus's. He groaned and smacked himself in the face, grimacing in embarrassment as he scrambled off Albus and to his feet. That was quite a potion, frowned Albus, resting on his elbows. Help me up. Harry reached his hand down gingerly. Albus grasped it and pulled himself up. As they let go, they heard a note from above and both looked up. Fawkes had jumped from his perch on the goal post and was swooping down gracefully to join the two men. Have you ever gotten the feeling that Fawkes knows you better than you know yourself? Asked Albus. I'm fairly certain that he does, said Harry. Harry sat at the faculty table poking his food with his fork. To his left was Albus. For the first time since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, someone other than Wister was to his right. The students were whispering. Harry couldn't blame them. He'd have been whispering with his classmates too if two teachers and the headmaster disappeared for a day and a half in the middle of a Friday. Harry and Wister had missed classes, and only Harry and Albus had reappeared at all. It was, indeed, suspicious. The other faculty members were curious, but they weren't whispering secretively. They were. Really, Albus, if you don't tell me what you were doing, I'll have to imagine the worst, said Minerva, scandalized. He didn't start it, said Harry. You started it. Crockett, I don't know who told you how things work between professors here at Hogwarts, but wait, what? Albus, what did you tell her? I told her nothing, said Albus, gazing calmly out at the students. It seems that when I disappeared with two male professors, Minerva jumped to her own conclusions, as we discussed. Harry glanced over at Albus and could have sworn his cheeks were a little pinker than usual. Albus, it's not entirely unreasonable. I've seen you, especially with. Please have patience, Minerva. I'm going to make an announcement to the school. I hardly think your personal life is fit for. Minerva, a little trust, please, and a little less harassment. What are you going to do? I won't do anything foolish, Minerva. Looking before I leap is a skill of mine, he replied, as he stood up. Bloom was pretty foolish and you had no problem doing. May I have your attention? Said Albus, ignoring Minerva. The Great Hall was charged with the students' attention. Thank you. I would like to thank those of you who had herbology or defense against the dark arts classes yesterday afternoon for your patience. I have been told that you handled your teachers' absences with maturity. On a more serious note, Professor Bloom will not be returning to his post. He has made the unfortunate choice of allying himself with a dangerous wizard, Tom Riddle. I must impress on all of you. If you see Mr. Bloom or Tom Riddle in the castle, please tell a member of staff immediately. Attempting an encounter with either, especially Tom Riddle, would be futile and dangerous for any student. Something was nagging at Harry's conscience. Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the students of Hogwarts telling them to fear the man that Harry killed. These kids would grow up to be in war after war against or with Voldemort. Harry's eyes alighted on Rufus Scrimgeour, a boy in the 7th year. Victim. He saw Ted Tonks. Victim. Bartemius Crouch. Victim. The Pruitt twins. Both victims by the hand of Voldemort. Even the carefree 5th year Alistair Moody would be driven to questionable sanity and eventually killed by the monster in question. Once Harry began to think about it, it was difficult to find a person in the room whose future would not be marred by Voldemort. Even Albus. Even Albus would be killed because of Voldemort. And Harry knew how to stop it. Harry had to kill Voldemort. We are searching for a replacement for Professor Bloom. Until further notice, herbology classes will be cancelled. Professor. Albus hesitated, closing his mouth and opening it again. Professor Crockett will be resuming the defense against the dark arts classes on Monday morning as usual. In addition to that, first years will have their first flight lesson on Wednesday afternoon on the Quidditch field. Harry tuned out. He was already imagining the scenario that led to Voldemort's early defeat. He imagined circling, never looking away from those red eyes. He saw the room before him rippling with his magic and he saw fear flash through the slit pupils. He raised his wand and received a sharp prod to his left shoulder. He looked up and met Albus's blue eyes. Sorry, Albus. What did you say? I didn't say anything, but I thought you should know that your hair is standing up conspicuously, he said quietly. Harry thought he saw a trace of a frown. Harry realized that he had tensed his magic as he imagined his encounter with Voldemort. He quickly let go of the energy and felt his hair flop down around his ears. Albus smiled, wiping away the trace of his frown. "I'm a little tense," said Harry. "Indeed. And for that, you should get a good night's sleep." Harry looked around and realized that he and Albus were the only ones in the hall. Harry blinked in surprise. "Right, of course," he said, trying to figure out how the students had left without him noticing. They stood up in unison and walked out of the hall in an uncomfortable silence. After climbing several flights of stairs, they exchanged goodnights and parted ways. Harry ascended to his tower and went to bed, thinking about his planned attack on Voldemort. He would kill Voldemort in the flesh first. Harry was sure Voldemort had only created 6 Horcruxes rather than his eventual 7, so he reasoned that it was possible that Voldemort could sense the destruction of one of them. Voldemort's soul was split into the most magical number of parts, 7, so he might be more powerful than when his soul was split into 8. Harry reasoned that it would be less dangerous to get rid of Voldemort first to get him out of the way before attacking his Horcruxes. Harry's thoughts drifted, wandering towards an uneasy sleep. His last thoughts were about Albus. Harry realized that Albus hadn't asked anything about his last name since the incident in the basement. Harry remembered accidentally letting his name slip to Voldemort, who repeated it in front of Albus. Albus hadn't brought up the Parseltongue either. His last comforting thought reassured him that it was a good thing that Albus wasn't prying anymore. It must mean Albus trusted him unquestioningly like he had Severus. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. Oh, I didn't have much money, but, boy, if I did. I'd buy a big house where we both could live if I were a sculptor. But then again, nor a man who makes potions in a. Harry waved his wand, silencing Elton John's tenor. He got up and went through his morning routine of showering, brushing his teeth, not brushing his hair, and dressing. He went straight to his office and summoned himself some food and a strong cup of tea there. He wanted to make sure his lesson plans for the day were in order. He had a first-year class in the morning, and in the afternoon there were a few batches of his most advanced students. He had a 6th-year class, and a 7th-year class. The 6th and 7th-year students had already taken their OWLs, had all achieved exceeds expectations or higher and elected to continue, so they were learning the most difficult magic. Or they should have been. Harry was filling in the gaps in their knowledge first. He was trying to expand their magical vocabularies before teaching them anything more difficult. They learned quickly, though, so he expected to move on soon. He sipped his tea and looked up from the roll of parchment he was scrutinizing. He heard a clunk from the other room and decided the first years had probably arrived. He turned himself invisible and snuck through the door. The 8 first years were sitting in a neat semicircle facing the whiteboard. None of them noticed his entry. He smiled invisibly. He levitated a bit of chalk and charmed it to write on the blackboard. "We're going for a walk today. Leave your wands and line up by the door." Harry was pleased to see that nobody got up or left their wands, though Umbridge began to stand up before one of her housemates pulled her back down. He made himself visible in front of the whiteboard. "Well done. Now, really, we are going for a walk, but please do bring your wands." The class scrambled to their feet, chattering excitedly. Harry remembered that his first enjoyable defense against the dark arts class, the one with the boggart, had been one that began with a walk. Though Harry did have a boggart in store, he was saving it for some older students. Harry led the class out of the classroom and to the entrance hall. "By the way," said Harry, "I'm holding a running competition. I will award a small draft of liquid luck potion to anyone who manages to knock me to the ground. This is to help you hone your skills and learn to be unexpected. I'll tell the other classes, but I figured I should give you a head start. If you happen to succeed with the aid of accomplices, you can split the winnings. The potion, when drunk, will be enough to give you one perfect day. There are some rules about when you're allowed to take it, but don't worry about that now." The first years were chattering excitedly. Harry smiled. He still had an obscenely large bottle of Felix potion from when he traveled back in time, and he thought that a contest would be a good way to get rid of it. They descended the front steps of the castle and made their way to the largest part of the lawn. "Circle up," called Harry. Okay, now, one at a time, I'd like each of you to show me the sparks you've been working on for your signals for aid. I'll award 5 points to whoever can make their sparks stick the highest, 5 for whoever can keep them there the longest, and 5 to the loudest noise. Who would like to go first? Andromeda Black raised her hand. Ms. Black. Okay. Have a go, then. Andromeda leaned back and held her wand behind her head like she was going to throw it into the air. She made a face of concentration, and then arced her wand over her head like a tennis server. A stream of red sparks erupted from her wand at the zenith of her arc with a bang. They continued floating up and then they stuck in the air at an impressive height. The class clapped. Well done, Ms. Black, well done. Who would like to follow that act? A Gryffindor girl whose name was Melinda Brown stepped forward. I will, sir. When you're ready, Ms. Brown, said Harry. Melinda took a different tact than Andromeda had. She began frantically creating sparks in front of her, until there was a rather dense cloud at eye level. Then she pointed her wand at the cloud and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. The cloud drifted vaguely upward. Then, with equally frantic movement, she pointed the wand at her own neck and said, Sonorous. Her high-pitched, wavering 11-year-old voice had magnified, and she yelled, Help! As loud as she could. The bundle of sparks floated to rest about 10 yards in the air and began to float downward. Halt! She repeated, booming across the grounds and echoing off the stone walls of the castle. Thank you. Ms. Brown. That's enough. Okay. Oh no. Make it stop, she blasted. The counter charm is, quietus, said Harry, waving his wand quieting Melinda. Now, that was interesting. Would you please explain to the rest of the class what you did? Well, said Melinda, her normal volume, I made the sparks and then used the levitation spell that we used in charms so that I could control them. Then I used the voice magnification spell that you used in your duel with Professor Dumbledore to make myself loud. I thought I could make it clearer that I was in trouble than if I used a bang. That was very creative, and I'm impressed that you managed a sonorous in your second week at school. Well done. But can anyone tell me some flaws in Melinda's plan? Umbridge raised her hand. Yes, Ms. Umbridge. Well, it was a very foolish plan indeed because while she was wasting her time conjuring a cloud of sparks and doing all kinds of useless charms, if her attacker were in any way competent, she would have been killed. Frowned Harry. I am going to give you one chance to rephrase that. Don't expect so much in the future. Well, if you didn't understand, I meant that only a moron would think they had enough time to. That's quite enough, Ms. Umbridge. 10 points from Slytherin. Please apologize to Ms. Brown and learn to be kinder to your classmates. Dolores Jane Umbridge hesitated. Begrudgingly, she muttered, Fine. Sorry, without looking at Melinda. Would anyone else like to answer my question nicely? A Slytherin boy raised his hand. Mr. Malcolm, yes. Well, sir, it's true that if she were being attacked, she wouldn't have enough time to do all those spells, he said. But the loud one was cool. He added quickly, fearing Harry's wrath. That's right. And thank you for phrasing that nicely. I promise that each of you will make mistakes in this class. I don't want you to feel bad about these mistakes because they help you to learn and help everyone else in the class learn. To keep you comfortable enough to take risks and make mistakes, I want you all to stay positive and encouraging of each other. I will not tolerate rudeness and put-downs. Back to the spells, though. It's true that that was a more time-consuming method. During class on Wednesday, I will be presenting you with a threat and you will have to send your signal before you become incapacitated. Can anyone else think of a reason why Wingardium Leviosa may not have been the most effective choice? Fabian and Gideon were whispering to each other. Fabian raised his hand. Fabian, may I call you that? I think that will be less confusing than Mr. Pruitt. Yeah, that's fine, grinned Fabian. How did you know which one I was? Our mother can hardly tell us apart. Trade secret, said Harry. In truth, he'd looked at the Marauders map at the beginning of class and remembered which one was wearing which shirt. When it became clear that Harry wasn't going to reveal any more, Fabian continued. Right. That spell only works while you're paying attention to it. We tried it with this big book, and when it was over Trelawney's head, we accidentally got distracted and Gideon elbowed Fabian in the gut and he stopped talking. Harry hid his smile. That's correct. It wouldn't work if you were incapacitated. While her technique made a lot more sparks and sent a clearer message, the sparks wouldn't go up as high and would probably float back down. Who would like to go next? How about Ms. Umbridge? The Pruitt twins bit their lips to keep from laughing. Harry shot them a warning glance. Umbridge waddled forward and took out her stumpy wand. With her nose in the air, she waved her wand above her head. A stream of red sparks shot out of the end with an accompanying pop. The sparks rose higher than Melinda's, but began to drop quickly. Umbridge saw them falling and waved her wand at them, frantically trying to halt their downward motion, but ended up having to dance around to avoid being singed. Like I said Harry with a sigh as Umbridge tripped over her own feet and fell to the ground. Everyone messes up. Umbridge scrambled to her feet. Does anyone have a suggestion for Ms. Umbridge about how to improve her signal? Melinda raised her hand. Harry hesitated. Ms. Brown. Well, said Melinda. Harry flinched in anticipation of whatever retaliation Melinda might take. I think your sparks may have been too heavy and your noise could have been a little louder. It was more like a pop than a bang, she said, and then looked at Harry and smiled sappily. Harry refrained from rolling his eyes. Yes, I would agree, Ms. Brown. The sparks were a little too heavy to stick. For lighter sparks, try flicking your wand a little more rather than pointing it straight up. And for a louder noise, grip your wand a little tighter. I'm glad to see that you got rid of the pink sparks you were mixing with the red, though. Keep practicing. Who would like to go next? May we go at the same time, sir? Asked Gideon. Said Harry. I don't see why not. Might I ask why? Well, sir, said Fabian enthusiastically, we're doing the same thing, so the second one might be a wee bit anticlimactic. Oh, said Harry, smiling in anticipation and admiration for Fabian's use of the word anticlimactic. All right, then. The red-haired twins grinned at each other and spaced themselves out about 5 yards. They locked eyes and started counting. On netwa 3. They waved their wands like they were waving lassos, shouting, help. We're being attacked. And then thrust their wands into the air sharply, each sending out a rocket of sparks with a deafening bang. Above each of them floated a stationary firework display, but the spell didn't stop there. Each rocketing ball of fire split into pieces, and as they split they broadcasted the twins' voices calling, help. We're being attacked. Over and over. The class and Harry burst into applause as the balls of jetting fire increased in number and raced around the campus, each ball continuing to belt, help. We're being attacked. The group all watched, admiring the twins' magic as it continued to multiply and spread, some balls even bouncing off the castle walls. Well done, you two. I would love to hear how you learned. At that moment, Harry's wand flew out of his hand and Harry was blasted into the air. What the bloody arg? Cursed Harry as he started falling. He reached out for his magic to slow his descent, but his wand was gone. It was gone, along with his aura. It was too far away or hidden. Who could be attacking him? Riddle, he thought. He crashed into the grass with a groan. His glasses were broken. He squinted. Through the spider web of cracks he could make out a figure on a broom rapidly swooping towards him, dismounting, and then an Albus Dumbledore-shaped man was directly in front of Harry with his wand jabbed threateningly over his heart. Go back to the castle. Now, Harry ordered the students dangerously. Tom, snarled Harry. He was enraged. He considered the possibility of another attack from Tom Riddle, but for him to show up with the polyjuiced appearance of Dumbledore was more than Harry could take lying down, so to speak. Harry was disgusted that Voldemort was befouling Albus's image. Clearly all he'd wanted was to sneak onto campus with a face everyone trusted. Well, he'd blasted the wrong man. Before the man pinning Harry to the ground could do anything, Harry punched him squarely in the nose, and knocked his wand out of his hand. Harry's attacker groaned, and Harry took the opportunity to flip them both over so that Harry was on top, pinning the man who looked like Albus to the ground. He reached out with his body aura to impede the other man's struggling movement. Harry pulled his fist back for another punch and held it there. Tom, you really don't know who you're messing with, And the Dumbledore disguise was really stomping on the dragon's eggs, said Harry dangerously. I'm Dumbledore's man through and you are disgusting. Harry spat, and tightened his body aura's hold on that of the man beneath him. You have only succeeded in royally pissing me off. Did you think this would work? Did you think I wouldn't recognize that I recognize? Aura. Harry stopped talking and his mouth fell open in horror. He hadn't even considered the possibility that it really was Albus. Albus trusted him implicitly. How could he? Why would he? Harry glanced around quickly and his fears were confirmed when he saw the Elder Wand lying on the ground a few paces away. He retracted his aura from the distinctly Dumbledore-ish aura he'd been attacking and scrambled backward. Wand, croaked Albus, wincing through the stream of blood running thickly from his nose. His wand snapped to his hand. Oh Merlin, said Harry, scrambling backward, green eyes wide. This is going to take some explaining. Albus got to his feet and opened his mouth as if to speak, but Winston closed it again. He waved his wand and Harry shrunk back, but the spell only ceased the ambient chorus of bangs and, help. We're being attacked. Albus turned on his heel and strode back towards the castle. The doors burst open and Minerva rushed out. Albus. Albus. Crockett's students just found me. They said they were learning to signal for help and then they were. They were. Minerva caught sight of Albus, his nose rebroken and his face covered in blood, and she stopped talking. She glanced behind him at Harry, who was propped on his elbows on the ground, wandless and grimacing. Her eyes widened. Not a word, Minerva, Albus said. Did you? Not a word. Think he, don't you, was attacking them. Harry beat you up. A look of pure glee dawned on her face for a moment before Albus wiped it off completely with a very effective bat bogey hex. He strode past her into the castle and the door slammed behind him. As soon as he was gone, Minerva pulled out her wand and vanished the bats. She strode over to Harry. You aren't going to attack me, right? She grinned. Harry picked up the broom Albus had forgotten on the ground in his haste. Do tell me what happened, she said. Harry explained it to her as they walked back up to the castle, only slightly less embarrassed than Albus. I can't believe he thought you were attacking the students. He's going to be beating himself up about this for weeks. Of course, you helped beat him up too, she said, and laughed at her own joke. Now, really, we have to go find your students before they start to think one or both of you loony old men is some sort of mad murder. 2. Not old, was all Harry could manage. Harry and Minerva found the 8 first years milling around the entrance hall. They crowded around Harry and Minerva. Professor. What was that? Are you evil? Did Professor Dumbledore want the lucky potion? Is Professor Dumbledore evil? I bet he heard our signal, grinned Fabian. So do we get the lucky potion? Asked Gideon. Quiet down, said Minerva. Why don't we go back to the classroom, said Harry. I can take it from here, Minerva, said Harry quietly. You can take on Albus without a wand. I think you can handle a couple of first years. Said Harry, turning around and promptly tripping over a small foot and falling on his face. Mr. Pruitt, that will be a detention. I have never seen. It's all right, Minerva. I'm awarding a file of Felix to anyone who can knock me to the ground. Clever of him to attack when I don't have a wand, Harry said, standing up and rounding on Fabian, who smiled sheepishly. Reparo, said Minerva, pointing her wand at Harry's broken glasses. So is Albus going to get lucky? She asked, barely keeping the smile from her lips. Really, Minerva, I'm teaching right now, said Harry, mocking exasperation. Let's go. Back to the Bat Cave, Robin. What? Everyone chorused. Nothing. They went back to the classroom and Harry wrapped up the lesson without magic. Next class, be prepared to make your sparks under a threat. The people who didn't go today will go first on Wednesday. Have a nice lunch. Fabian, Gideon, would you please wait a moment after class? I'd like to speak with you. The rest of the class filed out and the red-haired twins stayed behind. I was extremely impressed with your work today, boys. Even though it led bloody Albus Dumbledore to flip out and attack me, he thought. I will award each of you a small portion of Felix Felicis potion. I will give it to you next class. I could give it to you now if I had my wand, he thought. And I was wondering if the two of you would be interested in learning some more advanced magic for extra credit. Wicked, chorused the twins. Yes, then. Lovely. I'll have some new material for you next class. Enjoy your lunch. The twins left grinning ear to ear, and Harry slunk back to his office. There was a piece of parchment on his desk. On it was a note scrawled in familiar loopy handwriting, but it took a moment longer than it should have for Harry to recognize it as Albus's. Harry sat down in his chair and picked it up. Huh, Harry said aloud, noticing for the first time why Albus's handwriting seemed a little off. It was written in black ink rather than his characteristic green. Harry, will you please join me in my office for lunch? I will return your wand. Sincerely, Albus. Right, said Harry out loud, frowning. He looked at his watch and decided to head upstairs. Phoenix, he said as he reached the stone gargoyles. They leapt aside and Harry rode the stone escalator to Albus's office door and knocked. Come in, said Albus from within the office. Harry entered. Albus was sitting behind his desk with his face resting on his hand. His other hand was gliding across a piece of parchment with an elegant eagle quill. He paused in his inking to gesture Harry over to coffee table, but didn't look up. A few moments passed. The only sound was Albus's quill. Harry was fidgeting nervously in his armchair. He jumped when one of the clocks chimed. Albus looked up at the noise and frowned, like it had interrupted something important. He stood up and trod pensively over to the chair facing Harry and sat down. Tea, Harry? He asked softly. Please, said Harry, jumping on the normal conversation. Albus poured Harry a cup and one for himself. Albus sipped his tea. May I have my wand back, sir? Please don't call me Sir Crockett. Please don't call me Crockett, you classroom terrorist. Harry glared over at Albus before spotting his nose and wincing. Is your nose all right? It's been broken before, said Albus darkly. I know, but Albus looked at him sharply, his eyes narrow. Harry realized he'd mentioned one of those things he wasn't supposed to know about. Like Albus's death, and Albus's sister, and Albus's nose being broken at his sister's funeral. He covered it up quickly. But why on earth were you attacking me? It is my duty to ensure the student's safety, replied Albus, not really answering Harry's question. You got the twins' distress call, Albus nodded. Harry refrained from asking, and why did you take it seriously? It was pretty good, wasn't it? Said Harry. Albus nodded and they sat in uncomfortable silence for a moment. I would like to review your lesson plans before you teach, said Albus abruptly. I trust you understand. Ah, but clearly you don't trust me, said Harry, the weight of his own words crashing down on him. I value your talents enough not to say any such thing. My talents. You value my talents. Harry found himself disproportionately hurt by the superficiality of the statement. Harry couldn't help but notice what things Albus didn't say he valued Harry for. Like friendship. And a competitive magical equal. And the kindred bond Harry had felt discovering that he and Albus shared so many unexpected passions in common. Maybe Harry had just glommed onto the person he knew the best from his time and expected the familiarity to be mutual. He bit his lip. I will send up the plans with a house elf, said Harry, trying to hide his bitterness. I would like my wand back, please. Ah, yes, said Albus, as if he'd forgotten that he was holding part of Harry's soul hostage. Albus stood up and turned his back to Harry, waved his wand, and Harry's wand zoomed out from behind a 3-foot stack of books. Harry caught it, wondering why he hadn't sensed its presence in the room. Albus started turning back around. And now, Harry, would you like some loon? But Harry was gone. Albus's mouth fell open and he fell into the chair behind him. He frowned and stirred sugar into his tea. After finishing his own tea, he picked up Harry's cup and tipped it from side to side, moving the tea about. He put the cup down with a sigh and went back behind his desk. He sat down in his high-backed chair, and ran his fingers over the piece of parchment he'd left there, tracing the wings of the detailed phoenix he'd drawn. Harry appeared back in his office and collapsed onto his swivel chair. Albus didn't trust him. Harry felt like he'd felt when he lived at the Dursleys. He felt like there was no one for him to go to when he was hurt. Like there was no one for him to confide in who would care about Harry besides how well he did what he was asked. He'd been happy in the 50s knowing that the professors at Hogwarts were good people. He'd comforted himself with the memories of their kindness and loyalty, but had overlooked the possibility that they might see him as someone to protect against. He picked up his lesson plans and refrained from crumpling them and throwing them against the wall. He duplicated them with his wand and put the originals aside. He composed himself and called, Rupee. With a crack, the house elf appeared in front of Harry. Hello, Rupee. Would you mind dropping these in Professor Dumbledore's office for me, please? Yes, of course, kind Master Crockett. Please call me Harry, he said, and winced as it reminded him of his conversation with Albus. As you wish, sir, Master Harry, sir, said Rupee. Harry sighed as the elf took the stack of duplicated papers and disappeared. Harry heard the door swing open from the other room and looked at his watch. His eyes widened. Lunch was over. He was surprised how sneakily the time had gone. He looked at his schedule briefly and did a double take. It read 6th year, 1 o'clock. 7th year, 1 o'clock. Harry wondered how he'd missed that. He checked his roster and realized that there were only 3 6th years, so the classes must have been combined. That suited Harry just fine. He started the lesson how he started every lesson, invisibly. He snuck into the classroom unnoticed by the advanced students. He crept to the bottom of the stairs and levitated the chalk. Welcome, post-OWL students, to Defense Against the Dark Arts, wrote Harry as he surveyed the classroom. Then he stopped. Mr. Alistair Moody, what are you doing in this classroom? You are a 5th year, are you not? Well, sir, said Moody, turning around to look directly at the invisible Harry, I have a free this block and I really like this subject. I was hoping to sit in. If you can keep up, wrote Harry. I think the question will be whether we can keep up with him, grinned a 6th year boy. The 7th year Rufus Scrimgeour shot the 6th year a glare. Harry kept himself from chuckling. Your first challenge will be to find me, Professor Crockett, that is, and make me visible using the spells you know. I won't use magic. Work as a team. Go. Most of the students were standing and drawing out their wands, but Moody and Scrimgeour had both already lunged in Harry's direction casting spells. Harry had to dive to the side to avoid the jets of light. He regained his balance in time to see Algy Longbottom jumping in his direction. Harry dodged backward to avoid him, but slammed into a solid body. He felt a wand crack over his head and warmth spread over his body, turning him visible with an anti-disillusionment charm. Wow, brilliant, said Harry. That was fast. So, how did you find me? I heard you come in, said Moody, and go down the stairs, but you didn't move from there until we attacked you. Indeed, and then how did you find me? Algy pointed at Harry's visible feet, grinning. Harry looked down to see that the soles of his shoes were covered in green paint. He followed a trail of footprints back to where he was originally standing. Well done. You used my trick against me. Mr. Moody, I'm impressed that you heard me in the first place. You are very, Harry smiled inwardly, vigilant. I can stay then, sir. I wouldn't dream of kicking you out. I'm afraid you might attack me in my sleep if I upset you, joked Harry. He pressed on. I would like to assess each of you individually. It seems we have the whole afternoon for this lesson, so we're going to take a trip to a more accommodating location. Follow me, please. Oh goody, a field trip, said a 7th year girl sarcastically as they crowded out the door. A 7th year boy laughed. Harry turned around to glare at the girl, but found his mouth fall open. She looked exactly like Cho Chang. He closed his mouth quickly. You can have your test first, Ms. Iko Edwards, she said. I'd be glad to. Ooh, said the boy. Teacher's pet, he muttered. And you can go after her, Mr. Chong. Li Chong. Oh, I get it, said Harry, realizing that these must be Cho Chang's parents. Get what? Asked Iko. Oh, nothing, said Harry with a wink. He could almost feel the heat of Iko's blush from behind him as he turned around to lead the students to the 7th floor. He'd thought ahead, quite literally, and the door to the room of requirement stood waiting for the class. This will do, he said, pushing the door open and allowing the students to file in front of him. Could have sworn this door wasn't here, muttered Moody as he passed. Harry followed them inside and the door swung shut with a solid clunk. The lights rose and the students looked onto the room in appreciation. There was a circular arena sunk into the room in front of them. Through the center of it ran the moon patterns of a dueling rectangle, and around the edges of the arena were benches for spectators. Huh. Cool, said Harry. Okay. Circle around. Take a seat, he said, descending to the center of the pit. The 9 students perched themselves on the benches. I have many tests to administer around the use of specific important spells, but today I will be testing you on how well you can use your magical vocabulary under pressure. I'm testing how well you can react when threatened. Ms. Edwards has volunteered to go first. Go Aiko, cheered Li Chong, a little too enthusiastically. Aiko grinned at him, and then glanced at Harry and blushed. Harry mentally smacked his forehead. I shouldn't have winked. Right, said Harry, I'm going to conjure a nasty opponent, and your job is to kill or get rid of it. Go on down into the pit. Aiko descended, looking confident. Okay, ready? Asked Harry. Aiko nodded. Harry flicked his wand, and out of the end shot a thick green snake, at least 8 inches in diameter and 15 feet long. It reared back, baring its great fangs. Don't bite her, muttered Harry. Yeah, replied the snake. It stood with its head 6 feet off the ground, towering over Aiko, hissing. Defindo, cried Aiko, trying to sever the serpent's head, but the spell bounced off the thick scales. The snake's tail whipped around and knocked her off her feet. She fell hard, but managed to keep her wand in hand. Stupefy, she called from the ground, but the effect was the same. The great snake began to wrap itself around her legs. Immobilis. The spell bounded off and hit Aiko, paralyzing her. The snake continued to wrap around the helpless Aiko. That's enough for now, thank you, said Harry to the snake, which sighed, rolled its great slit eyes, and began to uncoil itself from around Aiko. Right. Right, said Harry, unfreezing Aiko with a wave of his wand. That didn't work, but I'm impressed with the rapidity of your spells. Since we have this nice fellow here already, Harry gestured at the snake, would anyone else like a go? How about you, Mr. Longbottom? Sure thing, sir, said Algie Longbottom, eagerly stepping into the ring. Go ahead, then, said Harry, and nodded to the snake. Immediately, it resumed its undulating attack pattern. Algie didn't begin firing spells at the serpent. Instead, he conjured a heavy-looking sword. With precision and concentration, he hurled the sword through the air and, Harry was grinning even before it happened, sliced the snake's head clean off. How was that, sir? Asked Longbottom, as the head hit the ground with a clunk, followed by the massive body. I always did think that was the best way of killing a giant snake, grinned Harry. You've killed giant snakes before. Fox and I took out a basilisk once with a sword, said Harry, and a very close friend of mine, Neville, beheaded this rather horrible possessed snake with a sword. The same sword, actually, mused Harry. This sword? Asked Tiberius Ogden, odd. Harry snapped out of his daydream. No, love, Longbottom just conjured that. A round-faced girl with flyaway hair who hadn't spoken yet raised her hand tentatively. Sorry, sir, but what's a basilisk? Pomona, why are you even taking this class? Asked Barty Crouch Sr., scoffing her question. Well, I needed to take at least 2 classes besides herbology, so I sort of closed my eyes and pointed. Mr. Crouch, said Harry, making a show of ignoring Sprout, she is clearly here because she wants to learn, which is probably why she asked the question. Do you know what a basilisk is? It's a snake, obviously, said Crouch. And how does it kill most effectively? With its teeth, sir. Said Harry. This goes to show why questions are very helpful, and putting down questions is counterproductive. There will be something each of you aren't going to know. I'm sure I'll even learn new things in this class. I certainly learned something in my first year class this morning. The class laughed. Oh, you heard about that? Ah, Hogwarts. No secrets. Sir, I thought you didn't go to Hog. Can anyone else tell me more about basilisks? Mr. Black. Yeah, they're born from a chicken egg or something, and if you see its eyes you die. Some of the students in the class laughed. Very good, Mr. Black, said Harry to the laughing students' surprise. It's born from a chicken egg hatched under a toad. Spiders flee from it. The crow of the rooster is fatal to it, paraphrased Harry. Its venom is deadly, but more dangerous are its eyes. If you meet its glance directly, it will kill you. If you see it through a mirror or lens or even a ghost, you will be petrified. Can anyone tell me how to cure petrifaction? Yes, Ms. Sprout. Mandrake restorative draught, sir. It's stewed from mandrake root. Indeed. I see you're good at herbology. Pomona Sprout blushed as some students next to her nodded vigorously. That's about the only thing she's good at, muttered Barty Crouch. Mr. Crouch has just volunteered to go next. Into the ring, then, said Harry, irritated. Barty looked like he was going to protest, but instead dropped into the ring, straightening his tie. Ready. He nodded. Harry closed his eyes for a minute, imaging what he was about to conjure, reaching back into his memory for when he'd last seen one, and then flicked his wand at the ring. Thick green vines of devil's snare filled the pit on all sides of Barty. They writhed, and before Barty could react, they'd already begun to wrap around his ankles. Defindo, he called, severing a few of the vines, but the devil's snare only began to work faster. It had engulfed him up to his waist and began to wrap around his arms. He dropped his wand into the tangling mass, leaving him helpless. He cried out in desperation. Harry sighed. Ms. Sprout. I'm on it, Professor, she said, and hopped into the fray, her wand tip already beginning to glow with light and flame. Within seconds she'd systematically spread flame throughout the writhing plant, and it had begun to slacken its grip on Crouch. It shrunk down until all that was left were a few cutlets twitching feebly on the ground. Barty was gasping dramatically for air as Sprout handed him back his wand. Professor, can I keep some of these cutlets for study? Said Harry. Those are very dangerous. While I am pretty sure that you are currently the best herbologist in the castle, Merlin, I've just had a fantastic idea. I'll be right back. Can you please explain to the rest of the group about this plant while I'm gone? Don't let it strangle any of you. Great. Thanks. Harry dove out of the room, leaving the class glancing at each other curiously. Harry tore down the hall of the 7th floor and whizzed past the gargoyle just slow enough to blurt, Phoenix. As he passed, he ascended the staircase and was soon pounding on Albus's door. Albus. Pound, pound, pound. I've found a new arg, he said as the door swung open and he fell into the room. Yes, I've found a new herbology teacher. Professor Ms. Sprout is in her 7th year and fully competent. I'm pretty sure she wants to study herbology for the rest of her life. What better way to do it than with a teaching position here with unlimited resources? That's wonder. I know Dippet told Tom Riddle he was too young when he applied the first time when he was right out of school, but he'd psychotic, and I thought that because you let Hagrid be gamekeeper when he was wrongly expelled for opening the Chamber of Secrets in his 3rd year that you wouldn't care if someone was too young. Harry Well, as long as they were knowledgeable and eager and not trying to force any sort of greater good on the world. Oh Merlin, I did it again. Damn it. Anyway, think about it. I'm in class. Bye. He fell through the wall behind him and sped back to the room of requirement. Albus had to relive the memory 4 times in his pensive before he could even figure out what exactly Harry had said, but understanding him only raised more questions. The only question he had a satisfying answer to was, who will teach herbology? There was a knock on Harry's office door on Wednesday morning. Harry looked up from the letter he was reading and quickly determined who was outside the door with a glance at the map before calling, Come in, Ms. Sprout. Pomona Sprout shuffled in with an expression that clearly read, I know you better than to ask how you knew it was me outside. What can I do for you? Asked Harry, pretending he didn't know the answer. Pomona grimaced. Professor, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to have to drop your class. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it, but I really was, and you're a great teacher and I would have loved it, but I'm not going to have time anymore because of. I'm sorry, I've got. Congratulations on your new job, Professor, said Harry. Pomona stopped blithering. Oh, goodness, you heard about that? No, I didn't hear that you got it. It was my idea, though, so I guessed. Pomona turned color. You recommended me to Professor Dumbledore. Thank you. It's always been my dream to teach herbology at Hogwarts. I know it sounds selfish, but I was disappointed when Wister was hired, he was so young. I thought it would be ages before they needed to replace him and I'd never get a shot. But, thank you, sir. You're welcome. Also, please call me Harry. We are colleagues. Pomona turned redder, but nodded. Did you get your schedule yet? She nodded again and pulled a piece of parchment out of her robe pocket and handed it to Harry, who examined it. Ah, you are lucky to have your 7th years on Friday afternoons. I have 2nd years, they're a wreck. I missed last Friday, but I know enough not to look forward to this week's, and you've got separate classes for your 6th and 7th years. That's better for herbology, there are more different things to learn. Defense against the dark arts is mostly practice, practice, practice. It doesn't really matter what level you're practicing, Harry rambled. Have you got anything planned for your first lessons? Yes, she beamed. I do love the mandrakes and the venomous tentacula. I was thinking about using the snare cuttings you gave me for a lesson. I think that would be more like defense against the scary plants, though. Hey, would you? She paused, bashful of her sudden enthusiasm. Yes, Harry encouraged. Would you like to do one of those things, like you did with Professor Dumbledore, but with plants? A defense against the plants demonstration for the school. I could help you with that. Yeah, said Harry, interested. When? I'll go talk to Professor Dumbledore about it. Great, said Harry. Good luck. He called after her as she bounded out the door, her pigtails swinging behind her. The office was notably quiet. Harry pursed his lips and looked back down to the letter he was reading. Mr. Crockett, we have located the individual you were looking for. He has, like you said, the nose of a snake. He is residing at number 12 Grimald Place with Mr. and Mrs. Orion and Walburga Black. They are also being visited by Mrs. Black's brother Cygnus and his wife Druella, and their 6- and 2-year-old daughters Bellatrix and Narcissa. Our sources tell us they have a third daughter, Andromeda, at Hogwarts in her 1st year, but she is not currently in the House of Black. Also in the house is a servant. We believe he is called Bloom, but he is rarely spoken to directly, so we cannot be sure. Thank you for your business and good luck in your endeavor. Discreetly. Quote. The place for a signature was left conspicuously and dramatically blank, which suited Harry. The letter was from one of Harry's more sketchy and secretive business connections, and Harry didn't want to risk someone like Albus finding the letter and becoming suspicious, or, in the specific case of Albus, more suspicious. Harry was grateful for the connection, however. It takes sketchy people to find sketchy people, he reasoned, and Lord Voldemort and his associates were sketchy indeed. So Harry knew where Voldemort was hiding. Next, he had to come up with a plan for attack, but first, he had class. He scooped up 2 files of Felix from his desk and swept into the classroom. Mr. Pruitts, he asked, finding the redheads. Here are your prizes. They are not to be used for any sports or tests or competitions. I will know if you've used them. He handed them the Felix and they grinned mischievously at each other. For the rest of the class, we're going to a different room. Hopefully I won't get attacked. Some of the 1st years giggled, and Harry led them out of the classroom and up to the room of requirement. When they entered, the room was different than it had been for the 7th years. It was dark, and seemed very small except that the opposite wall didn't go up all the way to the high ceiling. Brilliant, said Harry. He turned to the class. Here we have a maze. One entrance is there, to your right. The other is to the left. I suspect there will be some sort of obstacles. You suspect? Didn't you set it up? Interrupted Umbridge. Harry winked at her and continued. Out of the corner of his eye he saw her shrink behind another student. 2 of you will go in at a time, 1 in each entrance. Your goal is not so much to reach the other end, but to not get stuck in the middle without help. If you run into a threat you don't think you can take on, send up sparks and I'll come to your aid. Try to defend yourself or fight once you've sent up the sparks. Whatever you do, don't get stuck without having called for help. Any questions? Are you trying to kill us, sir? Asked Gideon. I would never try to kill you, Gideon, he replied, and glanced mischievously over at Umbridge. Albus wanted his broom back. He couldn't believe he'd forgotten it on the grounds after he'd attacked Harry. Well, he was Albus Dumbledore. It happened. Therefore he could believe it. What he was more interested in, though, was how distracted he'd been. He'd been so distracted that he left his broom. Albus was not an absent-minded man. So before lunch started he decided to take a stroll down the lawn to find his broom. Then, he would take his broom and fly to the Three Broomsticks, or the Hog's Head if he was feeling up to dealing with his brother, and buy himself a stiff drink. This is not what happened. Albus made his way towards the edge of the forest, but before he even got close, he could tell that there was nothing on the lawn. His broom was gone. But he was Albus Dumbledore and gave people the benefit of the doubt. No one had stolen his broom. Minerva was a kind and thoughtful person, when she wasn't covering her bitterness with innuendo. She must have taken the broom from the lawn for him, and forgotten to return it. He certainly didn't pause to picture the broom being added to a shrine to him. Albus turned on his booted heel and marched back up to the castle. He could have waited until he saw Minerva at lunch to ask her for his broom, but instead he decided to find her in class. He knew it was a little rude to interrupt a lesson, but he would be forgiven. Though he gave people the benefit of the doubt, he was still anxious to find his broom. So he made his way to the corridor outside the Transfiguration classroom. He listened briefly at the door. He knocked lightly and didn't wait for a response before opening it and sliding quietly into the room. His discretion wasn't necessary, of course. The classroom was alive with a chorus of noises from animals and small pops as they turned into inanimate objects. Minerva, who hadn't yet developed her keen awareness of everything in a room, was unaware of Albus's entrance. She was leaning over a table redirecting some fourth-year students who were having trouble changing their jar of fireflies into light bulbs. Mr. Meadows, enunciate the incantation. Thickness, stop sending spells at Ms. Rosemerta. Albus walked up to stand behind Minerva and looked over her shoulder at the boy's work. I would suggest making your wand movements a little larger, he commented evenly. Minerva straightened in surprise, knocking flat against Albus. Albus grabbed the crooks of Minerva's elbows to keep himself from falling backwards. I apologize, Minerva. I was under the impression you knew I was there, he said, his mouth inadvertently close to her ear. She shivered and he let go of her elbows. He took a step back. Excuse me, she said to her students, and turned to face Albus. Her smooth face showed her blush well. I assume you're here for a reason other than to offer transfiguration advice. Maybe you think I'm attacking my students. Albus didn't flinch. He knew Minerva made the jibe to appear to have the upper hand in her classroom. He had taken her off guard. Albus cast a subtle spell to make sure the students around them were uninterested in their conversation before speaking. Is my broomstick currently in your possession, Minerva? May I have it back, please? No, Albus. No, it's not. This couldn't have waited 10 minutes for lunch. Albus frowned. Do you know where it is? Crockett has it, said Minerva, dryly. Perhaps you're going to interrupt his class. Can I watch? Albus refrained from turning Minerva into a badger. I'm going to lunch, now, Minerva. Thank you for the information. Have a nice class. Minerva smirked through her fading blush and did not turn Albus into a turkey as he swept briskly from the room. Harry was creatively rescuing the last first-year Amos Diggory from the attack of an enchanted bookshelf that was shooting paperbacks at him. Try this spell, called Harry. Protega. A shield rose between Harry and a flying book. Protega, called Amos, his voice trembling slightly. The next book that approached him slowed down slightly before hitting him in the thigh. Almost, said Harry, deflecting another book. That was pretty good for a first time. Are you ready to get out of here? Amos nodded. Harry immobilized the bookshelf and thought quickly, I need a room without a maze. I need a room to talk with my students before we leave. I need to not be in a maze. The maze vanished and student and teacher found themselves a few yards from the rest of the class. Good work, he said to the class. You understand that it's more difficult to act under a threat. Your homework, said Harry, stopping abruptly as he felt a magical alarm go off in his head. Someone is trying to break into my office. Shall we see who it is? The Pruitt twins grinned. Harry closed his eyes and thought, I need this door to come out across from my office. I need this door to open in front of my office. I need to go straight from this room to my office. Check this out, guys. He crossed the room, drawing his wand, and opened the door. Petrificus totalis, he cried, pointing his wand at the back of the tall, auburn-haired crap. Albus spun around, taking the spell in the chest. His arms snapped to his sides and his legs snapped together before he tipped dangerously sideways. Harry lunged and caught him. Harry wasn't sure if Albus freed himself with a wordless spell or if Harry's touch freed him, but Albus's body was soft and mobile again when its weight landed in Harry's arms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, hyperventilated Harry, gripping Albus. May I stand up? Please, Harry. Albus. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, of course, he said, letting go of Albus and pushing him slightly to his feet. Albus subtly stepped backward slightly. Professor Dumbledore, sir. Why were you breaking into Professor Crockett's office, sir? He's breaking in because Professor Crockett is evil. I bet he thinks he's attacking us. No, Professor Crockett isn't evil. It's Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, that is. He's evil. Didn't you see? Or maybe Professor Crockett borrowed something from Professor Dumbledore and now he wants it back, said Albus, quieting the first years. Mostly. No. That's stupid, said Gideon. Why would he do that? Right, continued Fabian, it's actually that they're scheming together to turn everyone in Hogwarts into ferrets. Harry rounded on the twins with comically menacing eyes. We wouldn't need to scheme if we were going to turn everyone in Hogwarts into ferrets. We would just do it and congratulate each other on it later. He turned to the rest of the class. Your homework is to continue practicing your signals, and perhaps write me a 20-centimeter essay explaining your favorite way to prevent a mass ferret transformation. Now you're free. Go away, said Harry, rolling his eyes. The first years giggled nervously and scampered off to lunch. Fabian and Gideon turned around like they were going to go back into the room of requirement, but the door had vanished. They looked questioningly at Harry, who raised an eyebrow. Lunch, he mouthed. They got the hint and hurried off down the hall, whispering excitedly. Harry pursed his lips and turned back to Albus. So, Albus, which one of us is evil? He didn't answer. Harry got the impression the question wasn't irrelevant enough to be funny. Do you have my broomstick, Harry? Oh, Harry said, whacking himself in the forehead. Yeah, I picked it up the other day after him, yes. I have it. May I have it back, please? Yes, said Harry. It's in my quarters. I'm going up to get my broom for the flight lesson during lunch. Do you need it before then, or can I give it back this afternoon? I can come out to the stadium to get it, replied Albus quietly. I'm not going to attack your students. You don't have to come to my class, said Harry, finally showing his frustration for Albus's lack of trust. I didn't suggest that you were. I merely thought it would be more convenient for you if I met you there, he said, as close to a hurt snap as Harry had ever heard from Albus Dumbledore. Oh, said Harry weakly. A stone hand gripped his chest. Yeah, Alry. I'm going to lunch. I will see you in an hour, said Albus in a voice much colder than it ever was in Harry's time. Albus turned abruptly out of the conversation and walked in the wrong direction for lunch. If Harry hadn't been so stunned, he might have noticed that the Albus of the 50s was much more candid with his emotions than he would be in the 90s. Harry was puttering around his bedroom picking things up and putting them back. He tried to eat a lemo drop, but the taste bothered him for some reason, so he spit it out and threw it away. The record player turned on. Modern Love gets me to the church on time. Church on time terrifies me. Church on time makes me party. Church on time puts my trust in God and man, sang David Bowie. Late, Harry guessed. The record player shut off. Harry picked up his own broomstick. Uck. He smacked his forehead. It was black with lightning. That broom hadn't been invented. Harry really needed to stop drawing attention to himself. With a magical thought, he changed his broom to have the exterior or a silver arrow. It still had the same speed and agility, but now it looked just like any other silver arrow. He picked up Albus's silver arrow and launched himself out the open window, getting his broom beneath him just in time to soar away to the stadium. Fox leapt off his perch and followed Harry. Harry landed lightly next to the broom closet and opened it with a spell. He levitated all of the brooms and took off again with them trailing behind him. Fox perched himself on a broom and rode for a while, twittering at the novelty. They swooped over the stands and landed in front of a knot of first years. Harry banished the brooms into a line, and tossed his own and Albus aside. Afternoon. Harry called, more cheerful than he felt. Good afternoon, Professor Crockett, chanted the class. Okay, now how many of you have ridden a broom? Andromeda Black, Amos Diggory, and the Pruitt twins raised their hands. Ted Tonks and Trelawney did not. A few Slytherins raised their hands. Umbridge raised her hand hesitantly, only after looking around and seeing who else had raised their hands. Okay, so everyone who has ridden a broom, please go to the end of the line over there. The others, pick the brooms over here closer to me. Umbridge made to join the group who had ridden brooms. Ms. Umbridge, called Harry, I want you over here, please. You'd be more embarrassed if you fell off your broom and hurt yourself than you'll be if your classmates find out you haven't ridden a broom. Nobody falls off their brooms. Only idiots fall off their brooms. I'm not going to fall off my broom. One of the most successful wizards I know fell off his broom the first time he flew. He broke his wrist. Later in life he helped defeat a dark wizard. He got married to the keeper of a very famous inn and taught his favorite subject at a magical school. He was good looking too anyway, better safe than sorry. Right, now everyone stand over their brooms and say, up. Make sure you say it with confidence. This is the first test to see how well you command your broom. Go ahead. The class walked up to their brooms with various levels of confidence. The experienced flyers had the least trouble getting their brooms to rise to their hands. Ted Tonks, a Muggleborn who had never ridden a broom, made his command with enthusiasm and his broom responded by snapping quickly to his grip. Umbridge managed. Her tone was one of misguided confidence and her broom rose to her waiting fist like it was traveling through syrup rather than air. Harry walked up and down the line giving people pointers. He reached the experienced end of the line. There was a small girl who had never spoken up in defense against the dark arts class. Her hand rested aloft the best of the school brooms, a silver arrow. Her confidence and comfort stood out in this class where it did not in his other classes. Her hawk-like eyes swept over the other students and focused on Harry as he approached. She waited for him to speak, knowing he could only praise her perfect poise. I have a feeling I'm not going to have to supervise you as much, Ms. Hooch, said Harry. She gave him a half smile. All right, said Harry, as he strode back down towards the inexperienced end of the line. Mount your brooms. By that, I mean put one leg on each side well, then you shouldn't have worn a skirt, should you, Ms. Trelawney? The other girls glanced around and pulled their robes tighter around themselves. Professor Crockett, said Sybil Trelawney, I prefer magic that's more grounded to earth, sir. Sure you do, said Harry, refraining from rolling his eyes. But we all do things we don't like to do. Personally, I loathed the study of divination as a child, but I had to take it anyway. She made an offended clucking sound in the back of her throat that Harry only heard due to his enhanced hearing. I can change your skirt into a pair of trousers, if that would make you more comfortable. She looked horrified. 50s, muttered Harry. Harry flicked his wand unnecessarily and a Hogwarts robe appeared over Trelawney's other clothes. One day women will begin to wear trousers, and won't want to stop. They all laughed. Personally, said a deep voice from behind Harry, I think men should start wearing skirts. The class laughed and Harry turned to see the speaker. Welcome to Flying 101, Albus. Thank you for coming. Would you care for a refreshment for your trouble? I would like a refreshment, piped Fabian. Really? Asked Harry. Fabian nodded enthusiastically. Here's a refreshment that Quidditch players get a lot. Harry pointed his wand above Fabian and cast a wandless spell. A deluge of water began dumping itself out of nowhere onto Fabian, who made a high-pitched shriek and then began laughing boisterously. Gideon somehow found himself under the stream as well. Would you care for some hail with that, sir? Asked Harry. Harry rolled his eyes, waved his wand, and the deluge stopped. The twins' clothes were immediately dry. I prefer the lightning, said Albus. Harry found himself hoping he heard a trace of a twinkle in Albus's voice and that it wasn't sarcasm. He had a feeling Albus's humor transcended the use of sarcasm. Right, so you're going to go one at a time. I don't need you all zooming out of control in different directions. Let's start with Ms. Trelawney. Mount your broom. I'm not going to look up your skirt, he told her as she bustled to pull her robes as tight as possible. Here, said Harry, exasperated. Oscar, oh. That will make sure no one can see. Now, please, mount your broom. Not quite. Move your hands a little higher so that you don't slip off the end. You're not going to slip off the end. You said you didn't like divination, said Albus. I have a rather clear view of the present and past and future, said Harry offhandedly. It has nothing to do with divination. Now, Ms. Ariana Trelawney, sorry. Hold on with your knees. If Harry had turned around, he would have seen Albus looking stricken. So he didn't turn around. Your broom's over there. Harry gestured desperately. He threw up as much occlumency as possible on his auras so that they were numb to him and anyone else who was poking around. Thank you, said Albus quietly. Why didn't I get a bloody tacked aura? Muttered Harry inaudibly. Right. On my count, kick off from the ground. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Dumbledore snatch up a broom and take off in the direction of Hogsmeade. He turned back just in time to see Trelawney slipping dangerously towards the end of her tilting broom. Hold on, said Harry, reaching up to level the broom. As he helped Trelawney back to the ground, he made a mental note to deposit some of his less explainable memories in his pensive. Once Trelawney was back on the ground, though she had only risen about 4 feet, Harry decided he needed to demonstrate flying first. Trial and error wasn't going to work for such inexperienced students like Trelawney and Umbridge. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate some of the essentials. He went to retrieve his broom. He picked it up and felt anticipation shoot through his body. He looked forward to being in the air after his interaction with Albus. He would leave his troubles on the ground. Albus picked up the silver arrow and took off, hoping to find a massive glass of fire whiskey to compromise his cumbersome intellect. Generally he saved his drinking for parties where a little color on his cheeks might be fun, or for quiet evenings with a book. As a rule, he was not a stressed drinker. But as a rule, Albus Dumbledore was not a stressed person. He had the job he had always wanted, he was respected among the wizarding community, and he had enough brain and magic power to solve all the problems he wanted. But he'd come across a problem he couldn't solve, and it kept getting bigger. Every day Harry gave him more peeks at the puzzle, but it was as though he were looking at the puzzle through a microscope. And there were only 3 pieces. And he was 10 feet away from the microscope. As he sped along with the new powers Harry had given his broom, he tried to piece together what he knew. Harry's soul was split into 7 parts. Harry knew Albus's past better than he'd told anyone, present oddly well, and future to an undeterminable accuracy. Harry knew Tom Riddle. From the minute Harry met Albus, he spoke to him with an uncanny familiarity. A lot of the time Albus felt like he was talking to someone he'd talked to but clearly didn't remember. Harry hadn't gone to Hogwarts, but Albus suspected Harry knew more about Hogwarts than Albus did. Harry was the most powerful wizard Albus had ever met, Gellert notwithstanding. Albus was inexplicably drawn to Harry, and that was a piece of the puzzle, too, for Albus had learned to be wary from the ease at which he had once been so seduced by charisma and power. And then Albus nearly fell off the broom in shock. Starting from between his legs, he felt an overwhelming sense of heady confidence. The emotion was not his own, but he felt it beginning to affect his own emotions, changing them. He felt some of his own memories of confidence slide irresistibly to the front of his mind. He made it on the Quidditch team, the youngest player for centuries. He was the top of his class, acing all of their mundane first-year tasks, knowing he was the best, wishing one day for a companion and equal. He was looking at his 12 outstanding owls. He was sending an owl off to Gellert, confident that he could make the sandy-haired man appear in his bedroom only moments later. He dove towards the ground. He leapt off his broom and landed hard on the uneven ground. His glasses fell off and shattered on a rock. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the broom, his memories still racing. He tried to put up mental blocks and occlumency walls, but the aura was too strong. And then Gellert was there, as Albus knew he would be, whispering in his ear. He whispered secret plans for the world that only Albus could help him achieve, and secret plans for their night, the kind he'd only share with Albus. Albus shivered at the breath on his ear, but grinned inwardly at his own cleverness. And he pointed his wand at the broom before him and conjured to his mind the most potent spell he could think of. "Kneel," commanded Albus. "Yes, sir." His companion fell to his knees. Albus reached down and threaded his fingers deep into the back of Gellert's sandy hair. With no warning, Albus yanked back to force Gellert's face up. Gellert winced at the sudden pull, but met Albus's eyes with deference. Albus softened his grip on Gellert's hair. Gellert bit his bottom lip, and with a coy smile growing on his face, began slowly pulling apart the front of Albus's robes. And, fearing losing himself, Albus let out a strangled cry as he cast the spell. He cried out in exasperation and pain and fear and some all-powerful emotion he didn't want to recognize. As the broom shattered in the beam of light, Albus cried out the only puzzle piece he hadn't examined yet. Harry Potter. As he anticipated, Harry left his troubles behind him on the ground. Soon the students were specks. He knew it was a little irresponsible to do some joy flying in the middle of a lesson, but his flying was impressive enough that no one would mind. He relaxed his mind, letting himself feel his pride in his flying through his broom, his aura, but it felt distant. The pride and ego he felt wasn't from the broom supporting him between his legs. It wasn't speeding him through the air. No. His confidence was far away muted. Before Harry could panic, he felt his aura tangling with someone else's and images began to flash through his mind. He felt joy and pride as he was announced to be on the Quidditch team as a first year. Only when he looked around, the uniforms the players were wearing were different somehow. They were older, historic uniforms. The image changed. He was being commended by his teachers. Teachers he didn't recognize. He was opening his owls to see that he'd aced all 12 of them. Harry hadn't aced 12 owls. He was writing a letter in tall loopy writing, feeling a leaping in his chest and a heady excitement. The letter started with Gellert, and ended with Albus. Harry realized what had happened and tried to pull out of Albus's mind, but the contact between the broom and Albus had gone on too long. They were still touching. Harry could feel Albus's panic and both of their panics bound them together all the more. And then the sandy-haired man Harry had read and heard about was whispering in his ear. He whispered secrets, plans for the world and secret plans for their time together. Harry felt himself shiver at the breath on his ear and felt his heart beat faster with an emotion that was not his own. Harry was sickened with the violation he was involuntarily committing, but he was trapped watching with fixed horror by the images that presented themselves to him next. He wasn't horrified by the images themselves, but by how little right he had to them. He kept fighting to remove himself from the visions, to shut his eyes, anything, but he only succeeded in shooting off on his broom out of the stadium. "Kneel," said Harry, and the sandy-haired man dropped to his knees. Harry smiled quietly to himself and then jerked the man's hair back to tilt his head up. Gellert hissed in pain, but then bit his lip, slowly smiled, and began pushing his hands into the front of Harry's robes. And Harry screamed and his insides lurched with the feeling of falling, for he was falling. But he felt like he had lost something, and a stabbing longing overwhelmed him. He felt himself searching. He felt a hole within himself and he felt out of place. And then he felt most of his bones breaking as he impacted with the ground. Through his searing pain, he thought he heard someone screaming his name, his whole name, his abandoned, secret name, and then he felt no more. Or rather, he was gone from his broken body. He was flying through the air on red wings. He was concerned for the broken, black-haired figure below him, but he knew he didn't have time for that. He had to fill the hole. He had to find the missing piece before it floated away. He had to tether it back. He willed himself to Harry's bedchamber and knocked things over before he found what he was looking for. A shining blue crystal, wrapped partially in cloth. He hastily clutched the cloth with the stone in his talons without landing, but was careful not to touch the stone. With a flash of his red wings, and a fluttering of flame, he tossed himself through space to where he knew part of him was roaming, lost. He reappeared feet above a stony hill to the scene Fox had expected. Albus stood frozen, wand in hand, pointing at a smoldering pile of wooden debris. Fox ignored every whim of the part of soul trapped inside him and paid Albus no mind. Instead, he flew around the hill quickly, waving the crystal through the air with his talons. As Fox flew, he felt the pain and loss in part of Harry's soul ease as it found something to cling to: the crystal. Harry's exhaustion took over and he no longer had energy to look through Fox's eyes. He returned to his blacked-out body, unconscious. When Fox felt the part of the soul was complete and in the crystal, Fox vanished again, back to Harry's body's side. He dropped the crystal lightly into Harry's immobile, outstretched hand and felt as the presence in the crystal began to drift back into Harry. Fox went to perch on one of Harry's protruding bones and began to cry. He worked up and down Harry's body, occasionally having to reset bones before pouring his silvery tears on the wounds. When he had cried all he could and most of Harry's wounds were healed, he disappeared again, careful not to scorch Harry's immobile body as he went. He appeared back on the hillside where the still smoldering remains of Harry's broom lay. Albus was nowhere to be seen, but the airborne bird knew where to find him. He swooped hastily towards the gates of Hogwarts, soon spotting the auburn hair of Albus glinting in the sun. In a flash of talons and flames, Fox gripped onto Albus's robes and the pair vanished from the hillside. They reappeared in the stadium behind a knot of first years searching the sky. Albus looked as if he was going to make a panicked swipe at the bird, but Fox vanished, back to his human counterpart's side. Albus was left unsure of what to do. Albus cleared his throat and the first years turned around. He paused, a deer in his own headlights. He didn't know what to say. If he'd been an author writing the scene in front of him, it would have taken him weeks to come up with the perfectly tactful thing to say to the class. The class whose teacher had clearly disappeared inexplicably. The class whose teacher had been spying on Albus. Who'd seen his memories? Who'd seen the memories even he tried not to remember? The teacher who he might have killed. The man who he might have killed. As it was, he was not the author of this scene and did not have a week to figure out what to say. "You are dismissed," he said, and walked away pretending to himself that he did not hear the whispering behind him. He made it out of the stadium before he began to crackle. By the time he'd caught sight of Harry lying on the lawn, Albus was scorching the grass beneath his feet and his midnight blue robes billowed around him. Fox sat clutching the robes above the unconscious Harry's heart. "You are an unfortunate bird," said Albus dangerously as he approached. "I pity you for having to harbor this man's soul. To have it poison you." Fox fluttered his wings indignantly but remained over Harry's heart. "Be gone, Fox. You needn't be involved. Don't be foolish." Fox pierced Albus with a stare of unmatched knowing. It held compassion, pity, and equal measures of frustration and fierce determination. "If you will not have me protect you, so be it." Enervate. Albus sent the spell at the exposed part of Harry's chest. Harry shrieked and sat bolt upright. Albus kept his wand trained on Harry, who started babbling immediately. "Are you always going to be here when I die, Dumbledore? Last time I was BPD, though. Weird. Fox, get off. Oh, brilliant. I'm alive. Merlin, it's great being invincible. That reminds me, I should go kick some riddle ass. Fox, get off. I can protect my own shirt, thanks." Fox didn't move and Harry was unable to pry him from his chest. "Damn it, Fox, I've got things to do," said Harry, and clicked his fingers and Fox disappeared with a pop from Harry's chest. "Right, now, let's see. Blue rock in my handgrete. How the F.K. did that get here? Useless." He put the crystal in his pocket. "Albus, could you get that stick out of my face?" "Seriously," said Harry, suddenly on his feet. Albus didn't lower his wand. "Right. Clearly either jealous of my power or compensating for something else with that wand up all the time. I don't have time for you right now. I have a field trip." "Oh, I don't think so." Albus lunged at Harry just as Harry was disappearing. Harry, wrapped up in his own self-centered thoughts, barely noticed the extra weight of Albus' side-along apparating with him until they appeared in an uninhabited bedroom in number 12 Grimmauld Place. "You dolt," said Harry, exasperated. "Nobody lets me do what I need to do around here. Just stupefy. Bugger off." Albus didn't see the wandless spell coming and was knocked unconscious, slumping towards Harry. Harry sidestepped him neatly and was already through the door when Albus crumpled to the rugged floor. Right. Going on a riddle hunt. Harry made his way through the large house, his ego-flooded mind on how easy it would be to kill Tom Riddle. Harry strode through the house, not bothering to silence his footsteps as he went. With a sweep of his magic, he knew where all of the occupants of the house were and set off towards the drawing room. He didn't hesitate when he reached the door, but burst in to find Voldemort in an armchair and Wister kneeling by the fireplace. They both turned when they heard the door bang open. Voldemort stood up dramatically. "My lord, we have company," said Harry, sarcastically imitating one of Voldemort's servants. Then he changed his voice. He imitated the high cold laugh he'd heard in his dreams as a child, the high cruel voice that killed his mother and his father. He imitated the intonation he'd heard in his waking nightmares for years. "Kill the spare," Harry hissed with ironic venom, locking eyes with Voldemort. Harry did not turn to the man crouching in the fireplace, but the room was flooded with a green light of his creation. The light subsided, leaving the room darker than before. Wister was no longer crouching. Or breathing. Harry smiled, satisfied. "Alone at last," Harry said, ignoring the sudden, searing heat from the crystal in his pocket. "Thanks," said Voldemort, trying to act cool. "I've been trying to get rid of him for a week. I just didn't have the heart to do it myself, imagine that." "It is easy to imagine that you have no heart, Voldemort." Voldemort hid his flinch at the sound of his own name. "Have you come to join the club?" Voldemort asked. "Killing a selfish idiot like him won't taint my soul enough to join you," said Harry, needing very little effort to ignore the burning crystal in his pocket. "Nor will killing you. I don't think anything can hurt my soul anyway. But let's talk about you. Man, I'm not even possessing you and you've got a hard-on. It must have become a habit. Do you want to fix that before I kill you? That'd sure be embarrassing when your followers find you that way. Go ahead, I can wait." "How dare you? You insolent hunk." "Yeah, I know." Harry was swaggering towards Voldemort. "Hey, I'm in a good mood. Maybe if you stroke my ego, I'll stroke your. I will kill you," he snarled. "With your wand?" asked Harry, close enough to speak directly into Voldemort's ear. "It seems to be otherwise occupied." "How are you doing this?" gasped Voldemort. "It's all you. I'm not involved." "I know you want me to be involved," said Harry, stepping forward swiftly and putting his hand firmly on the crotch of Voldemort's robes. "Tell me you want me." "I want you. Resolve of an ox. You've got," said Harry, pulling back. "Since that day in the shop," Voldemort continued breathily, unprompted. "Right. Oomph." Voldemort spun Harry and pushed him into the armchair Voldemort had previously inhabited. It transfigured itself into a bed beneath Harry. "The most powerful desire of the flesh I've ever possessed," whispered Voldemort, crawling up over Harry. "Yeah, whatever," said Harry, squirming slightly. "So, this has been fun, but I've got places to be." He drew his wand and pointed it up at Voldemort. To Harry's surprise, Voldemort knocked the wand from his hand onto the floor and leaned in. "You haven't anywhere to be, Mr. Potter, but right here," he hissed in Harry's ear in Parseltongue before biting down on Harry's lobe. Harry felt a foreign flash of intense lust, but it was gone immediately, along with the man above him. Voldemort had recoiled, cursing in pain. "No shit," said Harry, realizing immediately what had hurt Voldemort. Harry was still affected by his mother's protection spell, and Voldemort couldn't touch him because his body had not yet been built with Harry's blood. Harry chuckled and bounced off the bed to retrieve his wand. "Right, I'm getting bored." "Avada Kedavra," called Harry. "Imperio," called Voldemort at the same time. Their spells collided between them and made one solid golden beam of light arching, and then they heard the song of the foe. "Oh bugger this. I do not have time for this priori incantatum crap," growled Harry, jerking the Holly and Phoenix wand, shattering the beam of light before beads of light could begin to emerge. He looked over to see Voldemort was standing stunned, looking between himself and Harry and his wand. Apparently Voldemort had gone and bought the U and Phoenix wand. While Voldemort stood stunned, Harry used the time to look around the room trying to find a solution to his wand problem. And there in the doorway was Albus with a look of painfully innocent shock across his otherwise smooth face. Harry ignored the guilty lurch in his stomach, trying not to wonder how long Albus had been standing there or how much he'd seen. Instead, Harry turned his wand on Albus. Perfect timing, Albus. Accio Elder Wand. Capital. Thanks. He caught Albus's wand. The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The wand Harry knew would never fail at any task. Close your eyes, Albus. This could be too much for you to handle. Avada Kedavra. Harry waved the death stick at Voldemort and nothing happened. There was no flash of green or beam of light. He tried again and nothing happened. The wand was not the problem. Harry was not the problem. The future was the problem. Voldemort wasn't dead in the future, so Harry couldn't kill him. But he could. He was Harry Potter. He could do anything. He had 7 souls. He was master of death. He was on a hell of an ego trip, but he could do it. Harry raised the wand once more. He didn't know it, but there was fire behind his eyes. He didn't know it, but the space around him was shimmering like he wasn't really there. He raised the wand and, for a third and final time, called, Avada Kedavra. Harry could tell that it worked. The beam left the wand and was racing in the direction of Voldemort, but to Harry it wasn't racing. To Harry it was inching across the room. Harry looked from side to side and the room felt muffled like he wasn't really there. He had trouble seeing what was real and what was from somewhere else. He could feel himself being ripped from reality. The closer the green light was to Voldemort, the farther he felt from the drawing room and 1957. Harry was fading away. Or going somewhere else. But he was Harry Potter and he was saving the wizarding world, so it was worth it. He was killing the worst wizard ever born, so it was worth it. To save the wizarding world. From Voldemort. Because Voldemort killed people for fun. Killed people out of spite. Killed people without a second thought. Killed people. Killed children for his own purposes. Killed women who were in the way. Killed men because they were there. Killed men. Harry glanced to the fireplace where there lay an inanimate man. A man. A man with eyelashes and kneecaps. A man who loved Quidditch and wore sweater vests and grew funny little plants. A man who had no life left. A man. A man. Wister was a man. But he wasn't a man anymore, he was dead. There was no man left because Harry had taken it away. Harry's pocket burned and he finally noticed. Time wasn't going anywhere fast, so he reached into his pocket and pulled out the crystal. It was black. It seared the skin on his fingers. And it was black like tar. It was no longer shiny and blue. It was black and it seemed to beat the light of the room into its sinister depths. It stuck to his fingers like oil and the burn spread. The burn started how his scar used to burn when Voldemort's Horcrux lived in his forehead. But this time, it spread through his whole body. He felt it scalding down his throat and felt its flame incinerating his heart. Soon, he was crying out in agony. He cried out in remorse and knew he would deserve to be vanished from that spot and never seen again. If not as the price for ridding the world of Voldemort, he deserved it as a consequence for killing a man. He'd killed a man. Harry clutched his black, festering, accidental Horcrux and stood paralyzed with pain worse than any cruciatus and nauseating fear worse than any Dementor. The world kept fading as the beam of green light crept closer to Voldemort and Harry's heart burned and he clutched at his face, finding it streaked with tears. He felt his glance land on the fading Albus. He blinked. And then there was a flash of red light in the green and Harry found himself able to see the world clearly again through his pain. Time went back to normal speed, and Harry looked up just in time to see Fawkes materialize in front of the green beam of light and choke it down his throat, igniting Fawkes as it went. And as Fawkes went down in a column of flame, Harry screamed. He didn't scream from the agony of Horcrux and remorse scouring his body and soul. He didn't scream because his enemy would live. He screamed because Fawkes the Phoenix, his companion and friend, had put himself in front of a killing curse. A killing curse from the Elder Wand. Harry had designed the spell to work no matter what, and he'd used the most powerful wand in existence. Fawkes, his selfless friend and protector, drifted to the rug as a pile of ashes. Harry crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down his blank face into the scratchy rug. Harry twitched himself into fitful daze, his throat hoarse, and his chest tight. In his hand he gripped the crystal. The translucent blue crystal, shining brighter than ever as he sobbed. The wand was removed from Harry's hand, but Harry, of course, didn't notice. He didn't see the figure above him blurring the air with beams of light and swishes of cloak. He didn't see the noseless man fall, and he didn't feel himself rise into the air, barely holding onto the crystal in his hand. The crystal he'd turned into a Horcrux with his murder and his hate. The Horcrux that he'd changed back with crippling remorse. He didn't feel his head hit the door on the way out of number 12 Grimald Place, and he was unaware of the rubbery sensation of side-along apparition as he was transported outside the Hogwarts gates. Albus, on the other hand, was acutely aware of everything. He could smell Wister's cologne as it was blown into the air by Voldemort's wake as he fell to Albus's curse. He saw the same breeze disturb the small pile of ashes on the ground in front of Harry's twitching body. There was nothing in the pile. There was no limp baby bird. There was no egg. The dust blew away. Albus was keenly aware of his clenched insides. He levitated Harry and heard the soft thump as his head made contact with the doorframe. He paid special attention not to brush Harry's skin with his own as he apparated them back to the gates of Hogwarts, and was careful to disillusion both of them before entering the grounds. His arm was raised, wand high, directing the floating man in front of him. Albus's hand was not shaking with rage, it was still with a fierce determination as he ascended the steps to the double doors. His invisible body was graceful and hard like a panther before a kill. 4 flights of stairs. 2 secret passageways. Up the hidden headmaster's elevator from the 4th floor to the 7th. He was striding down the 7th floor hall, his body a perfect picture of dangerous elegance. His mind was not. His thoughts hissed and spat like boiling oil. Stray emotions threw themselves around like whips. His aura was raw, cringing and jabbing. It was thus that he discovered a presence in his office before he arrived. Minerva. She was completely consumed with anxiety and concern. Albus stopped in the middle of the hall, his body finally betraying some of his mind's qualms. He turned around as if to go back down the hall. He turned back towards his office. He turned around again towards the hall, but changed his mind and spun back towards his office, clearly gripped by a rare moment of indecision. His aura fizzled around him, lashing and crackling. He felt as Minerva approached, descending the escalator of his office. That was enough to make up his mind. He turned back down the hall and made to walk briskly down it, but stopped as he heard thunder. No, footsteps, coming from his destination. Hagrid. Albus felt protectiveness and suspicion roll off the half-giant. Albus was trapped. There was no way he'd be able to slip by Hagrid without doing magic that Minerva might notice. He couldn't go this office, and he couldn't have anyone see him now. He turned his head and did a double take. It had probably been the first double take of Albus Dumbledore's life, but Albus wasn't worried about anyone noticing his uncharacteristic surprise. He was more worried about the door that had appeared in the wall next to him. He'd spent over 50 years in the castle, though most would argue that he looked not a day over 40, but had never seen a door on that particular patch of wall. He thought he'd seen all of the passageways and moving staircases and trick doors. The rate at which the castle surprised him had slowed. With enough experience, even the people stopped surprising him. Except Harry. Harry had been the first surprise in a while. Harry surprised him every day. Harry floated limply in the air next to him in the soon-to-be-occupied hall. The thunderous footsteps drew nearer from his left. He heard the escalator grinding to his right. He took a breath like a 7-year-old about to dive into a pool, opened the door in front of him, and was beeped into the room, drawing Harry behind him. The door snapped shut behind Harry and there was silence except for Albus's invisible breathing. Harry was unconscious but was still twitching midair. Albus let him fall to the ground, a little faster than would be comfortable had Harry been awake. He made to conjure a chair and bindings for Harry, but the room beat him to it. A chair appeared in the middle of the room, chains wrapped around each arm. It was the same as the chair in the courtroom at the ministry. Albus hid his feeling of disconcertion from his invisible face in front of the empty room. He levitated Harry into the chair. The chains sprung to life immediately and pulled Harry upright, binding him tightly to the back of the chair. Albus removed the disillusionment charms on both of them and sat down in a chair that appeared behind him. A light flicked on over Harry's head, illuminating only Harry, the chair, and a foot of stone floor around him. It cast hard shadows on his face. The light glared off the sheen of sweat on his ghostly white face and flashed off his miraculously intact glasses. Albus conjured himself a glove on one hand. Careful not to let his skin touch, he reached into Harry's robe pocket and, with some difficulty, drew out Harry's wand. He conjured a small wooden box and placed the wand within it. Albus had discovered how to cut Harry off from his auras. He'd tested his theory the day he'd attacked Harry on the lawn and taken his wand. He attempted to recreate the effects. He twiddled the death stick in his fingers before putting a few well-chosen enchantments on the box. He nodded in satisfaction and put the box at his feet. His eyes landed back on the figure in the chair in front of him. Albus made to take off his glasses but realized he wasn't wearing any. He pinched his nose and squinted into the blurry deluge of light from above him. He let his hands drop to his lap. There he discovered the unmistakable wire frames of half-moon glasses, just like the ones that had shattered earlier in the day on the mountainside. He lifted them to his face, curiously. They cleared his vision. He looked around. Albus took his glasses back off and placed them delicately in his lap. He massaged his temples and pinched the bridge of his nose. A light flicked on to his left. Albus put his glasses back on. The light was softer than the one on Harry. It illuminated a table on which there were several objects. Albus stood up and moved closer to inspect them. On the table there was a large stone basin. Albus knew what it was. It was a pensieve. He moved closer to the table. Something shining on the table caught his eye. As he moved closer, he identified it as a small phial filled with clear liquid. Accio Veritaserum. He guessed, correctly identifying the contents of the tube. It flew to his hand, and he shook it lightly before replacing it on the table. I suppose some information will be necessary at this point, he muttered to himself. But I'll start without forcing him, he finished louder, like he was chastising the room's lack of faith. He pursed his lips and strode over to Harry. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed and his brow furrowed. He stepped into the circle of light. He put his wand over Harry's heart. He drummed his fingers against the slender piece of wood for a moment, maybe uncomfortable that the instrument that had murdered a phoenix was in his hand. He tucked a stray lock of auburn hair behind his ear and muttered, "Enervate." Harry's body lurched forward like he'd been defibrillated, but sunk back against the chair, still unconscious. Albus frowned, but knew better than to try again. He did not, however, know why the Elder Wand had failed to awaken Harry. He wanted to know why. It was then that he noticed another illuminated table. On it was a thick, gnarled book. Albus crossed the dark room to it and picked it up gingerly. The Study in Magical Manipulation of the Soul had a cover as thick and rough as bark and had brittle pages. It inspired feelings of heartbreaking sentimentality. Albus felt like the book was something he'd both loved and something that had hurt him, though clearly he'd never seen it before. He looked around the room and was only slightly surprised to find a comfortable-looking armchair and lamp in one corner. He sighed in impatient resignation and went to sit in the chair, settling the heavy book on his lap. He opened to the first page. On it, in flamboyant, hand-written script was a table of contents. The functions of a soul. The parts of the soul. Body. Personality. Spirit. The whole soul. An owner's experience. The split soul. Procedure. An owner's experience. Horcruxes. A failed experiment. Theory. Procedure. Failure analysis. Re-piecing a split soul. Theory. Procedure. Description. The soul out of body. Possession of animals. Possession of humans. Possession of objects. Wandering soul. The soulless body. The Dementor's key. Failed possession. The soulless body. A description. The soul after death. A ghost's dictations. The theory of beyond. Albus's eyebrows were almost touching his widow's peak as he finished reading the page. Albus hadn't been interested in the soul until he'd met Harry. He'd never come across any literature about the soul, except referenced abstractly in the context of possession and dementors and metaphor. Though it was hardly the time to be doing educational reading, Albus didn't have anything else to be doing, so he sunk himself into the tome, his face growing closer and closer by the hour. He occasionally looked up at Harry. Each time it happened, it was sudden, like he'd noticed him there for the first time and was startled. Harry continued to sweat unconsciously in the chair. Hours passed, and Albus read on into the night. His checks on Harry became less frequent. His emotions flashed across his face as he moved through the journal. His face read intense fascination as he accumulated the basics, and turned to shock and eventually horror as the author described the splitting of a soul and the process of making a Horcrux. His blue eyes glistened in the weak light as he waded through the description of the painful remorse, and by the time he read about the post-death soul, his mouth had fallen open in wonder. He looked up lost in thought. His eyes glazed, and the room was still. The air was charged with a meaningful silence. Albus's stomach growled. Albus started out of his chair and the book fell to the ground with an almighty thud. He bent and picked it up, then placed it on a stand that had appeared next to the lamp. He put his half-moon glasses on the table and rubbed his strained eyes. Clearly having caught onto the room's functions, Albus cocked his head in thought for a moment before a small table appeared, set for a meal for one, but, naturally, no meal appeared. Gamp's law, grumbled Albus, imagining that Harry probably knew how to transfigure or conjure food. Albus, on the other hand, would need to find existing food. He edged over to the door and hesitated before cracking it open. He peered outside, preparing to summon food to him, before he noticed what hall the door opened onto. The door was directly across from a painting of a large bowl of fruit. He was in the hallway outside the kitchens. Albus pursed his lips and took a step out of the room, making sure the door was wide open. He ventured out into the hall slowly, like a trapeze walker. He reached out to the painting and began to tickle the pear. It started giggling and then it started chuckling then. Slam. Albus whirled around to find the wall empty. The door was gone. He nearly flicked the pear in frustration. Albus had been mistaken. His enervate spell had, in fact, worked. A consciousness within Harry had awoken. It was lamenting the loss of its body, but felt warm and safe inside Harry as long as it was sharing a body with a pure, intact soul. As it was, Fawkes was sharing with a soul that had known darkness and had chosen to reject it. Harry's remorse had wiped away the stains spilled by his rampant ego. It had distilled his paranoia to a simple awareness. It had made his joy innocent and his instincts unclouded by doubt. The poisonous magic of the Horcrux had been leached from his system and even his body was sweating out physical impurities. Most importantly, the denial had been wiped from his heart. The fog of ignorance had been lifted, and Harry's soul rang with love, as it once had when he was a boy. Harry could feel his love beating in his chest like ocean waves every time he inhaled and exhaled. He could feel it bending and blowing away all other thoughts like a gale force over a forest. But at the same time, Harry felt like a little boy, skinny and pale, sitting in the middle of a cold, empty room, still twitching from what felt like years of burning pain. He hugged his knees to him, shaking and crying. It was to this boy that Fawkes's soul sang. The song grew louder in Harry's unconscious soul, and the boy cried on. As the music reached a crescendo, the boy looked up from his knees, his face tear-streaked. Harry woke up. The light above him made him slam his eyes shut again. A tear emerged from his contracted features. He tried to move his hands to cover his face, but he was bound tightly to a rigid chair. He shifted uncomfortably. The moment he registered that the chair was uncomfortable, however, he felt the chair soften. He was still bound, but he seemed to be sitting on cushions. The light above him softened, and as Harry's eyes adjusted, he could see a table with a pensive, and a table with a book. Beside the book was a pair of half-moon glasses. He felt as if a fist was grabbing the bottom of his esophagus and his eyes prickled. From inside him, he heard the song of the phoenix, encouraging, supporting. Harry opened his mouth in surprise, which slowly turned to a smile of ecstatic relief that he had not entirely lost, murdered his friend. His only friend, as it appeared. Fawkes's soul was living comfortably within Harry, as far as Harry could tell. Fawkes only seemed to wish he could fly again on his own wings. Harry sniffed, and vowed to learn to fly. He would do anything for Fawkes, who had saved his life, his soul, his love. He would do anything for Fawkes, who had died to save Harry from himself. He found himself realizing he was also grateful to still be in the 50s, even if he was tied to a chair. He realized he just wanted to see Albus again. Albus. Harry knew their next meeting would not be pleasant. He knew that Albus was disgusted with him, with reason. Harry just wished there was something he could do to earn the right to Albus's trust, and eventually actually earn his trust. He wished there was something he could do to prepare himself for Albus's impending disdain. When he thought about it, though, anything to do besides sitting in a chair would have been nice. He heard a rustle of paper and looked down. On his lap was Dame Dove's tactful tips for perfect partners. Oh, other friends come and go, but you are always what I need. Harry sighed to the room, his voice coming out rather raspy. Promptly, a table appeared next to him with a glass of water on it. An absurdly long straw sprouted out of the glass and stopped in front of Harry's mouth. He smiled and took a drink. When his thirst had been quenched, he looked back down at the piece of parchment. Being tied to a chair, he had nothing better to do than to read. His face went red hot when he read the title again, but something compelled him to continue reading. Albus levitated a platter full of food as he escalated himself to the 7th floor. He'd bewitched the tray to replenish itself from the kitchen, and had begun thinking about how to re-enter the mysterious room. He decided to start where he'd entered it in the first place. After a few minutes of stair climbing, he arrived across from the tapestry of trolls. He stared at the bit of wall with a blank expression. He made a few motions at it with his wand, careful to keep the tray floating. Nothing happened. Albus paced, challenged. Before long, and with no apparent stimulation, the door appeared on the wall. Albus hummed in curious satisfaction and then marched himself gravely inside. The room was better lit than he had left it, and there was a table next to Harry, and Harry was awake. "Hello, Harry," said Albus quietly. "Lo, Albus," said Harry. "Suppose you've got some questions for me." Albus didn't say anything but drew up a chair in front of Harry and sat down with one leg crossed over the other, a convincing picture of ease. "Your wand is under protection," said Albus. "I'm not gonna use it, but isn't it in that box over there?" Harry nodded towards the wooden box at the foot of the reading chair. Harry knew it was there and knew he could use it if he wanted. Albus smiled faintly. He wasn't used to being wrong. "Fox hid it from me before," said Harry. "That day when you hid it. He thought you and I should chat. I wouldn't have stayed that day if I'd known where my wand was. Today he seems to think you're angry enough that I should have the protection. The phoenix is dead, Mr. Crockett. You murdered him." Harry was quiet for a moment. "That's true. Only the Elder Wand could kill the body of a phoenix. I'm sorry for doing it," said Harry, throat tightening with how sorry he was. He opened his mouth and shut it again and opened it again to speak. "But he's alive, Albus. His soul's in my body, like part of mine was in his. Something must have happened after when," he cut off and took a few breaths before continuing. "He doesn't seem too unhappy at the moment. He rather likes fingers," Harry said idly flexing his hands. He played with his hands for another minute, and when he spoke again it was thoughtfully. "My name isn't Crockett. It's Potter. I am Harry James Potter." "Yes, I suppose I knew that," said Albus. "Why are you using an alias? Have you ever met anyone named Potter?" "Yes. I am acquainted with Charles and Doria Potter of Godric's Hallow. They are an old wizarding family." "Are you their relation?" "Yes. Cousin." "No. I'm their grandson." Harry was tired of dodging questions. His remorse made him honest. "They have no child. Yet." Albus tried a different tact. "How do you know of my death?" "I witnessed your death, Albus." "By what means?" "I saw it. I was with you the night you died." Albus frowned and moved on. "And you know of my sister?" "I know that her memory has haunted you and will haunt you more than anything else for the rest of your life." Albus stopped asking questions for a moment, taken aback by Harry's answer. "I will answer any question you have for me," Harry offered to the silence. "The truth?" Albus asked quietly. Harry smiled, remembering himself, a small boy in a hospital wing, asking Professor Dumbledore the same thing. He remembered Dumbledore's exact words as if it had just happened, and he replied as Dumbledore had. "The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless I have a very good reason not to, in which case I beg you'll forgive me. I shall not, of course, lie." Albus nodded. "I saw part of my death through your dream." Why was someone trying to kill me? Albus asked. It was a remarkably similar question to the one Harry had asked Dumbledore in the hospital wing when he was 11. Why was Voldemort trying to kill me? Harry had asked. He almost laughed at the reversal he was experiencing with Albus, and he knew what his answer had to be, and continued in exactly the same way as Professor Dumbledore had when he was a child. Alas, said Harry, the first thing you ask me, I cannot tell you. Not today. Not now. You will know, one day, he quoted. He paused for a moment before adding, I'm not really worried about revealing parts of the future to you. You're brilliant enough that no one can tell the difference between when you know and when you guess, but your death is something that I shouldn't discuss with you beyond letting you know that it will be on your terms. Albus nodded, knowing he would not be able to argue. Having lingered on these comforting and flattering truths for quite long enough, Albus seemed to steel himself for the inevitable next part of the conversation. Your soul is in 7 places, Albus accused. Yes. Did you kill 6 people? No. I have killed 1. Today. My soul was in 7 places but was still intact as a whole. When I killed Wister Bloom, one of the 7 pieces tore away and turned into a Horcrux. Do you know what that is? Yes. Where is the Horcrux? I believe it. Harry blinked rapidly, his eyes stinging. His chest contracted and a lump formed in his throat. Tell me, Harry. Albus leaned forward, intense as ever. Albus, it's gone. Feel for yourself. I'm whole again. I don't know how. It just hurts so much, said Harry. And Albus did feel for himself. Harry suddenly felt completely wrapped in a tentative curiosity, and it was gone as quickly as it came. You purged it with remorse, whispered Albus, in awe. The information had strong meaning to Albus, he having just finished learning all there was written about the soul. Harry nodded, hot tears threatening to fall down his face. Why did you kill him, Harry? Albus whispered, pleadingly. Knives were stabbing Harry's heart and he felt like water was filling his lungs. I didn't give him, Wister, a glance. I was so angry at Riddle. My attack was at him. It was something he once did to me, he choked. The only difference is I am not Tom Riddle. I have brought about the death of men and women before, but none of them were by my own hand. None were by my and only my decision. I remember. It's so foggy now, thinking it couldn't be any different. It couldn't be hurtful to kill someone as pitiful as Wister. I was invincible. It was my ego, that damn broom, running unchecked and unbalanced through me. I'm never going to be without all of the parts with me ever again. But Fox is dead, Harry. What part of you is running unchecked now? Love, said Harry, simply. Love. Wire. He's helping me control it, said Harry, looking up. His watering green eyes met Albus's blue gaze for a second too long. He hid it from me a lot when it was in his body, and I'm still working out what it means. It's not something that could hurt anyone but me anyway, he said in an undertone. What did Tom Riddle ever do to you? If you asked him that, he'd probably tell you truthfully that he has done nothing to me but what you've seen. What will he do to you? Asked Albus, showing he'd begun to understand. He will orphan me, scar me for life, make me the number 1 undesirable in all of Britain, turn my body into a Horcrux for 16 years, kill many of the people closest to me, and he will unsuccessfully use the killing curse on me a total of 3 times. And he will make me the most famous wizard in the world. How old are you? 39. How old are you? -23. How old are you? My year of birth is 1980. How did you get here? I apparated. How did you get here? Well, said Harry, resigning to tell the whole truth, I put on a very large time turner, got knocked out by a large glowing crystal which must have set off the time turner, fell to the floor and was enveloped by the crystal along with a room full of random objects. Somewhere in the process, my soul found its way into 6 of the objects around me. For 10 years I relived memories stuck in that crystal and then one day I was free. I found myself in the Forbidden Forest. I figured out what year it was, and spent 2 years adjusting myself to my new powers and tried to figure out what to do in this time. I made a good deal of money with investments, and then one day I wanted to check something. I knew that Tom Riddle would be working at Borgin and Burke's and I decided to check on him. He was there, and he told me he was planning on applying to work for you. I had been alone for 2 years in this time. I made little contact with people out of habit. It was a nice change. For 26 years I was a hero. For 26 years I was famous. I finally found myself some peace. But when I heard Tom Riddle say he was going to be the defense against the dark arts teacher, I knew that's where I wanted to be. I knew what would transpire in that interview and knew that you would still be looking for a teacher. I wanted to come back here. Hogwarts was my first home. I wanted to be in the castle. And I knew that I would know people here. I wanted to be around people I know. You know Minerva. She was my head of house and teacher. Rubius. He was a friend and teacher. We had tea with him a lot. Never eat his stoat sandwiches. Horace. Teacher and a real bother. I was famous, remember? Albus smiled. Ms. Sprout taught you herbology. Yes. Bins. Let's just say you'll never ever have to replace him. And what of me, Harry Potter? What was I to you? Do you want to see? I guess it would make my story more credible. We have a pensive. Right, said Harry. Albus waved his wand and the table with the pensive moved itself over to them. You know I could have been doing magic the whole time, tampering with your mind to make you believe mespinning lies. Have you ever seen a modified memory? Yes, said Albus. Then you will know when you see mine that they are real and that I have been telling the truth. I have reason to believe that I won't be messing with the natural order of things by showing you this. When I was a child, you always knew what was happening. Just know that a lot will happen to you before these memories, and a lot has happened to me since. Now, do you mind if I unchain my arms to remove a memory, or do you want me to let you do it? I think I'd be impressed in spite of myself, said Albus, resigned. Without breaking eye contact with Albus, Harry accessed his magic and removed the chains around his arms. He moved one hand to his temple and pulled out a long silvery chain of memories which he dropped into the basin. I'll go first, asked Harry. Albus gestured for him to proceed and Harry attempted to lean forward but was restrained by the chains around his chest and waist. Oh, I forgot about those, Harry, said Albus, reaching to fumble with the chains. Harry's heart jolted as they touched. Help me, Fox, Harry called inside his mind. Is this what you were keeping from me? He asked, intensely aware of Albus's proximity. His heart began to race when Albus's hand brushed Harry's clothed torso around the chains. Level-headed, Fox pushed a thought through to Harry. Albus, either I can vanish the chains myself, or you can just think about them vanishing a few times. This room will take care of it. Albus stopped messing with the chains. What is this room? It's the room of requirement. The house elves call it the come and go room. It appears when you need it how you need it. That explains a lot, said Albus. The chains vanished. After you, then, said Albus. Harry leaned forward and immersed his face in the substance of the pensive. He pitched forward and fell through the surface before landing on his feet in the crowded great hall. A moment later, young Albus landed next to him. It's 1991, September 1st. Your first day of school. Harry didn't have to answer because the door to an antechamber to the right of the hall banged open, and all eyes watched as the first years filed out, led by Professor McGonagall. Shall we? Asked Harry. They strolled down the center of the great hall towards the front table and the line of first years. Can you guess which one is me? Asked Harry as they reached the group. Albus waded through the group until he stood before a red-haired boy and a black-haired boy. You look remarkably similar. Do you notice a difference? The scar, naturally, replied Albus. It's still there, isn't it? You've seen it. Yes. Harry didn't have time to ask when because Minerva had set the sorting hat on the stool and it had begun to sing. Albus didn't watch the sorting hat. Instead, his gaze had landed on Minerva, wrinkled and stern. She must be my age, he muttered. Except she looks it, said Harry. You look my age. The hat stopped singing and Harry and Albus saw Ron turn to the 11-year-old Harry and say, so we've just got to try on a hat. I'll kill Fred, he was going on about wrestling a troll. Little Harry smiled weakly. I was so nervous, said Harry. Is that a Weasley? Asked Albus. Yes. Ron was my best friend. There's Hermione, my other best friend. We hated her until about Halloween, though. She and Ron ended up married. Married his sister. Harry glanced around the hall and his eyes landed on the Weasley twins. His eyes were prickling with memory. You know, Albus, I think I'm going to take a walk. Feel free to look at people, or whatever. And with that, he paced dreamily back down the table to sit beside Fred and George, leaving Albus alone with the first years. Albus looked up and down the decreasing line of 11-year-olds, before he heard a familiar cough. He looked up to the head table in time to catch a glance from the man in the seat of honor. Professor Dumbledore looked back down at his plate. Albus dodged around the first years and walked up behind the table until he reached his silver-haired counterpart. His right arm was moving. He was writing. Albus moved closer and peered over Professor Dumbledore's shoulder. On the golden plate there were two pieces of parchment. One was yellowed and cracked around the edges, but Albus recognized it immediately. It was an illustration of a phoenix in black ink. An illustration that Albus had drawn recently. The other piece of parchment was new. Scrawled across the top in a mysteriously familiar shade of green was, "Notes to Self." Professor Dumbledore's right hand moved across the page again. In it was perched a color and gold phoenix feather quill. He won't know about this conversation. Dumbledore paused and started a new line. I came to trust Harry implicitly, but for now I believe mine is the only voice you trust. Firstly, I am, in fact, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and this is the year 1991. Though I appear to have aged appropriately, I'm still taking my little tonic. Professor Dumbledore smiled privately, and tucked a long lock of hair behind his ear. Albus's eyes went wide and bent closer, knowing now for sure that this was an aged version of himself. You're in a memory of Harry Potter's in the year 1957 when Harry is desperate for a friend. He is telling the truth. Fawkes is alive within him. Harry's soul is pure and undamaged due to his remorse, but he is confused. Forgive him. Help him find his way. Merlin knows he's helped me find mine. He made to write more, but Professor McGonagall spoke up and Professor Dumbledore put down his quill and looked up. Potter. Harry. The room was suddenly abuzz. Did she say Harry Potter? The Harry Potter. Albus looked over the table to see little black-haired Harry edge over to the stool and put on the hat. It was too big for him and it fell low over his eyes. The room held its breath. A minute. 2 minutes. Gryffindor. Shouted the hat. Harry pulled it from his head and gleefully scampered down the aisle to sit at the Gryffindor table to cheers and applause. Professor Dumbledore clapped with purpose. Albus felt a hand on his shoulder. Do you want to see another one? Asked Harry from behind him. Albus looked down quickly at Professor Dumbledore's plate, but the papers had gone. Professor Dumbledore turned around in his chair and looked right at Harry. I think he believes you, said the silver-haired man. He smiled coyly and looked vaguely between Harry and Albus. Harry's heart missed a beat, and he stared. Young Albus looked at Harry and chuckled. Talking to yourself again, Albus. Have you finally gone mad? Asked an aged Professor Flitwick from the seat to Professor Dumbledore's left. Gone mad? Asked Professor Dumbledore. I've been mad for years, really. He turned back to Harry and Albus. So long, chaps, said Dumbledore, blowing a key. Harry turned bright red as they floated up out of the pensive, barely keeping the stupid grin off his face caused by the leaping of his heart. Harry landed hard on his feet with Albus a moment behind. Harry didn't concern himself with hiding his blush from Professor Dumbledore's blown key, but turned to Albus. What do you think? I must say I am finding the evidence irrefutable, he replied, thinking. Harry, I must say everything I witnessed firsthand today is screaming at me to put you back in that chair. Harry flinched. But my instincts are telling me would you like to take a walk? Really, sir, I'd prefer the chair, said Harry, sarcastically. Harry, listen to me. Don't punish yourself. Albus, said Harry warningly. Either turn me in for my murder or don't, but you won't see me punishing myself. I have had my soul put through. Harry stopped, his voice constricting. Agony, Albus proffered. Harry nodded. My soul has been put through agony and I did it to myself. I had a choice to keep that bloody Horcrux or to submit myself to excruciating pain, and I chose that over living with a ripped soul. I chose to care about. Harry stopped again, catching his breath. I chose to care about Wister Bloom, he plowed on. That he had. Harry sniffed, suddenly congested. Had kneecaps and eyelashes. Please, Albus, don't expect to catch me punishing myself with sitting in uncomfortable chairs. Oh, no, sir, I mustn't have sugar in my tea. I'm atoning. That wouldn't be atonement. That would be stupid. It would be selfish and insulting. Harry felt a distinctly Phoenix-esque compulsion to keep explaining. Fox wanted Albus to know. Instead of letting my soul stay ripped, I ripped away every part of me that did this. Every trace of me that would do this is gone. All of the reasons. What I'm left with is no reasons for what I did. No excuses. Nothing to hide behind. It's just raw, he spluttered. So much seems to be gone, I don't even know myself anymore. Albus looked like he was going to reach out to hug Harry, but Harry cut him off with more words. But when the burning stopped, Harry rubbed his eyes. How long has it been? Weeks. Months. I could see everything for exactly how it was. Wister is dead. I killed him because I wanted to hurt Voldemort. I killed him because what I wanted to do was more important than his life. There's nothing in me that could do that anymore, so there's nothing left in me to punish because it burned away. The part of my damn soul that made me think I was more important than others rather than just confident, that's. Harry groped around his thoughts. It's just gone. I bet I wouldn't even be able to cast Avada Kedavra. My point is, Harry said, finding himself somewhat winded, torturing myself isn't going to get anywhere. I'm going to live with this for the rest of my life. And I'm grateful. It will keep me honest. And what honesty, said Albus when he knew Harry was finally done. Dishonesty hurts too much, said Harry flatly. I meant thank you for volunteering this account to me, said Albus, his face softening. Well, keeping it to myself, said Harry, rolling his eyes, is a whole different bit that would burn. And it was true. Harry somehow knew that, for the time being, keeping secrets from Albus was distancing them. Something he couldn't do anymore because he knew it had partially caused his actions in the first place. Let's take a walk, said Albus, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. Harry nodded, and then his head drooped. You called the Dementors. Harry, I said I believed you. But you said you were not going to punish yourself. Well, maybe I. Did you make that whole speech under the assumption that I was going to do it for you? No. A walk, Harry. Harry stood still, rubbing his upper arm looking sheepish. Oh, please get your wand and let's go. Harry waved his hand through the air and a second later, his wand had rocketed out of the enchanted wooden box and snapped to his hand. Albus shook his head numbly. Albus sighed and looked at the ceiling. Maybe when I trust you implicitly, I'll let you show me how to do that. You'll let me show you. They strode out of the room of requirement. Or maybe beg on my knees. Do you want to stop by your tower to get your things? Asked Albus. What, you mean these things? Asked Harry, waving his hand through the air dramatically like a Muggle magician. In his hands appeared his missing soul objects unshrunken. The hat, the record, and the bowling ball. He promptly dropped the bowling ball on his foot with a thud and groaned. O.W.F.K. damn. The bowling ball began to roll away down the corridor. Albus walked calmly after it. Does everyone swear like that in the new century? He paused. May I? He asked when he reached the bowling ball, offering to pick it up. Harry could think of no reason why he didn't want Albus Dumbledore to be touching part of his soul, so he shrugged and nodded, shaking his foot to mend his broken toe. Albus lifted the ball, testing its weight in each hand. This feels different, said Albus, referring to Harry's aura. Guess I had a lot of pent-up paranoia. Spent the first 16 years of my life running from a dark wizard who kept possessing my school teachers, and then spent a career only surviving because I did bother to check in the cereal box for dark wizards. That actually happened. I guess I got a lot of unnecessary fears and, well, I think the difference you're seeing is the difference between paranoia and constant vigilance. Albus handed Harry the bowling ball. Harry shrunk it, made a special pocket in his robes, and put the bowling ball in along with the hat and record. They resumed their walk. What happened to the part of you that was in the broom? Asked Albus. I can't remember, he said, but then images began to flash through his mind, fiery and oversaturated from the memories of Fox, and he began to narrate them aloud. That part of my soul wandered around lost on the mountainside where Iter was released. Albus grimaced. Fox went and found it and brought it back to me in that blue crystal. The crystal sort of absorbed it for a bit. Umi only had my wand with me, and I didn't know how to moderate my exposure to that part that was in the broom, and, to be honest, I didn't want to. It got turned into a Horcrux and back. And now I think it's back here, said Harry, pointing to himself. Now it's under control. They reached the front door and descended the steps to the sunlit grounds. So you did go to Hogwarts, stated Albus. Hummed Harry. I was a Gryffindor. Hogwarts was my first, and only, I guess, home. It's been my greatest home too, said Albus. Not to belittle your love for the castle, Buter, I don't suppose you've ever really explored it, said Harry, smiling sheepishly. Whatever do you mean? Well, I imagine you were a bit of a teacher's pet. You didn't ever, wander off the beaten path, did you? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Field trip. It just so happens that while you may have been beating paths, I was spending my time beating records such as youngest writer ever featured in Transfiguration W. Yeah, I get it, said Harry. We both beat a lot as teenagers. Albus looked absolutely astonished. I most certainly did. But really, have you ever even been inside the forest? He joked, as they reached the edge of the trees. Albus's eyes glinted and he smiled mischievously. He pushed past Harry and began picking his way through the trees. Albus, wait up. Albus moved quite quickly through the trees and didn't turn around. Harry tried catch Albus, but stopped calling after him. This was not the section of the forest in which to be yelling. They walked for 5 minutes. They walked for 10 more minutes. They walked for 20 after that. And then Harry knew where they were going and he caught up with Albus just in time to break into a clearing. The clearing was carpeted with bluebells. They glistened in the sunlight with dew that hadn't yet evaporated. How did you know where this was? Asked Harry, already somehow knowing the answer. I've been here before, said Albus. It was about 2 years ago. Harry nodded. The bluebells are new, added Albus. Harry fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the blue crystal. His former Horcrux. His former life raft, so to speak, through time and space. That, on the other hand, is not new, said Albus, eyeing the crystal with interest. You came here when the crystal was here, said Harry. Yes, I did. It was bigger then. I was inside it. I gathered as much. How did you find it? Armando Dippet died here. The crystal killed him. I have a feeling he was doing something foolish. Did you touch the crystal? Harry asked. Albus nodded. I have a feeling you woke me up, said Harry quietly. Thanks, he added. You're welcome, but why do you think that? Harry felt his face grow hot, and he rubbed the back of his head. I was dreaming about you when I woke up. I see. They stood in silence on the edge of the clearing. Neither wanted to trod on the bluebells. Also, there seemed something innately wrong with sitting in the middle of this clearing in the sparkling sunlight. Like something sacred would be broken. The silence lasted, each man lost in his own thoughts. Finally, Albus turned to Harry. Are you ready to go back? To my time? No. I like it better here. People see me for who I am here. And you. To the castle, Harry, interrupted Albus, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Harry nodded, embarrassed. He looked back from where they came. The forest was dark and he was not sure he knew the way back. Albus silently closed the distance between them and put his arms tightly around Harry, hugging them close and tight. What are you doing? Asked Harry, breaking the moment. His breath was leaving him quickly. Albus pulled back to look at him. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have asked first. Will you apparate us back? I'm not sure I could find the way if we walked, and I can't apparate inside the school grounds. Of course you could teach me at some point. Oh, of course. I mean, sure, yes, stuttered Harry. With Harry's nod, Albus put his arms back around Harry, who was more calm due to the advanced warning and request for his consent. Are you ready to go? Harry asked, still paying more attention to the feeling of Albus's rumbling voice vibrating his chest than to his own words. Help me, Fox. Albus hummed his assent. Harry hesitated, but put his arms gingerly around Albus's back, keenly aware of the body under his fingertips. Harry shut his eyes tightly and reopened them to regain his concentration before jumping through space. They landed back on the edge of the forest where they had entered. Harry was breathing conspicuously hard as they detached. "Is it so difficult that it leaves you out of breath?" asked Albus. "No," said Harry truthfully. It was. He halted full stop and closed his mouth, not wanting to say, "When you touch me I can't breathe." It burned not to say it. He distracted himself. "I'm not sure how I'm going to teach you. I could only do it after I woke up. I have faith, though. If you can do this." Harry prodded Albus gently with his joy-had aura. Albus gasped and Harry pretended not to notice. "Without being stuck in the blue crystal, I think you could learn to apparate inside the grounds." "I'm fairly certain I could," said Albus. "After all, I nearly beat you in that duel. I dare say you can't be much more powerful than I," he teased. "In fact, I think we tied unfairly." "Is that a challenge?" asked Harry, his wand suddenly in his hand. Albus twinkled. Now, Albus's twinkle intensified. "Crockett." They wheeled around to look up at the castle where Minerva McGonagall raced towards them. Albus stepped out from behind Harry, his wand already slipped back into his robes. Harry pocketed his own wand, too. "Albus. Oh Albus. Where have you been?" "I've been. You don't know. We couldn't find you. I thought you were. And here you are just." Minerva reached them and Harry's smile from earlier faded. Minerva looked as if she hadn't slept. Her hair was unkempt and her fingernails were bleeding. She was shaking slightly. She looked between Harry and Albus for a moment. "What do you have to say for yourself? Clearly, you're in no mortal danger," she said coldly. "The students saw you disappear with Harry in the middle of class, and the things they said, Albus." She stopped and looked at Albus, hard. "I thought you were dead. I thought you'd both been killed. Or that he," she pointed a finger at Harry, "killed you." Albus had put his hand to his cheek as if Minerva had slapped him, his mouth open. Harry jumped in. "It's my fault, Minerva. Minerva didn't seem to hear Harry. "Oh, Albus. Why didn't you tell me when you got back? How could you?" Harry looked between Minerva and Albus. A tear trickled down Albus's stricken face. "I'm so sorry, Minerva," he whispered. "I'm so sorry," he repeated. Albus walked solemnly back to the castle with Minerva. The three of them went all the way to Albus's office where there was already a pot of tea waiting for them. They sat. Albus began to speak, his arm around Minerva. "There was no excuse for keeping you uninformed, Minerva," he said, glancing at Harry. "However, I can offer an explanation, if you so desire." Minerva sniffed noncommittally. It took Harry a moment to notice that Albus was looking at him. "I trust you," he told Albus, meaning it far more than was applicable to the situation. Albus returned his attention to Minerva. "Harry was attacked in the middle of his class yesterday." He glanced at Harry fleetingly, and Harry felt the immediate need to confront Tom Riddle, who has been harassing and threatening him with increasing seriousness. Harry was impressed with Albus in general, but was in this moment blown away by his ability to manipulate the truth to preserve the vagaries of their absence. "I was misled by Harry's actions preceding his departure, and, to my surprise, side-along apparated with him to the House of Black where Tom was staying. Due to a series of unfortunate events leading up to Mr. Bloom's death," Harry coughed at the euphemism and Minerva gasped in shock. "I was convinced of Harry's guilt in the matter and brought him back to the castle where I was planning to, interrogate him," he finished sheepishly. "Due to some rather dark magic," Harry coughed again, "Harry was unconscious all night and I was unable to wake him. To realize that in this time I should have alerted you of our situation, Minerva. I must confess that I was too out of sorts to think of it." Harry felt a pang of guilt about making Albus out of sorts. When Harry awoke, he cleared up the misunderstanding convincingly. "Albus," said Minerva, "mixed as they may be to me, what were your feelings about the death of Mr. Bloom such that you held Harry responsible?" Harry translated that to mean, "Why did you think Harry killed Wister?" "Well, Albus hesitated, clearly trying to word his answer exactly right. "It seems to me, Albus, that you'd been very paranoid about Harry ever since he beat you in the duel, said Minerva, the trace of a smile creeping onto her face. I was not unduly para. We tied that duel, thank you Minerva. Thanks for taking my side, Minerva. I was just telling him. I'm not done being angry with you, Harry Crockett. Okay, said Harry. Don't worry, Minerva. I'll make sure I beat him soundly in our rematch. I hope you demolish each other. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have class. She stood up and left. Well, I think she'll be all right, said Harry. Albus nodded hesitantly. I suppose she'll be fine. I have a suspicion that there are more issues here than there appear, he trailed off. Albus's watch made a small popping noise and he looked down at it. Harry looked to see that it wasn't the stars and moon watch Harry was accustomed to seeing, but a regular watch with 12 numbers. Thought I loathe to remind you, Harry, you have a class to teach. Right, Harry walked over to the door and pulled it open. And, Albus started. Harry turned around. It was nice meeting you, Harry James Potter. It was the secret hours of the night, hours meant just for them. They pressed together in the dark, feeling each other's warm skin. Hands roamed all over Harry, one on his back, one on his chest, both more vivid than any dream Harry had ever had. He pressed against the touch, and pulled back his partner's head by the hair to bare the long neck for Harry's teeth. Harry could hear deep sighs and sharp, pleasurable intakes of breath. He felt hot breath exhaled onto him, and felt the way the air tickled through his hair. His partner was so vivid that Harry could even smell the rising scent of his arousal, but it was dark, and he couldn't see the hands on him, couldn't see the body moving against him, couldn't see the long hair in his hand. He wished he could see, and then right in front of him, almost glowing in the dark. Blue eyes. Baby's got blue eyes. Like a deep blue sea. On a blue, blue day. Blue eyes. Baby's got blue eyes. When the morning comes, Harry woke to the early morning light and his magical record player, accurate as always. That's quite enough, thank you, Sir Elton John. Groaned Harry as he rolled out of bed and headed to the shower. The cold shower. While Harry showered, he wondered how Fawkes had managed to hide Harry's attraction to Albus so completely for so long. Looking back, Harry thought, there were some clues. For one, he'd known immediately and inexplicably when he saw Albus's job advertisement that he wanted to work at Hogwarts. He'd grown close to Albus. They'd even shared they'd even, the dream. Harry burst out of the shower, shutting off the water with a wave of his hand, full panic. He caught sight of himself in the mirror, and noticed the flush of embarrassment that had spread all the way from his belly button to his ears. What if they'd shared the dream? He waved a hand over his body to clothe himself before apparating directly to the top of Albus's escalator and pounding on the door. The moments stretched on endlessly while Harry waited there on the landing, and he recalled years of being the nighttime radio aerial for Voldemort's soul. Was he turning into that for Albus, or was this time really just a dream? Harry rubbed his scar out of habit. At least the Albus dreams were more fun. Suddenly, Harry realized he didn't know what he was doing outside Albus's office. What if he and Albus had shared the dream? What would Harry say? Apologize? Explain? Would Albus know Harry was involved, or would he just think it was his own dream? What if they hadn't shared the dream? What excuse would he have to be at Albus's doorstep? Harry turned to leave, but it was too late. As his foot hit the first stair, he felt a flutter in his chest and what felt like a finger gently stroking down the back of his neck so softly that he could have imagined it. Momentarily lost in curiosity, he reached an oar out behind himself and touched back, only to be met with a wave of intense panic and embarrassment, and then nothing. Then the door flew open. Come in, Harry, said Albus from inside, and Harry had no choice but turn around and go back in. Albus reclined behind his desk in a silk, lilac dressing down, and could have been a picture of calm except for two small tells. Harry had noticed over the years that whenever Albus was calm, his desk was empty of anything but his folded, still hands. Whenever Albus was worried, puzzled, or anxious, he left one item in the middle of his desk, maybe a silver instrument or some token representing the object of his thoughts, such as the sword of Gryffindor or the pensieve. Today it was just his gold watch, but it was enough. The other tell, of course, was the panic and embarrassment. But Albus smiled all the same, and gestured to the chair across from himself. Harry waved his thanks, but leaned against a column instead. He crossed his arms, suddenly completely comfortable now that he knew Albus was flustered. Just popping in for a moment, he said. New security system? He asked, and leveled Albus with a look. Albus had the decency to look abashed, and began fidgeting with the gold watch. I didn't know it was you. Albus smiled up at Harry. And then you did, teased Harry. Albus twinkled at Harry for a moment, and then looked down at the watch. If Harry's eyesight had been any better, he would have detected a blush. I'm not in the habit of predetermining my guests, Albus said with a faint smile. But I admit, I was desiring a modicum more premonition this morning, even if only a moment. I continue to find that a headmaster's days and nights are not his own. Rough visits so far this morning? Harry asked, smirking. Suddenly, he remembered the feeling of his teeth scraping lightly over Albus's jugular. Rough. Albus tried out the word. His eyes flicked to a staircase on the right, to the ceiling, to Harry, and down to the watch so quickly that Harry almost missed it. Opaque, to say the least. Harry, I'm being rude, he seemed to suddenly remember his prowess at controlling conversations. He put on his watch, and gave Harry all of his focus. It's lovely to see you. Please, what can I do for you this morning? Harry was satisfied that Albus didn't know he'd shared the dream with Harry. Oh, I just had a question about our rematch. The duel, you know, but I think it can wait until we both have more time. I fancy a spot of breakfast before class, after all, he invented, and I wouldn't dream of wasting another minute of your morning. Harry walked to the door and opened it up. Albus stood. Please don't misunderstand, Harry. I would be happy to discuss. Flustered as becoming on you, Albus, said Harry stepping out. So's that robe. Harry closed the door and dropped himself down through 3 floors, unsure if the jolting in his chest was from the feeling of falling through the floor or from the conversation he'd just had. Albus collapsed back into his chair. He took a moment to glance down at his becoming lilac dressing gown before remembering the cause of his fluster. He put the watch back on the desk, stood up, and made his way to his shower trying, in spite of himself, to remember the dream he'd had. In truth, he'd slept late and only woken up a few minutes before the pounding on his door. Those few minutes had been spent at first in a sleepy bliss, and then severe discomfort as he discovered that he'd gone to sleep with his watch on and that the dial was digging painfully into his wrist. He spent a few moments in a rush to remove the watch, and even when he did, he still had a deep imprint of the jagged dial, and a light reversed, GG, from the inscription on the underside. But the watch had nothing to do with the dream. Albus sighed and stepped into the shower. Not anymore. Albus couldn't remember having a more erotic dream. Normally his dreams were lucid and orderly, but this one had been out of control, body and mind. When he first detected that it was Harry on his doorstep, he feared that he'd accidentally broadcasted the dream to Harry. Maybe poor Harry, with his miserably feeble occlumency, had had to play unwilling voyeur to Albus's tryst. On the other hand, if that was the case, maybe Harry could tell Albus who the mystery lover was. He looked very becoming on you, said Harry's voice in Albus's head. Albus choked on some water and turned the shower to cold. It was Friday morning and Harry was introducing his 4th years to a vocabulary of useful defensive spells. He was focusing on the ones he'd learned in his 4th year to get through the maze in the 3rd task. He'd started with Expelliarmus, which the students had mastered quickly, and progressed on to having them practice useful charms like Impedimenta and Stunners. He'd taken the students up to the Room of Requirement. The room had recreated the maze it had erected for the 1st years with a few modifications. There were more enchanted objects that posed a threat to the students. There was even a Bogart loose somewhere in the maze, from what Harry had heard from the emerging students. The assignment was different this time, however. He'd asked the 1st years not to get stuck in the middle without calling for help, but the 4th years were required to make their ways all the way through. He sent 2 students from the same house at each time, so that they wouldn't curse each other. Only 2 students were in the maze at a time, so Harry spent the lesson teaching the other students new spells, though he frequently had to dive into the maze to rescue someone. Harry saw sparks in the maze and excused himself from his students. Keep practicing that, Remember, it's reducto. Don't point that at anyone but the dummies. He walked straight at the maze wall and a small gap melted open in front of him. He walked through 2, 3, 4, 5 walls before he came out next to Pious Thicknesse, who was being pinned to the wall by what Harry suspected was a vampire. The vampire was quite cliché. It wore a long red and black cloak and too much eye makeup. Oblivious to Harry, the vampire leaned into Thicknesse and cocked his head to bite, the way vampires do. No. 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 Please, don't, whimpered Thicknesse, helpless. Harry didn't think he could give Thicknesse instructions effectively enough to get him out of trouble, so he pointed his wand at the vampire and called, "Ridiculous." There was a whip crack and suddenly everything went dark and Harry couldn't move. Harry was encased in burning tar, and he couldn't move. Flash. The memory of Wister's body hitting the ground, and Harry didn't care. Flash. The memory of Fawkes exploding into a pile of ashes, and Harry didn't care. Flash. Harry was all-powerful and wanted the whole world at any means. Nothing would stop him. The tar around Harry leached and leached. Albus was sitting behind his desk looking through the lesson plans Harry had given him. Friday, September 13th read, 4th years, Maze in ROR, 3rd task spells. Albus steepled his fingers. ROR had to be the room of requirement, but Albus wondered what 3rd task spells could possibly be. Finally, curiosity got the better of him and Albus swept out of his office to the escalator. He was the headmaster. He could look in on classes if he wanted. He reached the 7th floor corridor and found the patch of wall across from the tapestry of ballet trolls. He paced in front of it thinking about wanting to see Harry's lesson. The door appeared and Albus smiled and opened it. Reducto. Reducto. Students were practicing spells on dummies on one side of the room, but stopped when they caught sight of their headmaster. "Oh, don't stop on account of me," smiled Albus. "I only wonder, where is Professor Crockett?" "He's in the maze, sir," replied Dorcas Meadows. "He's with Pious, sir. They've been in there longer than they usually are, though, sir. He should be out soon." Just as Meadows finished speaking, there was a bang from inside the maze. Albus and the students looked up to see red sparks floating somewhere in the middle. Albus frowned. "I'll be back soon," he muttered. He walked straight at the wall of the maze. Like it had for Harry, part of the wall melted to give him a small doorway. He walked through 2, 3, 4 walls and then stopped. The wall in front of him had crumbled, as if it had been smashed with a wrecking ball. Behind the debris, Albus could see a spiraling black mass of crystal pulling at the light. "Crockett," he called. He heard a call for help from behind the crumbled wall. Albus nimbly vaulted his way over the debris until he was in the adjoining hall. Thicknesse crouched against one side of the hall, wand in the air sending up a constant stream of sparks. "Professor Dumbledore, where's Crockett?" Albus demanded. Thicknesse pointed at the jagged black mass of crystal. "There was a vampire, sir, and then Professor Crockett appeared and he said it was ridiculous, or a spell or something, and then, all of a sudden this thing appeared where Professor Crockett was, and—" "That's enough, Thicknesse, thank you," said Albus urgently. "Would you please join your classmates? Go back through that way." He pointed to the melted doorways behind him. Thicknesse didn't have to be told twice. He scrambled over the broken stone and disappeared behind the wall. Albus turned to the giant black crystal that was beeping light from the room. He raised his wand and shouted, "Ridiculous." There was a crack and the crystal was gone. In its place, there were 4 men and 1 little girl. 3 of the men were shouting and shouting. Spells started firing between the 3 of them. 2 of the spell casters faded. They were not important. The third, slim, auburn-haired wizard raised his wand, and the little girl darted out in front and— "Ridiculous!" shouted the 4th man. The 3 spell casters and the little girl vanished, and were replaced by a towering Dementor. Harry chuckled at the irony. He'd tried to force the boggart into something comforting. The ironic part was that the Dementor was comforting. "Expecto Patronum," incanted Albus. A great, shining bird sprung from Albus' wand and swooped down on the Dementor. Harry squinted at it, trying to figure out what it was. If Harry had been looking at Albus, though, he would have seen a look of utter shock. Fox whistled in Harry's head and Harry remembered that they were in the middle of a fight. Expecto Patronum, chimed Harry, adding his own Phoenix Patronus to the mix. The two birds swooped and dove over the Dementor. The Dementor cowered and suddenly shifted into Gellert Grindelwald. Both Patronuses faded. Ridiculous. Harry and Albus shouted with equal venom. Harry wondered if this fear had been supplied by Albus or Harry. Either way, the boggart exploded under the force of the spells, and its remains drifted to the ground in sparks and dust. Harry and Albus were both slightly out of breath. Harry spoke first. I've never had that much trouble with a boggart before. I was wondering why you forced it to become a Dementor, of all things. I wanted something comforting, chuckled Harry. You knew you could beat it, guessed Albus. Harry nodded, still catching his breath. It was my first boggart. It's been my boggart since I was 13. I can beat both the boggart and the Dementor, so I suppose it is comforting expected. It changed, obviously. My boggart changed. Harry trailed off and frowned, remembering how the black crystal beeped at him, worse than a Dementor because he knew it was all his fault. He shook himself and changed the subject. What's your Patronus? He asked Albus. I didn't get a good look at it. My Patronus has always been a lion. Harry, the students. The distraction worked. Oh. Harry closed his eyes, and with a thought he made the maze and debris disappear. He put on his teacher face as he approached the frantically jabbering students. Casual. This happens every day. Sorry if I alarmed you. I got held up by a boggart. That changed. They're tricky to get rid of. Very tricky. I'll teach you about them in a few weeks and show you how to kill them. For now, all you need to know is that they take the shape of whatever you fear most. Harry's worst fear had changed from Dementors, fear itself, to the fear of his own darkness taking over and controlling him. He remembered his own disregard for life and the power where the Dementor forced him to remember his worst memories. The crystal made him imagine what he could do at his worst. Harry knew that with the power he had, if he didn't have a conscience he could do worse things than anyone had ever done to him. Harry shook himself out of his daze and looked down at his wizard's watch. It was time for lunch. For next lesson, please practice the spells you learned today. Focus on Reducto and Impedimenta. It's time for lunch. Harry thought about having the door materialize outside the Great Hall, and then opened it to let the students out. Some of them looked around in disorient and surprise before exiting. When all of the students had filed out, Harry turned to Albus. Lunch. Albus considered Harry for a moment, then his face opened up, excited. Alas, no. I am meeting a friend for lunch. He and I have some, business to attend to. Harry faked a smile and refrained from prying. Oh, have fun. I'll just be going, then, said Harry, making for the door. Enjoy your lunch, Harry. Harry stepped out onto the flagstone entryway outside the Great Hall. The door vanished. Harry's fake smile faded into a glare and he stomped off to lunch. So how did you get into Transfiguration? Harry called to Minerva over Albus's vacant chair. It was the 5th time that week Albus had missed a meal in the Great Hall. Harry had either been keeping to himself during meal times or talking to Pomona Sprout on his right for fear that Minerva might still be angry with him, but he decided it was time to get over his fear. Well, Minerva started, raising her voice uncomfortably so that Harry could hear her. In school, oh bother. She stood up and waved her wand. Her chair switched with Albus's so that she could sit next to Harry. Her food moved plates automatically, leaving her original plate spotless. She continued her Scottish lilt at a more convenient decibel. Albus taught me Transfiguration in school. He was, she smiled, inspiring. He always made Transfiguration look like the most important art. I still use it the most. It comes in handy with other things like defense against the dark arts as well. Why did you want to teach? I'm sure I could have done any number of things, but Albus is very convincing and he's really an excellent wizard to work for. Despite my winging, she smiled. I missed Hogwarts when I left. You'll find, if you haven't already, that it's a truly unique place. It's a home. Besides that, I've always been an academic. Other work didn't satisfy me as much. I really loved learning in school, and teaching now, and I suppose I continue to learn. There's a lot of magic that I didn't learn in my 7 years as a student at Hogwarts that I'm learning now. Like what? asked Harry. I, like Albus, have become interested in the study of wandless magic. Albus is interested in the ability to cast normal spells without a wand, but I confess my interests have become more specific. Oh? Asked Harry. Harry knew that the Professor Dumbledore in his time had become capable of plenty of wandless magic. Harry was interested in looking in on his study. Albus has always been interested in wandless magic. He wants to experiment with the sort that's never been done by anyone. He does copious research on the subject and confers with old scholars and comes back very excited, but I don't think he's ever accomplished anything. He either really likes melding brains with other geniuses, or he just pretends to be excited so that nobody finds out he isn't getting anything done. Harry chuckled, ignoring the prickle of frustration that Albus might be out melding his brain with random scholars fumbling around in the dark rather than he, Harry, who could already do wandless magic perfectly well, thank you. So what are you studying? Asked Harry, wrenching himself away from the topic of Albus. Well, I've decided to study the difficult, rather than the impossible. I'm studying animagi. Oh, yeah, of course, Harry exclaimed, having forgotten that Professor McGonagall had been an animagus. That's fantastic. It's very difficult magic, of course, and I don't expect I'll ever. Well, I'm just very interested in the theory. Are you considering trying to become an animagus? Asked Harry. Well, I haven't really. There's a lot more research I have to. The library has an astonishingly slim selection and I haven't gotten a chance to go find any elsewhere. Harry frowned in thought and wondered, how had his father and Sirius found sufficient materials on the subject? If Minerva, a professor of transfiguration, was having trouble finding enough information to even satisfy her curiosity, let alone instruct her on the transformation, how could two teenage boys manage it? Harry himself knew a bit about animagi themselves, having spent time with Sirius, but he'd never considered the process for becoming one. After he'd defeated Voldemort, Harry had gone straight into studying for being an Auror. He'd been more focused on getting the job than learning how to develop his own magical skills. But Harry wasn't training for an Auror's test, and he found he had significantly more time between grading essays than he did between dangerous missions. Maybe he should take on an educational project. It might take his mind off of Albus. Of course, a project like becoming an animagus, while immensely difficult for most witches and wizards, may prove to be simple for Harry. Fox hummed in Harry's head. Harry wondered what the difference would be between turning into a normal animal and a magical creature. Could Harry become an animagus with the form of a phoenix? Could anybody? He had a project. He turned back to Minerva. That's incredible. I've always thought that becoming an animagus would be a good defense against the dark arts weapon. Do you want to work on it together? She squinted. I think I could help you, and I think it's a project that's more interesting with more than one point of data. You may find flattery works better. Minerva, whatever your middle name is, McGonagall, may I please be a humble witness to your transfiguration genius? I'll buy the books. Minerva was pressing her lips together into their trademark line until she heard the last sentence and her expression softened. The books and supplies are tough to afford on a teacher's wage, Crockett. Well, I said books, what supplies? It's mostly a transfiguration process, but certain potions and magical objects are required. As I told you, I don't really understand yet. Yeah, all right, said Harry. I'll get all of it. Just let me know what we'll need. I wasn't always a teacher, you know. Tomorrow's Saturday. Do you want to take a trip to Diagon Alley to look for books? Asked Harry. I already have a list, Minerva smiled. Would you like me to get them for you, ma'am? Mocked Harry. No, I suppose I'll have to come and make sure you don't foul it up, she grinned. Does funding my operation include lunch? Naturally, smiled Harry. That doesn't make it a date, she said warningly. Really not, replied Harry flatly. Oh teacher, I need you like a little child. You got something in you to drive a schoolboy wild. You give me education in the lovesick blues. Help me get straight, come out and say. Teacher I, teacher I, teacher I, teacher I need you. Harry sat up in his bed, squinting in the Saturday morning light and refrained from cursing the record player into smithereens. The record on the turntable, something else from Elton John, wasn't even the one with part of his soul in it. Harry never kept his record on the turntable. In fact, Harry had never actually played his record. Physical contact with it was potent enough. Harry didn't really want to know what happened if he actually played it. Despite the fact that the other records weren't part of Harry's soul, they did a good enough job on their own of picking songs to fit what was going on in Harry's head. Harry suspected that maybe the turntable had evolved to have a sense of humor. Elton John reached another chorus and Harry waved his hand to shut off the turntable. Harry got dressed, packed his bag, and exited his tower. Harry walked through the 7th floor hallway on the way down to breakfast, but he stopped when he heard the sound of the stone escalator grinding to life. Without thinking, he paused, listening silently. He heard a knock on the door above and held his breath. "Good morning," he heard Albus say, muffled by distance. An energetic man with an almost undetectable accent responded. "Hello, Albus. Thanks for inviting me. I thought we'd be more comfortable here." "I hope you'll pardon the inconvenience," Albus replied. "Ah, Albus. The inconvenience is insignificant compared to what is to transpire. I love being back at Hogwarts, too. It really has been an age." Albus chuckled and the voice continued. "And truthfully, I'd rather not have my wife walk in on us again. She's a wonderful woman. I can't help feel guilty that I'm taking you away from her. Don't worry about me and my wife. We've spent enough time together that she won't mind giving me up to you for a while, or a decade. She knows I need this. Anyone would. She has her own hobbies." Albus chuckled. "Well, why don't you come in? Would you like some tea before we start?" "Yes, please," Harry heard. "But I must say, dear Albus, you look like you haven't slept. Have you been working all night, or is it dreams again?" Albus's voice was either too muffled for Harry to hear, or his response had only been a nod, for the next person to speak was the stranger. "My dear, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." There was light shuffling and Harry heard the door close. Harry came back to his senses and realized that he'd been eavesdropping. He stood invisibly for a moment, going over the conversation in his mind. Who is that man? Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a pair of Ravenclaw girls giggling down the hall, their poodle skirts swinging around them. Harry avoided them and made his way to breakfast. "Would you like to apparate or fly?" Harry asked Minerva. "Apparating is faster," said Minerva. "I don't want to carry a broom around." "You can apparate, right?" she teased. Harry rolled his eyes. "I can tie a duel with Albus Dumbledore, but no, I'm sorry, I can't apparate," he replied, leading the way out of the entry hall onto the grounds. "Don't tell Albus I said this, but I think you were lucky to tie with him, and none of us even know what happened at the end. You both disappeared. What did happen?" We were mutually incapacitated. The paint. To get us out, but, obviously, it was too late." "Out of what, exactly?" she asked as they reached the gate. "Why, our incapacitation, of course," Harry smiled evasively, holding the massive gate open. "Harry. Flourish and blots, then," interrupted Harry. Minerva sighed. Yes. They disapparated Harry with an intentionally loud crack, and appeared in Diagon Alley, startling a few shoppers. "Shall we go in, then?" asked Minerva. Harry nodded and led the way. "What do you think, instructional or theory?" he asked. "Both," said Minerva. They made their way through the heaped aisles and began digging in a promising section. They were done after an hour or so of flipping through books, occasionally making noises of interest and adding books to a growing pile to purchase. They ended up leaving with a factual book about animagus theory, a journal detailing a man named Elrond's account of becoming an animagus, a book talking about the different animal forms animagi choose and how and why, and a very vague how-to guide. Harry, as promised, bought the books and the two professors exited the shop. "And now lunch?" asked Minerva. "Yes. My treat, but you should pick the restaurant as long as it's really good," replied Harry. "I don't think that will be a problem," smirked Minerva, her eyes darting in the direction of a fancy-looking restaurant front. Harry frowned. "I have a feeling we'll need to stop at Gringotts first." They weaved through the alley until they reached the towering white edifice. Harry had avoided visiting Gringotts since he arrived in the past. He'd opened his account in person, but had most of his earnings sent straight to his vault. He had a small percentage sent to him directly for use. He avoided the establishment, though, because of its magic. When Harry had gone to set up his account, he felt the building's sentient energy reach out and scrutinize him. The building was alive in the same way that Hogwarts was alive, except that its personality was hostile and guarded rather than quirky and mysterious. Harry could feel all of the spells, enchantments, curses, and entities protecting the treasure beneath. Not all of it was good magic. Gringotts was clearly designed to be safe by any means. Harry realized how lucky he'd been when he'd escaped the Lestrange's vault with only a few burns and a dragon. Harry suspected that something in the magic had recognized Harry's intentions and mission and had begrudgingly made his job easier. Minerva pointed to the words engraved on the silver doors. I always wonder if anyone's ever robbed Gringotts successfully. I mean, how would you even go about that? Harry smirked. Well, for starters, you get a goblin on your side, he said. There's all kinds of mad stuff down there. Enchantments, dragons. The only reason I do it is, to save the world or something. Crockett, you are so pretentious, Minerva laughed. I bet you reckon you could rob Gringotts if you wanted. Harry faked a fit of coughing to hide a laugh as they passed through the doors. I think a dragon by itself would be too much for you, Minerva snickered. Well, actually I've dealt a bit with dragons, said Harry, a little indignant. I didn't know they had dragons in zoos these days, said Minerva. Harry tapped his fingers on the counter in mock irritation. You're telling me you've killed a dragon, Crockett? Well, no, I rode one once. And Ithier was this Hungarian horntail and I had to take one of its eggs. Rubbish. Show me the memories or I won't believe you. Do you want something or can I go do something important? Sneered the goblin from behind the counter, startling both Harry and Minerva. Sorry. I would like to go to my vault, please, replied Harry. The goblin squinted at Harry for a moment. Of course, Mr. Crockett, he replied before turning and walking through a door behind the counter. Harry opened his mouth and shut it again. He'd never met this goblin and Harry had only been to Gringotts once in this time. How had the goblin known his name? Where had he gone? Where has he gone? Asked Minerva. Harry frowned. I don't know. The door behind the counter banged open and a horde of goblins flooded out, chattering excitedly, though, excited, looks rather more like, malicious, on a goblin. What's all this? Asked Harry. We are going to your vault, sir, sneered one of the goblins. All of us. It is an old vault, sir. What do you mean? Harry stopped himself from saying he only opened the vault a year previously. That would look suspicious in front of Minerva. He took a breath. What, do you need the clankers? He asked, incredulous. The goblins all glared at Harry. It is not that kind of vault. Right, at least that makes sense, said Harry. The goblins started filing towards the door to the cart tunnels. As they went, more stocky figures from around the bank joined them. Harry and Minerva joined the train. Harry tried to count the goblins. Maybe there were 15. What's this all about, Crockett? Asked Minerva. I don't know. Has this ever happened before? No. How old is your vault? I've never heard the name Crockett before. How deep is it? I don't know. Haven't you ever been there? Well, yes, Minerva frowned and pursed her lips. All right. I mail in my pay to deposit, and mail request withdraws. I've never actually been down to this vault. And it's not my family's vault. I opened it myself a few years ago. I don't know what they're talking about. Maybe someone's line ended and a space freed up down there, and you opened your account just in time to get the vault, mused Minerva. I have a feeling there are old families that would swipe those very quickly in that event. The goblins began loading themselves into a train of carts at least 10 carts long. One goblin handed Harry a lamp. At their gestured instruction, Harry and Minerva got into the front of the train, leaving the last 2 carts empty. Without warning, the train lurched forward and began accelerating downward. Harry scrambled to keep hold of the lamp. Harry was sure the train of carts moved at least twice the speed of one cart by itself. The train took a left, a right, and stopped abruptly, much sooner than Harry expected. There was a small bronze door in the wall that Harry was sure was designed for goblin entrance. Stay in the cart, quipped one goblin. Is this my vault? Harry asked. No. This is where we have held your gold until now. Why didn't you put it in my vault? The goblins muttered to each other in gobbledygook. We don't have a key to open your vault. I don't have a key, volunteered Harry. They ignored him and opened the small door. Some of the goblins filed in and started grabbing great brown sacks that jangled jollily. The goblins brought the bags back out and heaved them into the carts at the back of the train. When the chamber was empty and the 2 carts at the back of the train were full, the goblins started piling back into their seats. Minerva and Harry exchanged a series of glances throughout the stop, and both had thoroughly furrowed their brows by the time the carts lurched forward again. The train gathered speed and took a right, then another right, and a left, and then took the middle fork, and Harry lost track. Then the cave wall to the right of the track fell away and the underground lake was exposed, stretching along their side. Harry squinted, but he couldn't see the opposite bank through a blanket of mist. Suddenly the cart lurched to the right, off the track, straight towards the lake. Harry let out a startled yell, and Minerva held her breath. The goblins were muttering excitedly. Harry still felt a bit like yelling, but he noticed that the cart was still moving smoothly, or as smoothly as it ever did. He looked down, but couldn't see any track, or anything. The cart was rolling along several inches off the cavern floor. Harry saw Minerva peering over the side of the cart, her mouth open. Then the train was rolling over the undisturbed mirror of water, straight towards the center of the lake. The mist unfolded in front of Harry and Minerva's eyes, and there was still no track beneath the train. Harry looked back and could no longer see the bank, nor could he see the bank in front of the train, if there was one. And then Harry saw it. A pit in the water. There was an ellipse on the surface of the lake where there was clearly no water. Because of the train's smooth movement, the hole looked like a disc sliding towards them, closer and closer until the train stopped suddenly along its edge. Beside Harry and the train was a giant stone well with a radius of, Harry guessed, 5 yards. Its depth was similar to its breadth, making the whole thing a large, round room. The still water rested all around the top of the wall of this sunken room, but not a drop slipped inside. This edge, as Harry had observed, was perfectly circular, but closer Harry could see a slick stone staircase curving down from where the train had stopped. Without thinking, Harry got out of the cart, stepping into the lake. His foot sunk a few inches into the reflective pool, but hit solid ground. Harry looked down at his feet, ankles deep in completely still water. A hand grasped his upper arm and he turned to see Minerva. Harry read Minerva's creased face and nodded to her reassuringly before turning back towards the sunken cylinder. They were silent. If Harry hadn't been so caught up in the moment, he might have noticed that it had felt like days since they'd been reading books on animagi. Harry descended the steps. Before he could whisper, Lumos, there was light coming from 4 places in the sunken room. There were 3 stone doors along the circular wall, and each had a glowing symbol, as if drawn with the tail of a firefly. One was a triangle, one was a circle, one was a line. The 4th light came from the floor, and Harry didn't have to look to know what it was. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows glowed up at him in the dark cavern. Harry's voice cracked as he called out of the room. This is my vault. Yes, this is your vault. You have the key, Harry heard echoed over the rim of the well from one of the goblins. Harry retreated back up the stairs so that his head poked up and he could see the train. He now understood why so many goblins had come to see Harry's vault. He wondered how long it had been since someone had last opened any of them. How many keys are there? He asked, though he knew the answer. The legend says there is one for each of the vaults around the wall. You need all 3 to get into the 4th vault. We will bring your gold down now into the vault, asked one of the goblins. No, said Harry quickly and instinctually. Harry hadn't trusted goblins since Griphook betrayed them in the Lestrange vault. And for some reason, he felt that the goblins would be an intrusion in the Peverell vaults, the vaults of the creators of the Deathly Hallows. Harry made eye contact with Minerva. Minerva can help me. She nodded. Harry climbed out of the chamber and made toward the back of the train. The goblins glared bitterly as he passed. Harry grabbed the top of one of the bags of gold and heaved. The bag didn't move and the goblins snickered. Only a goblin is strong enough to carry the bags of gringotts, sneered a goblin. Harry looked at the goblin. Without breaking eye contact, He quickly focused on his body aura to adjust his strength. He tugged on the bag again and hoisted it over his shoulder with relative ease and marched it to the rim of the antechamber. He turned to look at Minerva. Don't worry about it. I'll get them. Sorry. It's going to take a few minutes. Minerva rolled her eyes. Are you a wizard or what? Wingardium Leviosa. She incanted, pointing her wand at the piles of bags. They rose out of the cart, over Harry's head, and sunk into the antechamber. Right, I'll just, Harry flicked his wand over his shoulder at the bag and sent it to join the rest at the foot of the stairs. He looked back at Minerva. After you, she said quietly. They descended the stairs. Muffaliato. Harry said. Right. Now the goblins can't hear us. And I don't think they can see us, said Minerva. I could only see the room when you were on the stairs. What? Asked Harry. It was just more water. I didn't see any of this. She gestured around them, until you were on the stair, and then it went away again when you were at the bottom. How did you know it was here? I saw it, said Harry. But you've never been here. I should probably explain. You lied. No, but I owe you my theories about what's going on, he told her. Were you raised in a wizarding family? She nodded. Okay, said Harry, stalling for time while he tried to figure out whether or not to tell her about his relation to the three brothers of the Hallows and how to explain the situation if he didn't want to give that away. Well, so, spit it out, Crockett. So, my most valuable possession is an invisibility cloak that my father left me when he died. I don't really have anything else from them except my good looks, he grinned, trying to defuse the moment. Minerva smiled indulgently, but tapped her foot for him to continue. It's a special cloak. It's supposed to be very old, very valuable, and very powerful. It's part of a set of 3 magical objects, one of which, I think, opens one of these doors. I don't think I've carried the cloak with me to Gringotts since I came of Agasso. The goblins must have set something up to tell them when it's in the building. That was false. He had brought the cloak with him the night he robbed Gringotts, but maybe the goblins had been too preoccupied with their break-in to notice any sort of alert to the presence of one of the Hallows. And maybe after, the dragon destroyed the track, but it didn't matter. He was there and needed to figure out what to do. So, do you know what's inside? Minerva asked, hiding her burning curiosity badly. No. I have a feeling some of these haven't been opened in centuries, though. The vaults are probably significantly older than the Hogwarts founders, though they may have been accessed since the death of their original owners. I think at some point Slytherin had the key to that vault. Harry pointed to the great stone door with the glowing circle on it. Harry pulled out the cloak. This should open that vault, said Harry, pointing at the door with the triangle. Are you going to open it? Yes, said Harry, not moving. Well, get on with it then, or the goblins will leave and we'll starve to death down here. Harry laughed at her impatience. Okay, hold on, said Harry. He strode over to the door with the triangle, Minerva in tow. Hold only suppose this should work. He swung the cloak over himself and vanished. The moment he was covered, the door vanished from view and Harry could see into what looked like a high-ceilinged, remarkably well-lit sitting room. He peered in curiously and stepped over the threshold. Are you coming, Minerva? Coming where? Crockett. I suppose I'll come in when you get it open. Why isn't it working? Harry came back across the threshold and pulled off the cloak. The great stone door was firmly in its place. Harry grinned. Put this on. Minerva looked at him warily and took the cloak in her hands. She swung it over herself self-consciously and vanished. Ooh, she exclaimed invisibly. Harry grinned again and groped the air until he found the fabric of the cloak. He pulled it off Minerva and then swung it over both of them. Let's go in, then, he said when they'd both vanished. They shuffled a little awkwardly over the threshold and into the sitting room in the vault. Can we take off the cloak? Asked Minerva. Probably, said Harry. He ducked out from under the cloak. It's fine, he told the space where Minerva was. She reappeared. Uncovered, they looked around the room. It was, as it had appeared, a sitting room. There were 2 couches and 1 great armchair that Harry suspected would be the prize display in a museum. Between the seats was a low wooden table. Around the walls of the room were a clock that clearly predated the invention of pendulum, two great wardrobes, three cabinets, a desk of drawers, a squat trunk, and a wide wooden door. Frankly, Harry had been expecting piles of gold, though now that he thought about it, that didn't seem likely. Whoever it was sure liked their furniture, said Minerva. Harry snorted. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. I'm going to poke around. Funny, Crockett, said Minerva, I'm coming with you. She followed Harry as he strode over to the desk. There was a worn letter on top. Harry picked it up and walked back to one of the ancient couches and sat down. Fancy a look? Harry asked Minerva. She lowered herself into a seat next to Harry and looked over his shoulder. It's your vault, of course, Crockett. I wouldn't pry into your business. You can look, Minerva. Harry carefully slipped the yellowing, creased parchment out of its envelope. It was smooth, but brittle, so Harry unfolded it gently so that it did not crumble. There was a message inked onto the page in dark black cursive. The writing was deliberate and embellished by a well-practiced hand to the point where Harry could barely read it. Descendant, though I know not from whence thou hast come, I hasten to welcome thee to mine, and at this time, thine vault. Think not upon your entry as trespass, for 'tis allowed if thou art mine posterity. This vault hath been created, tween mine Abbard brothers in a time of strife. Our ways were different and we found a way to keep our peace and tryst without the aid of violence or spells. These vaults contain our separate treasures and possessions of importance. As thou hast discovered, the hallows of death are the keys. In thine entry, thou has likely noticed the fourth gate in the room. It is a port to our shired family inheritance. Our disagreement centered around who would inherit it upon our deaths. As a compromise, we hath decided that it shall be open to whomsoever comes across all three of our legacies. Thou needest to master all three hollows to enter. Mine brothers have perished and their hallows hath vanished, so I fear it will be sealed forevermore upon my death. In addition to our combined keep, we invested in these private vaults. The vault of mine brothers may be plundered by whomsoever hast robbed their hallows, but I plan to impart mine unto my son. Upon me was bestowed the cloak of invisibility, and in my vault I shall store objects of yse and magic and sentimentality. Thou, mine descendant, shalt not be able to remove more than thou deservest. Thou shalt not store what is not thine to keep. Thou mayest yse mine artifacts as thine for thine object eve if what thou dost with them is careful and thou bestowest them with respect. May thou succeed in thine endeavors, chilled. And of mine cloak. Yse it well. Harry laughed out loud. Hail from thine deceased ancestor. Ignotus Peverell. Said Harry again when he'd stopped laughing at, yse it well. Said Minerva. Well, I suppose we've got to poke around a little, then, said Harry. Really, Crockett, I'd rather go get lunch, said Minerva sarcastically. Harry grinned. All right, pick a cabinet, said Harry. What about the door? Asked Minerva. Oh right, that too, said Harry. Minerva stood up and closed her eyes. She spun slowly on the spot like a child playing hide and seek, and then pointed randomly. Her finger was stretched out towards the desk. All right, then, said Harry, standing. They strode back over to the desk. Harry put the letter back on top, and put his hand on the brass handle to the top drawer on the left. Here goes nothing. He pulled and the drawer slid out with unexpected ease. On top was a primitively bound notebook, which Harry lifted out carefully. On the cover was written, Drawings of Ignotus. The book was better preserved than the letter had been, and significantly less brittle. Harry felt spells on the paper and binding that held it together and protected it. Despite this, it was with the utmost caution that he gently leafed it open. Minerva and Harry both gasped with interest as the pages opened. Upon the leaves were masterful illustrations. The one they'd opened to was of three men. Under each detailed figure was scrawled a name. Ignotus, Cadmus, Antioch. Harry bent closer and examined their miniature faces. He turned the page to find an illustration of a woman with long dark hair holding a baby. Harry assumed they were Ignotus' wife and child. He turned the page again, and there was an image of a bridge over a rushing river. On the left bank stood three men, and standing in the middle of the bridge was a foreboding cloaked figure. The image was identical to the one in the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Huh, he said. Crockett, is the that's familiar, said Minerva. Yeah. Harry shut the book and looked back in the drawer. He pulled out another notebook. On the cover was written, The Tale of Three Brothers, and by Ignotus Peverell. Harry groaned inwardly. There was no way he was going to keep anything from Minerva. Harry opened the cover to find a note on the inside. May this story be told as a cautionary tale. I am ashamed and saddened that my brothers hath thrown away their lives thus and want to prevent tis tragedy in the future. I do not wish to publish tis minself, as I respect their memories and privacy, but Yehu fynds tis, thou mayest publish it under thine name and take credit. Ignotus Peverell. Harry flipped the page and recognized the beginning of the classic story, the tale of three brothers that had so puzzled Hermione in their journey to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. A loose piece of parchment fell out of the book as Harry flipped a page. Minerva, who'd been reading over Harry's shoulder the whole time, stooped, picked up the piece of parchment, and held it out to Harry, who made to read it. He didn't read it, however, because it was in ancient runes. He frowned. Do you read runes? He asked Minerva. She took the paper and began translating aloud with fluency he wouldn't have expected out of Hermione. I, Beetle, descendant of Ignotus, have published the tale of three brothers in my collection of fairy tales. Despite the foreword from Ignotus, wow, Beetle's handwriting was bad. I feel obligated to state my dire wishes that this isn't looked upon as plagiarism. I hope that all who read my tales may take away how to coexist with their fellow wizards and find prosperity and happiness. Beetle, she read. That explains a lot, said Harry. It explains a lot in the same way that my hair is purple because the people on the moon didn't have any other colors explains a lot, said Minerva. Harry, I feel like I don't know you at all anymore. Minerva, please, Harry begged. For a huge part of my life I was judged only on what people knew about my parents and stuff that happened to me when I was a baby. I don't want that. I want people to see me for what I do, how I act, rather than what vault key I didn't know I had. Please. Harry, finding this could change your whole life. And I don't understand the difference between finding this vault and knowing you're related to Beetle the Bard and. Okay, through some, adventures I had as a teenager, I found out I was related to this guy Ignotus. My parents weren't alive to tell me, if they knew at all. I learned about these hallows, and that my cloak was one of them, and I decided I didn't need my life to be any more interesting. I don't want to be famous. I don't want people to know what this is. He waved the cloak around. Minerva pursed her lips. I don't know whether that's selfish or commendable. I assure you it's commendable, grinned Harry, breaking the tension in the moment. Minerva failed to pretend she wasn't smiling. Oh, wait until Albus finds out about Thish loves old magical legends. Harry looked stricken. Minerva, you can't tell him. Please. You can't tell anyone. Least of all, Albus. Albus couldn't find out. He'd understand everything. Harry knew that Albus had spent years of his life looking for the stone to assuage his guilt about his sister, and Harry knew where the stone was. He didn't want to know what Albus would do, didn't want to face that, didn't want to create that painful and inevitably disappointing choice for Albus. Minerva widened her eyes, incredulous. Well, why did you let me come in? I wasn't going to leave you all alone with those goblins, was I? I can take care of myself. Well, I bet you didn't want to come in here alone, you were. You think I was scared of a vault, Minerva? Well, maybe you wanted to show off after all. Or maybe not. Alright, I won't tell anyone. Just please don't obliviate me or anything. Harry looked exaggeratedly offended, though, frankly, the idea of wiping her memory didn't sound horrible. It was better than the idea of Albus, or everyone in the wizarding world, finding out about the Peverell vaults and that Harry knew the location of all three hallows. But Harry decided to trust Minerva's word. I won't. Just please don't tell anyone about this. When we're done poking around, I'm, going to stick my gold in a corner somewhere and try not to disturb too much. Okay, next drawer. Minerva nodded enthusiastically. Harry put the two notebooks back into the first drawer, closed it, and pulled the second one open. Inside was a stack of published copies of The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Harry nodded and shut the drawer, and moved to the top one on the right. It was full of what looked like letters, as was the drawer beneath it. Each of the envelopes had a name and a year on the front. After glancing at a few, Harry deduced that each of the letters had been written by an heir of the vault. Harry pulled one out at random and looked at the name. Godric Gryffindor. Minerva read. Wow, said Harry. Harry, you're a descendant of him, too. She almost mowed Ned. Well, I suppose a lot of people are, excused Harry lamely. I was born in Godric's Hollow. Harry slipped the letter out of its sheath, unfolded it, and began to read aloud. I, Godric Gryffindor, have made the following changes to the contents of this vault. He showed the letter to Minerva, who read with increasing interest. There were 2 columns. Under, withdraws, were 100 galleons, swordsmanship of the early days, to be returned upon my death, and magic and the castles of Scotland, returned after the adaptation of the Hogwarts castle. Under, deposits, were suit of armor, delivered upon my death, ruby-encrusted sword, though I have enchanted our house sorting hat to present the sword in times of need to those in my house at Hogwarts, 1,000 galleons, portrait of Godric Gryffindor, scarf of say. Ool preference, a headmaster's guide to Hogwarts, the mirror of Arised, Harry coughed, armor of my familiar lion, Rumbleroar, and one-way vanishing cabinet to the Gryffindor head of house quarters. Harry stopped reading and smirked at Minerva. I could get into your bedroom any time I wanted, snickered Harry. That'll be so convenient for when you, the scarf of say. Ool preference, and I stay up late talking about how much you're into Albus, she said, smirking. Look and see if there's a one-way vanishing cabinet to the headmaster's suite. Harry looked a little like he'd been punched in the stomach. He hid it quickly. I'll lend it to you if there is one, he rebutted. It was Minerva's turn to look stunned. They both looked back at the page and read the next line. They both burst out laughing because it read, one-way vanishing cabinet to headmaster's suite. Harry folded up the page and put it back into the envelope. Well, I think I should go through all of those, but in the meantime, why don't we look around a little more, said Harry. All right, said Minerva, still chuckling a little. So, those big wardrobes are probably the vanishing cabinets, said Harry. Shall we check the door? He asked, gesturing to the wide wooden door on the wall. Minerva nodded. Harry strode over to the door and yanked it open. After you, he gestured. Minerva strode through it and Harry heard her gasp. He followed her inside and re-uttered her gasp as he looked around. If he'd thought the sitting room was high-ceilinged, it was nothing compared with this room. Lining the walls were shelves at least 60 feet tall filled mostly with books. Though many libraries feel claustrophobic and stuffy, the high ceilings, and slick, empty marble floor, gave the room an airy, open feel. Bloody hell, breathed Harry. Minerva was already moving towards a section of shelf. This has a label on it. This section was put here by Beetle. And over here. She was moving over. This section. This was from. Wow. I know this name must have been a headmaster at Hogwarts. And here's a whole section on potions here, and over here there's it looks like Gryffindor wasn't exactly booky compared to some of your, ancestors. Minerva kept chattering, but Harry had moved to the other side of the great room. There was a section of the wall that was not occupied with books. Instead, there was a row of artifacts that unobtrusively lined the edge of the room. There was a proud, gemmed suit of armor that matched the sword of Gryffindor. Its posture was expressive, like it was still supported by the famous man who'd once worn it. Its gloved hand rested on something else, the armored outline of a giant lion under the affectionate hand of Godric's suit. The leather behind its mane was engraved Rumbleroar. Light reflected into Harry's eye and he looked around for the source. His eyes rested on a familiar silhouette just off the wall. Harry sealed himself, and walked over to it. The mirror of Arised looked the same as Harry remembered, except that perhaps it felt a little smaller since he had grown about a foot since he'd seen it last. Harry pressed his lips together and slid himself directly in front of the mirror. The image itself was simple, but it said much more than it would have had it been a photograph or even real life. The image was of Harry, his green eyes shining behind his glinting glasses. Next to him, linked by an interlaced hand, was Albus Dumbledore. Albus winked a blue eye at the onlooking Harry, and turned to look at the Harry in the mirror. Harry's reflection turned to meet Albus's glance and they smiled as if they were reflections of each other. Harry sighed and tore his glance away. For good measure, he conjured a length of red fabric floating in the air and draped it over the mirror. Harry heard a tiny pop to his right and he looked around. Had it come from the shelf? He walked over to the shelf that was not covered in books and poked around. He heard the pop again, closer. Harry magically increased his hearing. He looked back at the shelf and found a label. To be gifts, it said. Harry finally located the source of the pop on its third iteration. It came from above him, from a watch that Harry couldn't quite see. He stood on his toes, reached out and grabbed it, nearly toppling over in his effort to reach. Once he regained his balance, he looked at the watch. Huh, he said for the millionth time that day. Gifts, all right. He looked back down at the watch. 12 hands were spread around its face, pointing at the various planets around the edge. Huh, said Harry, and suddenly he understood what the face meant, though he couldn't have explained it to anyone. Oh, he said, glancing at it with new understanding. Minerva, we'll miss dinner. Oh, bother, he heard from across the room. Crockett, if we leave now, are you going to ever bring me back here? I will. You think I'm going to sort through all this on my own? And I'm not going to tell anyone else. That leaves you. Come on, let's go. They hurried back into the sitting room and Harry threw the cloak over them. They shuffled quickly back into the dark, circular antechamber where Harry's gold still sat and dashed up the stairs and the train and the goblins were gone. Oi! Exclaimed Harry. He sunk back down the stairs to Minerva. They left. Minerva snorted. Lovely. Treacherous buggers. So, should we swim or do you think we can levitate each other or? Minerva giggled. What? You aren't intimidated by the fact that we're stuck in the bottom of the Gringotts Lake with no train? Asked Harry, exasperated. Crockett, the cabinets. I'd love to keep looking through this stuff, but, as you said, we may starve to death down here. And someone might miss us if we do that, said Harry with increasingly frantic sarcasm. He knew he could probably get out himself, but he'd have to mess with Gringotts magic and he really didn't want to do that. Crockett, Minerva was either so frustrated or amused that she was having trouble finding words. The vanishing cabinets, Crockett. Oh, right. Harry coughed. He put the invisibility cloak back on them before Minerva could take the mickey anymore. He levitated the bags of gold with his wand, and walked with Minerva back into the sitting room. He lowered the bags back to the ground while Minerva pulled off the cloak. There was a clunk from the side of the room. Harry and Minerva looked around, startled. The lid to the large, squat trunk had flown open of its own accord. The clunk had been the result of the lid hitting the wall behind it. Harry edged towards it and peered over the side. Inside, the walls were significantly farther apart than those of the trunk. In fact, it could have been a whole room, but Harry couldn't tell the depth because a few feet below the top of the trunk was a floor of golden galleons. Harry snorted. Ignotus may have been noble and humble and all that, but he and his descendants had certainly amassed a fortune. Harry levitated all but one of the bags from behind him and magically instructed them to pour themselves out into the trunk. He took the last bag, shrunk it, lightened it, and put it into the ore bag that he kept with him always. He shut the lid of the trunk. What was in there? Gold, said Harry. I bet, muttered Minerva. Harry chuckled. Like I said, you can pick the restaurant we can go tomorrow, if you want. It's a bit late for lunch now. Or dinner. I am feeling rather famished, admitted Minerva. What time is it? Harry looked at the planet watch he'd pulled from the shelf. 8. Let's get going. We might catch the end of dinner in the castle if we hurry. They looked around the sitting room. The two wardrobes, or vanishing cabinets, as they were, stood next to each other. Which one should we use? Asked Harry. We should use this one, said Minerva, pointing to the one on the right. Is there one that looks like a wardrobe in your room? Yep, said Minerva. And I know which one it is. Let's use this one, she said, pointing to the one on the right again. Okay, said Harry. He opened the door and held it open for her. It was open. She stepped inside, and Harry followed her in. I hope this works. There was a whooshing noise, and suddenly Harry felt fabric, mainly silk, hanging all around his shoulders and face. Minerva. What's all this silk? Your clothing. Why is. Shish. Came Minerva's voice. Harry made to open the door, but Minerva stopped him. With Harry's enhanced hearing, he heard her stifle a giggle. Then he heard something else. A man laughing. Albus, I have blood all over my trousers. What will my wife say? Harry heard Albus' musical laugh join the other man. I've no idea what she'll say, but I think even she'd be impressed if she found out we'd figured out how to do it 12 different ways. Harry couldn't breathe. Being trapped in the closet was suddenly too much for him, and he burst through the cabinet door and into the room beyond. Before him stood Albus and a man wearing a crimson cape whom Harry didn't recognize. Both of them were splattered with blood, and their wands were drawn in shock. Stupef. No. Wait, cried Albus, jumping on the unfamiliar man's wand hand before the spell could fly towards Harry. The spell hit the floor instead, singing the rug. Albus, what is the meaning of this? Who is this man? Has he been in your wardrobe the whole? Minerva. Minerva had emerged from the wardrobe, her glasses a little askew. She smiled cheerfully. Hello, Nicholas. Harry squinted at the man, examining him for the first time. He was wearing a hooded red cape, white trousers, and a white shirt that were splattered in crimson blood. He had shiny, brown, shoulder-length hair and impressive sideburns. Harry would have guessed that he was about 35 years old, but. Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked. Whatever emotion had caused him to burst from the wardrobe was draining to make way for shock. Have we met, sir? Asked Nicholas. We've never met, but aren't you 600 years old? Harry blurted. Why, yes, I am more or less. Harry could hear the faintest trace of a French accent when he spoke. Albus's eyes twinkled. Harry looked at Albus. There was something about Hyman's energetic glow that seemed to have intensified. Well, Albus said, I am sure there is a perfectly good explanation for why 2 of my staff members were in my pajama wardrobe, and I'm almost as curious about that as I am about what's for dinner. Would the 3 of you care to join me in the other room? Minerva smirked. Don't worry, Albus. We were only in there for all of 10 seconds before Crockett did his best to rip the doors off their hinges. I'm sure there's an equally good reason why you and Nicholas Flamel are alone in your bedroom talking about what you shouldn't tell his wife. And yes, please. Dinner sounds great. Crockett made me miss lunch. They followed Albus and Nicholas into an adjoining room. Harry abstractly noticed Albus extracting the blood from his and Nicholas' clothing and replacing it in a delicate vial. Nicholas turned and walked backwards so that he could face Harry and Minerva like a tour guide. The movement was unexpected and eccentric, and Harry couldn't help but add it to a growing list of reasons he was beginning to like Flamel. Most of Harry's butt hurt from fear of missing out was fading in the face of Nicholas's charisma. You're Harry Crockett, said Nicholas. See, Crockett, you're already famous. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt to. Yeah, I'm Harry. Harry grimaced at Nicholas and sent a wordless, wandless silencing spell at Minerva to keep her from talking about the vault. Minerva stuck her foot out in Harry's path. Harry barely dodged it, and Minerva passed off her motion as stretching. And you've heard of me from Albus? Asked Nicholas. Not exactly, said Harry, keeping one eye on Minerva. Your reputation precedes you. Alchemy. Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas stopped walking backwards when he got to the long dining table and walked around to stand next to Albus. You didn't tell me he was well read, too, Albus, he teased. Albus replied quietly. If he is, it is diminished to insignificance by his other gifts. Albus busied himself with a cabinet of drinks that Harry was sure could have been poured by magic. I'm really not well read, said Harry quickly. Or just happened to have come across that information while on a mission. A venture capitalist mission? Asked Minerva, who had managed to counter Harry's silencing spell. Harry didn't know how to answer that and just glared at her instead. So, Albus has told you about me? Harry asked hopefully. Albus levitated a glass of mead each to Harry and Minerva. He handed one to Nicholas. Yes, replied Nicholas enthusiastically. Most definitely. Nicholas glanced sideways at Albus, whose smile had become somewhat fixed. In passing, he amended. How do you know Minerva? I often assist Albus with his magical research and Ms. McGonagall and I have occasionally crossed paths. Oh, said Harry sheepishly. He couldn't help but think that Minerva knew a little more than she'd let on at lunch about Albus's brain melding. So what kind of work do you do together? 12 uses of dragon blood and all that? Asked Harry. Albus, who'd been examining his fingernails, looked sharply up at Harry, and Nicholas looked mildly confused. Harry cleared his throat, but wasn't sure what to say. Ah, yes, Harry. That's what we were just doing. Just now. Discovering a 10th, 11th and 12th use for dragon blood, said Albus. Harry winced internally, wishing he were a little less well-read. Nicholas leaned in, interested. Are you a seer? Harry paused and looked at Albus. Yes. I am famished. As am I, said Albus quickly. Rupee. There was a small pop and Rupee the house elf appeared in front of the three men and Minerva looking distinctly harassed. Headmaster. Sir, what is being needed, sir? Rupee, said Albus, would you be so kind as to provide some dinner for me and my three guests? Rupee twitched, whimpered, and looked like he was going to cry. Harry watched the pointed face dissolve and predicted what would happen. He lunged at Rupee before the elf could begin to bash his head against the wooden table. Minerva whipped out her wand in alarm as Harry carefully wrestled the house elf into a safe headlock. "Don't yourself," growled Harry into the long pointed ear, layering his voice with persuasion. He felt the elf shiver and still under his grip. He waited a moment until the elf was calm, and then let him go. "You are an uncommonly gifted seer," said Nicholas. Harry snorted. "That wasn't seeing. I had a house elf friend. You can always tell when they're going to try and punish themselves." Nicholas raised eyebrow, but didn't say anything. They turned their attention back to Rupee. "What's troubling you, Rupee?" asked Albus. "Headmaster, sir, the kitchen is stopping working after dinner." "What do you mean, Rupee? You're all taking a break." "No, sir, we is not taking a break. House elves is not taking breaks, sir. The kitchens is not having any food now, though. We isn't knowing why, sir. We is ashamed, sir, but we is not being able to make food right now, sir." Albus inhaled. "That's all right," said Minerva. "Harry owes me a meal. We can go out to London. Of course, Harry probably won't want to buy you." "I would love to take you all out to dinner," said Harry. "What a great idea, Minerva. Thanks for asking." Minerva smiled like the Cheshire Cat. "I need to go check the kitchens," said Albus. "I'll join you shortly. I'll send you a message when when Minerva decides where we're eating," Harry reassured him. Albus nodded and looked down to Rupee. "I'm sure you can see yourselves out. Rupee, would you take yourself and me directly to the kitchens, please?" They vanished with a crack. "To the gates then, Ms. McGonagall, Mr. Crockett." They made their way downstairs to the circular headmaster's office and then down the escalator. "How's your wife, Nicholas?" asked Minerva. "Penny is just fine." He turned to Harry. "My wife Perenelle has taken to traveling a lot. It leaves me with more free time than I am used to, one of the many reasons I'm so grateful for my diversion working with Albus." He sounded almost like he was apologizing. "I see," said Harry. "Where's she traveling?" "She's been hopping from place to place. She's been in Egypt for about a year, and before that was China." He spotted Harry's shocked facial expression. "Mr. Crockett, I have been married to my wife for 600 years. A year away for her is like a week's vacation for you." Harry nodded. They reached the entry hall with the marble staircase. Nicholas's 600 years of practicing chivalry allowed him to get to the door first, and he held it open for Harry and Minerva. The night air was crisp. Minerva shivered and Nicholas conjured a luxurious fur cloak for her and slid it up to her shoulders. She pulled it close to herself and stepped out into the night towards the gate. Nicholas hesitated on the top stair with Harry. "You have a cloak." He gestured at Harry's arm where the invisibility cloak was folded. "Oh, I suppose not," said Nicholas knowingly. He waved his wand and a shiny black cape appeared in midair in front of Harry, who caught it. Nicholas continued as Harry put on the cape. "I've seen that cloak before." Harry sighed. "Of course you have. Unless I'm mistaken, it is a particularly fine cloak of invisibility." "That's the one," said Harry, resigned. When did you see it last? 1478. Italy. An intellectual by the name of Leonardo had it. A queer sort of wizard, I tell you, he chose to live in the Muggle world without magic. He perfected his hand as an artist, non-magical herbologist, and was always inventing non-magical ways to accomplish simple tasks. They began strolling slowly across the vast lawn towards the gates. Nicholas continued his story. He was arrested on charges of sodomy shortly after I met him in Florence in 1476. Despite his dedication to living without the aid of magic, he wasn't fussed when I confronted the officials in charge of his case and sprung him from prison. It would seem that imprisonment for his utility was not on the top of his list for journeys to experience. Harry nodded. And he had the cloak. I spent 2 years shadowing the man, trying to learn from his lifestyle. After the 2 years, he finally confided that he didn't live entirely without magic. He kept one magical artifact that he'd inherited from his biological father. He'd been raised by a Muggle who claimed that Leonardo was his son. Leonardo, a scholar of anatomy, knew that neither he nor any of the man's other children were biological heirs. When Leonardo turned 17, the cloak appeared to him in his chamber, a magical cloak that would render him invisible. There was a note, and all it said was, "Let me guess," said Harry, smiling. "Use it well. Usalo bene. See, use it well." By that time, he'd discovered his wizardry and had been discovered by the wizarding community, and had already chosen his own path. A lifelong observer, though, he found the cloak irresistible. He would don the cloak and walk into the woods. Light of foot, he would be neither seen nor heard and could lose himself to the world. He allowed me to examine it, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. I had, on the other hand, read about something similar. Even then, I'd been alive long enough to know that a cloak such as that was not common. I realized it was one of mythical death's hallows. I have only ever offered the immortality of the Philosopher's Stone to 3 people. Leonardo was one of them, but he declined my offer and died at the age of 65. May I ask who else you, offered immortality to? I'd discovered how to make the stone a decade after marrying Penny. I offered her an eternity with me, and, obviously, she accepted. Harry thought he was going to continue and talk about the third person, so he waited silent for a moment. Nicholas spoke again, but it wasn't the continuation Harry expected. "I recommend that you don't discuss that particular artifact with Albus," he said softly, gesturing at the cloak. "I fear it would start something that Albus has moved past." A cool wind blew around them. "I know," said Harry, looking at the ground in front of him. Nicholas looked at him curiously, both eyebrows raised. "You do know, don't you? Though I have never before had occasion to say so, it takes a man out of time to recognize one. When were you born?" Harry chuckled and made sure Minerva was too far ahead to hear him. 1980. "Albus knows, doesn't he?" asked Nicholas. It wasn't going to hurt him. Nicholas nodded. "I think he fears how much he trusts you." Harry sighed. "I'm just glad he trusts me now. I just need to give him reason to." "Come on," Minerva called across the grounds. "I'm not going to live forever." Nicholas chuckled. Her directness is refreshing. They exited the front gate and Minerva insisted that they side along apparated with her. Harry met Nicholas' glance behind Minerva and the pair of them grinned before being shoved through the elastic tube of apparition. They landed, and immediately Harry was bumped and jostled by robed people flooding around him, some through the archway before them. On the ornate woven arch, hundreds of glowing fairies danced making up the words, Comed Noctem. When Harry read it, he noticed a peculiar lightening in his chest. The air came through his lungs clearer, and he noticed how each breath seemed to give him life. "It's a spell," explained Minerva. "I've always wanted to come here," she said breathily. "You have good taste," said Nicholas. "Have you been before?" "No," she said. "It's the most expensive wizarding restaurant in Europe, probably the world," said Nicholas passively. Minerva looked guiltily at Harry. "Why does this feel like blackmail?" Harry tried to mutter darkly, but it came out breathy and excited. He remembered Albus. Expecto Patronum. He incanted. What Harry suspected was the most powerful Patronus he'd ever conjured emerged from his wand. Were it Comed Noctem, he told the Silver Phoenix, and it zoomed off to find Albus. "We will wait inside," said Nicholas. He led the way through the arch, Harry and Minerva shuffling through behind him. As if at the mercy of Cinderella's fairy godmother, a change passed over each of them as they crossed into the wide courtyard. Nicholas' crimson cape lengthened and turned to the finest silk. His soft, white, already formal shirt and trousers shined like an advertisement for Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, complete with gratuitous pectorals. His hair sparkled as if it had been blow-dried, and his face, all but the dashing sideburns, appeared smooth as an airbrushed photo. Minerva transformed completely. Nicholas's fur cape vanished off her shoulders. Her day robes fluttered as if in a high wind, and morphed into a maroon, floor-length ball gown. White gloves rose from her fingertips to the crooks of her elbows. Her hair hung in shining, relaxed waves past her shoulders. Harry looked down at himself and saw that his robes had been replaced with a green-plaid three-piece suit that he'd never admit he'd once admired in a shop window. The night was warmer, Harry noticed. He would have been too hot in an overcoat, and Minerva looked relaxed even though her upper arms were bare. Along with the warmth came an at-ease calm that hadn't been present outside in the shuffling walk. Their own footsteps and voices carried easily to one another, but the voices of the other parties around were muted as if they were behind a curtain. Harry looked back at the arch, and outside the courtyard seemed gray and blurred compared to the warmth around him. "I see why it's famous," Harry murmured. Nicholas smiled and held out his gloved hand to Minerva. "This way." He took her hand, placed it on his elbow, and they crossed through the illuminated courtyard. They joined the short queue in front of a pair of great open wooden doors that were rounded at the top. At the hinge of each door stood a wizard in top hat and tails checking people in and seating them. When one wizard escorted a party away, another appeared to serve the line. Minerva was deep in conversation with the mysterious, eternally youthful man on her arm, and he was listening like he had all the time in the world just for her. At another restaurant, perhaps, Harry might have felt like a third wheel. As it was, he was perfectly content to allow his gaze to wander back to the courtyard. His gaze alighted on spindly wooden benches among rosebushes, and fairies playing in a sparkling fountain. A stirring caught his eye, and Harry looked to the archway in time to see a man approach from outside. The effulgence of the courtyard made outside look bland and unremarkable, so it was hard for Harry to give the new guest any real attention. Harry watched passively as the man stopped and glanced up at the words on the arch and smiled. Then the man stepped through the archway and Harry's breath caught. He suddenly found he couldn't look away. A wind swept across the man's dark robes, leaving something different in their place, but he was moving too fast for Harry to take it all in. Before Harry knew it, Albus was standing right beside him. "Comed noctem," Albus whispered, and Harry felt the spell again, moving the charged night air through his lungs. "Oh, this will be fun," said Albus, his breath deep with mystery. With his hand tingling pleasantly on the small of Harry's back, Albus led Harry after Minerva and Nicholas into the rising music. Somehow the table had room enough for the four to eat without bumping elbows, but felt intimate and close. They didn't feel obligated to keep their voices down because they knew nobody would overhear them through the nondescript din of voices and music, but they could also hear each other with perfect clarity. It was the sort of restaurant where, in the Muggle world, the food would take an age to prepare and the deck of cards-sized portion might leave a hungry person tapping their fingers. Comed noctem, however, was not a Muggle restaurant. Harry's party, especially Harry and Minerva, were ravenous and would have gotten quippy from low blood sugar, but no sooner had they spread the purple napkins over their laps than a small covered dish appeared in front of each of them. Minerva started to reach for hers, but Nicholas grabbed her hand before she managed to touch it. In perfect synchronization, the four lids of the four dishes shot up into the air and disappeared. On each dish was a miniature person in silk, green formalwear. The little leprechaun men in front of Harry, Albus, and Minerva were adjusting their little golden bow ties of their little green tuxedos with tail coats. The little woman on Nicholas's plate was smoothing down her green dress as her golden heels glinted in the dim light. They all stood with dramatic grace, striking elegant poses. "We don't have to eat them, do we?" Harry muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Albus shook his head. Then the leprechauns began to dance. They started swaying their hips to slow music that Harry hadn't noticed was playing. They danced individually on their plates, and then the music changed, and Harry found his heart speeding up with the beat. The leprechauns stepped off their dishes to the center of the table and danced together, joining hands. Then 3 sat down and one had a dance solo with cartwheels or flips or leaps, and then 2 observed while the other executed delicate twirls and throws. By the end, all 4 danced in a circle. The 4 leprechauns broke apart again, each to their separate dish, snapped their fingers. The music stopped as if it was holding its breath, and the leprechauns stopped dancing. In each of their hands was a little golden pouch. Eyes glinting, the leprechauns reached slowly into their bags and pulled out black capsules. As they bent to put the capsules on their plates, the beat of the drum started back up again, slowly and softly. The little people began circling their capsules, stepping to the accelerating beat. They waved their arms, and the capsules melted into the plates. They flicked water with no apparent origin onto the little lumps which began to grow. They kept circling, and soon it became apparent that the lumps were mushrooms, growing right there in front of them, swaying like willows to the beat of the music. The mushrooms were unlike any Harry had ever seen. His seemed to be 4 distinctly different species of mushroom grafted seamlessly in quarters. It grew to about an inch tall and 2 inches in diameter, and came to a quivering stop, but the leprechauns kept dancing. As part of their dance, they seasoned the mushrooms from pouches of salts that appeared on belts around their waists. They grabbed bottles at their waists, tilted their heads back and took generous drafts of the contents. In unison, they rocked forward, spitting towards the mushrooms. When the liquid hit the air, it ignited and turned into jets of fire that toasted the mushrooms. The leprechauns crouched slowly around the mushrooms, making sure all of the sides were roasted evenly. When they'd all gone around 3 times, they stood and faced their respective diner. In 4-part harmony, like a barber shop for hamsters quartet, they sang, "Amuse Bouch," and vanished with a crack. The 4 clapped excitedly. "They never do the same performance twice here," said Nicholas. "No 2 tables, no 2 nights are the same ever." The mushrooms defied description. When the amuse-bouche had been consumed, a long, thin dish appeared on their table bearing blini and caviar. Caviar of Bulgarian sturgeon, Nicholas told them. Though their wineglasses remained empty as they'd sat through the amuse-bouche performance, as soon as Harry reached for the caviar, his glass lengthened into a flute and filled with pale liquid with the finest bubbles. The food, though elegant and novel, did not dominate the conversation as it often does at elegant and novel restaurants. On the contrary, the conversation began with caviar, and quickly catalyzed a rich discussion on an entirely different subject. Soon the platter was clean, and before any of the diners could lament its short life, petite cups appeared in front of each of them with persimmon sherbet. It was cold, obviously, and smooth. Its delicate flavor made them forget the caviar. After tasting their palate cleanser, that dish, too, disappeared. Despite the fact that Harry had only eaten a mushroom, few scoops of caviar, blini, and sorbet since breakfast, he no longer felt hungry at all. Of course, the conversation was far too stimulating for him to notice something like not being hungry. During a pause after a particularly riveting story from Nicholas about acting in one of Shakespeare's plays, menus appeared in front of each of the 4. The light in the room wasn't nearly as prevalent as the mysteriously charged darkness, but the menus were legible because the words were written in glowing gold script. Harry looked at his menu. There were no descriptions, but each time Harry focused on one of the entree names, a picture of the food floated into his mind's eye. He even felt like he could smell the dishes. It left no pesky, "Does that come with potatoes?" questions to be asked. Harry was sure that if he wished to know exactly what spices were on each meal, the answer would present itself to his stream of consciousness as if by pure intuition. "I think I'd like the lobster," said Nicholas softly. Albus raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Nicholas's menu faded to nothing in his hands. "I'd like the rack of lamb," said Minerva from Harry's right. "And I the dragon," said Albus. Harry turned his head quickly to the left to look at Albus, his eyebrows hidden under his hair. He hadn't noticed that option on the menu. "It's a specialty of Comed Noctem," said Nicholas. "Very few other restaurants serve fillet of dragon. I'm quite partial to it, but after our work today, I didn't think I could stomach it, don't you find, Albus? My feelings are quite the opposite. Working with dragon blood all day has left me with an uncommonly persistent craving. Working in a slaughterhouse wouldn't deter Albus's appetite, muttered Minerva. Harvesting the parts of dragons can be quite humane, actually, said Nicholas. They find dragons that are fighting over territory. Dragons will fight to the death and often both will die. Removing one from the equation is kinder than letting them fight and kill each other. It doesn't happen very often, though, and only the highest bidders can get hold of their parts. How did you get the blood? Asked Harry. I was the highest bidder, said Nicholas. Wealth, as well as generosity and idle curiosity, can be a fortunate symptom of uncommon age, as Nicholas frequently reminds me, smiled Albus. As well as the tendency to fall trap to the ambitions of young freeloading researchers, replied Flammel. Oh, is that what you did? I was under the impression you were more in the habit of finding busy scholars to take on your projects for you, said Albus, his eyes dancing behind his deadpan face. What did you decide on, Harry? Harry was caught by the abrupt change in topic and had no idea what Albus was talking about. Your dinner, he clarified, gesturing to Harry's empty hands. While Harry was watching Albus and Nicholas debate, he hadn't noticed his menu fade and disappear in his hands. I dunno. Do you reckon it ordered me something? When a customer is gripped by indecision, the menus of Comed Noctem will make a decision based on their subconscious. They're always right. In fact, the menus are only a formality, really. To a degree, they want their customers to feel like they've got a choice. After that, they assume the choice is close enough that a customer would welcome a point in the right direction. In my experience, people don't normally notice their menus are gone until their food's already arrived, explained Albus. How astute of you, Albus, said Minerva teasingly. I was looking, he said. Nicholas raised his eyebrows. Minerva rolled her eyes. A wide, shallow bowl of soup appeared in front of each of them. In front of Minerva was a tomato puree with dot of cream and a dot of pesto in the center. Nicholas had a buttermilk corn chowder with snippets of fresh chive. Harry and Albus had. It's green, said Harry. It is dragon consume, said Albus, picking up his spoon and dipping it into the glowing green sludge in front of himself. Harry frowned and gingerly mimicked the others. The moment he tasted it, Harry had to restrain himself from apologizing out loud to the soup for thinking of it as sludge. It was a culinary masterpiece. The bowls vanished when all that were left were trails of soup too small to be picked up by the curvature of the spoons. There was no palate cleanser. Instead, the entrees appeared immediately. Flames burst from Harry and Albus's plates and Harry threw himself backward into his chair to avoid singing his eyebrows. The flames sunk into a low, but still lit pyre. Harry glanced at the others' dishes. If Harry hadn't heard Minerva order the rack of lamb, he'd have guessed at first glance that her plate held a bouquet. Vegetables crusted with pepper, rosemary, and truffle oil towered up in a foot-tall spire. The lamb ribs protruded like petals of flowers between little heads of broccoli and zucchini cut into roses. Nicholas delicately flipped his lobster over with his utensils and announced, "It is female." I've heard half of them are, remarked Minerva. Harry had to use magic on his face not to laugh. Though I may be old enough to be thrice senile and deaf as a flobberworm, I am neither, chided Nicholas lightly. It is tradition to announce the say of one's lobster to one's table. And what of one's dragon? Asked Albus, twinkling. Your dragon is male, said Nicholas. Male dragons rarely engage in deadly fights, and so they are rarer on the market. Their meat is superior because they lead less stressful lives than the females, who are aggressive and fierce. Both are a delicacy, but, given our location, your dragon is male, not that it is a tradition to announce it. They began to disturb their food. Nicholas tapped his nutcracker and lobster fork against the shell, and they began to unfold his lobster for him. Minerva began disassembling her spire, and Albus cut himself a slice of flaming meat and blew out the flame. Though most foods are supposed to taste like chicken, the dragon tasted decidedly more like beef, the most tender, buttery beef Harry had ever tasted. The flames kept the meat hot and the edge crisp, but didn't reach the center to overcook it. The conversation lulled as they each worked on their masterpieces, but picked up again as the plates were spent. The rest of the meal flew. A plate came bearing strangely shaped cheeses and delicate crackers. Harry noticed that each time he tried a different cheese, the wine in his glass would change subtly to complement the choice. There were several more small courses presented as gifts from the chef, and then, the desserts. Harry received a lava cake decorated with raspberries and gold. It was almost as aesthetically pleasing as it was hypnotically delicious. And then there was a small truffle for each of them. And then there was no more food, but the music from the background picked up. All four of them noticed a space in the center of the room that they hadn't before. Graceful, faceless people twirled and glided across the floor. Harry felt the music in his chest, picking him up, making him light. He didn't feel at all weighed down by his countless course meal. A dance, my dear? Asked Nicholas, proffering his hand to Minerva. She giggled, and slipped her gloved hand into his, letting him lift her onto the floor. They blended into the glamorous orchestra of color. Harry and Albus listened to one song, and then another in comfortable silence. Then Harry remembered their earlier conversation. So, what was wrong in the kitchens? Asked Harry. Nothing, said Albus. By the time I arrived, everything was working just fine. It was most puzzling. I will be investigating when we return. Harry hummed and frowned in thought. Has it ever happened before? Not that I know of. They were silent for a moment. Harry, I must ask, why were you and Minerva in my pajama wardrobe? Asked Albus. Harry grinned sheepishly. That's hard to explain. Would it be enough to say? I didn't mean to go there at all, and I thought I was going somewhere else. No. His eyes twinkled. All right. Harry tried to think of what he could say without giving too much away. Your wardrobe is a one-way vanish cabinet. So's Minerva's. Well, I thought we were going through Minerva's. Albus raised his eyebrows. I didn't make them. We found them and they were already vanishing cabinets. Are my quarters vulnerable to unwanted intrusion? Oh, Harry grimaced. Only by me, I'm sure, and it won't happen again. I'm glad, said Albus, that my pajamas are safe. I have spent quite a bit of time building that collection. Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh, blush, or nod with sincerity. He didn't have to decide, however, because, at that moment, Nicholas and Minerva reappeared flushed and out of breath. I'm sorry to say that I'm finding myself tiring. Minerva is kind enough to let me take her home. Do forgive us for deserting you. I am an old man, after all. He winked. Minerva looked quite tired, herself, and Harry wondered if she'd asked Nicholas to cover for her exhaustion. Good night, Nicholas, smiled Albus. Congratulations on your discovery, Albus. They'll have to put you on a chocolate frog card for this one. Don't tease me, Nicholas. I doubt anyone will even know about this. Only the ones who don't read the prophet won't, said Nicholas mischievously. Nicholas. Good night, Albus. Nicholas smirked, taking Minerva's arm. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harry. I look forward to seeing you again. Cheers. You too, said Harry. Nicholas turned, and he and Minerva waded through the crowd and disappeared. Albus turned back to Harry. Are you and Minerva working on a project? Yeah, actually. We both decided we were interested in studying animagi. We went out to buy books. Bugger. I left them in the. Harry stopped himself before he said vault. Sorry, Harry. The what? Asked Albus, searching Harry's face. Why was he keeping it a secret again? Who would be better to share his discovery with? Who would appreciate it more than Albus? Who would be able to help him understand the significance of his find better than Albus Dumbledore? Who did he want to tell more than the man behind the blue eyes hanging on his silence? My Gringotts vault, said Harry. Ah, I would feel much safer knowing the door to my quarters is locked in Gringotts vault. What? I didn't say that. It's okay, Harry. I trust you. Why? Asked Harry, catching Albus off guard. Why do I trust you? He was interrupted as all of the dancers started draining from the dance floor. They slowly, gracefully accumulated at the edges of the floor, not going back to their seats. A song started, but no one was dancing. Is there something wrong? Asked Harry. Did something happen? Why aren't they dancing? This is a men's dance, said Albus. Men's choice. Like the men get to choose their dance partners. Anyone can dance to it, of course, but the song is traditionally a dance specifically for two men. How can you tell? Asked Harry, feeling like he was 11 again. It had been a while since he'd been introduced to something totally new in the wizarding world. And the idea of two men dancing wasn't new, but in Harry's time, well, people had stopped dancing together in general. They'd still danced a bit when Harry was in school, but social events mostly devolved into disorganized jumping around. It's a tradition. The song is well known. Harry examined one of his fingernails. It's too bad no one's dancing. I think I'd understand what you mean better if. A hand reached into his down-pointed plane of view, and Harry looked up. Harry hadn't seen Albus move from his chair, but he was standing directly in front of Harry, hand outstretched. Harry groaned. I definitely haven't had enough to drink for this. He slipped his hand into Albus's and allowed himself to be pulled up from his seat. The last time Harry had danced had been at his wedding. He had participated in the obligatory newlywed dance with Ginny. Ginny had no problem leading as they danced to a broomstick built for two. After, Ginny danced with Arthur Weasley, and Harry sidestepped propositions from both Molly and McGonagall to stand in for his mother and sat out. Harry was awful at dancing. And he always had an excuse not to dance. Ron detested the activity, so Harry always had someone to talk to. Ginny was perfectly happy to dance with Neville. Neville was an excellent dancer. Ginny, Hermione, and his wife Hannah fought over Neville at social events while Harry and Ron discussed Quidditch or work. Anything not to dance. Harry loathed dancing, so he was confused when he felt the elated butterflies in his chest as Albus led him gracefully to the center of the floor. Harry felt as if he'd been rehearsing this dance for months and was about to perform it perfectly in front of an audience who'd never know just how much fun it was. His mind interrupted. You don't know how to do this dance. You're dancing in front of a room full of people. You hate dancing. At least, he mused, no one's watching. He remembered the blur of indistinct people he'd seen on the dance floor. There must be some spell on it. So, he didn't have to worry about a room full of people judging him. Only Albus. But he couldn't bring himself to be worried as Albus turned to face him. There was no need to talk. Harry felt the music take him exactly where he needed to go. Maybe it was the music. Maybe it was the restaurant. Maybe it was just easy to mirror Albus's steps, but Harry found himself a very competent dancer. And there was nothing awkward about dancing with Albus. He was surprised to find that he hardly had to pay attention to the steps at all. He followed Albus, and enjoyed the feeling of turning and exchanging dips, and even clapping. Harry tried to fix the moment in his memory, but before he was satisfied that the memory would be vivid in his mind for the rest of his life, the music had ended. The band was silent, and Harry didn't notice until Albus moved to escort him off the floor again. When they were seated once more, the floor began to fill up again, and the band started to play again. So what did you think? Asked Albus. Harry hesitated. Thanks for showing me. And did you enjoy it? Asked Albus, his eyes flashing. Harry felt his face growing warm, and tried to respond with nonchalance. Yes, I did. He very suddenly decided he needed to regroup. Would you mind if I went to the loo? He asked. Certainly not. All right. I'll be back in 2 secs. And if I'm not, come save me, he joked. Harry rose from the table and headed off to find a bathroom. It only took a moment of craning his neck to find a subtle but clearly lit sign that said, restrooms. He ducked through the mess of indistinct people and reached a little arch that led to the restrooms. On his left was a door to the women's room, and on the right was the men's. The alcove with the restrooms was sheltered from the music and din of the guests. Harry paused a moment to savor the silence, but heard someone crying in the women's room. He wondered how anyone could possibly be upset in a place like Comed Noctem. He went into the men's bathroom, which was just as lavishly decorated as the rest of the restaurant, did his business, and wandered over to stare at himself in the mirror. He looked good. The vest of his plaid suit was slimming, and the combination of the vest and his pale green shirt made his posture look strong and carefree. The green matched his eyes. When he was in school, his features had been almost gauntly pale. His work as an Auror, besides the occasional stakeout, had him working mostly indoors. After spending several months living in a forest, he developed a healthy glow. During the 2 years before he applied for the Hogwarts job, he'd made a point of spending a lot of time outdoors. He flew his broom a lot, took trips to the wilderness to practice his powers, and even traveled when his venture capitalism permitted, which was a lot of the time. Instead of the haunted, paranoid, remnant of the boy who lived in the future, he was a colorful, carefree man. His past served to remind him how lucky he was, but he hadn't realized how much he'd changed until then, in his plaid suit, in Comed Noctem, in the mirror. This man laughed easily, danced, even. He hadn't even checked his dragon soup for dark wizards. His shoulders weren't weighed down with the stress of measuring his every action lest it be published unfavorably in the Prophet. Harry Crockett didn't have boundary and commitment problems with a whole country of wizards, he just had Albus. He studied his face. There were fewer lines over his brow, and, of course, his scar was missing. He'd always liked his scar, despite its origin. He often lamented having to hide it. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the scar was back, fixed in the middle of his forehead. He smiled, and noticed a pair of dimples that had formed in his cheeks. Those were new. The door opened, and he looked down, pretending he was washing his hands. A shadow appeared behind him. So you haven't been kidnapped? I was beginning to worry. Harry spun around and found himself face to face with Albus. Sorry, said Harry. Albus peered down at him through his half-moon glasses for a moment before reaching up and touching Harry's forehead. It took Harry a moment to realize that he was tracing his scar. For something created by a horrible curse, your scar is beautiful. Harry raised an eyebrow under Albus's touch. He wouldn't exactly have described his scar as beautiful. Why do you hide it? It was the only thing I liked about my appearance when I was a kid, said Harry, but everyone in the future knows me by my scar. I've had it since I was a year old. I was famous for it. I can't risk it, oh no. Albus pulled his hand away, nodding. Shall we? Harry nodded and hid his scar with a wave of his hand. They pushed their way through the door and back out into the antechamber facing the women's bathroom. There was still someone crying. Harry saw Albus frown. Harry noticed that the crying had gotten louder and more intense. She was crying when I came in, said Harry. Albus's frown deepened. Hold on, said Harry. He closed his eyes, and reached out with one of his oars into the woman's restroom. There was only one person in there. Whoever it was scared, upset, lost, and alone. The strength of the emotions was disturbing. I think she's in trouble, Albus. She could be hurt. I'm going in. Guard the door. May I ask why? Women's restroom. Harry hadn't had a problem going into women's restrooms since his second year, but he didn't want anyone to walk in on him in there. Albus nodded and Harry pushed the door open slowly and peeked in. The sound of anguish attacked his ears. He immediately located. There was a little girl huddled against the wall opposite the sinks. Her knees were drawn up to her chest and she rocked back and forth whimpering. Big fat tears dripped down her face and left wet stains on the knees of her purple dress. Her ringlets of black hair obscured her face, and the purple bow in her hair was dislodged, only holding on by a few strands. There were pearls scattered on the tile as though they'd burst from a strand. Harry stood there for a moment, not really sure what to do. Panic rose within him. He'd been expecting blood and injury, not an upset little girl. Hello? He asked in as calm a voice as he could muster. The little girl looked up and her startled eyes met Harry's. Harry blanched when he saw the heavy eyelids, and how had he not recognized the trademark black curls of Bellatrix Lestrange. Then his father instincts kicked in. I'm not going to hurt you, he said. I'm here to help you. Her blotchy face turned pinker. I'm a big girl, I don't need help. It sounded rehearsed. It broke Harry's heart that this little girl thought she needed to be strong in front of Harry. He frowned. Well, in that case, will you help me? Why are you in the girls' bathroom? You're a boy. I came in here because I needed your help. Now, I was wondering if you knew where I could find Mr. and Mrs. Black. Cygnus and Druella? Asked Harry. He got her attention with that. That's my mum and dad, she said. I don't know why you want to find them, though. She looked back at the floor and sniffed. Harry pulled out the green handkerchief that had materialized in his vest pocket, wincing when he noticed that it was monogrammed HP, and handed it to her. Are they here? He asked. She shook her head and blew her nose. Did they leave? She nodded, kneading the handkerchief. What happened with the pearls? Harry asked, sensing that they had been important. Mummy had a lot to drink. We went to the B bathroom and she caught the necklace on something. It broke, and she said it was all my fault, she stammered. Why didn't she fix it? I don't know, she muttered. She ran out angry after. She crossed her arms, covering her shoulders with her hands. Did she hurt you? Asked Harry. Under the hands covering her shoulders, Harry could see finger-shaped bruises and fingernail-shaped scratches. Said Harry. Can I bring my friend in here? He's really nice, and I think he might be able to help fix your mother's pearls. She gulped and nodded. Harry turned to leave, but Bellatrix hiccuped. Please don't leave, she whispered. Harry turned back around and said, all right. I won't leave you. Wanna see a cool trick? She sniffed. Yeah, okay, said Harry. Can you count to 20? I can count to 200, said Bellatrix. That's fantastic, said Harry. Okay, to get my friend to come in here, I need you to count to 20. On 20, he'll come in. Is he a boy too? Yes. And he can come into the girls' bathroom? Yes. Okay. Onetwa 345. Harry quickly reached out to Albus with his aura and poked him with as many come hither vibes as he could. He needed to come up with a way to silently verbally communicate. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Albus burst through the door in a panic, having gotten the message that he was needed. He spotted Harry and the little smiling girl and relaxed. This is my friend. You may call him Mr. D, said Albus. And I'm Mr. C, said Harry. You have funny names, said Bellatrix. Well, they're short for things, said Harry. Well, then, I'm Ms. B, said Bellatrix. Only now I'm curious. Mr. Dog and Mr. Cat. Mr. Dish and Mr. Cup. Mr. Door and Mr. Curfew. Asked Albus. What's that? It's the time you're supposed to be home, explained Harry. I don't have one of those. I'm not supposed to go out by myself. Well, then, we should get you home, said Albus. Are you going to fix Mummy's pearls? Mr. D, I told her you're very good at fixing things. Could you fix her mother's pearls? Why, of course, Mr. C. And while he's doing that, I have a surprise for you, said Harry. I need you to stand up. Can you do that? She stood up. Okay, good. Now, on the count of 3, I need you to close your eyes and spin in a circle. Okay. Harry scanned her body, finding the bruises and scratches on her arms. Ready? Asked Harry. Yep. She closed her eyes. 1, 2, 3. She spun in a circle, her purple skirt belling out slightly. As she spun, Harry healed all of her cuts and bruises. He poked her arm. Hey. She opened her eyes and looked where he'd poked her. Wow. How did you do that? She asked when she saw her cuts were gone. Magic, said Harry. What's that on your wrist? She looked down to find a silver bracelet that hadn't been there before. A bracelet. Wow. If you ever get hurt like that again, put the bracelet on and the cuts and bruises will go away, okay? Thank you, she said. Albus stepped up next to Harry with a little box. He opened it. Here are your mother's pearls. He closed the lid. The string won't break again, he said. And now it's time to get you home, said Harry. Would I be correct in saying you're staying at number 12 Grimald Place in London? Yes. How did you know that? She asked. Magic, said Harry. Albus looked at him and raised an eyebrow. All right, well, I'll pay the bill and we can be on our way. Ah, Mr. C. I think you'll find that Mr. F has already paid the bill. I myself have never been able to take it from him. He's very sneaky about it. What? But it must have been galleons and money means very little to Mr. F. Harry grumbled. Who's Mr. F? Mr. Fawcett, Mr. Famous, Mr. Ferret. Is there a Mr. E too? C, D, F. I know the alphabet, you see. She pushed her way out of the bathroom, significantly cheered up. Who is she? Asked Albus. Bellatrix Laster. Black, said Harry. She's staying with relatives at 12 Grimald Place. How do you know? Voldemort's staying there, too. Why do you call him that? It's a little more distinctive than Tom, though I'll slip that one in occasionally 'cause he hates it so much. I doubt I'll ever be able to call him anything but Tom, said Albus. To his face, you never will, said Harry, pushing his way out of the bathroom behind Bellatrix. And you'll be one of the only ones to call him Voldemort. What will others call him? Well, his followers call him the Dark Lord, and such. The older people I knew called him he who must not be named, and younger people just called him you know who. Fear of the name increases fear of the thing itself, said Albus. That's what you always said, Harry smiled. Did I? I don't recall, Albus joked. When did you come up with that mantra anyway? It was an uncommon truth out of an otherwise evil man I once knew. Harry understood and dropped the subject. They followed Bellatrix's bobbing curls through the carefree dancers and diners out into the courtyard. They went through the courtyard, soaking up its magic, and stepped through the gate. Their clothes didn't change, and the magic of the restaurant clung to them as they moved away from the glowing archway. Have you ever sighed along apparated before, Bellatrix? How did you know my name? You told me earlier, remember? Lied Harry. I don't tell my name to strangers. I said my name was Ms. B. You're right. You caught me. I know your name because I know your parents, said Harry, backpedaling. Okay. So, have you ever sighed along apparated? No. I'm not allowed. Why not? Mummy says so. Well, it's the fastest way to get you home. Would it be all right with you if we apparated you home? No. You'll tell Mummy. I won't tell her if you don't tell her, said Harry. Okay, she said, cheering up. How do I do it? Just hold on tightly to my arm. Don't let go. He reached down and let Bellatrix grab his forearm. He sturdily but not painfully grabbed her arm just above the elbow. Albus put his hand on Harry's upper arm. Ready? Take a deep breath. This is going to feel a little weird. Why don't you count to 3, and then we'll go? Bellatrix nodded solemnly and began counting slowly. 1, 2, 3. The 3 of them disappeared. Harry tried to get them there as quickly as possible to spare Bellatrix from an excess of the feeling of being stuck through a tube. In doing this, their journey was instantaneous. There was hardly any sensation at all. No sooner had they reappeared than Bellatrix was bubbling over with enthusiasm. That was so cool. I can't wait until I learn how to apparate. Can we do it again? I believe it is time to get you home, said Albus. He let go of Harry's bicep as he peered around the urban nightscape. It's this house over here, said Bellatrix, pulling Harry by the hand. They went through the iron gate and approached the door. Bellatrix paused. What's the matter? Asked Harry. I'm going to be in trouble, she said glumly. You have your mother's necklace, said Albus. Don't forget to give it back. I'm not sure I want to go. Just then the door burst open, and the 3 people standing on the stair flinched backward. A wide man stood in the doorway, this bow tie loose and untied around his neck. The cummerbund from his tux missing. What the ruddy hell are you doing at the door at 2 in the morning? Harry could smell alcohol heavily on his breath. The large man caught sight of the little girl. Bellatrix. He turned to Harry and Albus. What have you done with my daughter? He turned back to Bellatrix. Get inside. I'll deal with you later. What were you thinking? Running off like that? Idiot child. He grabbed her arm and flung her around his massive body and into the house. Harry heard a feeble squeak. A woman began to shout somewhere in the house, but Harry's view was blocked. The hulking man rounded on Harry and Albus. I'll deal with you now. Harry felt Albus's aura fumbling around and latched on. The message was clear. Harry and Albus dashed down the stairs of number 12, through the gate, and stumbled out onto the pavement of Grimald Place. Albus yanked Harry to the left, and they tore off down the street with curses flying past their heads. Harry tried to shield himself and Albus while they ran. Harry's patent leather shoes and Albus's boots pounded on the pavement for a block, and another. They ducked around a corner to their right and Harry immediately recognized where they were, though he hadn't recognized the direction they'd been going. King's Cross Station loomed in front of them. They sprinted towards it, ducking to make their targets smaller. The heavy breathing of Cygnus Black began to fade into the background despite the nighttime silence around them. Harry took the lead. This way. He led Albus into the station. Instead of going towards the trains and platform 9 3/4, Harry and Albus ducked down the stairs to the underground platforms. Once they were at the bottom of the stairs, they stopped. Why did we run? She needed our help. We could have taken him. Harry stopped talking to catch his breath, leaning against a bronze plaque with a raised diagram of the underground map. Harry, those were Hogwarts' parents. I ran because I thought it would be better if they didn't recognize us. What if they had recognized us and decided to take Andromeda out of Hogwarts? Or decide not to send Bellatrix and Narcissa? The best thing for them is to be out of that house when she is 11. Do you suppose our Mr. Black would send his children to a school after the headmaster and one of the professors attacked him? He certainly wasn't going to listen to an explanation. So that's your solution? To just leave her with that horrible family where she is hurt and isn't fed and they make her do all of the chores and her cousin picks on her and they make her live in a closet under the stairs and lie to her about how her. I beg your pardon. Harry didn't get to answer, because just then, a thick beam of light shot down the stairs and was absorbed into the floor in front of them. Footsteps pounded down the stairs. Harry moved to meet them, but Albus grabbed the back of Harry's vest and held him back. Albus cracked his wand over Harry's head, and Harry felt the distinct feeling of a disillusionment charm descend over his body. Before he could react, Albus dragged him backwards across the platform away from the stairs. They were 30 feet away when Cygnus came into view. I saw you bastards come down here. When I find out who you are, you're going to Azkaban. Albus was always right. Cygnus stalked blindly in their direction, firing curses randomly across the platform or into the dark train tunnel. Harry backed into Albus, who'd backed into a wall. Harry could hear Albus's breath ragged in his ear. They were both still slightly out of breath from their flight. Harry used his body aura to help calm and silence his own and Albus' breathing. Both Harry and Albus, pressed against the wall, felt when the station started shaking slightly. The shaking was followed by a rumbling. The rumbling grew louder and was followed by headlights from the end of the tunnel farthest from them. Cygnus looked around for the source of the rumbling and spotted the train. Noticing that Cygnus was distracted, Harry grabbed Albus's arm and pulled him across the wall at the end of the platform, until they were against the wall that paralleled the tracks. They crept along the wall towards Cygnus, past Cygnus, and continued back towards the stairs to the rest of the station. The train rumbled into the station. Its brakes screamed as it came to a stop. Harry and Albus reached the stairs, but stopped as they heard Cygnus roar in frustration. I will get you. You'll pay for this. And if anybody finds out. He stomped towards the stairs and the invisible Harry and Albus. Harry and Albus backed away from the stairs towards the train to get out of his way. He stalked past them and stood at the bottom of the stairs. He looked around once more, scanning the empty platform. Seeing no one, he shouted an expletive, and sent a curse at the wall before trudging up the stairs. The curse hit the plaque on the wall and ricocheted off to hit the train window. From there it reflected off again, and hit Albus squarely in the thigh. Albus gasped in pain and crumpled to the ground. Cygnus heard the sound and came running back down the stairs. He spotted a visible splatter of blood on the ground under Albus, and drew out his wand. Harry saw the wand, and acted without thinking. He grabbed Albus around the middle, and carried him under his arm through the sliding double doors of the train. The doors slid shut, and the train started moving. Harry waited until the train was safely in the dark tunnel before he started breathing again. He immediately lowered Albus to the floor, placing his back to one of the walls. Where is it? Harry asked. Albus forced the air out of his lungs and gestured to his left leg. His hand shook. Harry needn't have asked. Blood was soaking through Albus's white pants just above his left knee. Harry didn't ask permission before severing the leg of Albus's trousers above the bloody patch. Realizing he wouldn't be able to pull the fabric down without aggravating Albus's wound, he wandlessly vanished it. His eyes widened when he saw the source of the blood. A tangled web of cuts had minced the skin above Albus's knee. There was a patch at least 10 centimeters square where the lines intersected. They were thin and clear, but deep enough to leave scars. Harry tried to remember. What could have possibly made a wound like this? He closed his eyes and groaned. It was a perfect map of the London Underground. He bit his lip. All right, I'm going to heal you now, Albus. Albus grabbed his wrist, and Harry met his eyes. Leave the scar. What? It might come in handy. Albus, you've lost a lot of blood. You're not thinking clearly. If I regret the decision, I can remove it later. Leave the scar. Harry couldn't argue with his logic, but hesitated. Harry, dear, I'm about to slip into unconsciousness. If it's not too much to ask, would you please close that up? Harry mentally smacked himself and started working, careful to leave the scar. He knit the deeper tissue back together, and then began sealing the surface. The train slowed, stopped, and started up again. Harry looked up to see Albus was frowning in pain. Almost done, Harry muttered. Albus took a shaky breath. Harry finished knitting the skin back together, leaving the scars suspiciously perfect. Harry could read the little letters carved into Albus's skin next to the little paths that made up the train lines. How does it feel? Asked Harry. Better. Albus grimaced as he sat up a little straighter. The train slowed again and stopped. Harry looked out the window and spotted the name, Holloway Road, tiled into the platform wall. Sorry. Do you mind? Harry asked, gesturing at Albus's leg. Albus chuckled, and Harry bent to examine the map now engraved over Albus's knee. Without much difficulty, he found King's Cross and then Holloway Road. It looks like we're going north, said Harry. We can get off and apparate if you'd like, or I would like to sit for a while, if that's all right with you, Harry. All right. The train started moving again and picked up speed. Are you sure you want that scar, Albus? You can't really want Queen's Park engraved on your leg forever. Albus looked affronted. I couldn't think of anything better than Queen's Park to be engraved on my leg forever. It suits me perfectly. Really, Albus. And what about Old Street? Clearly it means I will live to a ripe old age. You can attest. What about Arsenal? Harry asked, as they slid into that very station. Where would we be without it? Smiled Albus, gazing up to the sign. Where would I be without you? Thought Harry. He found himself opening his mouth to say it before he realized that it was Fox compelling him to do so. He slammed his mouth shut. He realized that his legs were falling asleep. He'd been kneeling over Albus for quite a while. Before he sat down, though, he noticed that the floor of the train was still covered in blood. Do you still need any of this? He asked Albus. He gestured to the blood. Albus looked up at him, confused. Harry tried to meet his eyes while keeping a straight face, but the look of pure confusion was too much for Harry. Harry's lips quirked up, and before he knew it he was shaking with laughter. He put his hand down onto the floor to steady himself, but hit the slick of blood instead and slid sideways. He fell heavily, his head landing on Albus's chest. Albus wheezed as the air was knocked out of him, but then Harry felt his chest begin to shake as he chuckled. Harry straightened up and leaned back against the wall of the train next to Albus. He looked at his bloody hands. Yuck. He wiped them on Albus's white vest. Albus turned his head very slowly to glare up over at Harry. He waved his hand, and the blood on the vest disappeared. Wow! Exclaimed Harry. I didn't know you could do wandless magic yet. I didn't know I could either, said Albus. You must be rubbing off on me. Obviously, said Harry, wiping more blood off his hands onto Albus's pristine vest. Albus waved his hand again, and all of the blood disappeared off his vest, the floor, and Harry. Maybe it's because you insist on prodding me with your magic every time you need to communicate something. I would suggest that if you want to continue dragging me into your scrapes that we should come up with a means of verbal communication. Albus shifted and winced. What's wrong? Did I miss something? No. I'm afraid I'm just sitting on my wand. He rummaged beneath himself and pulled out his wand. I'd be quite morose if I'd have broken this, he said. Yeah, makes you feel deathly hollow. Harry mentally slapped himself and started gibbering. I mean, I broke my wand one time and I felt terrible. For a long time. Until I fixed it. Why were there still so many secrets? Deathly hollow indeed, muttered Albus. They sat listening to the train rumble along for a few minutes. The train pulled into stations and left. The car remained empty except for Harry and Albus. As they were pulling into Arno's Grove, Harry asked, "What time is it?" Albus pulled out his wrist to look at his watch. The face had cracked. Or had been smashed, rather. Pieces of glass were missing entirely, and the hands were bent in odd angles. The gold had deep gouges in it, and there was a piece of a spring emerging from under the surface of the face. "Oh dear," was all he said. "Albus, I can fix it. Look, see." Harry pulled Albus's wrist towards him, but Albus pulled his hand away. "Don't. Its time has long passed." He undid the clasp and slid it off his wrist. He slid it in his pocket. Harry didn't really know what to say. "Tempus," said Albus. The time flashed in front of them. It was nearing 4 in the morning. "Are you ready to go?" "No," said Albus. "Well, that's fine. We can just stay here until we get to." He looked down at Albus's thigh, finding the end of their train line. He spluttered and regained composure. "We'll just stay here until Cockfosters." Albus's face remained entirely passive. "Excellent. Are you sure you don't want me to get rid of that scar?" Harry asked. "I'm sure, but we could get off on a different stop." "Why? Clearly it would make you more comfortable," he joked. "What's the stop before that?" "Oakwood. And before that, Southgate. And before that, none. In that case, we'd best wait until Cockfosters." Before they reached the stop, Harry helped Albus up to his feet. Albus flexed his knee a few times to make sure everything was working properly, and the train ground to a stop. The doors slid open. "Mind the gap," he told Albus. They disembarked. Albus turned to hold on to Harry, and they disappeared. Harry awoke to the feeling of the arm over his eyes going numb. He picked his arm, up off his face and groaned as the light from the windows attacked his eyes. He rolled onto his side, but something round dug into his hip from within his pocket. He groaned again and kept rolling. He fell stiffly to the floor, and thrashed around to get some mobility in his restrictive clothes. Looking down at himself, he realized that he hadn't changed out of his formal clothes from the previous night. He was still wearing his plaid vest and trousers. No sooner had he wondered where his original clothes were, than he spotted them folded neatly on a chair in the middle of the room. Looking at the chair, he had the image of several leprechauns coming in and putting them there in the night. Harry stood up from the ground and began peeling off his fancy clothing. He discarded the vest, only to have it clunk as it hit the floor. He remembered the round thing that had been digging into his side. He scooped the vest back up and rummaged around until he found the watch from the vault in one of the pockets. The unscratched gold shone, but the crystal face of the watch didn't glare in the sunlight. Harry could see the face perfectly, and all 12 of its arms and planets. According to the watch, the time was 2:30 in the afternoon. He'd been sleeping for almost 12 hours. He tossed the watch back onto his purple comforter and went to take a shower. In the shower, Harry went through the day before. It had been a long day. He'd gone shopping at the bookstore with Minerva, discovered the vault, met Nicholas Flamel, and solved the mystery of Albus's secretive correspondences. They'd discovered that the kitchens were broken, and consequentially ate at the incredible Comed Noctem. They'd visited Grimmauld Place, been chanced away from Grimmauld Place, and had ridden the underground. Harry felt like he'd been gone for a week. He needed to retrieve the books that he'd left in vault. He got out of the shower and dressed without magic. He sat down on his pile of clothes from the day before, and pulled on his clean socks. As he leaned to the side for balance, he heard paper crinkling underneath him. He stood and took the old clothes off the chair to find a newspaper there. On it was a note. "Harry, I wasn't sure if you subscribed to the Prophet, but I thought you'd enjoy this article. It was wonderful meeting you last night, and I hope I will have the pleasure again soon. Yours, N. Flamel." Harry looked under the note to see Albus looking back at him in black and white, smiling mysteriously. The headline was, "Dumbledore discovers uses of dragon blood." Harry scanned the page, smiling faintly. He chuckled at one of the quotes. "It was a pleasure watching it all happen. I've witnessed a lot in my life, but Albus's work is inspirational. To watch the crease in his brow as he studied his subjects with the utmost care. To see the precision of his unshaking hands. To watch the sweat trickle down his cheek in moments of cruciality. The experience was spiritual. I hope to witness his work again, says Flammel, Dumbledore's financial backer. But what the question industry experts are asking now is, will the price of dragon blood increase with this new? Harry put down the newspaper when his stomach growled. He could read the article later. He had a lot to do. First, he needed to get the books from the vault. He decided to go alone this time to make it a quick trip. After that, he needed to talk to Albus about Bellatrix. Well, first, he needed to eat breakfast. It was late, so Harry figured the Great Hall would be mostly empty. Food was served most of the day on Sundays, though, so he would be able to eat in the Great Hall despite the hour. He dropped out of his tower and went to the Great Hall. He was pleased to see the hall empty except for Albus sitting at the staff table. He could have his conversation with Albus and eat breakfast at the same time. Good morning, he said cheerfully to Albus as he slid into the chair next to him. Albus nodded to him. Harry turned to his plate and loaded it up. Did you sleep okay? He asked conversationally. Albus nodded. How's your leg? There's no pain. Do you still want the scar? Yes. Did you see the prophet? Yes. I'll have some words for Nicholas about that stunt. I've been asked to visit several major research labs to present our findings. I'd hoped that this wouldn't happen until the summer, but I'm afraid I'll have to be absent from school for a month or so. Oh, where will you go? The details haven't been settled, but I will be traveling to North America first. Wow. When will you leave? Tonight. Harry ate for a minute or two, not really sure how to respond. So, I was thinking, he said after swallowing his food, I'm worried about Bellatrix. I don't think we left her in a very safe situation. I should stop by the Black's house and. I don't think that's a very good idea. I was just thinking I'd. Harry, it isn't necessary. Not necessary. Did you see what they did to her? She's better off without our interference. We cannot risk her parents discovering our identities. Can you imagine the consequences? I can imagine them pretty well. Actually, yeah, said Harry. Besides, I can disguise myself. They'd never know it was me. I could disguise you too, if you wanted, but I bet you could do it yours. I'm not going with you and you're not going at all, Harry. Albus, this could ruin her life. She could be traumatized, isolated, and turned into a criminal. You have no idea what psychological damage she could have from being left with abusive guardians. And you do. Harry blanched. The true answer was, yes, but the answer, yes, would have had to come with, yes, you left me with abusive guardians for 10 years and it was horrible. Harry wasn't prepared to have that conversation yet and wasn't sure he needed to have it ever. Albus took Harry's pause to mean, no, and his eyes gleamed in triumph, or maybe bitterness. Harry didn't want to bother correcting him. He took a different tact instead. It's not dangerous. We were cursed at and pursued for blocks, Harry. We're both fine. I got hit by a curse. And you're fine. Or you would be if you'd let me heal that. I'm not, whispered Albus. I'm sorry, what was that? Albus was silent for a moment. I'm not fine, Albus enunciated coldly, turning slowly to look at Harry. His words echoed around the empty hall. Albus, why didn't you say so? I'll fix. Harry reached out immediately with his magic towards Albus's leg only to encounter a wave of emotion that sent nausea to his stomach and fear to his heart. Harry cried out and recoiled physically, falling to the floor, his heart suddenly racing. Albus stood from his chair, looking down on Harry. Albus's gaze scorched Harry, and Harry had to look away. Not everything, he enunciated. He paused, realizing he was speaking loudly, and continued in a dangerously soft voice. Can be fixed. He looked down, his hair falling in his eyes. He clutched his own bare left wrist with his right hand and kneaded it until his knuckles turned white. Interfering always causes unexpected casualties, he whispered. Harry wanted to say something, to comfort Albus, to ask what this was about, but he was too busy trying to repress the bile rising into his throat caused by his brush with Albus's feelings of regret and anguish. Albus let go of his wrist and put his hand in the pocket of his robes. Harry could see the tendons in Albus's arm clenching his hand into a fist in his robes. Albus exhaled and turned around. As he was leaving, Harry heard him mutter, "Don't be a fool and break something else you can't fix." Harry sat frozen on the ground for a long time, and eventually moved to sit back up on his chair. He sat with his head in his hands, frowning down at the rest of his cold, uneaten food. What had he done? Was this about Wister? He couldn't believe Albus could have gotten so angry at Harry without it being obvious to Harry why. He'd never even seen Albus that angry, had he? He thought back to his school days, and remembered the end of his fourth year when Professor Dumbledore had discovered that Moody, or Barty Crouch Jr., had taken Harry from the third task maze. Harry remembered thinking that he finally understood why Dumbledore was the only person Voldemort had ever feared, because Professor Dumbledore was terrifying when he was angry. Harry understood completely why Professor Dumbledore had been furious at that time. Barty Crouch had led one of his students to be murdered, kidnapped his friend and held him prisoner for months, and helped his enemy return. The causes for his anger were obvious. Albus Dumbledore was a remarkably understanding man, though, and Harry couldn't remember seeing him angry about anything else. He hadn't gotten angry when Fudge refused to believe Voldemort was back, or when Pettigrew escaped. So, what was it that could have made him so angry at Harry? But though Harry couldn't remember seeing Professor Dumbledore that angry, he had heard of him being angry during his time at Hogwarts. The instance that came to mind was when the Dementors had attacked the Quidditch match in his third year. Harry knew that Dumbledore detested Dementors, but what had merited such fury? Harry decided that revisiting the memory might help him understand what would make Albus that angry at him. Harry. He got up from the table and made his way up to the room of requirement. As he paced, he thought, I need a place to review my memories. I need a pensive. I need a place to look at my memories of the future. The door appeared and Harry went in. There was pensive on a table. Harry wasted no time in pulling the memory of the Quidditch match out of his head and dropping it into the pensive. He dove in after it. Sheets of rain sliced through Harry as he stood in memory mud. A shrill whistle of wind pierced his ears. Harry shivered, despite the fact that the rain didn't touch him. Harry could barely make out 14 grayed-out players struggle into the air. He squinted around at the stands, trying to spot the silver-white beard of his Professor Dumbledore. He couldn't find him, so he found a staircase into the stands. He climbed up, temporarily sheltered from the blinding rain, and emerged in a throng of drenched bodies. He began making his way around the stands. After 2 laps around the whole stadium, Harry still hadn't found Dumbledore. Lightning crackled in the sky, and Madame Hooch blew her whistle to signal the players to stop. Harry watched the players land in the deep mud and make their ways over to a large tent at the edge of the field. Harry saw Hermione dart out to talk to his younger self. Harry felt a wave of affection for her as he saw her tap his glasses and run back off into the crowd. Lost in the action of the game, Harry almost missed the familiar voice that shouted through the gale from behind him. I'm beginning to regret not taking Albus up on that cup of coca he offered. Don't you dare tell him I said that, of course. He's probably looking out his office window at us thinking. Professor McGonagall's voice was drowned out in the wind, but Harry didn't need to hear more, nor did he turn to see who Professor McGonagall was talking to. He darted through the crowd and exited the stadium. He ran across the lawn and burst through the entry hall, making straight for the stairs to the 7th floor. After spending a minute trying to figure out how to get through the password-protected entry to the headmaster's office, Harry remembered that he was insubstantial in memory and could walk through walls. He bounded up the frozen escalator and slid through the door to the office. Professor Dumbledore was at the window, and he seemed to be talking to himself. Harry wondered how he could possibly be seeing what he was seeing, as he had most certainly not in the room at the time the conversation had taken place. It must have been part of magical memory. Harry moved into the room, trying to pick up what Dumbledore was saying. And perhaps your focus should not be on trying to fix his watch, but on fixing yourself so that you might take the time from a new watch, should you happen upon one. The memory flickered, and Harry looked around alarmed. Were the Dementors closing in? Why wasn't Professor Dumbledore running to his rescue? It will be difficult, but it will be better, said Dumbledore. He stroked Fawkes's head, and Fawkes looked straight at Harry. The memory flickered again, and Fawkes fluttered agitatedly. Dumbledore's attention shifted to Fawkes. Now, he asked the bird, surprised. The memory dimmed and flickered again. Harry, Fawkes grabbed Dumbledore by the shoulders of his robes and they vanished in a whirl of flame. The memory blacked out completely and Harry found himself back in the room of requirement. It took him a moment to realize that he was face to face with the real, young, solid Albus. Harry inhaled in surprise and backed towards the door. Well, I'm off, then, Harry stuttered. That is, I need to go. To do some errands. I'm not visiting the Blacks. I'm just going to Gringotts. I promise. Harry fled the room. Albus frowned stormily as Harry left, but continued directly over to the pensive without a glance back at Harry. He drew out one of his own memories from beneath his auburn hair and dropped it into the basin. He paused for a moment and followed the memory in nose first. He plunged down into the basin, finding himself in his childhood bedroom. His younger self was lying in his twin bed. His legs were crossed, his arms were behind his head, and his eyes were closed. There was a tapping at the window, and his young self opened his eyes. The tapping at the window became more insistent. The teenage Albus sat up suddenly, peering around his bedroom. He swung out of bed and flew to the window. No sooner was the window open, than there was a sandy-haired man crouching in the frame, the light curtains floating around him. Albus breathed in the scent of the summer night air, and that of the man crouching on his window sill. Do you happen to have the time, sir? Asked the man in the frame. Albus smiled. I'm afraid I don't. May I come in? Albus stepped aside. What kind of person are you, letting mysterious men into your bedroom just before midnight? I thought you didn't know the time. I know the time. I was asking if you did. And since when were you mysterious? Do you know why I'm here, Albus? No. Then I am mysterious. I don't think that's mysterious as much as ambiguous. Albus heard a small pop from somewhere on the B.O.'s person. Well, then, it's time for us to remove the ambiguity, the man said, grinning. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A watch shone in the moonlight. I believe that it is a tradition to give a wizard a watch when he comes of age. Albus's face opened up, and his lips parted for a moment, before he covered his surprise. Gellert, I'm not sure if I should just thank you or remind you that I've just turned 18, not 17. Well, I didn't know you when you turned 17, did I? I really must make up for lost time. Gellert moved past Albus into the room, but turned and pinned Albus against the sill. Albus met his gaze for a moment, but blushed and looked away. It's midnight, said Gellert as he handed Albus the watch. Albus took it, and examined it in the moonlight. There was an inscription on the back plate. G. Is that for? Gellert Grindelwald? Asked Albus. That, my partner, Gellert said, taking the watch from Albus's hands and slipping it onto his wrist, is for me to know, and for you to wonder about. Is that mysterious enough for you? Enchantingly so, whispered Albus, and the two teens leaned towards each other. The memory changed. Icy rain fell through Albus's robes, and the wind howled around him. His boots sank inches deep into mud that couldn't touch him. He looked around, surveying the storm. The Quidditch stands rose around him, and the roar of a crowd could just be heard over the wind. Albus headed over to the stands, looking around. He ducked into a flight of stairs that was sheltered from the rain, turned on the landing, and nearly ran straight into himself. Professor Dumbledore stood before him, his silver beard glistening slightly with drops of water. You should come with me, said the man in the memory before sweeping off in the direction of the exit. The auburn-haired man hesitated slightly before hurrying after his older self. Soon the two men were back in the storm, fighting their way back to the castle. They finally reached the stairs and the empty entry hall. Professor Dumbledore dried himself wandlessly. Welcome. The year is 1993. Harry is in his third year, and Tuum still headmaster, remarkably. They climbed the grand staircase and started treading the path towards the headmaster's tower. I believe you have accidentally stumbled upon this memory after Harry left it in the room of requirement. The watch is broken. You are in pain. Harry does not understand why. You're blaming him, and you're blaming yourself. Of course, I have never figured out why he wanted to look at this particular memory, but it gives us a chance to talk. Or a chance for you to talk to me, said Albus. It isn't a two-way communication, but I'm not senile yet, said Professor Dumbledore. In that case, How might I fix the watch? Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. Do you remember what the inscription said on the back of the watch? Asking yourself rhetorical questions. What did it stand for? He gave me a watch with his initials. He called me his partner and gave me the watch. His partner, said Professor Dumbledore. His partner in what? They reached the spiral escalator. Crock-pot, said Professor Dumbledore, and the gargoyles leapt aside. You know perfectly well what we did as partners, said Albus. All too well. But have you forgotten your partnership for the greater good? Albus stopped at the landing, bringing one hand up to grip his bare wrist. Greater good, he exhaled. Professor Dumbledore had gone into the office and was standing at the window. Albus followed him inside. There is no way to fix that, Albus, and perhaps your focus should not be on trying to fix his watch, but on fixing yourself so that you might take the time from a new watch, should you happen upon one. The memory flickered and Albus looked around, slightly alarmed. It will be difficult, but it will be better, said Dumbledore. He stroked Fawkes's head, and Fawkes looked into the distance. The memory flickered again, and Fawkes fluttered agitatedly. Professor Dumbledore's attention shifted to Fawkes. Now, he asked, his gray eyebrows meeting with worry. The memory dimmed and flickered again. Harry, Fawkes grabbed Dumbledore by the shoulders of his robes and they vanished in a whirl of flame. The memory blacked out, and Albus found himself back in the room of requirement, sitting on the floor. Harry pushed the door of Minerva's closet open and peered into her bedroom. With much restraint, he'd managed to pick up his books from the vault, and left immediately through the vanishing cabinet that led to Minerva's rooms. Next, he needed to find Minerva. He needed a project to distract himself from Albus's mysterious fury. Harry was surprised to see a large lump in the bed, showing that Minerva hadn't gotten up. He felt his arm caught on something, and turned back to the wardrobe to detangle himself. He stepped backwards out of the wardrobe, promptly tripped over a pair of shoes and fell flat on his back. Someone yelled behind him. It's just me. It's Harry, blurted Harry before Minerva started sending curses at him. Crockett, you gave me such a start. What are you doing in my bedroom? Sorry, I had to pick up the books from the vault. We left them there yesterday. I used your wardrobe because, well, I don't fancy a meeting with Albus right now. Harry got to his feet. Why? Did something happen between you two last night? Did he come onto you, Harry? I warned him, and I told him that if he... No, nothing like that, interrupted Harry. I think I upset him. I'm sure you didn't. Nothing upsets Albus. I've never seen him get angry. You must have misunderstood. I'm pretty sure he was angry. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to talk to me. He got really scary. Anyway, what are you doing still in bed? I like to sleep a lot. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, all right. Nicholas took me home and, well, he's so interesting. He started telling me stories about his life and before we knew it, it was 4 in the morning. He doesn't exactly have a normal sense of time. Harry snorted. I bet that was interesting. Do you want to look through these books? That sounds lovely, but I'm not dressed, and I'm hungry. Maybe after I get dressed. And some food. Harry smiled and waved his wand. Trays of all different foods appeared. What's your pleasure? How do you do that? Do what? Harry, I'm a transfiguration teacher. People can tights just it's impossible to conjure food. I guess I'm just mysterious. Browning leaves fell from the deciduous trees of the forbidden forest as Harry and Minerva made their way through in search of an ideal clearing. Their feet crunched against the leaves, and their cloaks rustled. High above them, the Halloween October sky was completely clear and blue, but the morning air was nippy and not quite still. Minerva adjusted the bag over her shoulder and something clinked within. Harry followed, thrusting his hands deep into his thick cloak and jingling around the shrunken objects there as if they were coins. Don't break anything, Crockett. I don't want to have to buy those again. If I recall correctly, you didn't buy them in the first place. You know what I mean. He did. It had taken weeks to assemble the supplies necessary for the potions to find their animagus forms, and Harry still wasn't convinced that some of them weren't just run-of-the-mill hallucinogenic drugs. They broke into a clearing. This should work, said Minerva. All right with you. Harry nodded, and they began setting up. First, They put down a large blue blanket and put stones on the corners so that it wouldn't move. Next, they set out the candles. I would have described this scene if you'd have asked me what witches did when I was 10, said Harry, chuckling. Weren't you raised by wizards? Airy just mean do you have any matches? Are you a wizard or what, Crockett? Oh, right, said Harry. He lit the candles with a wave of his wand. Sometimes I worry about you, Crockett. Don't. What were the candles for again? I just thought they smelled nice, actually, said Harry. She glared at him. Okay, that and they keep insects and animals away so that we aren't disturbed while we're in our trances. Harry pulled some of the items out of his pockets and laid them out. There was a flask of water, and a large box of nuts. The instructions said to soften ye for lengthy trances, by leaving easily accessible food and drink. Minerva set up her end of the blanket similarly to Harry's. Minerva conjured a small tartan cushion and sat down on it. Harry followed her example, except chose plain over tartan for his cushion. Next, Minerva pulled 2 vials out of her bag and handed one to Harry. She shook her own in front of her eyes. It might take us different amounts of time, said Harry. So if you wake up first, please don't. I don't know, draw a mustache on me or anything. Could you grow a mustache if you wanted to? Yes. Without magic. Are you ready to start, Minerva? She giggled and nodded. It was easy for Harry to forget he was talking to his old head of house. He uncorked his vial and inhaled the smell deeply. Minerva did the same, and sighed. Not bad. Who should go first? She asked. I suppose we could both go at the same time. An excellent idea. Will you take the time from me? Harry nodded and Minerva counted down from 3 on her fingers, and they both drank. Harry's eyes slid shut and he found himself unable to move. He heard the light wind rustle around him and smelled the candles and fauna. His breath deepened and then he blacked out. The next thing he knew he was scampering along a tree branch, his whiskers twitching. His bushy tail bobbed around behind him as he wound around on the thick bark. He felt strange and out of place. He blacked out again, and found himself fluttering inches from the ground, alighting on flowers, and taking off again. He harnessed the minute changes in the air to drift, hardly had to beat his gossamer wings at all. It didn't feel quite right. He didn't have enough mass. He didn't have enough power, besides, of course, the ability to make a hurricane on the other side of the planet. He blacked out again. Next he was slithering through the leaves trying to find a patch of sun with which to warm his slender body. He heard something scuttle nearby and froze. He flicked out his forked tongue to taste the air. A mouse. He scooted forward silently, feeling powerful and smooth, but it wasn't quite right. The world faded. Everything was dark and warm as he tunneled his way through soft soil. His whiskers brushed against the dirt when the tunnel was too small, and he pawed at it so that he could fit. He smelled insects ahead but was so repulsed by the idea of eating them that he blacked out again. He hoofed gently through the forest, ducking his great antlers under trees, trotting, galloping. His tail was short and tufty, and his hoofs were silent. Being a stag felt the best out of all of the animals so far. He enjoyed the feeling of galloping swiftly through the trees, the air moving swiftly through his lungs, but something wasn't quite right. The stag he was sharing fit the best of the ones he'd tried, but he wished he could fly. He reluctantly let the world slip away again. Beat. The world whistled around him. Beat. He opened his eyes, and all of Britain spread out below him. Beat. His perfect eyes could see a mouse on the ground half a mile away. His talons would let him catch it. He banked left and caught sight of his own auburn wings stretching a meter on either side. For the first time during his trance, he felt Fox whooping in delight before starting a mental conversation with the bird itself, who was more than happy to show off for them. It ended too soon for Harry. Before he knew it, he was back in his body in the clearing on his pillow and able to move. The first thing he noticed was that the light had changed completely. It was no longer early morning. Harry guessed it must be mid-afternoon. The air hadn't gotten much warmer, but the dew had evaporated. Minerva was still sitting across the blanket from him. She sat frozen upright with her eyes closed and a blank expression on her face. The sensations in Harry's body took that moment to come back to him. He was starving and his legs were falling asleep. He picked up the flask of water and the box of nuts and laboriously stood up. He paced in the clearing, popping handfuls of nuts into his mouth and taking swigs of water from the flask. The leaves crunched under his feet, but he was too busy recalling the flight of the bird to notice. In his month and a half of study since his encounter in Minerva's bedroom in the middle of September, he decided to try to become a normal animagus, to be able to transform into a non-magical animal. If he succeeded, he would try to change his form into a phoenix. It made sense that his non-magical form had been so close to a phoenix. The objective of the trance had been to find his form, and, once he had found it, observe enough details to identify the specific species once he was back. Sometimes, according to the book, finding the specific species could be the most difficult part. Harry understood that if he'd gotten some sort of rodent it might have been harder, but Harry already knew what he was. The 2-meter wingspan, the sharp talons, the keen eyesight, he was certain that his form was the red kite. Red kites were a species of birds once common in the United Kingdom in the 1400s to the point of nuisance, and had since almost completely died out. Harry had learned about them in Care of Magical Creatures because they had begun to live almost exclusively in the Forbidden Forest after King James II of Scotland had ordered them to all be killed. Despite learning about them in class, kites were not magical creatures. They had adopted a brighter red color since moving to the Forbidden Forest, but had shown no real signs of magical capability. It was just past 4 in the afternoon when Minerva finally woke up. She stretched and yawned like a cat before looking up at Crockett, who'd been pacing for quite some time thinking about the actual transformation process. "What time is it?" she asked. She reached for her food and water. "Just past 4, Harry replied. Minerva raised her eyebrows in surprise. "How long have you been awake?" "Maybe a little over an hour," said Harry. "How did it go?" "Fine," she said through a mouthful of salami and crackers. "It was strange," she said. "Have you ever experienced anything like that?" "Yeah," said Harry. "I've had some weird out-of-body experiences. This one wasn't so bad comparatively." "So, did you find your animal?" Harry nodded. "I got a red kite. And you?" "A tabby," she said smiling. "I can't wait to try it out. I suppose it'll be a couple of months, but, yeah. I can't wait either." "Months?" asked Minerva, shocked. She stopped eating. Harry frowned. "Well, yeah, we have to do each part separately and then," he trailed off as Minerva's face fell. "Didn't you read the books?" "Well, I did, but I thought you could help it go faster," she said in a moment of candid honesty. It was also the first time she'd acknowledged his abnormal power. He frowned. "I didn't realize you assumed that," he said. She suddenly looked so much younger than him. He realized that he'd almost taken on a mentor role with the Animagus project, but how stupid he'd been to think she had never noticed his extra powers. She was a bright woman, after all, but her comments always led Harry to believe she thought Harry's stories to be bragging and his magic to be tricks and sheer dumb luck. He looked at her and contemplated her face. He'd been planning to do the whole transformation the normal way so that he could help Minerva, but if the cat was out of the bag about his powers, maybe he could move them both along faster. He grinned suddenly. "Well, all right." As he'd been pacing for the hour before Minerva woke up, he had contemplated how he'd do his own transformation if he were to do it his own way rather than the normal way. He could just do it, but how would he help Minerva? "Well, so, the book says, to go piece by piece. It says that smaller pieces are easier than larger pieces, and once you know how to transform one piece of the anatomy to the animal and back, you never forget. When you finish all the pieces, you can turn into the whole animal and back. It takes so long, because you have to find each part of your body and change it, but I think we can make that go faster. I think I could do my whole body at one time, and I could help you, too." "Well, you can't just transfigure me," said Minerva. "Animagus transformations are different from normal animal transfiguration." "Yes," said Harry, "but I think I can help anyway." "So, are you ready?" she asked. "What, now?" "Well, yes, now. If you're up to it," she challenged. All right, said Harry. He was suddenly self-conscious. "This is going to be really strange for you. See, I can, spit it out, Crockle. I know you're a special snowflake." Just tell me what I need to do. Fine. I can manipulate my aura and I'm going to use it to get inside your head and show you what you need to do to get into your form. She was gobsmacked. If that's okay with you, he added. Special snowflake indeed, she muttered, still looking slightly alarmed. No wonder Albus likes you so much. Harry felt a twinge of pain as Minerva mentioned Albus. Harry hadn't heard from Albus since he'd left on his academic Dragon Blood tour over a month earlier. He occasionally spotted mentions of Albus in the Prophet saying that he was speaking about his Dragon Blood discoveries at some university in America or even Britain sometimes, but had no specific information about his activities beyond that, nor did he know when Albus would return. Albus hadn't written, and, fearing his wrath, Harry hadn't written either. Minerva's stony reluctance to talk about Albus suggested that she hadn't been receiving any mail either, but Harry never asked. She cleared her throat uncomfortably. Well, let's get on with it then, she said. You really want me to do it? Asked Harry. I suppose. It'll save me months of time that I don't have. In case you haven't noticed, I've been running a school and will be for Merlin knows how long. Harry shrugged. All right. Whatever you say. We should sit down. This is going to be quite odd. They arranged their cushions face to face on the blanket and sat cross-legged across from each other. Harry put his wand on the blanket between them. We should hold hands, said Harry. Minerva smirked at him but took his hands as he offered them. Don't panic, he said. This is going to feel strange. Just relax. She took a comically large deep breath to show him that she was ready. Then, he felt out to her with his body aura through their fingers. Crockett. Yes, Minerva. My fingers are tingling. Yes, Minerva. What are you doing? I'm getting to know your body so that I can help you change it, he said as he moved up her arms with his aura. He was in all the way to her shoulders when he sneezed. He jerked forward, and one of Minerva's arms twitched. Crockett. Was that you? I didn't do that. Stop. Please. Get out. Something isn't right. Harry backed out of her hastily and she dropped his hands. What's the matter? Harry, I'm not sure about this. It's my body and we've been spending so much time together and I don't want to get the wrong idea. Harry looked at her incredulously before closing his eyes and massaging his temples in frustration. Harry sighed. Minerva. He sighed again. I fancy blokes. I'm going to feel you, but I'm not going to feel you up. I just want to help you with your transformation. Blokes? She asked, ceasing her panicked fidgeting. Yes, blokes. But you were married to a woman, she protested. And now I'm not, he replied simply. Blokes. Blokes. Chaps. Men. Why didn't you say so? Harry grimaced. Albus thought you'd come up with all sorts of stories about me and him and you'd never stop teasing him. I tease him anyway. Harry smiled. All right. Well, then, you'd best get on with it. Don't burst any of my arteries, please, she said. He looked up at her in surprise. Are you sure? He asked. Just don't linger, she said. Wouldn't dream of it, he reassured, taking her proffered hands. He started the process again of moving up through her arms. He could feel her discomfort and fear when he got to her chest, but she didn't make a sound. Their hearts began to beat in time. When he got to her stomach, he could feel it digesting the snack she'd eaten, and he could feel her nervousness. He moved lower, and Minerva tensed. He quickly finished her beep and legs and then started back up higher, working on her neck. When he got to her face, Harry could feel her blush, and then he could look out through her eyes. Are you okay? He asked, paying special attention to use his own mouth and not hers. He felt her nod. This is really weird, though, she said through gritted teeth. He couldn't help using a little of his body aura magic to calm her down a little, and he could feel it when she physically relaxed. Okay. Next, I'm going to use my magic to sort of get inside your magic like how I did this. Is that okay? She nodded. He felt for his magical aura in the wand between them, and let it reach out to Minerva. Minerva's magic was in her body, like anyone but Harry, and was strongest in her wand hand, Minerva's right hand, the mind, the eyes, and the heart. Seeing this helped Harry understand why it was easiest to curse someone with eye contact. Minerva gasped, and Harry could feel her surprise and awe in her physicality. Is that you? She was growing short of breath. You're so powerful. Harry helped steady her breathing and evened out her temperature. Minerva, he said through his own mouth, finding his own body out of breath with the effort and concentration he was using on Minerva. I need you to remember what it was like being the cat. Feel it. Minerva frowned in concentration, and Harry could feel flicks of sensation: rough paws, light fur, a swishing tail. Hay helped her enhance the memory into sensation until he could feel the cat in Minerva's whole body. Ready. Ready to shift. She nodded with her eyes still closed. Harry used his magic to guide her magic all over her body, turning each part into the part of cat it was feeling. He felt the sensations of her body changing even more from memory to reality until she was a foot off the ground and purring, quite pleased with herself. Upon completing the transformation, Harry pulled out of her magic and body and looked at her through his own eyes. She was, indeed, a tabby cat of average size with rectangular markings around her eyes where her spectacles had been. Harry grinned and let out a whoop of triumph. Minerva rolled her big, green eyes at him and nodded as if to say, "Get on with it." "You look great," he told her. He conjured a mirror, brought it down to her. She looked through at herself, her eyes dilating to slits when she caught a glimpse of the sun behind her. She looked back up at him expectantly and meowed. "My turn, then," he said. He sat back down on his cushion and closed his eyes. He remembered his talons, his wings, his beak. He felt his feathers and the lightness of his bones, the dexterity of his tail. Then, he let his magic loose and changed the memory to reality. He opened his eyes to find himself face to face with the tabby cat Minerva, who looked mildly startled. Harry opened his mouth to make a witty comment, but what came out was a piping cry that pierced through the forest. Minerva scampered backwards in alarm before approaching again. Harry hopped from the blanket and onto the floor of the clearing before stretching out his wings. It was just as he'd felt in the trance, only it was his own wings he moved rather than feeling the wings of another bird. He glanced quickly at Minerva before launching himself into the air. Flight with his own wings was better than riding a hippogriff or thestral, and better, even, than riding a broom. He circled over the forest a few times, feeling the strength of his shoulders and how much his forked tail maneuvered him. He spotted the clearing again easily, and swooped down into it. Minerva wasn't on the blanket anymore. It only took him a moment of looking about to spot her motion in a branch of a tree. He took off again and landed next to her with another cry of delight. She meowed hello, and took a playful swipe at him with one of her paws. He snapped back at her with his sharp beak jokingly before swooping back to the ground. He looked back up as Minerva paced across the branch back towards the trunk. Then she stopped, eyeing the trunk nervously. She glanced up at Harry, and if she'd been human, Harry could tell she would have been blushing. Could she not get down? Harry laughed, which came out more like a squawk, remembering how cats are always getting themselves stuck in trees, their claws being curved in a way more suited to climbing up trees than down. Minerva glared over at him as she pawed the trunk. Harry flew back up to the branch and then jumped off and landed lightly on the ground, trying to illustrate a suggestion that she should just jump down. She shook her head. He flew back up and hovered above her, reaching out his talons to carry her down, but she batted him off with a paw. Resigned, Harry went back down to the ground. Really, the fall was not that far. Minerva looked at Harry for a moment, and then waved her paw in a way that said quite distinctly, "Go away." Harry didn't move. She waved more insistently, and Harry shook his head. Minerva bristled, her ears went back, and she outright hissed down at Harry. Harry burst into a squawking fit of laughter. Minerva glared at him from the tree. Finally, with one last withering look at Harry, she gripped the claws of her front paws on the trunk of the tree as if she were going to climb higher. Then, she moved her back paws below herself, and started to back down the tree. Harry toppled over laughing, and had to flutter his long wings to right himself. Minerva hissed over her shoulder at him and slipped down the trunk a few feet before catching herself. She slowly inched her way down backwards before finally reaching the ground. She slunk back to the blanket, glaring at Harry. Harry stopped himself from laughing and went to join her on the blanket. The sun was setting, and the forest was getting quite dark. The Halloween feast would start at 6:30, and the party would begin at 8 o'clock. There was to be music and dancing and costumes, all of which needed to be chaperoned by the deputy headmistress and Professor Crockett, among others. They had to get back. They settled onto their cushions on the blanket and Harry watched as Minerva closed her eyes. She opened them a minute later and looked around. Then she frowned, as much as a cat can frown, anyway, and closed her eyes again. Her scowl deepened as the seconds ticked by, and Harry realized she was having trouble changing back to human. She opened her eyes and looked at him pleadingly. Harry sighed and closed his own eyes. He felt out his body aura, now totally different than it had been. The beating of his heart had changed, as well as the temperature of his blood. Now that he thought about it, his emotions were different. They were stronger and fainter in different places. Now Harry understood what Sirius had meant when he'd explained how his dog form had allowed him to survive Azkaban without going mad. Harry felt out for the magic in his wand and began trying to remember what it was to be human. He tried to remember the sensation of fingers, of his eyes at his height, of hair instead of feathers, nothing. He couldn't feel it. Panicking slightly, he tried harder. The wind on his skin, the wiggle of his toes, nothing. He couldn't make himself feel the human sensations. He opened his eyes, and his terrified gaze met the wide eyes of the cat, Minerva. The forest grew darker. After a half hour of watching Harry's bird glare intensify as he tried to turn himself back into a human, Minerva swatted out at him with one of her paws in frustration. Once she got his attention, she nodded her head in the direction of the castle. She was right. Maybe they could find what they'd overlooked in the books. Harry nodded in resignation and cast an eye over the provisions they'd brought. There was no way he wanted to carry all of the stuff back to the castle. Instead, he fished around in his pile of discarded clothes to find his ore bag. He gripped that in one clawed foot, and picked up his wand in the other before taking off. Minerva grabbed her wand with her mouth, careful not to scratch the polished wood with her sharp teeth. They set off, leaving the blanket and most of the supplies. Minerva bounded along the cluttered forest floor nimbly, and Harry flew low over the ground, careful not to run into branches as he slowed his pace to match Minerva's. Soon, the trees became less dense and dark, though the sun had set almost an hour before. They reached the lawns and bounded up to the castle. Their first problem was that the front doors were shut. Minerva growled in frustration and pushed herself against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Harry did some tricky flying and positioned himself with his back against the door and then beat his massive wings. Suddenly the door gave way and Harry shot backwards into the entry hall. I'll just nip out to the carriage to pick up the rest of the instruments. You can start setting up the man was cut off as Harry's bag hit him in the face. Minerva scampered around the man's legs into the entry hall. Harry realized what had happened before the man did and quickly flew to the top of the staircase, out of reach of any curses that might come his way. None did, though. What the hell was that? Asked a young man no more than 15 years old carrying what looked like a Muggle musical amplifier. Harry assumed that the amps must be magical to work inside Hogwarts. It looked like some sort of bird carrying a bag, said the man Harry had knocked with his bag, who only looked a little older than the other. That was one big bird, said the first man, shaking his bowl-shaped hair out of his eyes. Did you see where it went? It shouldn't be flying around in here, or maybe it should. I'm starting to think there's something a little odd about this place. Yeah, I'm sure they have people for that. You should tell that McGonagall woman if she ever shows up, though. The man grinned. You still haven't seen her. She was supposed to be in charge today, right? That bloke Dumbledore's not back. Yes sir, Captain, sir. Some woman named McGonagall was supposed to be in charge. I'd be complaining, but, ho, look at this place. And what they're paying us. For a school gig. I wonder how come I've never heard of this school. Can you believe this? This could be our discovery. The man cackled gleefully. There we are, playing in a Liverpool pub. Some wiggy old man asks us about our band, and the next thing you know he clicked his fingers, we're here. In, God knows where, playing for a real gig. And in a castle. Ho, I can feel it. There's something magical about today, old boy. The two musicians were talking like Muggles, completely unaware of their surroundings. Did you see that room yet? The one where we're performing. That's some light show. Yeah, I saw it. Did you show George? Harry groaned, which, out of his beak, sounded more like a balloon deflating. He and Minerva were stuck as animals, and at least 3 random Muggle musicians were wandering around the ground floor and grounds unsupervised. Harry wondered what possible reason Dumbledore could have had to commission a Muggle band for the Halloween party. Perhaps the statute of secrecy hadn't been implemented yet. Had he just picked up some random group he'd heard while traveling? Liverpool. What sort of dragon blood conventions were in Liverpool? Pomona Sprout appeared at the doors to the Great Hall and the younger man with the amps turned to her. Where would I find an electrical plug for these? He asked her. An electrical plug? Asked Pomona. She smiled. I'm afraid we don't have any. Can you manage without them? If you want a very quiet concert, stage whispered the older boy before disappearing out the front doors, grinning. Oh, I can fix that, said Pomona. Just put all of your things in there by the stage. What did you say your band was called, again? She said. Harry turned to look at Minerva in exasperation, but she was gone, bounding down the corridor towards the next staircase. Harry took off and followed her, catching up when they reached the 3rd floor. Minerva kept running. She tore up the next few flights of stairs, and before Harry knew it, they were beneath his own chambers. Minerva looked pointedly up at the trapdoor. Harry prayed that he'd left it unlocked. He rocketed himself upwards and slammed into the door. To his immense relief, the door swung up and open, and Harry flew into his room. After a lap around it, he dove back down through the trapdoor and landed next to Minerva. He gestured up with his head. She shook her head no. He waved one of his talons at her, offering to carry her up. She shook her head more vigorously. Harry squawked indignantly and flew back up through the door. He looked around and his eyes landed on a particularly thick scarf laying on his bed. That gave him an idea. He grabbed the scarf and flew back down to Minerva. Once there, he gripped and ungripped the scarf pointedly, showing her that she could grab onto the scarf and let him pull her up. She growled at him, but hesitantly sunk her claws into the scarf anyway. She nodded when she was ready. Harry took off, slowly lifting Minerva off the ground. Minerva, for her part, seemed to be doing all she could not to make undignified noises. Finally, they made it through the trapdoor after a few tries, because Harry had more difficulty fitting his 2-meter wingspan through the door whilst going slowly. Harry deposited the scarf and Minerva carefully on the ground, and Minerva detangled herself. Harry hopped over to the bookshelf and, with difficulty, pulled out the How to Guide for Animagi. Minerva joined him, and together they managed to get it open with their claws. They flipped to the table of contents, and found the section about changing back, on page 689. They hurriedly flipped to it, tearing more than one page with their claws as they went. The truth was that Harry hadn't read this chapter yet. He'd expected to have to wait several months before attempting to actually change into the forms, let alone changing back. He felt like an idiot, and a little miffed that he wasn't quite as magically omniscient as he thought he was. But really, who would have thought that changing back would be the hard part? The 2 animals started skimming the chapter. It was really very straightforward. As mentioned in the previous chapter, entitled, Changing into Animal Form, once a witch or wizard has changed a part of their body to the animal and back, they will never forget how to do it. The process of learning to change back into a human is connected to the process of learning to change into the animal, and the 2 cannot be learned separately. To change into animal form, the prospective animagus must have completed the animal trance and have first-hand knowledge of what it feels like to occupy their animal of choice. To transform back, the animagus needs to have the knowledge of what it feels like to be human. Because animals do not have the emotions or cognitive abilities of humans, they cannot simulate the sensation of being human. This means that an animagus in complete animal form will not be able to summon the sensations of humanity and change back. This problem can be easily circumnavigated, however, by the process described in the previous chapter. To reiterate, the prospective animagus should transform pieces of themselves at a time. In this way, he or she might learn what it feels like to transform and untransform each part of his or her body, which he or she will not forget, without the risk of getting stuck in the animal form, unable to remember the sensations of humanity. The head, of course, should be the last to transform. The heart and the head should not be transformed at the same time on the first try. Harry groaned, which, again, sounded like a balloon deflating. How could he have been so stupid? He couldn't use his powers because animals didn't use magic. Transforming back would have nothing to do with his powers. Minerva growled at him. Harry felt that her blame was unjust. She was the one who'd wanted to transform early. He looked back down at the book. On the next page, there was a note. In the case of unintentional premature entire transformations, the animagus should visit a healer. Though very few healers know how to solve this problem, seek assistance from a powerful witch or wizard acquainted with the aura arts, or read up on his or her animal's preferred diet and migratory habits. Harry tried to swear, but squawked instead. Minerva's growl grew louder and she rounded on Harry, who looked back at her apologetically. It made all of the sense in the world that he, Harry, was the only person Harry knew to be acquainted with the aura arts. He jabbed a talon at the first option, find a healer. Minerva shrugged and trotted off. She came back a moment later with a large roll of parchment and a quill in her mouth. She left and came back again with a pot of ink. Harry, meanwhile, unrolled the parchment and put things on it to lay it flat. When Minerva came back, she tried dipping the quill into the ink with her mouth, and bringing it to the paper. She drew long lines along the paper that, unfortunately, had very little resemblance to the letters she was trying to make. Next, she tried pinning the quill between her two front paws while sitting on her haunches. After 2 strokes, the quill slid out of her grasp and she toppled over, her right paw landing in the pot of ink. She made to wipe off the ink on the parchment, but her claws had extended in her frustration, and, instead of a paw print, she drew a neat line from the claw on her first toe. Harry crooned in appreciation, and Minerva meowed in surprise. She poised herself over the paper, and, after a look at Harry, tried writing with her claw. The progress was painfully slow. Minerva. Harry rolled his eyes, but had to admit that it was legible. Minerva moved a bit down the paper and started a new line. Dear healer, she wrote. It was going to take a long time. In the meantime, Harry flipped back and forth through the book, trying to find any clues that would help him get back to his human form, but found none. He took to hopping from one piece of furniture to another until Minerva turned and hissed at him. Then he settled himself on Fox's perch and looked out the window at the darkening night. Finally, after what must have been at least an hour, Minerva meowed at him from the floor. The letter was done. Harry swooped down from the perch and read the letter. The words were neither neat nor consistent. They rather resembled the work of a 7-year-old, but were legible enough and correctly spelled. Dear healer. My friend Harry Crockett, the bird who delivered this, and I have accidentally completed our animagus transformations the first time we tried. We have found ourselves stuck because we did not do the transformation piece by piece the first time. According to our reference books, we should consult a healer or someone acquainted with the aura arts to try to change back. I am still at Hogwarts, as I am lacking transportation to your premises, but both of us would appreciate any assistance you may offer. Thank you. Minerva McGonagall, Tabby Cat. Harry could see why it would have taken an hour to write. He could also see that it had taken Minerva a lot of wordsmithing not to sound desperate and hopeless. Together they ripped off the soiled pieces of parchment on the top of the scroll and the unused parchment on the bottom, and rolled up the letter. Harry grasped it in his talons and was almost to the window when Minerva meowed loudly again. Harry turned back around to see Minerva writing something on the parchment. He landed, careful not to squash the letter. He read what Minerva was writing. Please don't leave. Harry looked at her questioningly. She hesitated. It's dark. Harry wasn't sure what she meant by that. Minerva hesitated for a minute, and started writing again. I don't want you to get lost, she wrote. He frowned, confused, but realized that it was probably a better idea to wait until morning. He'd just thought Minerva would want to get changed back as soon as possible. He shrugged and flew back up to the perch. Something caught his eye, shining on one of his shelves, and he flew over to it. It was the watch he'd found in the vault, the future Albus's pocket watch. He flew over to it, grabbed it by its chain, and landed on his bed with it. After some fiddling, he opened it. To his dismay, he could not understand what the hands and planets around the edges meant. He'd been able to understand it as a human, but he wondered what time it was. He flew down to Minerva and tapped the watch. She understood. He flew towards the trapdoor and Minerva followed him. She stopped and latched herself onto the scarf as she had before. Harry grasped the scarf in one clawed foot, and had the watch still dangling in the other as he lowered Minerva to the ground below the tower room. They left the scarf under his trapdoor and took off back towards the stairs. Students flooded the halls, dressed up in their Halloween attire. Harry and Minerva's progress downstairs was slowed, and they reached the grand marble staircase as the last of the students were funneling down. As they reached the top of the stairs, however, they realized that they needn't have gone all the way down at all. The great clock began to chime. 1, 2. Minerva stopped and put her paws over her ears because the chimes were so loud. Harry perched beside her at the top of the stairs. 3, 4. Harry gazed down the marble staircase into the entry hall as the last students in costume walked by them down the stairs and into the great hall. No one noticed Harry and Minerva, or nobody bothered them, anyway. The clock chimed 5, 6. The crowd of students was thinning. The last few scampered through the doors and the entrance hall was quiet except for the sound of the clock striking 7, and finally 8. The front doors to the castle boomed open. A man strode through the doors. His robes and cape swished behind him, blood red with swirls of what looked like gold leaf. His long auburn hair was streaked with the same shining gold, and the mask he wore was plumed with red and gold feathers. The doors swung shut behind him, and he swept across towards the great hall. Halfway there, when he was in the middle of the entry hall, right beneath the marble staircase, he stopped. He turned and looked up the stairs. His stoic, masked gaze landed on Harry. He looked to Minerva and back to Harry again. He paused for a moment, eyeing the two animals, then he turned back towards the great hall and continued on his way into the party. Harry and Minerva sat stock still for a beat after Albus disappeared. Then they looked at each other and bolted down the stairs after him. Harry shot through the doors right before they slammed shut, but Minerva was locked out. Harry didn't want to draw attention to himself by trying to open the doors, so he continued his flight into the room. The atmosphere in the great hall was completely different than the entrance hall, and completely different from its normal state. As Harry had expected, the large house tables and the faculty table were missing. In the place of the faculty table was a stage on which a band was set up. Harry recognized two of the four musicians from earlier. Their guitars were facing in opposite directions, and they were sharing a microphone. Another man was playing guitar, and the fourth was on drums. All four were gazing around in awe at the great hall, which was extra spectacular that night even to wizards. Besides the usual live bats and floating jack-o'-lanterns, there was a sizable dance floor in front of the stage, and around the edge of the stage were an assortment of walking skeletons serving drinks. The room was fairly dark and crowded with people, so Harry had trouble spotting Albus right away. Some students had large and unwieldy costumes. Harry thought he saw someone dressed up like the Fat Lady, frame and all, and others were taking the opportunity to dress as scantily as possible. The whole room was packed, including the dance floor. Harry had trouble flying because of all of the jack-o'-lanterns, so he landed on a bracket for a torch along the wall farthest from the door. From there, he surveyed the room. Albus seemed to have vanished. How hard could it be to spot someone wearing red and gold? He thought about going back up to his room to get the letter to show Albus. He had the feeling that flapping his wings in Albus's face wasn't going to get him anywhere. He took off and flew low across the room back to the door, but the door was shut. He'd have to wait until someone came or went. He perched on a torch bracket near the door and continued his surveillance of the room. His double take was so violent when he finally caught sight of Albus that he almost fell off his perch. He didn't know how he hadn't spotted him before, but Albus was standing just to the right of the bracket Harry was on. The gold on his robes and feathers, and in his hair glittered even though there was no direct light on him. Harry suddenly felt very foolish. There he was, stuck as a bird, unable to do magic, and it was all his fault. On top of that, he hadn't gotten a very good start on fixing the crisis either. He hadn't even remembered that Albus was acquainted with the aura arts. And there was Albus, looking like the proudest and most glorious of phoenixes. The letter felt foolish too, Harry thought. How could he have thought that showing Albus the letter would be a good idea? It made Harry look like the idiot he'd been. Besides, how could he be sure that Albus wasn't still furious at him? He'd tried not to think about it, but Albus had left very angry about something, and Harry had never figured out what. Someone opened the door. Harry could have left the Great Hall to get the letter, or to get away from Albus, but he didn't. He saw Minerva slink into the room as the door was shutting, but she didn't see Albus or Harry. She trotted around the edge of the room in the other direction. Harry had to do something. For lack of any better ideas, he called out. His piercing cry was audible over the electric guitars and four-part harmony of the Muggle band, but only Albus turned to look. He spotted Harry immediately and walked calmly under the bracket to look up at him. A red kite, he mused quietly. How did you get in here? He asked rhetorically. Harry crooned again in response, trying to show that it was him. Anything. I'm going to take you back outside before one of the students sends a curse at you for sport, said Albus. Come along. He held out his arm. Harry called out again, this time a little frustrated. Albus contemplated Harry a moment through his mask. That was not a suggestion, he said. Despite my costume, this is a place for people, not for birds. Harry was exasperated, but had no choice but to hop down to Albus's arm, careful not to pierce it with his talons. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Asked Albus. He opened the door out of the Great Hall with one hand, and held Harry with the other arm. They crossed the entrance hall, and Harry became more and more distraught. His feathers ruffled and unruffled as he breathed his exasperation. Are you uncomfortable? Perhaps my shoulder, said Albus. With impressive strength, as Harry was no small bird, Albus lifted Harry to his shoulder. They exited the castle. Harry made a distressed noise. It is very loud, isn't it? I do like that band. I think they have some potential. I had a friend who would know if they'll ever make it anywhere, but I'm afraid I may have lost him, in more than one sense of the word. Harry froze. Surely that referred to him. He willed Albus to continue talking about him, but he did not. In fact, he stopped walking, too. They were on the lawn, halfway between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. Albus reached up and stroked Harry's feathered head with a curled finger. And now, my bird friend, it is time to part. May your hunting be profitable, and may you keep your friends close. Harry shifted his talons, hesitant to leave. Would it be easier for you to take off from my arm? Asked Albus. Were Harry's emotions and body human, he would be fighting the lump in his throat and the mist in his eyes. Albus lifted Harry from his shoulder to his arm, but then stopped, fiddling with something by Harry's talons. He was quiet for a moment. Harry looked down and saw that Albus had found the pocket watch dangling from Harry's foot. He helped Albus detach it. Once it was free, Albus brought it under his gaze. He popped it open in the hand not holding Harry, and the 12 clock hands and planets were clear and visible in the darkness. Albus frowned, looking at the watch. He looked up at Harry, back down to the watch, and back up to Harry for what seemed like an age. Harry didn't breathe as Albus's eyes searched his. Harry, whispered Albus. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.